in a small, underappreciated county town in Hebei, where one might spend considerable time searching for its location on a map, she gazes through the car window at the dusty, grimy night market. The cacophony of bustling voices resonates far and wide, mingling with the rich scent of poppy that drifts from the myriad of hot pot establishments lining the street. The owner of a nearby barbecue stall glistens with grease as passers-by wrap their coats tightly around themselves, navigating through clouds of smoke. The atmosphere is cramped, tense, cold, and gritty. Cities like Beijing and Shanghai are merely illusions of this nation's small county towns represent its stark, realistic sentiment the woman had heard echoed by others, though she had never truly internalized it until now. This is likely her final opportunity. She sighs softly before speaking. This is the place, Uncle Bai. Let's get out. A fierce northern wind blows as she pulls her oversized coat tighter around her, concealing her curves. Behind her, a man in his 30s stands resolute, his posture upright and sure, sporting a neatly cropped haircut. Together, they step through the door of a dilapidated audio and video store, a rarity in this digital age. The air resonates with nostalgia as old-fashioned televisions hum quietly. A young Do Wei appears on the verdant screen, his voice strained and passionate. At that moment, the lyrics roll in. What you possess is your body, your enchanting beauty. What I possess is my memory, a marvelous feeling. The words are appropriately sorted. Stacks of martial arts novels, Li Wingxing, Guhuo, and even Ni Kuang glean haphazardly in every corner. Behind a warm-toned glass cabinet sit assorted records and tapes from the latter part of the last century, alongside pixelated, even black and white, old photographs. Teddy Robin, Sam Hui, and Alan Tam hold microphones, their smiles frozen in time next to the phrase 1984 Space Journey concert. Old posters adorn the walls, displaying the title Rouge, with a faded image of Anita Mui dressed as a man, her neck and features so ethereal they seem to dissolve into the air. What can I get for you? A voice emerges, clear and gentle, surprisingly refined for a rugged northern man. To her astonishment, the proprietor of this antiquated shop is a tall, thin young man who looks to be no older than 25. He dons a simple black t-shirt, his complexion pale. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Yan?" she inquires, smiling. "Yes, that's me," Li Yan replies, casting a discreet glance at the quiet man standing behind her. "I'm Lei Jing from the Chinese Martial Arts Association, hailing from Guangdong. Lei Hongsheng is my grandfather." She beams, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. "In terms of respect, I should call you senior brother," she adds, extending her hand for a firm grasp, which reveals strength despite its smoothness. Li Yan's eyes seem to glimmer with a hint of life when he hears the name Lei Hongsheng. He gestures towards a seat. "Please, have a seat. It's a modest place, so I hope you don't mind." As she sits, Lei Jing observes him quietly. There are photographs of her grandfather alongside this man at home, yet it is challenging to connect the sharp, rebellious youth in those images with the owner of this audiovisual store. "My grandfather often spoke of you," she continues. "He always mentioned that among everyone he has encountered, you possess the highest talent." Turning to prepare hot water, he asks, "Is the old man in good health?" Lei Jing's gaze drops. "He passed away last year." Li Yan's steady hands pour the water without a drop spilled. He sets the kettle down and looks earnestly at her. "Is there something I can assist you with?" After a moment's pause, Lei Jing bites her lip and states, "I hope you, senior brotherly, can come to Guangdong as an advisor for our association." Li Yan raises an eyebrow, responding, "I'm not someone noteworthy, Miss Lei. If I'm being frank, the name Li Yan is almost synonymous with notoriety in martial arts circles. Why would you think I could be of help?" After a brief silence, Lei Jing smiles again. "Rather than notoriety, it may be more accurate to say you're famously feared. Perhaps those individuals do not respect you, but they certainly dread your name." Li Yan chuckles at this observation. "That sounds reasonable. Regrettably, you've arrived too late." He lifts his cup. "Miss Lei, you're someone who has read widely. Are you aware of what AML stands for?" Lei Jing hesitates, then a shadow crosses her features. "Acute myeloid leukemia." Taking a sip of water, Li Yan adds, "A month ago, I was diagnosed with this condition. Your grandfather was aware of my situation. I'm a solitary man and without family." He forces a smile. "So I'm afraid I cannot assist you." She stares at her nails for a moment before speaking hoarsely. "The medical facilities in the South are significantly better than here. I know a few renowned doctors abroad. Leukemia isn't necessarily a death sentence. Even if you have no siblings, there's still a chance of finding a matching bone marrow donor." Raising her gaze, Lei Jing appears far more resolute. "It may seem burdensome for me to put you in this position, but the association represents my grandfather's lifelong work. I cannot bear to see it devolve into a mere tool for power or profit manipulated by politicians. Manipulating power, Li Yan interrupted, finishing the last of his water, toying with his cup while flashing a sudden, mischievous grin. Why should putting the association in your hands be any different than power manipulation? Can you tell me how you differ from those despised politicians? His words are rather brusque, causing the man standing behind Lei Jing to furrow his brow. Unperturbed, she replies in a calm tone, "The Martial Arts Association was founded by my grandfather. I have been involved with it since I was 16. No one understands it better or loves it more than I do." Li Yan shakes his head and sets his cup down. "When I shook hands with you earlier, your hands were soft. You've never practiced martial arts, have you?" She purses her lips. "I have been in poor health since childhood, and the martial arts of my family are quite demanding. Therefore, I've only practiced some breathing exercises to maintain my health." "Ah, I see." Lowering his head, Li Yan abruptly changes the subject. "Miss Lei, do you enjoy reading martial arts novels?" Taken aback by the question, she attempts a response. "Jin Yong? Lao Shi, the broken spirit gun." Lei Jing clearly doesn't comprehend his point, yet the man behind her squints his eyes, appearing intrigued. "In any case, this sickly body of mine truly lacks the strength to assist you. Thank you for your kindness, but if you'd like to stay for a meal, I've boiled some dumplings. If not, feel free to leave. And please light a candle for the old man on my behalf." At this juncture, it is evident that further discussion would be futile. It takes a moment before Lei Jing rises silently, yet she doesn't leave immediately. Instead, under Li Yan's watchful gaze, she pulls out a business card and places it on the table. She states, "Too many people have told me how domineering Li Yan is they could never imagine you in this current state." Li Yan tilts his head, remaining silent. "But my grandfather always respected you. He admired you greatly. Do you know how he assessed you?" Lei Jing looks directly at the man, imitating her grandfather's tone. "A martial artist must first nurture a bit of malice. In my life, I have encountered many young practitioners, yet only this rascal here has fostered enough of that malice. Regardless of whether or not you accept my request, I sincerely hope that this bit of malice within you has not dissipated." With that, Lei Jing turns and departs with the middle-aged man. Li Yan sits in a daze for a moment, then leans down to finish the 2 cups of hot water before erupting into laughter. What a remarkable girl. He wipes his nose with a tissue, indifferent to the crimson stain it leaves, tossing it aside. With a sigh, he reclines on the sofa. "A bit of malice, huh?" Li Yan covers his forehead with his hand, reminiscing about the spirited old man with bushy eyebrows, bitterness mingling within his smile. "I'm sorry, old man." Suddenly, the sound of polished black leather shoes tapping against the floor interrupts his thoughts. Li Yan recognizes the shoe's owner as the man who had trailed behind Lei Jing. "Is there something else you need?" Li Yan inquires, sitting up and looking upwards, instantly shivering as his chest tightens. His chestnut eyes constrict with unease. The man's pale fingers grasp the doorframe, creating an unsettling crack. He hunches forward like a beast, the skin of his face hanging loose, strings of pallid connective tissue trailing down. His visage has become grotesquely decayed. Upon hearing Li Yan's question, the man lifts his head slowly, revealing bloodshot eyes that bulge horrifically, his face contorted into a ghastly mask. Li Yan inhales the frigid air deeply, his chest tightening further as it mixes with the aggressive beats emanating from the television screen, erupting into a sharp and powerful curse. "Damn it." Chapter 2. The Taper and the Guhuo Bird. This is certainly no human. As Li Yan shifted his thoughts, the terrifying monster unleashed a vicious kick, striking like a bolt of black lightning towards his temple. Instinctively, Li Yan raised his arm to defend himself, yet the overwhelming force sent him sprawling sideways. Before he could regain his footing, a domineering shadow descended upon him. He was unable to evade, and a brutal kick slammed into his right shoulder, rendering his entire arm numb. Just as his vision blurred, the malevolent tip of a shoe approached his face. The barrage of kicks fell like a torrential downpour, leaving him no chance to escape. If he were to absorb this strike, he would be either dead or severely injured. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hands to intercept the flying leg of the bald man. Quietly, his left fingers jabbed fiercely at the side of the man's knee. Crack. Thud. The bald man's right foot collided with Li Yan's elbow, yet he collapsed to the ground. The grotesque visage of the bald man was now facing Li Yan. In a flash, having endured the onslaught, Li Yan grasped the bald man's shoulder and leaned back, causing the man's upper body to topple forward uncontrollably. A glint of malice flickered in Li Yan's eyes. In an instant, he rolled over, pinning his right leg against the man's neck, and with a sickening crack, the bald man's arm was brutally torn asunder. Then, he pressed against the bald man's lower back, seized his other arm, and with a decisive pull, disregarding the nauseating sound of bone fracturing, he delivered a forceful kick to the man's shin. The kick was both fierce and precise, dislocating the bald man's calf, twisting it grotesquely outward. Only then did Li Yin rise, towering over the writhing figure of the bald man on the ground, his gaze lingering on the decaying features of the man's face for a protracted moment. Observing the bald man's inability to rise, Li Yin exhaled deeply and turned to retrieve his phone. Yet, at that moment, the man on the ground inexplicably surged to life. With a ghastly grimace, he lunged at Li Yin's thigh, exposing his pallid teeth. As if sensing the threat, Li Yin twisted his waist, spinning around to deliver a flying kick, his right foot slicing through the air and striking the man's temple with brutal precision. The bald man's neck was shattered by the force of the blow, his head twisting at a grotesque angle, hanging askew like a broken spring. The scene was horrific beyond description. Li Yin licked his gums, spitting out a mouthful of blood, remarking to himself, "Quite the fright you gave me." His fierce gaze swept over the lifeless body of the man, exuding a chilling aura of bloodlust, completely devoid of the lethargy typical of a video store owner. What a spectacle! Truly remarkable. The execution of his movements was exquisite, embodying an unyielding momentum. Once the initiative was seized, the opponent stood little chance of recovery. Yet, unexpectedly, a single, fierce counter had turned the tide. It was said that the Li family of Hejin excelled in both firearms and blade work, and their grappling prowess was equally formidable. He lifted his head to regard a short, stout figure standing in the doorway. The individual wore a white tank top, bell-bottom trousers, and flip-flops. His hair was greasy, presenting a disheveled appearance that perfectly embodied the term slovenly. Yet, Li Yin keenly observed the ominous darkness behind the stout man. There was no moonlight, no neon glow, no scent of barbecued food, nor the roar of traffic, only an oppressive, viscous blackness, terrifying in its depth. And what of the woman? Li Yin fixed his gaze on the stout figure. Accepting the situation with remarkable composure, his skills and reactions were exceptional very well. Sensing Li Yin's increasingly hostile demeanor, the stout man chuckled, gesturing towards the ground. Li Yin cast a glance and was astonished to find the corpse of the bald man had vanished. Only the overturned sofa and chaos bore witness to the recent events. Was this a dream? Li Yin touched his forehead, pondering if perhaps nothing had occurred at all. Perhaps he had merely fallen asleep on the sofa after consuming 3 cups of hot water, and there were no leather shoes or grotesque faces to contend with. I have no connection to those two. The only similarity lies in our shared interest in you. Worry not. I merely borrowed a thought from that bald man to greet you, nothing more. They are entirely unaware. Li Yin remained silent, awaiting the stout man's further words. Well then, let me introduce myself. What was my name again? The stout man rummaged through his pockets, producing a jumble of items, crumpled vitamin wrappers, a discount card from a hair salon adorned with crude illustrations, and used, unidentifiable tissue paper, until finally, he extracted a filthy identification card. It bore the 3 characters X, Wang Xiang. In short, you may call me Wang Yang, though you may also refer to me by another name. The stout man grinned enigmatically. The taper. Li Yin shot him a glance and scoffed. A demon, perhaps? Care for some dumplings? Wang Yang appeared momentarily startled, then erupted in laughter, increasingly maniacal. You, huh? You are truly amusing. Li Yin narrowed his eyes, swearing to the ancestral spirits that he longed to imprint the soles of his shoes upon the face of this oily figure, provided he could manage it. I can save your life. The stout man abruptly ceased his laughter. Li Yin stared at him, questioning, do you possess my matching bone marrow? That is far too simplistic. Wang Yang shook his head. I can offer you something far superior. Li Yin let his arms fall, contemplating for a considerable time until Wang Yang's impatience grew palpable. What can you do for me? Wang Yang shrugged. You shall find out by trying, though this is a path from which one cannot retreat. It sounds infinitely better than waiting for death. A cold glimmer flickered in Li Yin's eyes. Very well, speak your piece. The stout man grinned widely, his countenance shifting to an ominous and solemn shade. Then, let us proceed. Behind him, a wave of abyssal darkness surged forth, engulfing the astonished Li Yin entirely. In that moment, Li Yin felt himself plummeting, enveloped in blackness, as countless bizarre and surreal visions danced before his eyes. A black chain stretched across the sky. A colossal palace forged from millions of pounds of green copper, a golden red albatross swirling in the heavens, and amidst the dense, dark clouds, a rich violet thunderstorm brewed. While within the palace, countless immense and mysterious shadows regarded him with an intense gaze. His blood boiled, scorching his vision crimson. Amidst the scarlet haze, he discerned one of those immense, enigmatic shadows. 18 wings of varying lengths, 9 grotesque heads, 1 neck gushing with blood. Awaken her, my wanderer. Who are you? Li Yin could not vocalize, only scream within his heart. Coldness enveloped him, darkness consuming all. Chapter 3. Zishu's passage. As Li Yin opened his eyes, a row of white fluorescent lights greeted him. The cacophony of cheers and the acrid scent of tobacco filled the air, leaving him with a slight headache. He felt the cold cement floor beneath him as he sat up, casting his gaze around the surroundings. Li Yin found himself seated against the wall, facing a boxing ring measuring 5 meters square. To his left, a multitude of seats, hundreds in number, rose in a haphazard fashion, all filled with fervent spectators. Their voices hoarse from shouting and waving white betting slips, their eyes bloodshot. Is this an underground boxing ring? Where's that fat man? Li Yin murmured to himself. At that moment, amidst the overwhelming noise, a raspy voice penetrated his thoughts. Wandering Lord, welcome to Yanfou. We have prepared a new identity for you. One that will arouse no suspicion. Feel free to create a ruckus. Then, Li Yan's eyes fell upon the wall beside him, where soot-stained black letters revealed. Time, 1986 AD. Location, Mongkok, latitude 22. 35 N, longitude 113. 5 E, north of the New Territories in Hong Kong. Kowloon walled city, congested, filthy, chaotic, devoid of light, rife with drug trafficking, smuggling, murder, and robbery. Casinos, brothels, opium dens, heroin houses, dog meat restaurants abound, with lawlessness and rampant organized crime. This is a city of sin, a city of filth, a city of violence, and a city of immense profit. The requirements for the Yanfou event are as follows. 1. Fight through to the 7th round in the Kowloon boxing arena. 2. Acquire any fragment of ancient novel notes. 3. Awaken the Guhuo Bird from the ancient novel notes. The Yanfou event commences upon the completion of any one condition. You may stay for a maximum of 1 month. Please note, if you lose a boxing match, the progress of the current Yanfou event will be disregarded, and you will return immediately. Gift from the MO. Acquire additional purchase rights. 1-1. Your personal information is as follows. Name, Li Yin status, high fever, inflammation, bleeding. Talent, ancient martial arts 81-100. Li Yin stood up, his eyes lingering on the line about talent, sensing something elusive within it that he could not yet grasp. Just then, a sweaty hand, reeking of cheap cigarettes, swung towards his head. Smack! Li Yin seized the assailant's wrist, but before he could exert force, a barrage of insults akin to sizzling beans reached his ears. Standing there like a zombie? You scoundrel! Get in the ring. He glanced at the man, who appeared to be in his 40s, clad in an ill-fitting suit. His face was bloated, his eyes bulging like beans, exuding an air of menace mixed with absurdity. Li Yin quickly lowered his head, releasing the man's wrist, and surreptitiously scanned the wall, which was now just a chaotic smear of smoke, devoid of any discernible words. The man, initially startled by Li Yan's gaze, regained his arrogance upon seeing Li Yin bow his head, straightened his suit, spat on the ground, and muttered, "Foolish. If he truly brought me to Hong Kong in 1986, then there is no reason my illness cannot be cured." Li Yin silently approached the boxing ring, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. Introducing tonight's highest-stakes contender. He is formidable, claiming he will defeat all 6 opponents tonight. The flamboyant host on stage shouted into the microphone, attempting to invigorate the atmosphere. Li Yin felt no discomfort in such an environment. The creature from the video store had ignited a long-buried ferocity within him. As he approached the ring, just as he was about to ascend, a security guard wearing dark sunglasses blocked his path. Over there, the guard pointed to a few fighters standing below the ring. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the crowd, reminiscent of a tsunami. Li Yin looked up to see a dark-skinned, muscular man, arms crossed, stepping onto the stage. Cha-chai, cha-chai, cha-chai. Li Yin regarded the man, known as Cha-chai, with a bemused expression. He was clad in a tight tank top, his body a mass of bulging muscles, with thick calluses on his knees and elbows. Seemingly sensing Li Yan's gaze, Cha-chai turned his head, fixing his steely eyes upon him. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Li Yin approached the 5 fighters waiting for selection, his mind racing with intrigue. From Cha-chai emanated a faint, dark red glow, unnoticed by others. Oddly, as he surveyed the nearby fighters, he discerned the same red hue about them, albeit dimmer than Cha-chai's. The host shrugged casually, stating, "There's no need for me to elaborate on Cha-Chai's ferocity. Those who bet on his victory will profit today. Now, Cha-Chai, please choose your first opponent." Cha-Chai's wolfish gaze remained fixed on Li Yin until he reached the center of the fighter's area, at which point he gestured to the host, pointing directly at Li Yin. A chorus of jeers erupted from the audience. This pale, lanky youth hardly seemed a worthy opponent. Seasoned gamblers speculated he was either an inexperienced fool seeking quick riches or a student coerced into the ring due to overwhelming debts. The host glanced at his notes and announced loudly, "Cha-Chai has selected fighter Li Yin. Li Yin, step up." Li Yin stretched his shoulders and neck, climbing onto the stage. Cha-Chai flashed a cruel smile and made a gesture across his throat towards the impassive Li Yin. Li Yin observed Cha-Chai's swaying form, leaning slightly back and assuming a defensive stance. Whistles erupted from the crowd. "Kid, even pretending to be Bruce Lee won't help you win." Many spectators were there with the expectation that Cha-Chai would sweep through all 6 matches, especially those who had wagered on his triumph. Cha-Chai, hailing from Don Sak in southern Thailand, trained under the famed Muay Thai champion Naifa, known as the Comet of southern Thailand. After 20 years of study, he had shattered countless sour lime trees. Without sufficient skill and confidence, Cha-Chai would not dare to claim he could conquer the Dragon City stage. Suddenly, Cha-Chai charged forward, delivering a fierce and rapid straight punch aimed at Li Yin's face. With a barely perceptible pause of his left foot, his knee strike was already poised to launch. This was a common attack pattern in Muay Thai, using the straight punch as a feint while preparing for a knee strike to gain the upper hand. Once an advantage was seized, it would unleash a storm of elbow strikes and knee blows. Li Yin stepped to the left, his left palm curving to intercept Cha-Chai's wrist, lifting it upward, while his right hand sliced through the outside of Cha-Chai's right arm, targeting his throat. This ghostly speed startled Cha-Chai. His knee had not yet risen, and yet the opponent's palm was less than a foot from his throat. Instinctively, he dodged to the left, but Li Yin had vanished from his sight. Before he could comprehend what had happened, it felt as though a small hammer struck his knee pit, causing Cha-Chai to buckle and collapse to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming like tiny pearls. Behind him stood Li Yin, his expression icy, having just risen. In the front row of the audience, a man adorned with a gold chain and clad in a white suit tilted his head, murmuring to himself, "Zishu's passage? Bagua-pom?" The man in the suit had witnessed the moment clearly. Li Yin had maneuvered through Cha-Chai's armpit, delivering a kick to his knee pit. This was indeed Zishu's passage from Bagua-pom. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What transpired was remarkable. The Thai fighter was swiftly felled by an unfamiliar face. A wave of indignation surged through the crowd as many hurled their paper tickets to the ground, questioning the integrity of the match and accusing Cha-Chai of collusion. With a grim expression, Cha-Chai rose, flexing his right leg, and raised his fist towards Li Yin. "It is my turn." In a swift motion, Li Yin lunged forward, delivering a powerful right straight punch aimed at Cha-Chai's cheek. Cha-Chai prudently guarded his face, successfully blocking the blow. However, Li Yin executed a swift kick, aiming his lower leg toward Cha-Chai's groin, precisely the intention Cha-Chai had moments before. A glint of fury flashed in Cha-Chai's eyes. Li Yin's approach was a profound humiliation to him. Despite the lingering pain in his knee, he instinctively retaliated with a knee strike. Unbeknownst to Cha-Chai, his lifted leg lacked sufficient height and power. Meanwhile, Li Yin seized the opportunity. His airborne lower leg folded outward with astonishing speed, delivering a vicious kick to the side of Cha-Chai's knee. A sickening crack reverberated through the air. The crowd's shouts abruptly ceased as they witnessed the horrifying sight of Cha-Chai's knee being brutally shattered by Li Yin's strike. His lower leg contorted at an unnatural angle. Cha-Chai lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, while Li Yin touched his nose, where blood trickled from 2 wounds. He cast a sidelong glance at the wide-eyed host and nodded, "Announce it." The host, momentarily stunned by the sight of the fallen Cha-Chai, swallowed hard and stammered, "The winner of this bout is Li Yin." Cha-Chai, who had boasted of conquering all, was toppled in the very first round, leaving even the most seasoned gamblers in disbelief. Li Yin, expressionless, raised his hand, declaring, "Wasn't it a challenge to conquer all? Cha-Chai has lost. Who will fight me next?" Chapter 4. The Flowered Shirt and the Scholar of Martial Arts. The fighters in the arena exchanged glances. Li Yin had effortlessly knocked down the Thai fighter Cha-Chai in just 2 encounters. No one was eager to step into the ring and tempt fate at that moment. Haha. Young lad, the ring and launching only opens when there are bets placed. Someone just wagered on Cha-Chai to win, which is why you are allowed to fight. If there were no bets on your match, you would have to step down. The speaker was a man in a white suit known as Pali Yin Lu Shu. His pink shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of a yasha tattoo, and a smile crept onto his unusually pale face as he pulled out a thick stack of cash. Those amateurs are no match for you. Do you have the courage to face my fighter? Regardless of the outcome, this $50,000 will be yours. In the arena of Kowloon City, there existed a hierarchy among the fighters. The match Li Yin had just fought was at level 4, where a victorious fighter earned $5,000. Yet, this man in the golden suit was offering $50,000, a sum Li Yin would need to win 10 matches to accumulate. In 1986 Hong Kong, a bowl of mixed noodles cost $10, and a pack of Marlboro cigarettes was $20. $50,000 was undeniably a fortune. Initially, Li Yin was indifferent to the 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, knowing he could only stay there for a month. Moreover, whether he would even have the chance to spend it remained uncertain. However, when his gaze fell upon the $5 $10,000 notes, he noticed a peculiar inscription, amount, 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Valuable item, redeemable for 5 Yanfou points. Such items can only be exchanged once ownership is confirmed. Note, even a single Yanfou point is what you desire. A once arrogant, bespectacled man approached Li Yin with a forced smile. Brother Jiao, Brother Jiao. The man in the white suit didn't spare him a glance, his focus solely on Li Yin. So, are you going to fight, or not? Brother Jiao. The plump man said, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he forced a smile. If you are willing to bet on a fight, you can choose any fighter here, and I'll have them face you right away. However, letting your man step into the ring, that's against the rules. Only then did Brother Jiao shift his gaze to the greasy face of the plump man, his tone unfriendly. Fatty, are you out of your mind? You want me to spend $50,000 to watch 4th-tier trash fight? Do you take me for a fool? Brother Jiao, how could I dare? The plump man stammered. But Brother Jiao cut him off. No need to say more. I merely want my man to have a bit of fun. I'm willing to pay handsomely. Is there a rule in the committee that forbids outsiders from stepping into the ring? If the higher-ups complain, I'll apologize on your behalf, all right? Now, since I'm in a good mood, get lost. Caught in a dilemma, the plump man noticed the 40 to 50 rough-looking youths surrounding Brother Jiao, all casting unfriendly glances at him. He discreetly glanced at the committee staff for confirmation, who nodded, prompting him to scurry away. Kid, you're lucky, he muttered through gritted teeth as he approached Li Yin. This guy is a rising star in the underworld, a real tough guy. If you put on a good show and take a few hits, the 50,000 is yours. You got that? Li Yin blinked. A gangster, huh? Be smart and count your blessings. All right. Li Yin's expression remained relaxed, despite the high fever, bleeding, and inflammation displayed on his status bar, symptoms of leukemia. His physical condition was indeed poor. He often felt weak, experienced random gum bleeding, or even had fainting spells during training. Yet, in that moment, he felt an unparalleled surge of vitality, the sensation of each punch landing, the salty taste of blood in his mouth, all igniting the fierce desire to live within him. Brother Jiao grinned widely, patting a freckled young man beside him on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, I know you can't wait. Go up to the ring and spar with this Bagua master. Xiao Zhou, not particularly tall, had a sharp crew cut and a fierce glint in his eyes. He stood up and, instead of taking the aisle, jumped directly down from the stands onto the stage. Brother Jiao observed the cold demeanor of Xiao Zhou and shook his head. This young brother hailed from Shandong and had a traditional martial arts background, not just a few years of flashy training, but over a decade of immersion, making him qualified to teach at any martial arts school in Hong Kong. Xiao Zhou had suffered greatly in his early years against a Bagua master, resulting in 5 broken ribs and deafness in his right ear. Thus, he had longed for the chance to face a Bagua practitioner again to settle the score. However, Bagua was predominantly taught in the Beijing-Tianjin area, and there were few genuine Bagua schools in Hong Kong. Brother Jiao knew of a legitimate Bagua inheritor in Kowloon City, but even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to approach that person to let his brother practice. Standing in the ring, Xiao Zhou clasped his hands in a traditional gesture, exhibiting the demeanor of an old-school martial artist rather than a street thug. Du family fist, Zhou Weitao, at your service. Li Yin glanced at him. Li Yin, from Hejian. Xiao Zhou subtly furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger in his eyes, as he stepped forward, elbow thrusting directly at Li Yin's chest. Li Yin gracefully retreated half a step, evading most of Xiao Zhou's momentum, while his left arm lifted to deflect the elbow and his right foot aimed to kick at Xiao Zhou's shin. Yet, when Li Yin made contact with Xiao Zhou's elbow, he sensed an unexpected withdrawal of power, piquing his curiosity. Interesting. Xiao Zhou's eyes gleamed with intensity as he executed a spinning move to dodge Li Yan's kick. His left fist hammering down towards Li Yan's temple like a sledgehammer. Li Yan narrowed his eyes, surprisingly retreating instead of advancing, angling his body to collide with Xiao Zhou. His right hand clawing to grip Xiao Zhou's fist at a 60-degree angle, intending to break his wrist. Drawing from the essence of the old Hong fist, the Du family fist specializes in grappling and elbow strikes. Xiao Zhou chuckled coldly, unconcerned with Li Yan seizing his left hand as he crouched to claw at Li Yan's groin. Li Yan reacted swiftly, raising his knee to intercept Xiao Zhou's hand, while simultaneously exerting force with his right hand to attempt to twist Xiao Zhou's left arm. However, he felt an extraordinarily peculiar strength in Xiao Zhou's hand. Li Yan's effort to twist had no effect, while Xiao Zhou's fist was already hurtling towards Li Yan's chin. A master. At that moment, Li Yan finally recognized that the underworld punk he encountered in the underground fighting arena of Kowloon City was, in fact, a true expert in the Du family fist. Well-versed in its intricate techniques, Li Yan released Xiao Zhou's wrist and swiftly retreated. Brother Jiao leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the ring, his clenched fists relaxing only when he saw Li Yan step back. Xiao Zhou coldly stared at Li Yan and slowly said, "You're quite arrogant." Li Yan squinted and smiled. "I simply didn't expect a street thug to be a true master of the Du family fist. How pitiful that the true teachings of the scholar fist lie dormant, while you resort to underhanded means." These words seemed to strike a nerve with Xiao Zhou, who spat in disdain, sneering at Li Yan. "You, a murderer who illegally crossed into Longcheng, have no right to criticize me for taking shortcuts. If Dong Haichuan knew of your existence, he would surely rise from his grave to set things right." Li Yan paid no mind to Xiao Zhou's taunts, grinning as he replied, "Well then, I suppose it's time to get serious." "Just what I wanted," Xiao Zhou retorted, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Li Yan, who had been at least 5 steps away, suddenly appeared right in front of him. His pale, cold visage loomed directly over Xiao Zhou's eyes, like a ghostly apparition. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. "It is indeed a rare occasion for Brother Jiao to grace our Dragon City with his presence to witness the martial arts arena. However, I have not heard of the red stick accompanying our Dragon City's horsemen." As soon as these words were uttered, they instantly captivated the attention of everyone present at the arena. Outside the hall, a shadowy figure emerged, a group of approximately 30 individuals clad in black suits, their expressions menacing, each bearing a pistol at their waist. Upon witnessing this, the countenance of Hua Shanjiao swiftly darkened. Chapter 5. The arena of Kowloon City. As the speaker entered the venue, the crowd parted like the tide. This was a young man, probably in his 20s, clad in a leather jacket, tall and possessing a slightly boyish face, appearing as if he were still a student. Hua Shanjiao leaned back against a seat and boisterously remarked, "Red Ghost, you startled me. What is going on? Is Old Wu at odds with us? Are the people from Lianshan really going to be driven out just for attending the fights in Dragon City?" The young man, referred to as Red Ghost, settled beside Hua Shanjiao, lit a cigarette, and mumbled, "The feud between Lianshan and Mr. Wu has nothing to do with us who make our living in the boxing ring. We're merely working for the Tai Sui. But do you treat my boxing ring like a chicken coop, coming and going as you please? Isn't that against our rules? Are all spectators now allowed to hop onto the stage? How are we to collect bets if that happens, don't you think?" Hua Shanjiao let out a derisive laugh and gestured towards Li Yan, who was on the boxing stage. "Let me be straightforward. My little Zhou has been looking for a master to practice bagwazang with for quite some time now. You must have heard of it. It's not that I, Hua Shanjiao, seek to cause trouble. I fear that once we leave here, your people may refuse even to meet me. After all, Old Wu and Tai Sui work together in the Dragon City Committee. We see each other often. I understand you don't want to provoke me, and I have no intention of disrupting the rules of Dragon City. I merely wish for my people to spar with your fighters. If you cannot agree to this, then let us lay our cards on the table." Red Ghost crossed his arms and slowly shook his head. "Rules are rules. I cannot meddle in other matters. However, today, if your people step onto the stage, it will be considered causing a disturbance in Dragon City." Hua Shanjiao's expression darkened menacingly, and he remained silent. Xiao Zhou jumped off the ring and called out to Hua Shanjiao, "Brother Jiao, earlier, you mentioned I was under the control of the Dragon City handlers. Meaning as long as I follow the rules and step into the ring, I can spar with him?" Red Ghost raised an eyebrow. "Then you'll have to start from the first ring. If the committee deems your skills comparable and someone is willing to place a hefty bet, then of course, it's possible." "Fine, I will start from the beginning at the Dragon City arena," Xiao Zhou declared. Red Ghost nodded, his indifferent gaze fixed on Hua Shanjiao. What do you say, Brother Jiao? Hua Shanjiu's face was ominously pale, and he said nothing. Xiao Zhou approached him, throat tightening. Brother Jiao. Hua Shanjiu shot him a sidelong glance. What kind of leader doesn't he care for their own people? Xiao Zhou offered an awkward smile. Brother Jiao. I can handle this myself. Hua Shanjiu muttered something, likely a curse, before standing up. He made a sweeping gesture to the 4 or 5 dozen people rising from their seats and headed outside. A few street thugs threw challenging glares at the composed red ghost, who chose to ignore them. Before leaving, Xiao Zhou approached Li Yin. Master Li, there aren't many practicing traditional martial arts in the Kowloon City arena. Today was unsatisfactory. Once I establish my footing in Dragon City, we must have a proper match. Li Yin nodded and spoke. Tell me, Master Zhou, does your brother Jiao's offer of 50,000 still stand? Xiao Zhou paused, his expression turning peculiar, before he slowly nodded. It does. You have gained 5 Yanfou points. You have unlocked additional purchasing privileges in this Yanfou incident, 01. Your purchasing options are as follows. 1. A glimpse of the swallow, category, skill scroll, quality, ordinary. This allows you to acquire personal information about others, with a chance of uncovering their weaknesses. You may use this skill directly, consuming 1 Yanfou point per use, or spend 10 Yanfou points to purchase it outright for unlimited use. 2. ES Hematopoietic Cell Enhancer, category, consumable, quality, excellent, origin, Big Ben Research Institute. This has remarkable healing effects on bodily mechanisms damaged by blood and hematopoietic cell disorders. It can also enhance the user's blood vitality, with a minuscule chance for ordinary users to grasp the skill, blood activation. You may obtain it for 10 Yanfou points. 3. ES Hematopoietic Cell Completer, category, consumable, quality, rare, origin, Big Ben Research Institute. This has exceedingly powerful healing effects on blood and cell disorders and can also enhance the user's blood vitality. Healthy individuals who consume it will grasp the skill, blood activation. You may acquire it for 300 Yanfou points. Please note, the additional purchasing privileges gifted by MO can be activated once in each Yanfou incident. After 3 Yanfou incidents, the privilege will disappear. Mo's message, newcomer, I believe I've been quite generous. After reading this information, Li Yin felt a sudden clarity. The ES Hematopoietic Cell Completer. This was the remedy promised by that plump man, capable of curing his ailment. What he needed to do was accumulate enough Yanfou points. At this moment, Li Yin began to seriously contemplate what it meant to secure ownership. After all, this determined how he would acquire wealth. There were countless ways to make quick money in this world. Li Yin sat in a corner, feigning distraction while calculating in his mind. A figure approached him. Looming over him, it was Red Ghost. Your name is Li Yin, right? How long have you been in Hong Kong? Li Yin looked up, feigning to rub his eyes. Just recently. The young man known as Red Ghost crouched down. From now on, you'll fight under my banner. Money and women, I will not shortchange you. Do you understand? Li Yin nodded, his expression cold. Red Ghost smiled. Follow me. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Li Yin silently stood and scrutinized the amiable-looking Red Ghost. Unbeknownst to him, as he gazed at Red Ghost, a ripple of darkness flickered in his pupils. You have acquired some information. Viewing it will cost 1 Yanfou point. Do you wish to view it? Li Yin contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to check Red Ghost's information, simply following him up the stairs. The two ascended to the rooftop, where disorganized antennas jutted out from the cement surface, leaving no place to step. As he gazed out, he beheld the haphazardly constructed, dilapidated buildings, crowded yet bustling with life, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Kowloon City, a place that frightens many when spoken of, is not so bad, really. I'll take you out for dog meat hot pot sometime. I guarantee you'll love it, Red Ghost remarked. Dragon City is notorious for being a no-man's land. No one oversees it. Malaysians, Macanese, Taiwanese, every year, countless fugitives flee here, either working for the triads or ending up in the boxing ring, just like you. After a pause, he continued. 90% of the young ladies in Hong Kong hail from here. Half of the people in Kowloon City have dabbled in drugs, arms, smuggling, human trafficking, casinos, brothels. It's a chaotic scene, with numerous factions like Lianxing, 14K, and Hong Yan. He pointed a finger. But in Dragon City, the committee does not permit disturbances. No one dares to cause trouble. When the committee speaks, not a single faction would dare to oppose. Here, the governor holds no power compared to the committee. Do you understand? Red Ghost did not expect Li Yin to respond and continued speaking to himself. In Longqing, you engage in boxing under the auspices of Tai Sui, a member of the Longqing Executive Committee. The business behind every boxing arena, great and small, is overseen by Tai Sui. I have heard from Fei Bo about your exploits. Today you seemed particularly vigorous, bringing down Cha Kai in just 2 exchanges. Fei Bo even remarked that he misjudged your capabilities. When I first arrived in Hong Kong, I struggled with the environment and fell gravely ill. Only recently have I begun to recover. Hong Guo nodded in acknowledgement, showing no inclination to inquire further. He lit a cigarette and remarked, Tai Sui has a keen appreciation for fighters with sharp prowess. You have a promising future ahead. Li Yin gazed at the dilapidated buildings surrounding him, seemingly indifferent as he inquired, Brother Hong Guo, I've heard that I am fighting on the 4th platform. What remuneration can one expect from the higher tiers? Hong Guo sniffed slightly and replied, the 4th platform is modest, typically. Only the workers and small business owners of launching attend. Winning a match there earns you 5,000, while a loss still nets you 1,000. The top 5 platforms operate daily. As long as someone is willing to place you in the ring, there is profit to be made. The 6th platform does not run every day. There are fewer fighters, approximately 3 or 4 times a week. A victory there can yield 30,000, while a defeat results in 5,000. The options are diverse. If a generous gambler is willing to stake more, one can engage in cage fights or weapon duels. And it is possible to earn hundreds of thousands in a single night. However, fatalities often occur. Hong Guo spoke of such matters with a casual tone. Yet Li Yin could vividly imagine the scene in the ring. 2 individuals wielding deadly weapons, wagering their lives, blood staining the ground, while the audience erupted into frenzied screams. Contemplating these thoughts, a chill flickered in the corner of Li Yan's eye. Chapter 6, 3 million in a month. With a splash, Li Yan stepped into the murky water, sending a spray of filthy droplets into the air. A mouse, scarcely larger than a cat, darted past him in fright. The stench of decay wafted from the fishball processing factory behind the building, regardless of the legendary tales spun by future generations about Kowloon walled city. Its true essence was one of filth and decay. The opulent venues within the enclave were far beyond Li Yan's reach at present. A set of keys dangled from Li Yan's thumb, belonging to one of the rooms in the weathered apartment before him. These keys were a token of goodwill from the Red Ghost, sparing Li Yan the indignity of sharing a room with the lesser boxers. The apartment was a mere 15-minute walk from Longjing Road, where the Kowloon boxing arena was situated, a convenience for Li Yan. In launching, every boxer needed to secure a suitable manager, commonly referred to as the launching coach. The timing and style of their bouts were all orchestrated by the manager. Previously, Li Yan's manager had been a portly man with small eyes, known as Fat Bo. Now, however, his manager was the illustrious Red Ghost. Unlike Fat Bo, who held sway only in the 4th ring, the Red Ghost was a renowned figure throughout the launching boxing scene. He had graced the ring at 13 under the name Chen Minhong and became the champion of the 6th ring by 21. His prowess in the ring earning him a formidable reputation. After retiring, he became one of the most trusted managers for the formidable Tai Sui, even drawing a warm greeting from the committee president, Wu Haoshi, who would smile and call him Ahong. For Li Yan, being under the tutelage of the Red Ghost was a cause for celebration, a stark contrast to the fate he faced with Fat Bo. Yet, at this moment, Li Yan, who had seemingly ascended to great heights in Fat Bo's eyes, was rummaging through his pockets for spare change, his expression far from triumphant. 300 points of Yanfou required a staggering 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Should he consider robbing a bank? Although the MO had granted Li Yan 3 opportunities to accumulate the necessary points, he was clearly impatient. He envisioned a swift resolution. In the year 1986, within Kowloon walled city, he would amass 3 million Hong Kong dollars in a month. Meow looking down, Li Yan spotted a small orange kitten pacing at his feet, its nose occasionally bumping against his pant leg. Ami, a soft, youthful voice drifted from the staircase. Li Yan turned to see a girl of about 13 or 14, dressed in a faded shirt and barefoot, her demeanor timid and somewhat apprehensive. Meow at the sound of its owner's call, the kitten bounded to the girl, purring loudly. I'm sorry, sir. Ami always likes to run off. Li Yan smiled. Your cat is adorable. With that, he stepped into the apartment, searching for the room number the Red Ghost had provided. Little sister, do you know where room 413 is? The girl nodded, picking up her cat and gesturing for Li Yan to follow her. After a minute or two, she stopped and pointed to a door with the corresponding number. Here it is. Thank you, little sister. Here, let me treat you to some candy. Li Yan produced 2 milk candies from his pocket, purchased earlier on Longjing Road to soothe his own discomfort. Ah Xiao, who are you talking to so late? A woman's gravelly voice emerged from the adjacent apartment, clearly strained. Nothing, Mom. I just went downstairs to find Ami noticing the candy in Li Yan's hand. The girl hesitated, but upon hearing her mother's voice, she hurriedly bid farewell and retreated inside. Li Yan unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth, not giving it much thought as he took out his keys and unlocked his door. The presence of a mother and daughter next door was preferable to the potential trouble posed by unsavory characters. At least for now, Li Yan wished to avoid any complications. Though the apartment was cramped, it was relatively clean. However, the pungent odor emanating from the fishball factory behind the building was overwhelming, seeping in even with the windows shut. Li Yan merely sought a place to rest. After a brief tidying, he collapsed into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, at a gambling den. Open. 12 o'clock, Bick. As the dice came to a halt, a middle-aged man, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, collapsed onto the floor. The onlookers around the gambling table exhibited a range of emotions. Some were elated, while others seethed with frustration, but none paid him any heed, treating him like refuse destined for the street. Come on, bets are locked. The dealer, dark tooth tie, his hair unkempt and teeth stained, shouted with a jovial demeanor. Wait, I'm still betting on small. The middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, croaked in panic. Show me the money, old man. Dark tooth tie spat, his voice dripping with contempt. He could easily discern the man's empty pockets should he dare to provoke further. Tai would have him dragged out back and disposed of like yesterday's trash. With trembling lips, the man produced a flat wooden box from his coat. How much is this worth? Opening the box revealed a sheet of pale yellow rice paper adorned with intricate golden patterns, depicting a vividly rendered Kuei-Nyo, its golden fur glinting in the light, standing majestically as if howling at the heavens. The reverse side was covered in dense, tiny script. Without a moment's hesitation, Dark Tooth Tai slapped the wooden box and its contents back into the man's face. What the hell? You think a box of toilet paper can be exchanged for cash? You think this is ghost money? If you have no money, get lost. The man staggered back, blood streaming from his nose as he muttered. You don't know the value of antiques. He dusted himself off, swaying as he made his way outside, oblivious to the attention he was attracting while drunkenly stumbling through the narrow streets of Kowloon. Ragged fool, speaking nonsense, he grumbled, unaware of a shadow creeping up behind him. Seizing the opportunity, the assailant struck him on the back of the head with a cement block. The man crumpled to the ground, and the attacker eagerly rifled through his pockets, but found nothing. Frustrated, he caught sight of the exquisite golden rice paper the man had clutched and snatched it away, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before turning to flee. Just then, a hand clamped tightly onto his pant leg, tripping him to the ground. The middle-aged man, bloodied and moaning, pleaded, help me. The assailant, trembling, kicked the man in the chest, trying to pry his grip loose, but the man's hold was unyielding. Gasping for breath, the attacker felt a surge of rage and, seizing the blood-stained cement block, raised it high above his head. With a heavy thud, Li Yan's palm came crashing down upon the attacker's face, instantly rendering him unconscious. This kid is sharp. 5 consecutive wins in one night. What the hell? This guy is clearly not fourth ring material, yet he's allowed to fight? Red Ghost leaned against the edge of the ring, signaling for Li Yan to exit the arena. What's going on, Brother Hong? Li Yan asked, half-jokingly. Red Ghost sighed with a bitter smile. Continuing this way, even an imbecile would discern the predictability of your actions, leading to a financial debacle for me in the ring. Come with me. Your final bout tonight will be in a more prestigious venue. Very well, where to? Red Devil extinguished his cigarette on the ground. The Fui Building. Chapter 7. The harmonious flow of strength and gentleness. Mingi Fist. The Fui Building, as mentioned by the Red Ghost, also stands on Longjing Road, a rather imposing structure of deep black hues. As they ascended in the elevator, the Red Ghost casually remarked to Li Yan, those who come to Fui Building to watch the boxing matches are either affluent or noble. An evening's expenditure can easily exceed 100,000. The fighters here receive a share. If you wish to establish yourself, you must secure a substantial backer. I will handle the arrangements. Just refrain from speaking out of turn. The elevator soon reached its destination, and the door slid open, prompting Li Yan to raise an eyebrow at the sight before him. The upper 10 floors of this building were interconnected, soaring approximately 30 meters high, with a 4-tiered viewing area adorned with 16 elegant lanterns. A rich crimson carpet lined the wooden staircases, and at the center, a marble boxing ring was encircled by columns of exquisite white jade, exuding an air of antiquity. Attentive waitresses clad in black tailcoats flitted about, serving drinks to the patrons. How does it look? Quite the spectacle, isn't it? Unfortunately for you today, but come another time. And there will be bunny girls to enjoy, the Red Ghost jested as a flustered waiter approached. Brother Red Ghost, Mrs. Deng insists on seeing you, the waiter reported anxiously. The Red Ghost rubbed his face and turned to Li Yin, saying, "Our backer has arrived." With that, he led Li Yin to the staircase and into a private room. Li Yin found it hard to comprehend how such a brutal spectacle could attract women, but the world is indeed full of wonders. Upon entering a modestly sized suite, they were greeted by shards of brown glass scattered across the floor, refracting light in a whimsical dance. On the table lay foreign spirits and delicacies that Li Yin could not identify. Slouched on a sofa was a striking woman in her 30s. Her cascading waves of hair framing a slender waist and long legs, her captivating eyes adorned with enchanting dimples, and her lips perpetually curved in a slight, fierce grin. "Did you send a Hong to me just to play dead? Is he out drinking soup outside of Long City?" she inquired sharply. "Judy, Brother Red Ghost truly is out," the waitress replied, her expression one of discomfort as another attendant cleaned up the broken bottles. "Speak nonsense, I just returned," the Red Ghost interjected as he stepped through the door. "Everyone out." The waitstaff fled in relief, and Li Yin glanced between the woman and the Red Ghost, initially contemplating an exit, but a glare from the latter made him reconsider. "Judy, what has you so fired up? You're wrinkling," the Red Ghost teased, taking a seat beside her and lifting 2 glasses of wine, speaking sincerely. The woman accepted a glass, tilting her chin with dissatisfaction. "Ah, you Ghost finally deigns to show his face, disappearing all night. Were you avoiding me because you knew I was in Long City?" "Of course not. I was just overseeing my new blood," the Red Ghost responded innocently, his youthful visage proving quite disarming to her. "Ah Yin, come here." Reluctantly, Li Yin approached, mustering a smile for the woman. Judy examined him from head to toe. His cheeks were sunken, cheekbones pronounced, and his jawline elegantly defined, with slightly raised brows and a steady gaze. After sipping her golden drink, her lips became even more alluring. "You're quite the handsome one. I wonder if you can hold your own. I prefer my fighters to be charming, but if you end up on the mat after just a round or two, I would lose face. Last time, my fighter lost, and that scoundrel He Changhong made a fool of me." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with an idea. "How about you take the stage, Ahong? I will support you regardless of the cost." "All right," the Red Ghost nodded, downing his drink. "But we must give the newcomers a chance. If a Yin loses, I shall step in to settle accounts with young Master He on your behalf." Judy beamed sweetly. "It's settled then. Young brother, you must endure for a while." Li Yin lowered his gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Sister Judy, you jest. Brother Red Ghost is my boss. It would be too embarrassing to have him fight." Her laughter was infectious, if you can withstand it. "I will surely take care of you." Li Yin's temples throbbed slightly, yet his expression remained amiable. "Don't say I didn't look out for you." Judy is a significant figure in Long City's ring. Her deceased husband was a justice of the peace, and she possesses a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Every night, her drink tab reaches 70 to 80,000. If you can cling to her, your rise to success is guaranteed. Li Yin imitated the Red Ghost's earlier demeanor, rubbing his face and grinning sheepishly. "So what do you want me to do?" The Red Ghost patted Li Yin's shoulder. "If you win this match, it will secure your standing at the 6th arena. I haven't taken on new blood in a long time. Please don't let me down. Style is assured, but flamboyance is not my forte. As long as you don't make me resort to selling my looks, I'll show you my prowess." The Red Ghost's smile revealed a charming dimple. "Step onto the stage." Li Yin was the first to enter the ring, casting a glance at the bettors in the stands, eventually locking eyes with Judy, who raised her brow at him while holding a goblet that revealed her fair wrist. With her wealth, 3 million was but a trifling sum. As the cheers grew louder, Li Yin turned to face his final opponent of the evening, a man in his 30s with a sallow complexion, dressed in black training attire, his demeanor cold. This man, named Chung Hunan, was a fugitive wanted by the Japanese government for heinous crimes, having brutally murdered 7 young women in Hokkaido, the last of whom was a mere 14 years old. He had no inkling that his final victim was the only daughter of the deputy head of the inaugural, and thus he found himself hunted down by the organization. With nowhere else to turn, he fled to Long City, where stepping outside would spell his doom. Chung Hunan was adept with firearms and knives, and he possessed formidable skills in Okinawa's Goju-ryu karate. Before Li Yin, he had already claimed victory in 3 consecutive matches, leaving his opponents severely injured. As the white towel fell to the ground, Li Yin surged forward, his right hand striking like lightning against Chung Hunan's elbow, while his left palm sliced towards the man's neck, his temperament fierce and uncontrolled. Spectators gasped at this newcomer's audacity to confront Ching Hunan, while the red ghost's gaze shifted to Li Yin's quietly advancing left foot. Ching Hunan twisted his torso, his fist colliding with Li Yin's incoming arm, and with a straight right arm, he lunged to seize Li Yin's upper arm. The moment his palm made contact with Li Yin's shoulder, a smirk crept across his face. He had not anticipated that this tall, slender youth would be so easily subdued. Yet, he pressed on, his fingers digging deep, his thumb like an iron hook aiming for Li Yin's shoulder blade. As the audience collectively sighed, having witnessed Chung Hunan's grip, they knew that once he ensnared an opponent, there was little hope for escape. However, Li Yin, caught in his grasp, suddenly propelled his right leg skyward, using his previously advanced left foot as leverage, and his right foot struck fiercely at Chung Hunan's jaw, causing the latter's head to snap back and blood to spray forth, his grip loosening. Li Yin, relentless in his pursuit of justice, surged forward, seizing the wrist of Ching Hunan, who was leaning backward. A glint of fierce determination flickered in the corner of his eye. Drawing upon the strength of the southern fist and the white crane style, he declared, "Today, I shall pay homage to our ancestral master." Chapter 8, A Clue. Although Goju-Ryu karate may not enjoy the same worldwide acclaim as the Kyokushin style, renowned for its association with Majitatsu Oyama, it remains a distinguished and practical school of karate. Its roots can be traced back to the Southern School of Traditional Martial Arts. The founder of Goju-Ryu, Miyagi Chojun, was a disciple of the esteemed master Tuan Na Kiniai, who himself learned from the famous Fujin master Xie Zongxiang, known as Ho Ru Si. Miyagi also traveled to China to study martial arts. The techniques of both masters are derived from the white crane style of Southern Shaolin. The very name Goju-Ryu is inspired by a phrase from the famous Ming military treatise Wu Bei Ji. The modern fascination with Goju-Ryu, often dismissing traditional martial arts as mere flowery punches and embroidered kicks, creates an ironic situation that is difficult to fully explain. Li Yin, despite hailing from a northern martial arts family, spent 7 years in Guangdong, and with his solid foundation and remarkable talent, his understanding of Southern martial arts rivals that of his contemporaries among Southern masters. He expressed his desire to showcase the prowess of the white crane style to Chung Hunan, an assertion not made lightly. With fingers poised like claws, Li Yin deftly flipped Chung Hunan's wrist outward, while his left hand, fingers united in a beak-like formation, thrust like an iron spike towards his opponent's armpit. Chung Hunan, seasoned from countless battles, though suffering considerable pain, did not attempt to create distance. Instead, he bore the agony of Li Yin's assault, crashing into him and wrapping his right arm around Li Yin's waist like a steel whip, attempting to bite Li Yin's ear in a savage display of desperation. Without ample combat experience, even seasoned martial artists with greater skill than Li Yin could easily fall prey to such feral tactics. However, at merely 25 years of age, Li Yin's combat experience was astonishing, earning him the nickname the Lean Tiger of Hejin. This moniker was forged through the blood and sweat of his fists and kicks. Just as Chung Hunan's arm made contact with Li Yin's waist, Li Yin's right elbow viciously struck Chung Hunan's face with a resounding thud. Blood mixed with sweat erupted forth, and 2 shattered teeth spiraled through the air, landing outside the ring. Stunned by the forceful elbow strike, Chung Hunan found himself vulnerable as Li Yin unleashed a barrage of blows upon him. Onlookers below the stage could clearly see Chung Hunan lifted off the ground, his heels barely touching, as if his body were a broken doll, ravaged by Li Yin's relentless assault. The techniques of the Ming He fist, such as double arrow thrusts, single chop strikes, and the swift snake fangs, descended upon Chung Hunan in a relentless flurry. A torrent of blood soaked the ground, Li Yin's formidable strikes nearly obliterating his opponent. The spectators, transfixed in shock, felt as though they were choking, their wide eyes glued to Chung Hunan's blood-drenched form, oblivious to the cigar burning down in their mouths. After what felt like an eternity, Chung Hunan collapsed onto the ground, a pool of blood rapidly forming around him, frothy blood erupting from his mouth and nose, eventually ceasing his convulsions. In that moment, both the audience and the fighters fell silent. Li Yin stood upright, blood dripping from his fingers onto the ring, shaking his fist and turning to the stands. Suddenly, the Fuyuda building erupted with deafening cheers and shouts. "What a thrill! I'd wager $1 million to see this young man fight again. Let us have another weapon duel." Li Yin surveyed the audience, a fleeting glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes before it was quickly suppressed. The red ghost nodded in satisfaction. Well done. In a dimly lit private room, hidden from view, the air was filled with enticing and rhythmic gasps. On the LCD screen, Li Yan stood, his hands dripping with blood, his gaze defiant. His muscular form exuding raw power and a potent aura of masculinity. The breaths grew increasingly frantic, culminating in a sigh of satisfaction. Delicately, a slender hand groped in the shadows, accidentally knocking over a wine glass, oblivious to the chaos around her. After a moment, she finally grasped a bottle of champagne. Judy's cheeks flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her smooth collarbone as she poured the champagne over herself. After a while, she regained her composure, turning to face the screen showing Li Yan, her alluring features sparkling with mischief, a playful smile gracing her lips. What a significant matter to trouble Inspector Li. Commissioner C. Li Zheng of the Kowloon Walled City Executive Committee chuckled as he poured a cup of tea for an elderly man with graying hair and a stern demeanor. Li Yaoguang, the chief Chinese inspector of the Hong Kong police, known as the White-Headed Detective, replied candidly, I must request the Flying Tiger Squad to assist in the case within the walled city. C. Li Zheng shrugged. Since when did the Hong Kong police need to report to the committee? It's up to you, Inspector Li. He sipped his tea, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. But, is there a threat to the governor that necessitates such formidable assistance? Liu Guang laid 4 photographs on C. Li Zheng's desk. What are these? C. Li Zheng inquired casually. Notorious gangsters. C. Li Zheng's brow furrowed, as if scalded by the tea. The leader, known as a Dong, has a criminal record. The other 3 are his compatriots. 4 days ago, they robbed the Fengpa Bank of over 460,000 Hong Kong dollars and jewelry worth approximately 20 million, along with a collection of antiques. During the heist, they killed 5 security personnel. These individuals are skilled marksmen and bold, making them difficult to apprehend. When the police cornered them, one was shot. And while we recovered most of the stolen items, the whereabouts of the antiques remain unknown. We have sealed off Tseung Kwan O and Kun Tong, searching every hospital in Hong Kong, but to no avail. As he spoke, the elderly man produced another photograph depicting a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. This man was the bank manager of Feng Pe, already dismissed. We suspect he colluded with the gangsters, possibly even orchestrating the robbery. However, last night, his body was discovered in Kowloon Walled City, bludgeoned to death with a blunt object, severing our leads. The old man tapped the table. This case has sent shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. The only private clinic willing to accept them is in Kowloon Walled City, and since the bank manager was found dead here, I hope the committee can assist us in locating them. C. Li Zheng did not hesitate long. After weighing his options, he spoke with unwavering confidence. If they are indeed in the walled city, I will find them within 3 days. Li Yaoguang's brow, once tightly furrowed, relaxed slightly. I appreciate your assistance, Commissioner C. These individuals are cornered and desperate. They are capable of anything. If found, do not alarm them. Leave it to the police to handle. Cooperation between the police and the public is vital. C. Li Zheng smiled. By the way, what antiques did they steal? I'll have someone check for leads. Li Yaoguang handed over a list of antiques. C. Li Zheng glanced at it, his eyes widening at the first line. Master Lin Yutong's treasured collection of ancient novels. Chapter 9. The 5th day Chung Hunan met a tragic end. This marked Li Yan's first experience of taking a life. It was difficult for him to feel any compassion for someone like Chung Hunan. Yet, he understood that had he perished in the ring, the gamblers would have cheered in a frenzy. He prided himself on being more lucid than others, refusing to numb himself with notions of righteous justice or the idea that such a person deserved to die. The reality was that Chung Hunan's death in the arena, while he emerged alive, had nothing to do with the concepts of good and evil. Before the mirror, Li Yan cleansed his hands and muttered to himself. He thought of the flamboyant Huashan Jiu from Lianxing, the skilled Wenxingquan fighter Xiao Zhou, his manager Hong Gui, the formidable Judy, and the unseen boss, Tai Sui. Li Yan had a vague sense that he could see something valuable, 3 million Hong Kong dollars and ancient novels, perhaps even more. Stepping out of the restroom, Li Yan entered the lounge in search of Hong Gui, drawing the attention of several fighters. There was a dark-skinned Filipino, a fierce-looking Malaysian, a stoic Vietnamese, and even a burly black man, each emanating varying shades of red light. Through days of contemplation, Li Yan had come to understand the significance of this red glow. It only manifested when someone harbored hostility toward him, intensifying with the threat level they posed. This seemed to be a peculiar privilege of his, invisible to others. Among them, the deepest red belonged to a Vietnamese man in combat gear, polishing a dagger. Li Yan perceived that his aura rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Xiao Zhou. As he traversed the lounge, he spotted Hong Guo approaching. "Here you go," Hong Guo said, shoving a stack of cash into Li Yan's shirt pocket. "Open an account later. I'll deposit your winnings from the match." "What's this?" Li Yan inquired, gesturing at the money. With a smirk, Hong Guo replied, "That's from Mrs. Deng. She wants you to buy some nicer clothes. She'd like to invite you to dinner tomorrow." Li Yan nodded, choosing not to comment. "You must be hungry after all this fighting. Come, I'll take you for a late-night snack." Li Yan hesitated. "Hong Guo, I just saw blood. I'm not feeling well. Perhaps another time?" "Seeing blood means you need to replenish your strength. Let us go." Li Yan smiled, yielding to Hong Guo's insistence. He found this man to be surprisingly warm-hearted. Contrary to Li Yan's expectations, Hong Guo did not escort him to a brothel but rather to a smoky hot pot restaurant, which left Li Yan somewhat disappointed. The boiling milky broth, bubbling with vibrant red peppers, was enticing. "This dog meat hot pot is quite authentic. Give it a try," Hong Guo urged, picking up chopsticks and sampling the dish. As they savored the meal, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Hong Guo casually inquired, "So, which master did you learn boxing from? I noticed you were practicing Baguazhang before, but today you switched to Mingi." Li Yan smiled. "You seem knowledgeable about traditional martial arts." Hong Guo shook his head. "Not really. Who in Dragon City would dare claim expertise in martial arts on Tai Sui's turf? My limited knowledge comes from his guidance." Li Yan's interest was piqued. "Tai Sui is well-versed in traditional martial arts? The honorary president of the Hong Kong National Martial Arts Association. He has probably kicked down countless martial arts schools in Hong Kong. His reputation in the Dragon City arena was built on his skills," Hong Guo explained. Li Yan nodded. "So what style does Tai Sui practice?" "Hungar? Choi Li Fut." Hong Guo shot Li Yan a look of mock annoyance. "You cheeky brat. Shouldn't I be asking you?" Li Yan chuckled. "I once studied under a master of the White Crane School in Guangdong, so I suppose I have some skills." His gaze flickered momentarily. "I wonder if Hong Guo has heard of Lei Hongsheng?" Hong Guo pondered, then shook his head. "Nope." Li Yan fell silent, focusing on his meal. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure, a girl he recognized from across the street, whose name he believed to be a Xiao. She appeared to be working late, likely due to the challenging living conditions in Dragon City. However, she seemed to be in trouble at that moment. "You blind fool. Clumsy," a young man with a nose ring and dyed tips shouted, pointing at the wet spot on his pants. I'm sorry," a Xiao stammered, her face pale with fear. "Watch it," the young man yelled, grabbing a water jug from the table and hurling it at her face. A Xiao instinctively dodged, causing boiling water to splash onto the floor, creating a cloud of steam. "Don't you dare dodge," the man snarled, raising his hand to slap her. With a resounding crack, a Xiao's cheek reddened visibly as he pulled her hair, causing tears to well in her eyes. The little orange kitten at her feet mewed desperately, adding to the chaos. "Lick it clean," the man demanded, but suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, followed by a resounding crack. A moment later, a size 41 shoe came crashing down, nearly flattening his nose. He was sent sprawling, knocking over tables and chairs. Doused in scalding hot pot broth. "It's just hot water. Let me apologize to the young lady," Li Yan said, a relaxed smile on his face as he pulled a Xiao to safety, addressing the fallen man. At that moment, more than a dozen gang members surrounded Li Yan, brandishing knives that glinted ominously. "Everyone stay still." The nose ring man, trembling, stood up, his eyes filled with malice. "How bold? Where do you think you are?" Li Yan almost burst into laughter at the classic Hong Kong movie line. He remained silent, merely shaking his head. "Playing the hero, are we? Do you think you can take on the people from Shunchang?" The man circled Li Yan, his crooked nose appearing both absurd and menacing. He seized a fruit knife from one of his lackeys and slammed it on the table. "Since you enjoy playing the hero so much, why not go all the way? Stab me in the neck and end it, or else I'll kill." Before he could finish, Li Yan swiftly drew the knife and lunged it toward the man's neck. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh sent the man into a state of panic. He collapsed onto the ground, gripping the knife handle tightly. His eyes bulging as warmth trickled down his pants. After a moment, he realized his neck felt cold. The fruit knife had pierced through his collar, and an icy chill enveloped him. "I thought you weren't afraid of death," Li Yan remarked, looking down at the man with an amused smile. "Kill him." The nose ring man shrieked in a frenzied rage. A fleeting flash of ferocity crossed Li Yan's face as he prepared to spring into action. From across the table, a voice reminiscent of a student exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, such sharpness in your strikes. I am fortunate to witness this." The man adorned with a nose ring shot a fierce glare in that direction, but upon discerning the visage of the man at the table, whose brow was glistening with sweat from the hot pot, his fierce demeanor instantly crumbled. Red, brother Red Ghost, you are here as well. Red Ghost smiled and nodded. Well, but I do not believe we have met. What brings you to Yishan Chang? The man with the nose ring wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow and replied tremulously, Yishan Chang. The famed red-headed Kai from the 432 grass shoe, under the auspices of the formidable Mountain Blade Pong. Oh, if you mention Four-Eyed Pong, I am aware. Red Ghost remarked, wiping his mouth. I frequent this establishment. The young lady here works hard. Why the outburst? You ought to apologize to her and then take your leave without further ado. The man with the nose ring forced a smile and nodded, approaching the young girl with a congenial demeanor. My dear sister, I beg your pardon. I am a coarse fellow. Please forgive my brusqueness. I sincerely apologize. Ashio timidly stepped back behind Li Yin, refraining from uttering a word. Boss, red-headed Kai exclaimed, producing Hong Kong dollars from his pocket and placing them into the hands of the hot pot restaurant owner. He thumped his chest, undeterred by the remnants of broth clinging to his head, declaring, I will cover all damages incurred here. With that, the man with the nose ring turned to Red Ghost. Brother Red Ghost, what do you think? Red Ghost waved his hand dismissively. The man with the nose ring, as if granted a pardon, hastily retreated with his companions from the hot pot stall. Do not let this spoil your mood. Let us continue eating, Li Yin urged, pulling Ashio down to sit beside him. Indeed, Brother Red Ghost holds quite the influence. Red Ghost chewed on some dog meat, speaking indistinctly. The mainland has undergone reform and opening. What can one expect of a life of disorder? There lies no future. Li Yin took a hearty swig of white liquor, the potent spirit reddening his complexion, leaving him momentarily speechless. Today marked the 5th day of his sojourn in Kowloon walled city. Chapter 10, Life and Death Reversal, Part 1. Returning to the subject, I was surprised to discover your affinity for this particular style. No wonder you showed no reaction when I introduced Judy to you. The Red Ghost glanced at Ashio, who sat beside him, head bowed. She is my neighbor. The key to her apartment was given to me by you. Do you not recall? The apartment on Su Miao Street. The Red Ghost suddenly understood. Li Yin picked up the small cat that had been circling under the table and placed it on Ashio's lap. When do you finish work? I'll take you back to apply some ointment. You'll be fine by tomorrow. Ashio bit her lip and nodded. By the way, Yin, the Red Ghost said as he pulled an Ericsson phone from his pocket and slid it across the table. Li Yin glanced at it, exclaiming dramatically, Wow, Brother Red Ghost. You're treating me so well, gifting me a house and a mobile phone. Just to clarify, I'm not gay. The Red Ghost rolled his eyes at Li Yin and retorted, You don't need to step into the ring tomorrow. Go buy yourself a nicer suit. When I call you to meet Judy, if you dare to play hide-and-seek, I'll toss you into the sea. Be sure to remember. Li Yin said with a playful grin as he accepted the phone. The two continued to eat until late into the night, after which Li Yin escorted Ashio back to her apartment on Su Miao Street. It's quite late. Your mother must be worried about you. Go inside. And see you tomorrow, Li Yin said kindly as he glanced at the door of room 412 beside Ashio. Ashio looked up at Li Yin for a moment and sweetly said, Thank you. Yin go. Li Yin scratched his head, smiled at the girl, and opened his own door. Bang. After the door closed, the hallway lights dimmed significantly, casting a half-light, half-shadow on the girl's face. Upon closing the door, Li Yin was overwhelmed by a wave of pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. He hastily shoved a few pieces of candy into his mouth, but to no avail. The deep-seated agony made his expression appear somewhat deranged. Since he had stepped down from the ring, Li Yin began to feel waves of bone pain, which was why he initially refused the Red Ghost's invitation. The white wine at the table had temporarily alleviated the discomfort, but upon returning to the apartment, the pain surged back with a vengeance. After a long while, the bone pain gradually subsided, and Li Yin, drenched in cold sweat, finally began to relax his body. After a moment, he pulled out some cash from his chest pocket and counted. Judy, as expected, was a significant source of income for the Red Ghost. The money she had given him for clothes amounted to over 30,000, and with the 50,000 the Red Ghost would send him for winning the boxing match tomorrow, his total would reach 13 points. To be prudent, once the money arrived, he would exchange it for cell enhancers. If he were to suffer an episode during the match, it would be disastrous. Moreover, he still had no leads on that ancient novel, The Chronicles of the Hook. As Li Yin lay in bed, these thoughts drifted through his mind, and he gradually fell into slumber. The next morning, Li Yin rented a suit from a photography studio in Repulse Bay. He took a bus that wound through the city, thoroughly enjoying the sights of 1986 Hong Kong. A rare glimpse into the past. If only Li Yan had a more carefree spirit. He could have gone to watch a film starring Anita Mui or Leslie Chung or even sought their autographs. The cherished photo of Alan Tam's Space Voyage concert in his music store was happening around this time, and the band Beyond had just released their first album, Goodbye Ideal. After 3 years, Hong Kong in 1986 was filled with so many fleeting moments that would never return. Unfortunately, Li Yan had to tirelessly pursue his own survival, leaving such thoughts confined to paper. By the time Li Yan returned to Su Miao Street, it was around 2 in the afternoon. Kowloon walled city remained as cramped and dark as ever, with the streets occasionally revealing pale-faced addicts puffing away, starkly contrasting the opulence of Repulse Bay. As he entered the apartment building's corridor and turned the corner, a hurried figure collided with him. Instinctively, Li Yan grasped the person's wrist, only to find that the individual mirrored his reaction, the grip suggesting a hint of military grappling techniques. Li Yan regarded the stranger with surprise. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a checkered suit, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding a certain vigor, though bloodshot eyes hinted at sleepless nights. Sorry about that. The man released his grip and smiled sheepishly at Li Yan. No problem. Li Yan stepped forward, seemingly struck by an idea, and turned back. Brother, where are you from? The man hesitated for a moment before answering. I'm from Hebei, a small place, Anwen County. Li Yan chuckled, giving the man's shoulder a hearty pat. I'm from Hejian, not far from there. I've even urinated behind that dilapidated temple in Anwen County. Li Yan had indeed been to Anwen County, as it was coincidentally the hometown of the founder of Baguazhang, Dong Haichuan. Oh, a fellow townsman? The man's face brightened at this revelation. My name is Li Yan. What's yours? The man grasped Li Yan's hand, his smile genuine. He and Dong, but they all call me Dong. An hour earlier, in the Fui building, north of Longjing Road, was the territory of Tai Sui. While the security of Kowloon walled city was my responsibility, it was better for Hong to send someone to find people in Tai Sui's domain. Si Li Zheng adjusted his wooden-framed glasses, his weathered face revealing a faint calmness. The red ghost smiled bashfully and replied, Uncle Zheng, there's no need for such formalities. We, the ringmasters, hardly have the energy to assist the police in finding people. You can investigate wherever you wish, as long as you don't overturn our place. It's all good. The red ghost's candor made Si Li Zheng somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps you could inquire with Tai Sui first. I'm not in a hurry. Among the 5 members of the launching executive committee, the president, Wu Haoshi, dealt in drugs and was the largest drug dealer in all of Hong Kong. The other 2 were involved in human trafficking and the flesh trade, while Si Li Zheng operated a gambling den, and Tai Sui merely held onto a boxing ring, having the least territory among the 5. Yet, even the most arrogant Wu Haoshi had to show Tai Sui respect. For Tai Sui was sufficiently unhinged to instill fear in others. Ultimately, it was merely a small matter. Si Li Zheng did not wish to create any unpleasantness with Tai Sui over this. Wouldn't it be foolish to trouble Tai Sui over such a matter? Uncle Zheng, you can handle it however you like. The red ghost's tone was light-hearted. To put it plainly, the business of the ringmasters was largely uncontentious. Unlike Wu Haoshi's drug dealings, which were fraught with conflicts among various gangs. All right then. Si Li Zheng nodded, and a bodyguard hurriedly entered from outside. Boss, we found the person. Upon hearing this, Si Li Zheng set down his cigar and smiled at the red ghost. It seems we indeed need to trouble Tai Sui. He then turned to ask, what is the situation? They located a familiar traditional Chinese medicine clinic, where the doctor had discreetly reported to the police. The police had now entered Longjing. Where's that clinic? Si Li Zheng inquired, while the red ghost apathetically lit a cigarette for himself. Inside the apartment at 22, Su Miao Street. The lighter nearly singed the red ghost's eyebrows, prompting him to leap up and shout, what did you say? Unexpectedly meeting a fellow townsman here is quite rare. What brings you to Hong Kong? Li Yan offered a cigarette, his curiosity piqued. Although he had only arrived in 1986 Hong Kong a few days prior, the overwhelming sense of strangeness and distance still left him feeling somewhat desolate. Yet, with his resolute spirit, he would not easily show it. The familiar accent of he and Dong, however, brought him an immense sense of closeness. Upon hearing this, he and Dong's expression darkened. Originally, I had brought several fellow townsfolk to Hong Kong in pursuit of fortune, but the outcome was quite different. Are there others from our hometown here? Oh, they do not reside here. He and Dong's gaze flickered momentarily as he inquired, what brings you to Hong Kong? Li Yan shook his head in response, saying, you wouldn't believe it, so let us not discuss it. Upon hearing this, a dong flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and remarked, "What is there not to believe? Have you perhaps robbed a bank and are now being pursued by the entire Hong Kong police force?" Li Yin glanced at him, saying, "It's far more perilous and bizarre than that. But let us not dwell on it. It's still early. I know a splendid dog meat hot pot place. It's my treat." Dong quickly waved his hand. No, let us forget about that." Suddenly, a series of urgent vibrations interrupted their lively exchange. "I need to take this call," Li Yin said. Dong nodded, signaling for him to proceed. "Hello, Hong Guhuo, it's only 2 o'clock. Must you be in such a rush? Where are you now?" Hong Guhuo's voice was particularly frantic. "I'm in my apartment." Li Yin furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency in Hong Guhuo's tone. "You fool. Stay inside and don't move. There's a gang of dangerous thugs hiding in that building. The flying tigers are on their way. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire." "What did you say?" Li Yin was taken aback. "There's a group of ruthless killers in your apartment, led by someone called a dong. They are devoid of humanity and kill without a second thought." "Oh, now I understand," Li Yin sighed. "But, Hong Guhuo, may I offer you a small piece of advice? Are you joking with me right now? Speak. When you're on the phone, try to keep your voice down. Speaking so loudly makes it easy for those around me to overhear, which puts me in an awkward position." "What did you say?" Beep. Li Yin ended the call and quietly regarded a dong. "Fellow townsmen, tell your friends not to speak carelessly. The term inhuman should not be used lightly. It sounds quite unpleasant." A dong chuckled in response. Just then, a small cat unexpectedly darted out, clumsily pawing at Li Yin's pant leg. "Ami, you're being naughty again." A girl rushed down the stairs, scooping up her orange kitten and glancing at Li Yin, her face adorned with a rare smile. "Brother Yin, being inhuman is not something one merely states." Interestingly, while Li Yin had been conversing with a dong in a dialect resembling Mandarin, he now switched to a slightly accented Cantonese. "Be good, Ashio, do you have any spare change?" Li Yin affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. "Yes," Ashio nodded. "Could you do me a favor and go out to the street to buy a pack of candy for me?" The girl obediently nodded and turned to leave. However, she quickly turned back. "You must wait for me here." "No problem," Li Yin replied with a smile, watching as the girl carried her kitten away. He then slowly turned his head, only to find himself staring down the dark barrel of a gun, accompanied by a blinding, intense red light. Chapter 11. Life and Death Reversal, Part 2. "Brother, please forgive me. This is not what I desire." Li Yin pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Dong held the Type 54 pistol with a steady grip, a testament to years of arduous training. In Li Yin's eyes, the intensity of Dong's aura radiated with an almost boiling fervor, even hinting at a shift towards a purplish-black hue. After all, the gun's muzzle was pressed against his chest. The opponent was a seasoned and composed pirate, leaving little room for a turnaround. At this moment, silencing him seemed pointless. Turning his head away, Li Yin took several deep breaths, his teeth grinding audibly. Without further hesitation, he resolutely turned his head. However, Dong failed to notice the waves of dark ripples that surged in Li Yin's eyes at that moment. "You have acquired some information. Would you like to view it? Viewing will cost a few yen points." "Yes." In an instant, a chill surged through Li Yin's mind. He chose to activate a fleeting glimpse of the target, which would no longer prompt for information or insights on the target's weaknesses, directly consuming yen points. Target locked, Dong. This lock can be released at any time. Regrettably, you have not discerned your opponent's weaknesses. Should the target remain in the state of fleeting glimpse for an extended period, the chances of uncovering its weaknesses will increase. You have obtained the following information. Name, Dong status, fatigued, lightly injured. Talent, firearms 39 100 skills. 1. Well-trained, enhanced all-around combat quality. 2. Kill like a reaper, 87 100, unlocked. Threat level, deep red evaluation. In principle, we do not support those without any heritage abilities to oppose firearms. Of course, with a threat level below black, you still have a chance of victory. Good luck. If 10,000 Hong Kong dollars merely yielded the above text, Li Yin could practically declare himself AFK and give the fat man Mo a middle finger. The fleeting glimpse could stand alongside the ES series potions as one of the privileges bestowed upon Li Yin by Mo, its practical value undeniably significant in Mo's eyes. Although it was only for a fleeting moment before turning, Li Yin distinctly felt that Dong seemed to detach from the world, every muscle contraction. The subtle rise and fall of his chest, all crystal clear to him, even the skin on his index finger slightly deforming against the trigger, all laid bare. This surreal experience was unprecedented for Li Yan. Had He and Dong not drawn his gun yet, within 8 steps, in such a state, Li Yan could have assuredly incapacitated He and Dong on the spot. However, after Li Yan turned around, this peculiar state vanished without a trace, leaving only the cold barrel pressed against the coarse sensation at his waist. Li Yan had no doubt that any sudden movement on his part would compel He and Dong to mercilessly pull the trigger, a bullet piercing through his lungs, swiftly ending his life. All notions of 8 trigrams palm, Ming crane fist, and an ancient martial arts talent of 81 were utterly irrelevant. "I will let you go as you wish," He and Dong whispered in Li Yan's ear. "If I were you, I would not return to report. Perhaps the flying tigers are still too late to surround this place. Use me as cover and rush out to survive." Li Yan spoke half in jest, half in earnest. He and Dong remained silent for a moment before calmly replying, "I brought them out, and I will certainly bring them back." Li Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought. "Let us go," He and Dong urged as he pushed Li Yan down the stairs, winding through the narrow paths of Kowloon walled city, where many pedestrian walkways were scarcely wider than a shoulder's breadth. They soon arrived at a door. "Knock," He and Dong instructed softly. Reluctantly, Li Yan rapped firmly on the iron gate. Before long, an elderly man in a white coat with deeply sunken eyes opened the door slightly, peering through the iron bars at Li Yan. "Who are you looking for?" "Uncle Wan, it's me." He and Dong's head peeked out from behind Li Yan. "Ah, Dong, what brings you here?" "Uncle Wan, let us in first. I will explain later." Uncle Wan discreetly pressed his lips together, nodded, and began to unlock the chain on the door. He and Dong pushed Li Yan inside. It appeared to be a private clinic. The room was divided into 2 sections, filled with the scent of disinfectant, effectively masking the fishy odor that pervaded the entire apartment. On the stretcher in the inner room lay a man who occasionally groaned softly, his body wrapped in bandages, surrounded by a plate containing several twisted bullets. Additionally, 2 sorrowful-looking men were present, one standing beside the stretcher, while the other sat silently smoking. "Brother Dong, Brother Dong." The man sitting by the bed stood up, while the one on the stretcher called out to He and Dong. He and Dong pushed Li Yan toward the standing man, the black pistol still aimed at Li Yan. "Gao Cheng, bind his hands with a rope. Be careful. He might be trained." Li Yan's predicament appeared to worsen, yet he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as this was far preferable to being forcibly escorted by He and Dong. This was not the mainland China of later years, nor were the encroaching forces mere people's police, trusting the Hong Kong police, who shouted "Long live the Queen." To understand the principle that the safety of the people's lives and property was paramount would be a farce. Therefore, he did not believe that the police would hesitate to act against these ruthless criminals. In such a situation, he feared he might meet his end alongside the bandits. Even if not, Li Yan was unwilling to gamble. To survive, one could not rely on others. "Ah, Dong, didn't we agree? Why did you bring someone else?" Uncle Wen complained. He and Dong grinned innocently at the old man. "Sorry, Uncle Wen, I still have $40,000 in my bag, along with the previous 20,000. You can take it all. We may need to stay here a bit longer, and I entrust my brother's injuries to you." The old man's expression softened slightly. "Ah, Dong, you don't need to be so polite. We are good friends. If you are in trouble, I will surely help." As he spoke, he turned as if to retrieve something, but a fierce glint flashed across He and Dong's face. He raised his right hand, and the gun's muzzle erupted in a blinding tongue of flame, instantly shattering Uncle Wen's head, blood and brain matter splattering onto Li Yan's face. Li Yan grimaced, trying to wipe away the gruesome substance, simultaneously astonished by He and Dong's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Although the Red Ghost had not clarified why the police could find this place so quickly, it was evident that the old man in the white coat was highly suspect, and there was clearly no time for him to prove his innocence now. "Brother Dong, what have you done?" the man sitting by the bed exclaimed, standing in shock. He and Dong lowered his hand and replied, "He informed on us. The police are on their way. We must leave immediately." "What?" The 2 men's faces turned pale, and the one by the bed sank into a chair, seemingly overwhelmed with despair. Kowloon walled city was incomparable to the outside. It was too congested and intricate. Once the police cornered them here, escape would be impossible. "What about Xiao Jing?" Gao Cheng reacted more quickly, but his question silenced everyone. "Dong, Brother Dong." Xiao Jing on the bed stammered, his lips trembling as he called out. He and Dong quickly approached, grasping Xiao Jin's hand, his gaze unwavering and steady. "Xiao Jing, do you trust Brother Dong?" "Dong. Brother Dong, do you trust me?" He and Dong barked fiercely. "Listen, you must understand, in Hong Kong, one will not be sentenced to death for not engaging in piracy. If you remain here, The police will escort you to the hospital while we await Dong. As long as he and Dong still draw breath, I shall certainly orchestrate a prison break to rescue you. Xiaojin's mouth fell open, and with each word, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. No. The man seated by the bedside suddenly lifted his head with fervor. Chapter 12. The Reversal of Life and Death Part 3. No way. The figure by the bedside abruptly lifted his head. He and Dong locked eyes for a moment, their gazes as indifferent as those of tigers. The man's throat bobbed slightly as he spoke. Donggo, you once promised not to abandon Xiaojin. You all agreed to follow my lead when we came out. He tilted his head back, the veins on his neck bulging. Follow your lead, abandoning our own. You expect us to trust you with our lives when you treat your brothers this way? Yanfou suddenly raised his hand, pressing the gun's muzzle against the man's forehead, his eyes burning with rage. Yao Cheng took 2 startled steps forward. If I intended to abandon my brothers, I would never have returned. I'll say this one last time, leave. Donggo, please. Pull the trigger. If you kill me, take my share too. Shut your mouth. Gao Cheng retorted. Now, we've lost the money and our lives. What else left? Just a few scraps of paper. The man screamed hysterically, flipping the leather suitcase off the table, spilling golden Hong Kong dollars across the floor, along with 2 sheets of gilded rice paper. I told you to stop talking. Gao Cheng was infuriated. The echo of his shout seemed trivial amidst the rising cacophony of anger, yet it sent a chill through Dong's heart. His long fingers, devoid of warmth, fluidly seized a scalpel from the plate and plunged it into Gao Cheng's neck. Chaos erupted. A spray of blood jetted forth, staining the cracked wall. Dong turned in shock. Gao Cheng's face wore an expression of disbelief, the last remnants of his body warmth swiftly draining away, while behind him loomed the pallid visage of a gaunt man. Donggo. In that fleeting moment, Dong felt disoriented. What kind of person have I brought back? Li Yan's left thumb had been gruesomely severed, appearing grotesque, with a tangled mass of hemp rope around his wrist. The scalpel in his right hand was buried deep in Gao Cheng's neck, his entire body hidden behind Gao Cheng. Dong instinctively raised his hand. The figure by the bedside swiftly drew his pistol, his eyes bloodshot. Chengzi, if I pull out the knife, he dies instantly. You pull it out and you die. Step back. The 4 men formed a tense standoff, blood dripping from Li Yan's wrist onto the scattered bills, a scene steeped in irony. Dong moved as if to charge, but Li Yan yanked Gao Cheng back, driving the knife deeper into his neck. In the dim light, countless specks of dust danced through the air. The breaths of the men grew heavier. Who are you? Let him go, and I'll let you leave. Are you joking? Fellow villager? He slowly began to shift his stance, another man sidling in beside him, both flanking like predatory beasts closing in. Let Chengzi go. Move again. And I'll draw my knife. You wouldn't dare. Then shoot. The tension escalated, words exchanged in rapid succession. Each time Dong attempted to raise his weapon, Li Yan would jerk, the knife slightly twisting against Gao Cheng's neck. Throw away the gun, and I'll release him. Dream on. The police are coming, either way. We die. We might as well go down fighting. Then let us break. 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 The shouts crescendoed in intensity. With each step Li Yan retreated. Dong's gun rose higher, and with each increase in aim, Li Yan tightened his grip on the knife. The 3 men paced through the mud of blood and cash, their movements a grim dance as they toppled tables, surgical tools clattering chaotically. On the bed, Xiaojin clutched the sheets, his pale face growing increasingly ghastly. Dong's gaze was icy, so cold it was impossible to tell if he would shoot Li Yan along with Gao Cheng at any moment. Yet Li Yan's eyes were shrouded in obscurity, as if cloaked in dust, resembling a deep, ancient well. Fellow villager, today Dong concede. I'll count to 3. We both drop our guns, and you let him go. What do you say? Fine. Li Yan agreed without hesitation. 1. Li Yan's toes curled, inching forward. 2. The man by the bed glanced nervously between Li Yan and Dong. 3. As Dong's voice fell, the man gritted his teeth and let go of his pistol, while Dong tossed his gun forward as well. Yes, he threw it forward, ducking low. He rolled, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind, and almost simultaneously as the gun hit the ground, Dong sprang up, swiftly retrieving his weapon. He raised it, aimed. Before him stood Gao Cheng, pushed forward by Li Yan, and his gun was now aimed at Li Yan, who had lost his hostage. Gao Cheng's eyes had lost their spark, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. Li Yan drew the scalpel. You! Dong roared, his fingers squeezing the trigger. A flash of silver pierced his wrist, pain shooting through him as his gun clattered to the ground. It was a scalpel blade, broken beneath foot during the confrontation. Li Yan lunged forward like a hungry tiger. He swept the gun away, delivering a kick that struck Hyandong's throat, flipping him over as blood sprayed into the air. Without pause, Li Yan leaped towards another man reaching for a gun. His vicious kick landed in that man's abdomen. As his right leg hit the ground, he swept backward, forcing the man to his knees, his left elbow coiling around his neck, the scalpel slicing across in a crimson arc. Blood flowed freely. Thud. Li Yan let the limp body fall, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned to approach Hyandong, the scalpel drenched in blood. Suddenly, Li Yan felt a tight grip around his waist. Xiao Jin had embraced him from behind. Dongge, run. Everything felt like a nightmare. The tall, lean man who had been brought back by Dongge morphed into a ravenous demon, turning the cramped clinic into a hellish inferno. Without hesitation, Li Yan spun around, driving the scalpel into Xiao Jin's temple, blood splattering his sleeve. Even in death, Xiao Jin's arms remained locked around Li Yan. Hyandong crawled to his feet, not seeking escape, but reaching for the distant gun. Damn it! Li Yan's eyes blazed with fury, his left hand unsteady. The scalpel plunged repeatedly into Xiao Jin's skull, blood quickly saturating the stretcher. Hyandong, bloodied and wild, charged towards the discarded pistol. No retreat, no surrender. Both men were consumed by murderous intent, the world around them awash in red. Got it. Ah! Hyandong flipped over and raised his hand, but Li Yan was already upon him. The scalpel came crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. I'll say it again. This ruthless gang will not hesitate to shoot anyone who dares resist or flee. Understood? A dark wall of riot shields advanced, the mobile squad encircling the entire apartment, inching closer. 56-year-old Li Yaoguang followed two officers, MP5K in hand, bursting through the door. Blood and currency littered the ground. And within the confines of the house lay four lifeless bodies. A tall, gaunt man faced Li Yaoguang, his impeccably tailored suit and visage stained with blood. As he reached out to close Hyandong's wide-open eyes. Hands on your head. Slowly rise. Li Yaoguang bellowed. Li Yan crouched low, complying as he gradually stood, confronted by the gradually calming black ripples before him. This fleeting glimpse had endured for 9 minutes and 43 seconds, without discerning the target's vulnerabilities. Currently expending 5 points of Yanfou energy. You have disengaged from the target's lock. The target is deceased. Chapter 13, Judy and the Night Name? Li Yan. Where are you from? Hebei. What brings you to Hong Kong? Visiting relatives. A uniformed police officer pinched a ballpoint pen between two fingers, casting a quick glance at the man across the table as he hastily jotted down notes. Your statement mentions that they abducted you, yet turned on each other, and then. The officer paused, incredulity creeping into his tone. You single-handedly killed all four of them? Officer, it was self-defense. The officer scrutinized Li Yan. Are you aware that those men are from your hometown? Yes, I recognize them as fellow townsmen, which is why I spoke with them. Spoke with them? You claim your case is unrelated to them. Do I appear to be a fool? Who can predict such matters? You. Officer, think carefully. The officer, who had risen halfway from his chair, fixed his gaze on the drowsy-eyed Li Yan before angrily sitting back down. This man had barely arrived at the station before a call came in from a law firm, the higher-ups exhibiting ambivalence. Clearly someone was safeguarding him. Furthermore, there was no evidence linking Li Yan to the case. Having posted bail, it was already quite a feat to keep him at the station for a night. Reflecting on the sickly-looking man before him who had wielded a scalpel to slay four armed assailants, the officer felt a chill run down his spine. The door swung open, pushed by an elderly man with graying hair, a teacup in hand. Li, sir, the uniformed officer stood up. You may step out. Close the door behind you. Li Yaoguang waved his hand dismissively and took a seat opposite Li Yan, raising an eyebrow as he neatly stacked the papers aside. How has your night been? The tea is dreadful. The sofa is quite narrow. This is a police station. Did you expect a hotel? Li Yaoguang fixed his gaze on the man before him. With just a scalpel, you managed to slay a group of armed thugs within minutes. Such prowess in the ring at Longqing. Perhaps we should consider reorganizing our special forces. Li Yan remained silent, merely observing the elder with calmness. How long have you been in the mainland? A month or two. How has your time in Hong Kong been? Not bad. I don't feel weary. The elder smiled. I hail from Xiamen, Fujian, and grew up in Hong Kong. My father came to Hong Kong to pull rickshaws in Yamati, living a meager life, yet he never mingled with the underworld. When I applied to be a police officer, everyone was expected to offer bribes to the examiners, yet he refused. I served 7 years as a policeman and couldn't shake off the uniform. However, I never believed he was in the wrong. He stared at Li Yan. No matter how destitute one may be, it does not justify criminal behavior. Li Yan grinned. Those words would be better directed at the deceased. I've only just arrived in Hong Kong and have yet to encounter the streetwalkers of Temple Street. However, his smile faded. Uncle. Reasoning 1T fill empty stomachs. If one day there are no more thugs in Hong Kong, do you believe it will be due to your persuasion? Others are willing to gamble their lives, and if they die, it's not a regret, but there's no need to trample over their corpses to make jests. Is there? Li Yaoguang remained unfazed, pausing for a moment before saying, I'm inclined to believe you have no connection to them. Someone with such clarity of thought wouldn't resort to bank robbery. You have an eye for talent, uncle. Li Yin jested, though his mind wandered to the man who had died at his hands, coldly declaring his intent to rob a prison. Did he truly think things through? Li Yaoguang continued, once you finish this cup of tea, you'll be free to leave when your lawyer arrives. That said, how much can you earn boxing at launching? Surely it can't compare to bank robbery. The risks are substantial. Boxing in the ring carries its own dangers, and my expenses are considerable. I'm quite stretched thin. Would you be interested in taking on an additional job? Li Yin was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Yaoguang maintained his tone. I'm asking if you would be interested in becoming an auxiliary police officer? Uncle, are you joking? Li Yaoguang handed Li Yin a business card. Whenever you feel I'm joking, just call this number. He glanced at his watch. It's about time. You're free to go. Li Yin hesitated for a moment, took the card, and stood to leave. By the way, that gang of thugs stole a batch of antiques from the bank, originally intended for a charity auction. Most of them are now missing. Did they mention anything about it while they had you? Li Yin halted. Who knows? If it were me, I'd have already sold them. When it comes to wealth, who would carry those items around? Li Yaoguang nodded thoughtfully. So, lighter items might be kept on hand? Bang. Li Yin slammed the door and exited. The elder pondered for a while before letting out a rueful smile. With everyone dead, what use is there in such thoughts? You have obtained fragments of the ancient novel Hook and Investigation 2. You have officially commenced the Yanfou incident. The event requirements are as follows. Awaken the remnants of the soul depicted in the volume featuring the Guhuo Bird. Failure results in the deduction of all points from this Yanfou incident and the revocation of purchasing privileges initiated during this incident. The locations of the fragments of the Hook and Investigation will be periodically announced, with an effective range of 5 kilometers. Please pay attention to updates. Note: acquiring more fragments will yield greater rewards. Be aware that all actions taken during this Yanfou incident will provide you with additional purchasing privileges and greater settlement rewards. The greater the impact of your actions, the higher the settlement rewards. This principle applies to the vast majority of Yanfou incidents. Note: do you recall the initial words upon entry? Please create a scene of chaos, a wanderer. Fate can be cruel. Li Yin mused as he swiftly traversed the interrogation room, encountering the red ghost awaiting him. How was it? Did those officers give you a hard time? The red ghost, as always, donned a black leather jacket, his youthful face adorned with a smile. Thank you for your help, Brother Red Ghost. It's Tu Sai's assistance. Otherwise, how could you have emerged so quickly? Tu Sai is aware of this matter? Li Yin was indeed curious about the Tai Shui he had not yet met. Of course, who doesn't know that the King of Hell single-handedly annihilated the armed thugs in Kowloon walled city? Everyone treats you like a superhero. Don't jest with me. I nearly lost my life. I was preparing to burn incense at Tin Hao Temple to pay my respects. Also, how did you explain things to Judy? It's all fine. The red ghost patted his shoulder. The bail was paid by Judy. You'll have to clarify things over dinner. As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby direction. Li Yin followed his gaze. Judy was seated at a desk, across from the foreign lawyer who had secured his release. This was the first time Li Yin saw Judy in formal attire. She wore a black sweater with a white collar, a hat perched atop her head, her wrist draped around her neck as she leaned in to listen intently, her lips curving upward in an involuntary smile, exuding grace. Li Yin unconsciously touched his nose. Compared to the alluring and vibrant Judy from that night, the calm woman before him, reminiscent of a tranquil blue lake, indeed struck him as if struck by an unseen force. I've just drawn the ire of the emperor. Is it appropriate to dine with someone? Well, she is worth hundreds of millions, tall, ample, and beautiful. Why the disdain? Are you a revolutionary martyr facing execution? No, let me explain. At that moment, Judy had finalized the paperwork. Well then, Charles, we'll be in touch if anything arises. Judy stood, extending her delicate hand, bidding farewell to the lawyer before turning her gaze toward the red ghost and Li Yin, making her way over. She scrutinized Li Yin from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. This shirt is quite nice and suits you well, though it is a bit thin. The jacket has gotten dirty, so we can only make do with it. I have yet to thank Sister Judy for her help. Li Yan licked his lips, responding with a hint of dryness. Judy reached out to link her arm with Li Yan's. Come, I shall take you to buy a new one. Hong Guei chimed in. I shall not intrude upon the two of you any longer. Judy shot him a glance. You are so eager to find Tai Sui. I cannot keep you here. Hong Guei chuckled, patting Li Yan's shoulder before departing. Judy whispered a complaint, of which Li Yan only caught a fragment. I wonder, where could it be better than here? What did you just say, Sister Judy? Judy turned around, gazing at Li Yan with a smile. I meant from now on. You may simply call me Judy. Li Yan grinned, momentarily at a loss for words. Let us go? Judy tugged at Li Yan's arm, her eyes sparkling with mirth. In the vast dining hall, only Li Yan and Judy remained, the piano's melody floating through the air. Richard Clayderman's autumn whisper. It had been a long time since I purchased a ready-made suit, yet it looks quite good on you. Under the candlelight, Judy's gaze flitted over Li Yan. A hint of fervor hidden within. Li Yan drank with the abandon of a thirsty beast, oblivious to the astonished looks of the waiter. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up and asked, Miss Judy, I am quite curious, how much do you truly know about me? Judy, slicing into a piece of black truffle steak, did not lift her head. Which aspect do you refer to? Let me put it this way. I can comprehend someone spending money to support a boxer, regardless of the sum. But I find it difficult to understand why a woman would invite a man who has just killed 4 people to dinner, going so far as to purchase him an expensive suit. Li Yan felt a pang of sympathy as he glanced at his sleeves. The cost of this suit alone had consumed a portion of his cellular enhancement funds. Judy, her hands crossed and chin resting on her palm, pondered for a moment without directly responding to Li Yan's inquiry. Instead, she raised her glass and drained the red wine within. How about we play a game? We each ask one another a question, and we cannot lie, evade, or speak of unrelated matters. Otherwise, we must drink a glass of wine. Conversely, if the other does not answer, they shall drink. Sounds good. Li Yan readily agreed, just as he had when he consented to let the hostage go to Hianong. Judy initiated the game. When Hong Guei first introduced me to you, he probably described me as something akin to a prominent figure from Lancheng. What were your thoughts upon seeing me? Li Yan absent-mindedly traced his fingernail across the table. The demeanor of this woman tonight starkly contrasted with her earlier display of vigor at Fui Building, even verging on cunning. Ultimately, Li Yan decided to speak candidly. At that moment, I thought to myself, this woman must be worth billions, should I find myself in dire straits. Seizing an opportunity to abduct her and extracting a bit of wealth could suffice for my later years. Chapter 14. The fate of the fragments. Judy's expression momentarily registered shock. She set down her knife and fork, wiped her hands with a napkin, and after a brief contemplation, nodded to herself and poured herself a glass of fortified wine. Though it somewhat bruised her pride, she appreciated honesty in others. Her high heels lightly tugged at Li Yan's trousers, her eyes shimmering with an alluring magnetism. If you truly kidnapped me, is it merely for money? She inquired. I don't know. We'll see when the time comes, Li Yan replied, initially anticipating an awkward dinner, yet finding it not as intolerable as expected. Now it's your turn. Is it about the question from earlier? Li Yan nodded. Such matters vary from person to person. Judy tilted her head, resting her palm against her cheek. Bloodlust and violence may instill fear and disdain in some, yet others find themselves irresistibly drawn to it. Fists, sweat, flesh, and even murder. She speared a piece of foie gras. Savoring it as she spoke, I belong to the latter. There are many on the Dragon City arena. Too ugly, Judy interrupted. Li Yan stammered. Ah, that makes sense. Initially, he had only anticipated the Red Ghost in Dragon City, but that changed after witnessing her and Cheng Hunan's boxing match. Her cheeks flushed. She beckoned him closer with a playful gesture. Leaning in, he noticed her long, curled eyelashes and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, her breath fragrant as she spoke. That night, I was drenched. Li Yan involuntarily swallowed hard, instinctively recoiling as he raised his wine glass and downed its contents, his usually steady wrist trembling slightly. Judy chuckled at his reaction. In 25 years, he had never encountered a woman as uninhibited and alluring as Judy. He considered himself no novice. Yet her mere words had him flustered. Now it's my turn. What did you do before coming to Hong Kong? Judy asked, pouring more wine with a smile, seemingly brushing aside her previous statements. Li Yan's breathing had grown heavier from drinking too quickly. Me? I followed my father since childhood, living a nomadic life, traveling extensively. After he left, I worked as a security guard, dabbled in business, taught at a martial arts school, and even sold pirated CDs. Judy lifted her glass, tilting her head back to drink. Now it's my turn to ask, she said. Li Yin smacked his lips and inquired, so, Miss Judy, what was your life like before marriage? Judy raised an eyebrow, pausing for a moment before responding. I am an orphan. My adoptive father passed shortly after taking me in, and I can scarcely recall his face. Li Yin listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. My mother was very good to me, but she was always busy with work and had little time to spend with me. Li Yin suddenly met her gaze, and for a moment, they held each other's eyes, the atmosphere turning subtly charged. Eventually, he smiled and emptied his wine glass. Interestingly, Li Yin refrained from mentioning Judy's deceased husband, and Judy showed no inclination to delve into why Li Yin had committed murder and smuggled himself across borders. Even if she did inquire, he would likely fabricate a story. He still could not comprehend how the entity known as Mo or Yanfou managed to uphold such a flawless false identity. It is one thing to make a person vanish without a trace. It is an entirely different feat to have someone seamlessly appear in another world without a hint of flaw, an endeavor that verges on the terrifying. My turn, Judy interjected. Have you ever had a girl you liked back on the mainland? No. Oh. Judy was unsure whether to believe him. Nonetheless, they were drinking heartily. Judy's tolerance for alcohol surpassed Li Yan's expectations. However, she could not compete with the robust constitution of a true northern man. After several rounds, it was evident that Judy was becoming intoxicated. With her arm draped over Li Yan's shoulder, her words became increasingly slurred. Glancing towards the entrance, Li Yan noticed several impeccably dressed female bodyguards with sunglasses, casting him sharp looks. He waved his hand. Your boss is drunk. Please take her home. Mr. Li Yan, won't you join us? One of the older bodyguards asked with an odd tone. Li Yan gave her a sidelong glance. I'll take a taxi back to Kowloon walled city. Then please be careful on your way. I will. Li Yan helped Judy into the car, watching as it pulled away before loosening his tie and stowing his suit jacket in a bag. He then sprinted to hail a taxi, clad in the thin shirt he had rented from the photo studio. In the back seat, Judy crossed her arms, exhibiting none of the signs of inebriation. What do you think of him? She asked. The female bodyguard driving did not turn around. He is quite deep and cunning. Not that exaggerated. I find him rather charming. Judy replied, her laughter ringing bright. Judy, he single-handedly killed 4 major gangsters. A man like that can be very dangerous when provoked. You shouldn't play with fire. Judy shifted her position, crossing her long left leg over her right. Her lips pursed as she spoke with a competitive edge. That madwoman can do it. So can I. The bodyguard rolled her eyes and, after a moment of silence, said, regardless, if he dares to harm you, I'll shoot him dead. The car sped along, filled with the sound of women's raucous laughter. At the entrance to Kowloon walled city, a silver metal sign read Kowloon walled fort. After shaking off a few persistent suitors and addicts, Li Yan walked through the narrow alleys, stepping over discarded newspapers and filthy water. At this moment, he finally collected his thoughts, allowing his mind to ponder the events surrounding Yanfou. Originally, Li Yan had anticipated that he would trigger the Yanfou incident only after reaching the 7th arena in the walled city, yet fate had intervened, and he obtained 2 fragments from He and ahead of schedule. It was evident that the whereabouts of the remaining fragments were undoubtedly connected to He and his cohorts. Li Yan had thoroughly searched, and He group possessed only 2 fragments, while the police claimed that the 5 chapters of the ancient novel were entirely in He possession. Where, then, were the remaining 3 chapters? There are 2 possibilities. One is that He disposed of them. Indeed, they had liquidated a large batch of cumbersome antiques. When Li Yan saw them surrounded by a sea of Hong Kong dollars, a significant portion was the cash from these sales. Considering their hasty escape from the police, prior to Xiao Jin's gunshot wound, it was verified that they still had these antiques in their possession. After Xiao Jin was shot, they returned to Kowloon walled city for treatment, leaving no time for such dealings, making it highly probable that they disposed of these antiques within the walled city. The other possibility is that bank employees embezzled the items themselves. If they failed to capture the gang, there would be no evidence against them, allowing them to keep the treasures. If Li Yan wished to locate the 5 fragments, particularly the Guhuo Bird fragment, he needed to investigate these 2 avenues, with updates on the locations of the 5 fragments arriving every 24 hours. Li Yan felt confident that finding them within the remaining half-month would not pose a significant challenge. On the roadside, a middle-aged nun with blonde hair and blue eyes was handing out pamphlets, likely promoting church-related activities for blessings and healing. her clumsy Cantonese eliciting a chuckle from Li Yan. It reminded him of his childhood in Guangdong, when a local child pointed at his nose, saying, "If you can't understand, go back to the countryside," before giving him a beating. As Li Yan was about to depart, an intense burning pain suddenly surged through his chest. The remnants of the ancient novel Go Chin Lu had reported their location. Please take note of the message. Before Li Yan's eyes, a three-dimensional map abruptly materialized, revealing the entire geographical layout of Kowloon walled city, resembling a sand table. For golden red flame icons were dispersed throughout the city, two of which overlapped with his position, while another flame was moving within less than 100 meters of him. Li Yan turned abruptly, disregarding the elderly vendor by the roadside, and stepped directly over the woven basket, navigating through the labyrinthine alleys towards the location of the flame. Make way! Make way! Strangely, the speed of the moving flame suddenly increased. Chapter 15. The strong opponent Li Yan fixated intently on the golden red flames flickering on the sand table before him, refusing to let them out of his sight. After traversing several narrow alleys, a low, hoarse male voice finally broke the silence. The report has concluded. The duration was 1 minute. Li Yan abruptly halted, letting out a weary sigh. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, he had not returned empty-handed, at the very least. He had gleaned that 2 fragments still existed within the Kowloon walled city, which spanned no more than 5 miles in total. It would not take long to locate these fragments. He scrutinized each face around him, realizing that when the sensing disappeared, he was merely 14 or 15 meters away from the golden red flames. Perhaps with just a turn or by stepping into a nearby shop, he could find the individual possessing the fragments. "Hey, friend, we're not conducting business today. Do yourself a favor and step aside." A few intimidating thugs growled at Li Yan, their demeanor suggesting they were no strangers to trouble. They guarded the entrance to a tent, its flap drawn shut, concealing whatever lay within. This tent was likely a front for a drug operation. The Kowloon walled city was rife with such makeshift establishments. Inside, one might find a slew of individuals sprawled out, consumed by their vices. Li Yan was uncertain whether the person he sought was among them, yet this uncertainty did not deter his curiosity. He twitched his nose and pretended to swallow, approaching the tent with an appearance akin to a desperate addict. "Brother, I understand the rules. The entry fee is $7.50, and I'll give you 10. One of the thugs waved his hand dismissively. "No goods, brother. Try elsewhere." Li Yan chuckled at the absurdity of his situation, masquerading as an addict only to find the drug den out of stock. How peculiar indeed. What is all this noise about? A man with short hair peered out from the tent, his gaze landing on Li Yan. "Is that you?" Upon recognizing the man, Li Yan felt a flicker of surprise and greeted him. "Hello, Master Zhou." "Wah." I wondered who it was. None other than the infamous Yan Wang from the walled city. "What brings you here at this hour? Not satisfied with the meals from Tai Sui, seeking to pay homage for a favor?" The interior of the tent was sparse, and Hua Shanjiu, seeing Li Yan enter, offered a teasing remark with a forced smile. Hua Shanjiu was Li Yan's first benefactor after arriving in Hong Kong. Without the $5,000 he provided, Li Yan would have been unable to muster enough funds to confront Hian Dong. Though Hua Shanjiu's tone was not friendly, Li Yan chose not to hold a grudge. "I can't afford to jest like that, Brother Jiu. To call oneself Yan Wang in the Kowloon walled city? That would cost me my life. A thief made off with my wallet, and I chased him here, hoping to find him hiding within. I never expected to run into you. With your skills, what kind of thief could possibly steal from you?" Xiao Zhou expressed skepticism. "Not all skills are universal," Li Yan replied vaguely. "So, Master Zhou, given our fortunate encounter, how about a sparring session to fulfill your long-held wish?" "Not necessary. We shall meet in the ring in a few days." Xiao Zhou's tone remained indifferent. "My friend Xiao Zhou has stepped into the ring only a few days ago, achieving 4 consecutive victories, making those Vietnamese fighters dance around helplessly. When we meet in the ring, who knows who will win?" Hua Shanjiu chimed in, his enthusiasm for watching fights evident. Having garnered face at Hong Hong's place, he felt no animosity towards Li Yan, especially with his brother's recent triumphs in the ring. Despite being associated with Lian Shang, Hua Shanjiu displayed no airs. He appeared approachable. However, whispers of his past, wielding a hollow metal baton and boldly claiming his territory in Yao Ma Ti, had earned him a reputation as a formidable figure. Li Yan paid little mind to Hua Shanjiu's words. He could not gauge Xiao Zhou's capabilities from their previous encounter, yet he did not doubt his own abilities. In a state akin to a fleeting glimpse, he felt confident of a victory over Xiao Zhou. The thought of being defeated in the ring, thus concluding his Hong Kong journey in 1986, had never crossed his mind. "By the way, Brother Jiu, What brings you here at such a late hour? The tent seems devoid of life, Li Yin casually remarked. At his words, Hua Shanjiu's expression darkened. With a cold laugh, he replied, Wu Laoguei seeks to clear out my territory. It won't be so easy for him. Damn him, I'll make sure he sinks. Li Yin refrained from responding, suspecting that such bravado was likely a result of Wu Haoxi's recent pressure on Li Yansheng. As the conversation continued, Hua Shanjiu's gaze shifted back to Li Yin. What is this? You interested in throwing your hat in the ring? How long can she cling to the Dragon City's fighting scene? Wu Laogui's dominance is not a new development. Haven't you observed it during your time in the committee? Li Yin hastily waved his hands, jesting, Brother Jiu, I've only just arrived in Hong Kong. I haven't even met Tai Sui yet. Don't frighten me. Hua Shanjiu laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. In truth, neither Wu Haoxi nor Li Yansheng desired any complications at this juncture. They preferred to avoid entangling other committee members, particularly Tai Sui, renowned for his unpredictability. Hua Shanjiu merely made a jest, not believing that Li Yin, a newcomer from afar, could sway the current dynamics of the Kowloon walled city. Even his manager, Hong Gui, lacked such influence. By the way, Brother Jiu, as a newcomer, I have little knowledge of the area. Are there any reputable pawn shops in Kowloon walled city? Why do you ask this? Upon my arrival from the mainland, I brought with me a family heirloom and wished to ascertain its value. Li Yin could spin a tale so convincing it could withstand scrutiny, and regardless of Hua Shanjiu's probing, he could weave his way through it all. However, he was not given the opportunity to elaborate, as Xiao Zhou interjected. Across the street, there is a pawn shop called Li Hing. The owner offers reasonable prices and has extensive connections. He accepts nearly anything. Not many operate in the Dragon City, as good items are seldom pawned here. If you seek a higher price, you might want to venture outside the city. Li Yin's heart soared with joy, and after apologizing for the interruption, he made his way out. Masterly, Xiao Zhou called out, his gaze intense. We shall meet in the ring. In the ring then. Li Yin replied with a hearty laugh as he headed toward Li Hing. With so many newcomers in the ring lately, Tai Sui must be thrilled. Liao Zhizong, the first coach of Kowloon walled city and Tai Sui's closest manager at 56 years old, picked up a document from the table. The picture featured Li Yin, alongside Xiao Zhou's document. The sixth arena in Kowloon walled city is bustling, quite a first, he mused. Indeed, in my fighting days, we had none of this flair. Hong Gui held a document too, the photo depicting a fierce, blue-masked fighter. Wu Erlang. What a mischievous nickname. Hong Gui chuckled disdainfully. Despite the newcomer's recent successes, such theatrics were typically reserved for lower-tier rings and did not impress him. By the way, Uncle Liao, where has Tai Sui gone? Liao Zhizong glanced at Hong Gui. A remarkable figure has arrived at our Dragon City's arena. Tai Sui has gone to meet him. Remarkable? Hong Gui's curiosity piqued. Liao Zhizong extracted a document and presented it to Hong Gui. This is him. Hong Gui took a look. Su Tian Ci. The image depicted an 18 or 19-year-old youth, his smile revealing youthful innocence and prominent canine teeth. Hong Gui furrowed his brow in confusion. Tai Sui went to see this kid? He is merely a recent addition to the Dragon City's fighting scene and has yet to taste defeat. Uncle Liao, you mentioned he only just arrived. It's only natural he isn't lost yet. Moreover, even if he were indeed invincible, there would be no reason for Tai Sui to meet with him alone. Liao Zhizong waved his hand dismissively. Tai Sui's interest in him was not driven by his achievements. Rather, it stemmed primarily from his grandfather. A remark from Hong Gui lingered on the tip of his tongue. Was his grandfather a governor? But he refrained from voicing it. Who exactly was his grandfather? Liao Zhizong, unusually solemn, spoke with gravity. Su Shangtian. Su Shangtian, a direct disciple of Yuan. One of the four kings of Wing Chun, renowned for his prowess, once established an unbroken record of 32 consecutive victories in the boxing ring of Kowloon walled city, instilling such fear that no one dared to challenge him thereafter. Chapter 16. Engaging with the ES hematopoietic enhancer in the Lixing Grand Casino, Li Yin found nothing of value. He heard whispers of an old Taoist, a drug addict, who had sold a peculiar item in the shop, acquired through dubious means and priced surprisingly low. The description suggested it resembled fragments from ancient novels, but it had already been purchased. The shopkeeper could not recall the specifics, and despite Li Yan's probing inquiries, he gleaned little information. In the following days, Li Yan experienced several sensations, one of which remained utterly still. Upon investigation, he learned that its location was the site of a meeting for the Dragon City Committee, accessible only to a select few committee members and their close associates. Another fragment, however, exhibited a mischievous nature. Whenever Li Yin approached, it would retreat, yet when he ignored it, it would slyly draw closer. After several encounters, Li Yin became convinced that the individual in possession of this fragment was aware of his presence, perhaps sharing a similar fate as his own. Initially, Li Yin had not entertained such thoughts, but after reflecting on his encounter with the creature known as Mo, he could almost ascertain that he was not the only one traversing this perilous path. The two had not crossed paths in recent days. Compared to Li Yan's aggressive demeanor, the other seemed far more cautious. Yet Li Yin sensed that the day of their confrontation was imminent. As night fell, Li Yin sat on his apartment bed, gently caressing the pale yellow fragment of the manuscript in his hand. Though it appeared fragile, it felt surprisingly resilient. The two pieces depicted two strange creatures. One resembled neither goat nor pig. Its eyes, adorned with pale red markings, were strikingly enchanting, while the left corner bore the character. Flipping the paper revealed densely packed, minuscule writings. During the time of Duke Mu of Qin, a man from Qinsong unearthed an extraordinary object. It resembled neither dog nor sheep, and none could name it. He offered it to Duke Mu, whereupon he encountered two young boys. The boys stated, "This is called, which dwells underground and feasts on the brains of the deceased. To slay it, one must pierce its head with a cypress." The further noted, "The two boys are named Chun Bao. The one who captures the male will be king, while the one who captures the female will be a tyrant." The man from Qinsong dismissed and pursued the two boys, who transformed into pheasants and flew into the dense woods. The man informed Duke Mu, who gathered men for a grand hunt and indeed captured the female. Li Yin turned to the other fragment, which depicted a figure with 5 eyes and flowing whiskers, with the words inscribed in the lower right corner. On the reverse, it read, "Skilled in the extraordinary, can craft flying vehicles and travel great distances through the winds." Intriguingly, this manuscript fragment exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Yet, despite having lived for 25 years, Li Yin remained ignorant of the fantastical tales that had persisted throughout Chinese history. The likes of Guhuo and, as well as the creature known as Mo, claimed by a rather rotund individual, were all entities that belonged to the realm of myth. However, that very individual had undeniably led Li Yin into the depths of the Kowloon walled city. Amidst the fierce combat with he and Anong, Li Yin had personally experienced the effects of the otherworldly. The hoarse voice that referred to him has left him pondering the true nature of. He resolved to contemplate these matters upon his return. Shifting his focus, Li Yin exchanged his Hong Kong dollars for Yanfou points, keeping just over 2,000 on hand. Today marked the 10th day of his streak of victories, amassing over 180,000, equating to 18 Yanfou points. At this rate, accumulating 300 Yanfou points within a month seemed implausible, yet Li Yin had his own plans. He discerned that only money confirmed to belong to him could be converted into Yanfou points. Through experimentation, he discovered that such confirmation could be achieved either through contractual means, such as earnings from the boxing ring or even manual labor. However, funds acquired through illicit methods, like robbery, could only be exchanged after a 48-hour waiting period. Li Yin had hidden away some Hong Kong dollars obtained from the robbery led by He Anong, confirming this rule. Naturally, the amount was modest, considering it was under the watchful eyes of the police. Moreover, any borrowed funds, regardless of duration, could never be exchanged for Yanfou points, even if one attempted to evade repayment. He spent 10 Yanfou points to procure the ES Hematopoietic Enhancer. This item could only be purchased once during the current Yanfou event. The ES Hematopoietic Enhancer effects. 1. It induces a profound state of drowsiness when treating hematopoietic cell abnormalities and other blood-related ailments. Please use in a safe location. 2. Individuals of bloodline heritage injecting this product may experience unknown outcomes. Caution is advised. 3. This product does not possess the ability to cure blood diseases. If the condition is severe, individuals should purchase the ES cell restoration agent separately. In recent days, Li Yin's condition had deteriorated significantly. With his life expectancy already limited to mere months, coupled with the brutal bouts in the ring, he began to sense his endurance waning. On one occasion, after a swift victory, he found himself unable to stop a nosebleed following the match. Even Hong Gui noticed something amiss and urged Li Yin to take a break. Thus, he decided to use the enhancer first, fearing unforeseen consequences. Before him lay a sleek, metallic syringe, imbued with an air of futuristic technology. Interestingly, as Li Yin injected the substance into his body, the used syringe transformed into a stream of black data, vanishing from sight. The effect was immediate. Li Yin soon felt his eyelids grow heavy, warmth spreading throughout his body. He carefully tucked away the 2 manuscript fragments and succumbed to slumber. Remarkably, he slept until 4 in the afternoon the following day. When Li Yin finally opened his eyes, he felt as though he had awakened into a brand new world. Each breath was infused with an exhilarating sensation. The high fever, the bleeding, and the excruciating bone pain, all of which he had endured in silence, were now mere memories. To onlookers, he appeared invincible in the boxing ring, with no opponent able to withstand his prowess for more than 15 breaths, earning him an ever-growing reputation as the King of Hell. However, he alone understood that his strategy of swift victories was his only path to success. In his current state, he lacked the stamina for prolonged battles. Li Yin rose to his feet, palms facing inward and outward, feet shifting and locking into position, left arm bent at the elbow, right hand concealing it, knees together. Waist twisting, hips rolling, his movements flowed seamlessly, yet only he perceived the internal shifts of power within. For a fleeting moment, Li Yin felt as if he had fully recovered. Suddenly, his Ericsson phone rang. Li Yin answered to hear Judy's voice on the other end. "Yin, do you have time tonight? I have no matches tonight." "So of course. What's up? Are you in need of someone to carry your shopping?" The woman chuckled. "I bought a bit too much. You've been mocking me ever since. I'm bored. Accompany me to Fui to watch a match. There's a new contender in the 6th ring who seems fierce. Come see if he could be a potential rival." "Of course, if you ask, I'll be there." Li Yin searched through his belongings and threw on a jacket. "What time? I should arrive around 8. Don't keep me waiting." "All right." Li Yin ended the call with Judy. The wall was cluttered with shopping bags filled with clothing. Watches, ties, and even cologne, all gifts from Judy, meticulously organized and set aside. He gazed at the items with a mixture of emotions, pondering his thoughts. "At Fui Tower, Brother Yin, what brings you here? There's no match for you today." The woman in a black tailcoat greeted Li Yin with a smile. In recent days, they had become quite familiar with one another. After all, compared to the fugitives and hitmen from Vietnam and Myanmar, Li Yin was evidently far more approachable. "Ajin, could you please fetch me a bowl of char siu from the kitchen? I am quite famished," Li Yin remarked to the dark-clad waiter. "There's no char siu in the kitchen." "I'll grab you something else," came the reply. "All right, do hurry back. I shall wait for you here." Leaning against the red-bricked wall on the 2nd floor, Li Yin pulled out a stool hidden behind the curtain and took a seat. Although the viewing area in front was spacious, all the seats were occupied, and he had no desire to join the throng, so he remained by the curtain, gazing at the boxing ring. "Okay, just wait for me." Ajin hurried off. The fighter in the ring was a familiar face, Xiao Zhou, matched against a veteran from Vietnam wielding a triangular military dagger, while Xiao Zhou brandished a pair of iron claw gloves. "Weapon duel?" Li Yin murmured to himself. Since arriving at Kowloon walled city, he had yet to engage in such a contest, prompting him to observe a bit longer. Compared to the triangular dagger, Xiao Zhou's iron claws seemed somewhat disadvantaged. Li Yin had previously acquired a Chinese Type 56 military dagger and possessed a certain understanding of such weaponry. The wounds inflicted were circular holes that were nearly impossible to heal, rendering them particularly vicious. Even a strike to the arm or thigh, non-vital areas, could prove fatal due to excessive blood loss. However, judging by the situation in the ring, it appeared that Xiao Zhou held the upper hand. "Excuse me, do you mind if I sit beside you?" Li Yin looked up to see a woman clad in sportswear. She had soft features, elongated eyes, and a long ponytail cascading down to her waist. "Not at all," Li Yin replied, pulling out a chair for her. She thanked him, took a seat, and from her pocket, produced a palm-sized porcelain flask, uncorking it to release a rich aroma of liquor. After taking a sip, her gaze met Li Yin's, and she inquired, "Is that Baijiu?" Chapter 17. The Entangled Dragon's Claw. The young woman, clad in athletic attire and sporting a long ponytail, held a small bottle of white liquor, a rare sight among women who indulge in such drinks. Despite its bad reputation, she seemed unable to resist. Li Yin observed her intently, captivated by her presence. She gazed calmly at the jade-white arena, her brow suddenly arched. Initially, Li Yin presumed his gaze displeased her, but soon he realized her focus was elsewhere, upon the fighter, Xiao Zhou. Though the Du family fist may not be widely renowned, it ranks among the 4 great boxing styles of Shandong, celebrated for its esteemed reputation as the cultural sage fist. The Vietnamese fighter displayed swift and succinct movements, his strikes ferocious, the military dagger slicing dangerously close to Xiao Zhou's vital points, sending shivers down the spectators' spines. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou parried the Vietnamese's military dagger with a deft maneuver, shifting his stance with a slight bend in his knees, transforming from a stable posture to one imbued with the agility of the iron claw, aiming for the Vietnamese's throat. At this moment, the woman's brow rose again. The Vietnamese retracted his right hand, attempting to strike at Xiao Zhou's wrist, but as the dagger struck the iron claw, Xiao Zhou's wrist trembled slightly, halting the dagger's momentum. The Vietnamese was taken aback, and in a chilling instant, Xiao Zhou's other claw was poised at his eyelid. Utilizing the principles of the cultural sage fist while adapting the footwork and techniques from the Tai Chi plum blossom praying mantis, Xiao Zhou's ability to blend these styles was remarkable, marking him as a prodigy. Though the experienced fighter beneath the Red Ghost's command was ruthless, his overconfidence made him vulnerable, resembling a mere facade. If he discerned the truth, the outcome would remain uncertain. The woman murmured these thoughts to herself, causing Li Yan's heart to plummet. She downed the liquor in one gulp, smacked her lips, and prepared to leave. Li Yan, seizing the moment, called out to her, "Miss, do you have a particular fondness for boxing?" The Vietnamese fighter, having only grazed the surface of defeat with a cut to his eyelid, blood seeping into his vision, swallowed hard, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Ultimately, he relinquished his dagger, raising both hands in surrender, disregarding the jeers from the audience as he descended from the ring. Manager Ruan Hongji nodded approvingly. With this victory, Xiao Zhou had achieved 10 consecutive wins, garnering significant attention. Yet, many gamblers felt unsatisfied with Xiao Zhou's restrained approach, leading to lukewarm excitement. The rules of the ring dictated that one must either be knocked out or thrown from the platform for the match to be deemed finished. Yet Xiao Zhou's strikes often seemed to hold back. Among those he had defeated, all suffered mere flesh wounds, save for one Malaysian fighter who had been blinded in one eye after a stealthy attack. "Mr. Ruan, when may I face Li Yan in a match?" Xiao Zhou inquired, his tone neither warm nor cold. Ruan Hongji chuckled. "In these days, many gifted fighters have emerged. You and Li Yan are not the only ones with 10 consecutive victories. Since the Red Ghost's departure, no one has qualified for the 6th platform, and the 7th has not been opened for quite some time. According to the rules, only those with 12 consecutive wins are eligible for the 7th platform. Therefore, whether next match or the one after, you will undoubtedly face each other." Xiao Zhou's demeanor softened considerably at this news. The woman glanced back at him, her breath tinged with alcohol. "Are you trying to flirt with me?" Li Yan rubbed his nose, just engaging in casual conversation. The woman smiled. "No need to be nervous. I am quite pleased when a handsome fellow takes the initiative." She scrutinized Li Yan for a moment. "You seem familiar. Do you often come to watch the fights here?" "More or less," Li Yan nodded, then asked, "Miss, you seem well-versed in traditional martial arts?" This question seemed to pique her interest. A smile graced her lips as she replied, "In my youth, I trained under the esteemed Zhang Qinjin, a master of Baguazhang, and I am considered a disciple of the Yin lineage." Li Yan chuckled. "No wonder you can identify the Tai Chi plum blossom praying mantis at a glance and recognize the name of the entangled dragon's claw. I find it hard to believe you are unfamiliar with northern martial arts. My ancestry hails from Tianjin, and my knowledge stems from my family's influence," she replied nonchalantly. Though Zhangzhou is the cradle of northern martial arts, Tianjin was historically the most vibrant hub during the Republic era. If her lineage is linked to the martial arts of Tianjin, it is only natural for her to recognize the cultural sage in the Tai Chi plum blossom praying mantis. She likely belonged to a prominent martial arts family in Hong Kong, exuding the spirited essence of a martial artist. Li Yan tentatively asked, "Earlier, you mentioned a fighter practicing Baguazhang. Have you seen him fight?" "Li Yan, is it? I've watched him in a couple of bouts. He has garnered considerable fame lately." "Bolstered by a beautiful supporter," she replied, her tone light. "Who is she? Perhaps you could point her out to me," Li Yan inquired, feigning ignorance. "He's not fighting today, and I wouldn't recognize him if you asked. I haven't paid attention to his appearance. I just recall that his techniques aren't authentic Baguazhang, likely derived from a few northern schools." Given her background in the Yin lineage of Baguazhang, it was not surprising she could discern the authenticity of his style. Li Yan nodded subtly, a smile playing on his lips. "It sounds like you have reservations about him. Do share your thoughts. I was hoping to profit from him. Not to say I doubt him. It's just that the essence of martial arts lies in combat. Without the use of weapons, one cannot ascertain superiority," she pondered, pausing before continuing. "However, he might carry a hidden ailment. Yet I believe he possesses great momentum. That Xiao Zhou may not be his match," Li Yan replied earnestly. The woman laughed heartily. "Win or lose, it matters not." Her gaze lingered on Li Yin. After chatting for so long, may I ask your name? Li Yin hesitated, envisioning how amusing it would be if Judy witnessed him conversing animatedly with a young woman. He finally asked, "And your name, miss?" "I." The woman tilted her head with a bright smile. "My surname is Yu Shu. In the industry, they affectionately call me Tai Sui." Chapter 18. The arrival of a companion for a fleeting moment. Li Yin pondered whether this woman was toying with him. Yet her demeanor was remarkably earnest. Noticing Li Yan's silence, she leaned closer, exuding a fragrance of wine, and gently patted his shoulder. "Yes, I am indeed the Tai Sui you were contemplating." "Tai Sui? Is a woman?" Li Yan asked incredulously. Yu Shu chuckled softly. "Even if it comes as a surprise, one ought to introduce themselves first. I am Li Yin." "What? The Tai Sui of Kowloon walled city, doesn't he even recognize her own fighters?" A voice, rich with charm, interrupted. The sound of high heels echoed closer, revealing a woman clad in a pristine white long-sleeve shirt, complemented by beige stilettos and impeccably fitted black trousers, with casual gold-rimmed spectacles. She embodied the essence of a modern urban beauty. Judy approached with a radiant smile, discreetly linking her arm with Li Yan's, and in a sweet tone, she queried, "Didn't I ask you to wait for me in the stands? How did you end up here?" "There were no seats in the stands, Sister Judy." "Do you know each other?" Li Yin inquired. "She's your boss's boss. Didn't Red Ghost introduce you?" Li Yin hesitated as he regarded her youthful visage, which was nearly akin to his own. "Ah, the people from Fui building refer to me as Tai Sui. You may call me that too. I thought you were just another fool coming to Kowloon for amusement." Li Yin nodded, acknowledging her. "Tai Sui." As Yu Shu glanced at Judy, she remarked, "It's been a while, Mrs. Deng." Judy's expression faltered momentarily, yet she forced a smile. "It has indeed been a long time, Tai Sui. You remain as stunning as ever. However, as a woman, one must always learn to adorn oneself." "You're absolutely right, Mrs. Deng. I shall remember that. If you have any suitable cosmetics, do recommend them to me, Mrs. Deng." "Of course. I have an appointment with Ah Yin, so I shall take my leave." As Yu Shu watched the two depart, she called out, "Take care, Mrs. Deng." A woman named Ajin approached, bearing a fruit platter, but seemed unable to locate Li Yan. "Where is he? What are you looking for?" Ajin was startled, turning to see Yu Shu's face. "Oh, Shu." Yu Shu popped an orange segment into her mouth, mumbling, "Why aren't you attending to the guests? What are you doing here?" "Yes, I'll go now." Ajin darted away, while Yu Shu looked up to see Li Yan and Judy entering the private room, chewing the fruit thoughtfully and shaking her head slowly. "Foolish woman. This scoundrel, she must be doing this on purpose." Judy fumed, tossing her handbag onto the sofa. Noticing Li Yan's silence, she playfully nudged him with her heel. "Are you laughing at me?" Li Yan's eyes curved into crescent shapes as he shook his head. "Sister Judy, though our acquaintance is brief, this is indeed the first time I've seen you in such a fluster." Judy scrutinized Li Yan for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you met Yu Shu before?" "No," Li Yan replied, shaking his head. In his mind, he had imagined Tai Sui, one of the 5 executive members of Kowloon walled city, to be an older, brooding man, much like the security team leader Red Ghost had introduced him to after the incident with Hianong. Li Yan had already formed his calculations regarding the 5 powerful figures of Kowloon walled city. However, the young woman with waist-length hair, sipping white wine, left him somewhat bewildered. "Is she pretty?" Li Yan stated earnestly, "She is indeed my boss. Naturally, she is lovely. Yet, she pales in comparison to you, Sister Judy." Judy remained silent, but the corners of her mouth lifted, clearly pleased. She tilted her head, studying Li Yan, finding him increasingly appealing. "Red Ghost is a fine horse. If Tai Sui can win over a horse like Red Ghost, I can do the same. By the way, do you know how many newcomers have recently arrived in Kowloon walled city? They are all quite formidable." "Are you referring to Xiao Shou?" Li Yan asked. "Probably more than just him." Judy gestured towards the boxing ring. Li Yan casually scanned the arena, witnessing the conclusion of a match. A ferocious bald man with a scarred face lay sprawled on the canvas, blood pooling around him as he clutched his throat, desperately trying to stem the flow. His opponent, somewhat shorter, around 1.7 meters tall, donned a grotesque green ghost mask. The weapon in his hand dripped with blood. It was a smoking rod, with a steel blade affixed to its side, crafted from wrought iron, in the center adorned with mottled bamboo. "This is..." Li Yan raised an intrigued eyebrow. "That's the Lan Mian Shou." The Lan Mian Shou is a unique weapon of the northern stabbing foot fist, though it resembles a smoking rod. It is a genuine lethal weapon. Judy settled beside Li Yan, whispering, "His ring name is Wu Erlang. No one knows his real name." "Ah, what a peculiar individual. Sister Judy, are you keeping an eye on this person? Are you perhaps interested in supporting him? Judy shot a glance at Li Yan. Are you feeling jealous? Hee. Li Yan smiled in silence. Sometimes, allowing a woman a bit of imagination is not a bad thing. Judy removed her glasses, her tone turning cool. The one supporting him is He Chang Hong. I've found this idiot distasteful for a long time. I don't mind betting on the match. But losing to him is unacceptable. Wu Erlang has been quite the sensation lately. Yan, if you could give me a straightforward answer, I won't hold it against you. How confident are you against him? Li Yan, with a smirk, replied, if I upset Sister Judy, I can guarantee a 12-fold certainty that this fool will be carried off the ring. Judy chuckled softly, playfully punching Li Yan's chest. I'm being serious with you. He has another match coming up. I have tapes of his previous fights. You should take a look. As Judy reached for a tape from the towering stack on the table, Li Yan gently pressed her hand down. His face was close to hers. His gaze as cold as ice floating on the sea. Sister Judy, when I say I have a 12-fold certainty, I mean it. Judy blinked at Li Yan, then abruptly pressed her lips to his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. She took a step back, muttering softly, you scoundrel, thinking you can flirt with me? Not a chance. Li Yan felt a sudden heat surge through his chest, but just then, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in his ear. The location of the ancient manuscript has been reported. Please pay attention to receive. Now, Li Yan frowned. Then his pupils constricted as he dashed to the glass, peering down at the boxing ring. Beside the ring, Wu Erlang, having just removed his green ghost mask and concealed his face beneath a cloak, abruptly looked up, clutching his chest. His eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed towards the fourth-floor box. At Li Yan. Hello, Li Yan mouthed, a smile gracing his face. In his eyes was a youthful visage, far too innocent, belonging to the boy known as Wu Erlang. A fleeting glimpse, the signal ignited. You have discovered a companion. Well done. In another box, a sharply dressed young man with an eccentric expression burst into laughter. Uncle Lei, it seems my fighter is indeed superior. Tonight, you shall be in my debt. Across from him sat a balding middle-aged man, his expression somewhat grim, yet managing to maintain his composure. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he offered a strange smile. The new blood in the boxing ring is indeed remarkable. Tony, the veteran from the 6th arena, was widely regarded as the front-runner. Yet he found himself unable to endure even 20 rounds under this young man's prowess. It appears that Master He possesses a discerning eye. As for the late Tony, he is naturally not a concern for those in their prime. The smile on the young man's face is undeniable, and he beckons with a finger, prompting a gentleman in a black tailcoat to approach and bow respectfully, inquiring, Master He? Deliver 200,000 to Wu Er, and tell him it is my treat for a late-night snack. Certainly, Master He. The gentleman swiftly exits the private room. Uncle Lei, winning or losing in the ring is of little consequence. What matters is the enjoyment of the game. I, He Chang Hong, am not a miser. I will speak to my father regarding the Dolly Trading Company. There should be no issue. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression brightened. Compared to a young master like He Chang Hong, his accounts were far more straightforward, and after some calculation, he couldn't help but feel elated. Wu Erlang is truly formidable. Master, he must have made quite a fortune recently. Just pocket money, he replied. You see, there are few boxers willing to take on Wu lately. Even if I were to act as a bookmaker, there would be no takers. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a woman with alluring charm, her voice sultry as she entered, followed by Wu Er, who had removed his mask. The woman, of above-average beauty with a curvaceous figure and revealing attire, left the men parched with desire. Surprisingly, Wu Er possessed a strikingly handsome face. Were it not for his prominent Adam's apple, one might mistake him for a beautiful schoolgirl. Yet, the youth's thin, elongated lips and the occasional glint of coldness in his eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Ame, what brings you here? He Chang Hong reclined lazily on the sofa, his arms resting on the backrest. Master He, Wu Er said he wanted to personally thank you for the late-night snack. The woman replied with a flirtatious smile. Wu Erlang nodded slightly, addressing him, Master He. Oh, Wu Er, come sit. He Chang Hong lifted a glass of sparkling wine and offered it to the young man. Impressive performance. He Chang Hong beamed, praising the youth. Master He. The young man suddenly spoke. What is it? He Chang Hong felt a twinge of irritation at being interrupted. Even if it were by his own fighter. I have heard that there is a notorious troublemaker named Judy in Kowloon walled city, with whom you have had some disagreements. The young man's eye seemed to hold a deep abyss. Chapter 19. Take it all away, you have encountered a fellow traveler. You have obtained the following information. Name, Zhang Mingyuan status, none talent. Ancient Martial Arts 69 100 Skills. Glimpse of the Phoenix? Fellow travelers refer to those who walk the path of Yanfou, indicating potential conflicts of interest but sharing the same objective. Killing a fellow traveler yields no rewards. The goal of this Yanfou incident still remains with two targets. One is to reach the 7th arena of Kowloon walled city, and the other is to awaken the residual soul of the Guhuo Bird from ancient texts. As for the former, Li Yan has already achieved 10 consecutive victories, and winning 2 more should not pose much difficulty. However, the latter presents a more daunting challenge. In fact, from another perspective, the requirement of the Yanfou incident is to awaken the residual soul of the Guhuo Bird, and it does not stipulate that it must be accomplished alone. The term fellow traveler already suggests many implications. In principle, Li Yan and Zhang Mingyuan could collaborate to seek information regarding the remnants of the Guhuo Bird. Yet, the content of the Yanfou incident explicitly states that the more fragments one collects, the greater the rewards, and there are only 5 fragments available at most. Thus, the question arises, who will take more, and who will take less? The fluorescent lights of Fui building burn ceaselessly, yet many corners remain desolate. Sitting on a step, Li Yan perused the information provided by the glimpse of the Phoenix, pondering deeply. "They're here." Li Yan suddenly spoke. Zhang Mingyuan halted momentarily, then positioned himself about 3 meters behind Li Yan. "Actually, when I heard someone named Li Yan in the ring, I should have guessed it was you." Zhang Mingyuan's voice was clear. The slim tiger of Hejian. Li Yan smirked, feeling somewhat embarrassed to hear such words from another. The martial arts circle in the north is small. Zhang Mingyuan knows Li Yan, and Li Yan has some suspicions about the youth's background. He turned around, carefully modulating his tone. "I am not one for idle banter. Today, as an exception, we are here for our own reasons. I won't inquire about your origins, and you need not ask about mine. Hand over that fragment you possess. I will seek the Guhuo Bird, and you can focus on earning points while you wait for your turn. How does that sound?" Zhang Mingyuan shook his head and replied slowly, "I just met He Changhong, and he said he wants to fight you. He has a bit of a disagreement with the woman backing you, and readily agreed." Li Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but remained silent. The Yanfou incident clearly states that losing a match would disregard the incident's progress, causing immediate return and rendering one unable to intervene in any further occurrences pertaining to the Yanfou incident. "I tend to be rather straightforward," Zhang Mingyuan remarked thoughtfully. "I am not keen on collaborating with others. I find it hard to trust. Let us settle it in the ring. The loser walks away with nothing, and the winner takes it all." Li Yan chuckled lightly, stood up, and headed toward the elevator. "Will you agree or not?" Zhang Mingyuan pressed. In the chaotic environment of Kowloon walled city, the interplay between the two could become exceedingly intricate. Zhang Mingyuan was self-aware, at merely 19 years of age. Despite his martial training from a young age, he felt inexperienced and lacked the confidence to contend with an established figure like Li Yan. Thus, he somewhat feared that Li Yan might decline the challenge. "See you in the ring tomorrow," Li Yan retorted just before stepping into the elevator. As the elevator doors began to close, Li Yan's brow furrowed suddenly. It is not him. Upon returning to Judy's private room, Li Yan found the door opening as his fingers brushed the handle, revealing a group emerging from within, led by a rather peculiar-looking young man. He Changhong. He appraised Li Yan with a mocking smile. "So you are the king of hell. I'm curious to see who will face you tomorrow." Li Yan was taken aback as the group dispersed. He entered the room and spotted Judy discreetly sipping red wine and the silent Red Ghost beside her. "Ah Yan, what kind of weapon do you need? I can have Red Ghost prepare it for you." "Weapon?" Li Yan realized that He Changhong was indeed the person Zhang Mingyuan had mentioned. When Judy inquired about his weapon preference, Li Yan immediately recalled the heavy, iron-wrapped smoking rod in Zhang Mingyuan's possession. Within the 8 trigrams palm, there are many unique weapons, yet as Taisui Yushu stated, the Hejianli family is a scattered clan, proficient only in 1 or 2 types of weapons found in the 8 trigrams sect. However, the Li family undoubtedly possesses inherited martial techniques. "Brother Red Ghost, please prepare a longsword for me, at least over 1 meter long, preferably 1.3. "Not a problem," Red Ghost replied in his deep voice. "Ah Yan." In the evening, Red Ghost suddenly called out to Li Yan, tossing him a cigarette. As Li Yan lit it, Red Ghost inquired, "Did you go for that health check I asked you about earlier?" "Brother Red Ghost, you're not going to nag me about that, are you?" "I know my own body well enough," Li Yan responded, cigarette in mouth. Regardless of Red Ghost's sincerity, he indeed took good care of him. "Have you seen Taisui?" "I have." Li Yan nodded. "When Taisui saw you boxing, She mentioned you seem to lack energy and might be afflicted with some ailment. If you have something you don't want to share with me, I won't pry. However, you have only been in the walled city for a little over 10 days. I'd rather not have to collect your body too soon. If it's too much, take a break. I can speak to Judy about it. Li Yin gazed into Red Ghost's eyes, holding his gaze for a while before looking away. Brother Red Ghost, with your disposition, you're not suited to earn a living in the walled city. Tai Sui said the same. Red Ghost replied with a self-deprecating chuckle, turning his head toward Li Yin. I'm serious. Tai Sui said if you continue like this, your body won't hold up. Brother Red Ghost, will Tai Sui watch me fight tomorrow? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. It depends on her arrangements. Why do you ask? You must ensure she sees me finish this match. All right. When Li Yin returned to his apartment on Su Miao Street, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. He covered his nose as he opened the door. Still unaccustomed to the smell from the underground fishball processing factory behind his apartment, he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. But he felt the odor had grown stronger. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Li Yin opened it to reveal a girl with a pure yet somewhat shy youthful visage. Xiao, what brings you here so late? Yin Ge. My mother heard that you live alone, so she made some char siu for you. Thank you for taking care of me. Xiao presented a meal box to Li Yin. Please thank your mother for me. Li Yin accepted graciously. Sometimes, when he returned late and hadn't eaten sufficiently, Xiao's mother would send him some cooked dishes, which were quite tasty. By the way, Xiao, I noticed your home hasn't had lights on lately. Always using candles. Is there a short circuit? The illegal electrical connections in Kowloon walled city were severe, and poor contact was a common issue. Yes. The electrical fault has persisted for quite some time. Xiao lowered her head, appearing somewhat hesitant to meet Li Yin's gaze. How about this? I'll come over to take a look and see if I can fix it. I haven't met your mother yet. Xiao suddenly looked up and firmly refused. No, it's not necessary. Oh, all right then. Li Yin blinked in confusion. Well, I'll be leaving now. Xiao skipped away, appearing much more lively than when Li Yin had first encountered her. Li Yin returned inside and opened the meal box. The rice was still steaming. As he picked up the chopsticks, breaking the yolk of the fried egg released a golden, sweet center. The bowl was adorned with several tender green vegetables, topped with a generous portion of char siu, making it quite appetizing. Leaning on the table, Li Yin gazed at the char siu rice, momentarily lost in thought, feeling that life in the walled city was rather flavorful. Chapter 20. The Duel of the Sword Mother, 24. On the 24th of June in the year of the tiger, it is deemed unfavorable for burial and favorable for fasting and rituals. In the luxurious Fui building, Judy and Hong Gui sat on the plush sofa in the private box, their gazes fixed upon the weapon held by Li Yin below. Li Yin wielded a Han sword, measuring 1 meter 3 in length and 3 fingers in width, its blade shimmering with a radiant luster, while the blood groove appeared dark and foreboding. The sword was inscribed with the grand characters, Qi Sheng Wan Jing. Huanqing Chulong Zhang Mingyuan, on the other hand, held the Lanfensu, a staff 90 centimeters long with a blade with exceeding 4 fingers. The ends were wrapped in wrought iron, with a wooden shaft marred by numerous speckles. The mouthpiece resembled a bird's beak, slightly curved. Where did you procure this sword? Is it reliable? Judy voiced her concern. Fear not, Sister Judy. This is a private collection of the Tai Sui. A weapon that has tasted blood, there's no issue, Ahong replied confidently. Though 1 meter 3 may not seem long, when Li Yin grasped the Han sword, it was evident that it was significantly longer than what an ordinary person might envision, exuding a sense of overwhelming visual intimidation. Yushu sat amidst the crowd, her sleek black ponytail cascading over her chest as she listened to the murmurs of the surrounding gamblers, muttering to herself. The Han sword is ferocious and requires great stamina. He doesn't appear to be a fool seeking death. Could it be I truly misjudged? Upon the white jade arena, the two opponents faced each other. Zhang Mingyuan took a deep breath. While the people of Kowloon walled city had not heard of the river Jian Thin Tiger, the name resonated profoundly with him. A mere glance revealed an 81 mastery of ancient martial arts, clearly illustrating the disparity in their skills. Thus, when he heard Li Yin had voluntarily requested a match on the arena, he was somewhat taken aback. However, Zhang Mingyuan did not believe he would inevitably lose. The youth clasped his hands together. Jimen, Zhang Mingyuan. Li Yin, examining the Han sword in his grasp, lifted his head and replied, He Jian, Li Yin. Zhang Mingyuan gripped the smoking rod with one hand, bending his legs slightly before propelling himself forward, his feet creating a frictional sound against the floor as he lunged toward Li Yin like a hawk swooping down. Li Yin flicked his wrist upward. the razor-sharp blade slicing toward Zhang Mingyuan's wrist. Unflinching, Zhang Mingyuan pressed down on the smoking rod, the mouthpiece hooking onto the edge of the Han's sword, diverting its path as he launched himself forward like an arrow, aiming the blade of his smoking pouch toward Li Yan's fingers. "Take that!" Zhang Mingyuan shouted furiously. Li Yan, unable to retreat in time, decisively released the sword hilt, leaning back as his right leg spun around, his heel aimed at Zhang Mingyuan's head. "Not good," Judy gasped. Witnessing Li Yan's forced abandonment of the Han's sword in a single exchange, her hand trembling as the drink spilled onto her attire, unnoticed, Zhang Mingyuan, elated, leaned back to evade Li Yan's kick aimed at his right foot, then closed in, refusing to grant Li Yan a moment's respite. However, as he sidestepped Li Yan's right foot, a glint of blade flashed before him, darting toward his neck. What? Almost instinctively, Zhang Mingyuan executed an iron bridge maneuver with astonishing core strength, narrowly avoiding a fatal cut to his throat, yet still sustaining a long gash from his neck to chin. The onlookers on Li Yan's side had a clear view as he released the sword hilt, performing a spinning kick, while his left hand deftly caught the descending Han sword. Shielded by his right leg, the Han sword traced a sweeping arc, aimed at Zhang Mingyuan's neck. Zhang Mingyuan managed to lean back and evade Li Yan's right leg, but he could not escape the imposing Han sword measuring 1 meter 3. The He Jianli family, masterful in both spear and sword, engaged in the duel of the Sword Mother, 24, concealing the moon's might. Wudong's sword? Yushu took a sip from her small wine jar, intrigued. Wiping the blood trickling down his neck, Zhang Mingyuan refrained from rashly attacking, opting instead to circle around Li Yan with deliberate steps. Li Yan, unhurried, switched the Han sword to his right hand, his eyes fixed on Zhang Mingyuan's movements, blood dripping slowly from the blade, soon rendering it pristine white as snow. Li Yan's expression brightened. A fine sword. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Mingyuan charged at him once more. Li Yan lightly pushed off the ground, shaking his wrist, the long sword rising from below to target Zhang Mingyuan's groin. Zhang Mingyuan, holding the smoking rod, brought the pouch down to meet Li Yan's blade. Launching himself into the air, executing a kick with his foot aimed at Li Yan's neck, this unexpected maneuver caught even Li Yan off guard, landing a strike. With his legs locking around Li Yan's neck while suspended in midair, Zhang Mingyuan twisted his waist, channeling explosive force from his legs as the mouthpiece of the land fencer shot straight toward Li Yan's eye. Suddenly, Zhang Mingyuan let out a muffled grunt, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, rolling back to his feet, blood gushing from his right ankle. Li Yan twisted his wrist to retract the long sword, wielding the lethal weapon with precision as if it were an extension of his own body. The distance between the land fencer and his eye was less than a foot, yet he remained unperturbed. Li Yan regarded the pale-faced youth and declared, "You are not my match. Concede or face the consequences." Zhang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and stood tall. "I am almost there." Li Yan narrowed his eyes, beckoning Zhang Mingyuan with a curl of his fingers. Zhang Mingyuan steadied himself, a ripple of black waves forming in his gaze. With a fleeting glance, he activated his skill. "You have chosen to unveil a fleeting glimpse. The target is locked, Li Yan. This lock can be disengaged at any time. Regrettably, you have not disowned your opponent's weaknesses. Should the target remain under the fleeting glimpse for an extended duration, your chances of uncovering their vulnerabilities will increase. You have acquired the following information. Name, Li Yan status, none talent. Ancient martial arts 81-100 skills, none. Li Yan did not purchase the fleeting glimpse. He and Ong had previously utilized it by directly expending Yanfou points. Threat level, deep red remarks. As a novice confronting the Yanfou incident for the first time, this man has yet to experience the power of Yanfou. Trust me, this is your sole opportunity. Li Yan launched himself into an aggressive advance. The longer the fleeting glimpse persisted, the greater the likelihood of discovering the target's weaknesses. When facing He and Ong, Li Yan had not detected any so-called weaknesses. Yet he was reluctant to experiment himself. The Han sword clashed with the smoking rod, and the black ripples in Zhang Mingyuan's eyes intensified. His movements with the land fencer became electric, while his right knee rose high, executing a kick toward Li Yan's calf. Li Yan's Han sword fell, repelling Zhang Mingyuan's leg. While under the influence of the fleeting glimpse, Zhang Mingyuan seized the opportunity as Li Yan's strength faltered, raising the land fencer's beak-like mouthpiece toward Li Yan's neck. This is precisely. Li Yan sighed inwardly. He had utilized the fleeting glimpse before and possessed his understanding of this skill categorized as ordinary quality. For an untrained individual, Employing the fleeting glimpse would render their opponent's movements exceedingly slow, allowing them to perceive even the minutest details. However, for seasoned combatants such as Li Yin and Zhang Mingyuan, the fleeting glimpse would enhance their reaction speed, enabling a more composed response. Its effectiveness was remarkable. Had it been the previous Zhang Mingyuan facing Li Yan's sword, he would not have possessed such keen perception and reflexes. Chapter 21. The power of Yanfou. Li Yin deftly parried Zhang Mingyuan's punch with his left hand, while the eight-sided Han's sword in his grasp brushed against Zhang's shoulder. At that moment, the sinister nature of the intercepting weapon known as the Lan Mian was fully revealed. Zhang Mingyuan's wrist flicked, causing his initially directed attack towards Li Yin to veer off course, the sharp edge slicing across Li Yan's face and leaving a deep gash. Undeterred, Li Yan's fingers formed a beak-like shape as he struck Zhang Mingyuan's wrist, the Han sword nearly grazing Zhang's armpit. In a moment of urgency, Zhang leaped back, creating distance between himself and Li Yin, barely managing to withdraw the Lan Mian in time to evade the deadly arc of Li Yan's sword. Li Yin, unbothered by the injury to his visage, casually discarded the Lan Mian onto the ground, casting a cold gaze towards Zhang Mingyuan, who now bore a purple bruise on his right wrist and was bleeding profusely from his legs and neck, utterly defenseless yet undaunted, his eyes shimmering with a feral intensity. In the private booth, He Changhong wore a grim expression. He had spoken confidently before Judy, but now it seemed that Wu Erlang might not be a match for this king of hell. Losing money was inconsequential to him, and Zhang Mingyuan's life was of little worth. However, the thought of losing face before Judy was unbearable. Li Yin lunged forward, the eight-sided Han sword radiating a fierce aura as it descended towards Zhang Mingyuan's legs. Zhang sprang from the ground, dodging Li Yan's swift sword strike, attempting to stamp down on Li Yan's sword hand. Li Yin slightly lifted his hand, the blade of his sword sweeping horizontally towards Zhang Mingyuan, compelling him to twist his body mid-air and land awkwardly. Before Zhang could regain his footing, the relentless Han sword descended with a brutal force, and he could not evade it in time, resulting in a long gash on his right arm. To any observer, it appeared that Zhang Mingyuan's chances had dwindled to nothing. Without the Lan Mian, he had no means of defense against Li Yan's ferocious assault, which surged like a turbulent tide, suffocating in its intensity. Yet, as Zhang's arm was cut, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged at Li Yin with reckless abandon as the Han sword fell. Seeking death, Li Yin thought. Even if he were to abandon his sword, the bloody Zhang Mingyuan would still not be his match. Moreover, there was no need for him to relinquish his weapon. With a flick of his wrist, the falling Han sword surged like an enraged dragon, its tip aimed menacingly at Zhang's knee. Zhang's eyes widened. The outcome of this battle hinged on this very moment. He propelled himself upward, planting his heel on Li Yan's sword, executing a mid-air spin kick that echoed with a resounding crack. Hidden leg beneath the leaves. In Li Yan's vision, the red glow emanating from Zhang Mingyuan abruptly dimmed, hinting at a transformation towards darkness. A chill coursed through Li Yin as he recalled the series of question marks he had glimpsed earlier. Zhang Mingyuan's bloodied chin lifted, revealing a creature of flames with the body of a nine-headed tiger and a tail like a hooked claw, roaring fiercely. The Shan Hai Jing records, the Caming Beast, with a body resembling a tiger, stands facing east atop Kowloon. With a sudden impact, Li Yin felt a kick to his jaw, his body leaning backward as blood trickled from his mouth. An eerie roar echoed in his ears, as if a stick had been thrust into his brain, stirring a violent turmoil. Even with Li Yan's strong will, he could not suppress a cry of pain. The anguish was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. You have confronted the power of the Caming Beast. You have acquired some information, but viewing it will require a small cost of Yanfou points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Name, Zhang Mingyuan. Talent, Ancient Martial Arts, 69-100. Status, Angry Spirit. Skills, 1. A Glimpse of the Phoenix. 2. Inheritance of the Caming Beast. Angry Spirit. Inheritance of the Caming Beast. Angry Spirit type. Active skill quality. Rare. Can only be obtained through special rewards after completing related Yanfou events. Cannot be purchased through any means. With every movement, the power of the Caming Beast is invoked, each attack igniting the opponent's soul. And it can be affixed to any weapon, though its ranged effectiveness is only 30 of its melee impact. In the throes of agony, Li Yan's grip slackened, causing the Han sword to clatter to the ground. As Zhang Mingyuan's toes touched the earth, he spun around, channeling force into a powerful kick aimed at Li Yan's shoulder, causing blood to spatter from Li Yan's already wounded leg. Li Yan's right arm felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He rolled on the ground to create distance, the searing pain consuming his willpower. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been writhing in agony by now. Li Yan, trembling fingers and all, could no longer lift his right arm. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and maintaining this state was no easy feat for him either. He picked up the Han sword with one hand and charged at Li Yan. The situation had dramatically shifted. Li Yan's gaze was devoid of emotion, as if it were not he who had lost his right arm. He uttered softly, no matter how formidable the power of the gaming beast may be, it still requires precision to strike. Zhang Mingyuan lunged with the Han sword aimed directly at Li Yan. Li Yan pivoted to the right, his body gliding like a specter along Zhang Mingyuan's arm, reaching him in an instant. He stepped forward, spinning to raise his left hand, and struck down towards Zhang's chest. The 64 secret hands of the Bagua palm, the garment lifting step, the crossed moving tower. Zhang Mingyuan's face paled in shock, instantly realizing that swordsmanship was not his forte, and the Han sword was excessively long for him to wield. Regret washed over him, and he instinctively lifted his knee, attempting to use the lotus leaf leg to repel Li Yan. But just as he raised his knee, Li Yan's foot struck like a venomous snake, brutally impacting Zhang's shin. It was the same exquisite technique from the stabbing foot gate, the twisted silk leg. Simultaneously, Li Yan's fist crashed into Zhang Mingyuan's chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from him. He then transformed his fist into claws, seizing Zhang's shoulder, sliding down his arm to wrest the Han sword away. Using his elbow to pin Zhang to the ground, the razor-sharp blade poised against Zhang's throat like a guillotine. Huh. Blood dripped from Zhang Mingyuan's lips as he gazed up at Li Yan's indifferent eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his forehead as if pricked by needles. Zhang Daoing. Who are you to me? Li Yan's voice was hoarse, injured by the power of the gaming beast. Zhang coughed up a few flecks of blood, chilled by the sight of Li Yan's slightly reddened eyes, and involuntarily replied, I am her brother. Li Yan fell silent for a moment. A drop of blood trickling from the Han sword pressed against Zhang's neck, creating a soft plopping sound. You broke my right arm. The repercussions will be endless if it fails to heal within a month. I should kill you to vent my anger. Li Yan's voice was cold and raspy, each word deliberate. He released the Han sword, grasped Zhang Mingyuan by the collar, and hurled him off the stage. Bang! Zhang crashed heavily to the ground, covered in dust. How did you learn the twisted silk leg from my stabbing foot gate? Zhang Mingyuan shouted, a hint of indignation in his voice. Li Yan stood up, clutching his right arm, staggering down from the stage, veins bulging on his forehead. Hearing Zhang's question, he replied through gritted teeth, ask your sister when you get home. In the private booth, the red ghost exhaled heavily, the duel full of twists and turns, ultimately resulting in Li Yan's victory. Observing that Li Yan wielded the Han sword with power and seemed unscathed, it was a satisfactory conclusion. He turned to Judy only to find her face flushed. Red Ghost. You, step outside for a moment, and make sure to close the door behind you. Chapter 22. I can grant you a better future. The water flowed, mingled with crimson, splashing audibly against the sink. Li Yan secured a circle of ice packs around the spot on his right shoulder where Zhang Mingyuan had kicked him, yet the effect was barely perceptible. When you discarded your sword, I genuinely feared for your defeat. A figure with sharp, cropped hair, his fists wrapped in bandages, stood before him, none other than Xiao Shou, adept in both Wenxing fist and Taiji praying mantis styles. You can't possibly be so idle as to watch my match. So, who will you face shortly? The 4 most prominent fighters in the ring recently included you, me, Wu Erlang, whom you just defeated, and the last one. Li Yan licked his teeth, ensuring he had cleared the blood from his mouth before turning to Xiao Zhou. Don't capsize in the gutter. Li Yan's disposition was rebellious. Few peers in the martial arts realm ever caught his esteem. Yet, he found himself somewhat admiring Xiao Zhou's stubborn character, cold on the outside, warm within. Xiao Zhou was deserving of Li Yan's respect. His years of experience in brawls, stemming from gang conflicts, had honed a distinctive fighting style. Tai Sui had once dubbed him a genius, a testament to his prowess. In this era, traditional martial arts perhaps could no longer uphold the illustrious banner of national arts pinned by Sun Yat-sen, yet countless talented individuals remained unknown. In Li Yan's time, masters like Xiao Zhou were exceedingly rare. His refusal of Lei Jing's invitation stemmed from a sense of impending doom. In the crumbling tides of fortune, what good was a frail tiger in the face of adversity? Wealth might offer a gamble, but desiring more was mere folly. Lei Jing sought to leverage him against the elders of the National Arts Association, but it was inevitable that the association would fall into the hands of those who understood little of the true art. Such a disarray was not worth Li Yan's life to salvage. Xiao Zhou rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Heal well. I have no intention of exploiting another's strength. Your swordplay is commendable. I shall personally experience it in due course. Then you shall witness something even greater, Li Yan chuckled. A knock echoed at the restroom door. Ong. Zhug is calling for you. The fight is about to commence. Xiao Zhou nodded. Understood. He turned back. There's one more matter. Li Yan attempted to move his right arm. Grimacing slightly. Speak. Gong Sun Yin and Zhang Yicheng are no gentlemen. Xiao Zhou stated bluntly before turning to leave. Li Yan opened his mouth. But upon seeing Xiao Zhou had already departed, he furrowed his brow and discarded the melted ice packs into the trash. Wealth cannot corrupt, can it? Why not speak plainly instead of posturing as an intellectual? This phrase originates from Mengzi, followed by the well-known tenet. Wealth cannot corrupt, power cannot bend, poverty cannot sway. He likely knew of Li Yan's affair with Judy, perceiving Li Yan as coveting her riches, a mere parasite to a wealthy woman. Li Yan found such individuals particularly twisted. Having already mingled with the elite, they turned around to admonish others against avarice. Yet, he did not find them utterly detestable. The bloodstains on the marble ring had been meticulously cleaned, while the audience buzzed with chatter. Which fighter do you favor? That one with the iron claws was quite sharp last time. His movements were unnaturally swift. Indeed, but look at his opponent, clearly a student, grinning like a star. Not so. I've heard that student fights viciously. This time, Xiao Zhou stepped onto the stage without his iron claws, wielding a 9-ring broadsword, appearing even more formidable than Li Yan's 8-sided Han sword. Below, a flowery-clad figure, Jiuchuan, beamed, loudly declaring to a man beside him in sunglasses, Look, Guhuo. This is my champion Xiao Zhou. He has never lost on the ring, and today shall be no different. Wan Hongji hastily followed Xiao Zhou, urgently addressing the impassive Li Yan. Xiao Zhou, as your mentor, I must ensure your safety. This opponent is not ordinary, and in 10 matches, the outcome will be either death or severe injury. Restrain your compassion and strike with intent. I have never held back. I simply see no need for total annihilation. Xiao Zhou leaped onto the ring, sizing up his opponent. The youth, barely 18 or 19, was strikingly handsome, grinning with a pair of tiger teeth. It was difficult to fathom how such a person could evoke such exaggerated concern from Wan Hongji. I must clarify something. The youthful fighter suddenly spoke. Xiao Zhou regarded him with curiosity. The boy licked his lips. Once on the ring, life and death are irrelevant. Xiao Zhou smirked coldly, offering no reply but a respectful bow. Do family fist, Zhou Wan. The boy returned the gesture with a semblance of formality. Wing Chun, Su Tianxi. As Li Yan entered the medical room, he found Zhang Mingyuan lying on a makeshift bed, bandaged by the ring's nurse, resembling a rice dumpling. Wow, you truly are robust. Losing so much blood, yet remaining unscathed. This injury nearly exposes your spine. Does it hurt? Li Yan cleared his throat at the door, drawing the attention of both. I have something to discuss with him. Please, nurse, excuse us. Li Yan fixed a bemused gaze upon the nurse's hand, resting on Zhang Mingyuan's thigh. The nurse instantly withdrew her hand, flustered, and hurriedly retreated with small steps. Li Yan extended his hand. You are indeed quite direct. Zhang Mingyuan offered a wry smile, gesturing with his eyes. In my embrace, my left arm is fractured, and your blade has carved a 40-centimeter gash across my right arm. Do not be so cruel as to make me retrieve it myself. Li Yan scowled as he sat beside Zhang Mingyuan, reaching into his embrace. Where? Lower. Nothing here. A bit lower. Li Yan indeed felt something paper-like and pulled it out, revealing a piece of gilded rice paper adorned with the image of a single-legged creature, howling skyward. Where did you acquire this? Fortune smiled upon me. I bought it for 2,000 from the Li Xing pawn shop. An old Taoist, in a fit of drug addiction, killed an unfortunate soul walking through Kowloon walled city and, after robbing him, sold it to the shop. For more details, you must inquire with that unfortunate soul. Zhang Mingyuan regarded Li Yan. You possess 2 of these as well. Where did you get yours? These 5 pieces were seized from a gang of robbers at a bank vault. I eliminated that gang. Zhang Mingyuan gasped, realizing that no ordinary criminal would dare rob a bank in Hong Kong with merely a fruit knife. Even with the enlightened beast heritage, he would stand no chance against several sharpshooters. He could hardly fathom how Li Yan achieved this single-handedly. Surely, he was still an ordinary person at heart. By the way, is this your first encounter with the Yanfou incident? The second, Zhang Mingyuan replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Was it a heavy-set man who brought you in? Zhang Mingyuan paused, surprised. No, it was a remarkably beautiful woman who accompanied me. I shall never forget her. What rewards are bestowed upon completion of the Yanfou incident? Li Yin posed another question. Zhang Mingyuan replied earnestly. Completing the Yanfou incident the first time guarantees a 100% acquisition of a Yanfou heritage, just as I received the enlightened beast. At this point, a spark of fervor flickered in Zhang Mingyuan's eyes. Unless you have experienced it, you cannot comprehend that extraordinary feeling, that transcendent power. Enough of the idle chatter, let us get to the matter at hand. If this were truly of consequence, it should be me lying here, not you. The youth flushed with indignation. Had I not retrieved that Han sword, the outcome might have been different. Li Yin patted Zhang Mingyuan's shoulder forcefully, his tone ominous. You are bedridden. Why create further discomfort for yourself? Wouldn't you agree? Lighting a cigarette, he inquired, what comes next? What else remains? After the conclusion of the Yanfou incident, all of your actions will be evaluated, and the higher the assessment, the more Yanfou points and elevated purchasing privileges you will obtain. What are purchasing privileges? Li Yin tapped the table, feeling he had asked a pertinent question. They are related to all the entities that emerged during this Yanfou incident. I find it difficult to articulate. He recalled, during my last Yanfou incident, which took place in the 13th year of the Republic of China, a corpse transformation occurred at a charity temple near Phoenix Mountain in Xiangxi, ultimately leading the local warlord to reduce the entire temple to rubble with artillery. In the final purchasing privileges, I encountered terms such as corpse guiding techniques, and even entities like purple zombies and blood zombies. However, my Yanfou points were woefully insufficient, lacking even the points for a white zombie, and as for the purple zombie, it was obscured from view, rendering it unattainable for me. What is the most efficient way to enhance one's purchasing privileges? Li Yin pressed on, his heartbeat quickening as he suddenly recalled the peculiar smile of that portly individual and the words he uttered. I can grant you something better. If I were to articulate it, the most efficient method to increase one's privileges would be to commit murder. Chapter 23, Martial Virtue and Murder. Heh. Li Yin toyed with his fingers, not replying. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly recalled something and spoke. By the way, in about an hour or two, the power of my enlightened beast will dissipate. Your right arm should be fine. Li Yan's expression relaxed somewhat. He had several fierce battles to fight in Kowloon walled city, and losing the use of his right arm would indeed complicate matters. One last thing, have you been playing cat and mouse with me these past few days? Zhang Mingyuan shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, it's nothing. You can rest easy. Li Yin stood up and headed for the door. What is your relationship with my sister? Zhang Mingyuan asked, lifting his chin. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yin replied with a teasing tone, old lovers. You. Zhang Mingyuan was so enraged he nearly sat up, but Li Yin had already exited the door. Once outside, Li Yin felt a sigh of relief. This kid really is tough. The unpredictability of combat is daunting, especially with weapons. The single blow Li Yin delivered to Zhang Mingyuan's chest was lethal enough. Yet, after enduring 3 of Li Yan's swords, a claw, and a punch, Zhang Mingyuan had barely lost his combat ability. This formidable physical resilience must be attributed to the legacy of Yanfou. His Ericsson phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the number, he pressed the answer button. Brother Red Ghost, what's up? The phone crackled with noise, a cacophony of shouts and curses. When a melodious female voice cut through. Yan, right? Come to the boxing ring and take a young man out of the building through the back door. If anyone dares to stop you on the way, fight them fiercely. Li Yin was taken aback. Tai Sui? The call had already ended. Li Yin pondered rapidly and hastened towards the boxing ring upstairs. Today, if I don't take down this scoundrel, no one gets to leave through this door. The man in the white suit had thrown it to the ground, revealing a body of well-defined muscles. The Yasha tattoo on his arm seemed poised to strike. The blood-soaked flower shirt 9 had veins bulging. Surrounded by hundreds of gang members who encircled the entire Fui building's 10th floor, each with a defiant expression, over 50 armed men in black suits stood expressionless, blocking the way of Flower Shirt 9 and his crew, while Tai Sui Yushu quietly sipped white liquor to the side. You, Flower Shirt 9, are quite remarkable. Hundreds surround us, yet we came to launching to watch boxing, not for a gang war. What do you want? If you intend to cause trouble, you should assess your own strength. The speaker was a well-dressed man in his 50s, his hair impeccably styled, exuding authority without anger. These gamblers were either wealthy or noble. And despite facing the seasoned Helianxing gang, they showed no fear. After all, the 14 fighters of Helianxing were not solely under Flower Shirt 9's command. If you lack the strength, Why not let Zheng Bo weigh in on my capabilities? The elder Jing shifted his gaze towards the speaker, falling silent. The man had been seated in the stands, quietly cleaning his eyes, until the elder spoke up. He rose from his seat and approached Flower Shirt 9. His demeanor quite refined. He introduced himself as Lianshan's Chang Kailai, the younger generation, and expressed apologies to the elder Zheng and the other disturbed patrons. Alu, you needn't be so courteous. In fact, the man raised his hand, and Zheng Bo appeared to be choked. His words abruptly halted. Ajio is a rough fellow. He spoke rashly in haste. Everyone here is free to leave at any time, and those wishing to stay to watch the spectacle will not be ejected by Liansheng. However, this is fundamentally our private grudge with Liansheng. I hope everyone will refrain from intervening. After his speech, he bowed respectfully to the stands and the private boxes, maintaining his head lowered for a full 5 seconds before rising again. Zheng Bo stood awkwardly in the stands, unsure whether to sit or leave. When Yushu finally spoke, Zheng Bo, Prince Lu is quite reasonable. Since he has already offered an apology, you should temper your anger. This timely gesture led the elder to relent, stammering his agreement, and hurriedly escorting his people away, while the other gamblers also rose, wishing to avoid entanglement in the turmoil. With most having departed, the Fui building felt considerably emptier, though some remained, true heirs of Hong Kong's affluent families, viewing the gang scene as thrilling yet lacking intimidation. Should any of them encounter trouble in Kowloon walled city, the Hong Kong British government would seize the opportunity to dispatch military police for a third time, forcibly dismantling what they perceived as a blight, leaving Yi Liansheng to bear the consequences. It was at this moment that Li Yin arrived. What is the situation? Brother Red Ghost, Li Yin inquired softly. Xiao Zhou lost. Brother Red Ghost's expression darkened. Li Yin approached the boxing ring, where he saw pools of dark brown blood. His right hand had been severed, and he bore 2 knife wounds to his abdomen, his intestines spilling out, prompting Flower Shirt 9's men to rush him for medical attention. The Lianshan crew was now causing a ruckus. Li Yin glanced toward the crowd. Besides Tai Sui Yushu, there was Xiao Shou's manager, Wan Hongji. And on the other side stood the red-eyed Flower Shirt 9, alongside a young man whom Li Yin did not recognize. Intermittently, phrases like the rules of the Kowloon boxing ring and life and death contracts floated through the air. He was Prince Lu, the son of Changshan, the head of Liansheng, who was nearing retirement age, effectively holding the reins of the entire organization. Upon hearing the name Prince Lu, reminiscent of a domestic yogurt brand, Li Yin didn't have time to inquire further, simply stating, Tai Sui asked me to escort a young man out first. Who is it? Brother Red Ghost led Li Yin backstage, where a young man with a bandaged abdomen sat. He bore several shallow wounds, but the knife wound on his stomach was severe, continuing to seep blood despite the bandaging. The young man looked relaxed and brightened upon seeing Li Yin. You're the king of hell? Li Yin ignored him and turned to Brother Red Ghost. Is it him? Brother Red Ghost nodded. Ensure his safe exit from Kowloon walled city. He cannot die under our watch. The young man seemed oblivious to the coldness in Brother Red Ghost's words, still smiling cheerfully. Understood, leave it to me. Li Yin turned to the young man. Can you walk on your own? Of course. Stay close to me. Li Yin led the way, exiting the arena through the back door and descending the stairs, while the young man chattered incessantly behind him. My name is Su Tianxi, what is yours? If I defeat you, will I have no opponents left in the ring? I've trained in martial arts for over a decade. I haven't had enough of Kowloon walled city in just a few days. That Xiao Shou is quite a fighter. His 9-ring broadsword made my arms weak. But alas, I was faster. Are you familiar with the 8 cuts? 2 slashes would tear through his abdomen. Li Yin suddenly halted, a smile playing on his lips. You practice traditional martial arts. Do you believe in martial virtue? Su Tianxi was taken aback, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. That sort of thing is outdated. Li Yin burst into laughter, charging forward, planting his foot firmly into Su Tianxi's still bleeding abdomen. Su Tianxi was kicked a meter away, blood droplets spraying through the air as he slammed against the wall, dust raining down. Li Yin stood firm, his tone icy. I feel the same way. Chapter 24. A bold heart seeks wealth and glory. Having narrowly escaped death, one must not linger in peril. Do you wish to be turned into a mere pulp by those of Lianshan? Su Tianxi wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. The smile on his face finally vanished. I shall repay this kick in kind. I await your return. Li Yan's tone was cold and resolute as he turned to descend the stairs. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from his pocket. Glancing at his phone, he cleared his throat twice and answered gently, What is it, Sister Judy? On the other end, the woman's voice was tinged with melancholy. Where on earth have you been? I've been busy. Su Tianxi shot a peculiar look at the grinning Li Yin, and their pace quickened. Near the stairway, two men from He Lianxing lounged, smoking and eyeing the exit. They noticed two men emerging side by side, one of whom was still on the phone. Buying a car? What nonsense. Sister Judy, if you're feeling generous, why not just give me cash instead? Even without a family business, one still needs funds. Oh, how could I dare? Of course not. The man spoke softly, his tone dulcet. The two from CGO exchanged knowing glances and turned their heads away. As the two men walked a few steps away, one suddenly blinked and leapt to his feet. Hey, wait up. He hurried after Su Tianxi, reaching for his shoulder. But the man on the phone abruptly spun around, delivering a fierce sidekick that struck the assailant's chin, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other man discarded his cigarette and instinctively reached for the knife at his waist, but before he could react, a blurred shadow charged at him, accompanied by a rush of wind, striking his face. Of course there's noise. I'm busy. Li Yin stepped on the blade of the knife, flicked it up, and grasped it in his hand. He seized Su Tianxi's arm and dashed down the stairs. Josie, what is happening? A group of CGO men, hearing the commotion, rushed up the stairs, encountering Li Yin face to face. Good grief, this bastard has sharp ears. Oh, I was speaking of you, Sister Judy. Li Yin tossed the Ericsson phone to Su Tianxi, grasped the handrail, and leapt down, his legs sweeping like steel whips, landing a kick to one CGO man's chest. With a somersault, he propelled himself upwards and struck another man on the cheek with the back of his fist. Su Tianxi stood aside, the Ericsson still ringing. Yin, what on earth are you doing? Why is it so noisy around you? I don't see you beside Tai Sui. Wow, it's chaotic this time. The prince seldom comes to the fortress. He doesn't realize Tai Sui is unhinged. He thinks bringing several hundred gangs and CGO committees will intimidate him. If he gets any more arrogant, he may not leave Fui building today. Did you hear what I said? He heard it, of course, Li Yin replied, shaking his fist as he approached, snatching the phone away and glaring at the eager Su Tianxi. Sister Judy, I'll wrap this up shortly and call you back. Li Yin hung up the Ericsson and signaled to Su Tianxi. Let us go. Brother Yu, have we truly waited long enough for someone to arrive? Black-toothed Tai swatted away the ferocious mosquitoes surrounding him, spitting a thick phlegm into the filthy puddle. The man glanced at him, annoyance creeping into his voice. Be quiet. But brother Yu, it's rare for the prince to come to the fortress. Now that trouble has arisen, you've summoned us here to be mosquito fodder while others are currying favor at Fui building. Curse it. Even useless gamblers like Chicken Shit Chong know to seize the opportunity. When trouble brews, that scoundrel is the first to flee, though the others remained silent. They evidently shared Black-toothed Tai's sentiment. Most of the men had been in the underworld for 4 years, while others were merely fresh out of school. However, one should not underestimate these fledglings, who had just torn apart their textbooks. Aside from a few who fancied the tattooed facade and thought they could dine for free and rake in protection fees while spouting brotherhood, most chose the path of the underworld merely to survive. Thus, these newcomers could be quite fierce, willing to fight for recognition. With the son of the boss positioned at Fui building, the lower-tier lackeys naturally sought to align themselves with him. The man took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt beneath his foot with a cold smile. This incident has escalated significantly. Did you see the student who disemboweled brother-in while you were at Fui? Black-toothed Tai paused. I did not see that. The committee is not without its reputation. The situation was too rushed, and Tai Sui's men appeared taciturn. In a conflict, He Lianxing would not have the upper hand, and remaining at Fui building would bring calamity rather than fortune. Yet, the prince is astute. The committee relies on profits from the ring, and it is likely both sides will coexist peacefully. However, that student, the man revealed a set of teeth as white as porcelain. It's obvious that Fui building urged him to leave the city quickly. I'll be waiting at the entrance of Kowloon walled city. Once we capture him and deliver him to Brother Lu, who do you think will earn the credit? Upon finishing, the others nodded in agreement. Perhaps the wait had dragged on too long. The man casually inquired of Black-toothed Tai, by the way. That gambling fool who wanted to exchange paper for cash at your gambling den. Has he returned? Black-toothed Tai shook his head vigorously. Brother Yu instructed me to keep an eye on him. He hasn't shown up lately. Is that so? The man replied nonchalantly, reaching for his cigarette case, only for it to slip from his fingers and hit the ground with a thud. They've arrived. Black-toothed Tai shouted in excitement. The group of over 10 men stood up, brandishing gleaming weapons. Brother Yu, there are 2 of them. One CGO man turned around but was startled by the man's expression. The man swallowed hard, his voice trembling with suppressed tension and elation. Tai, didn't I ask you to find a Vietnamese to procure a black dog gun? just in case? Hurry up. Black-Tooth Tai was taken aback. To him, although the opponent was skilled, he had sustained serious injuries. He had witnessed Xiao Zhou's 9-ring saber strike that lad's abdomen, with over 10 of them armed. Even with specialized hunting gear, there was no reason they couldn't overpower him. He mustered his courage against the man's fierce gaze and replied, "Brother, you. Acquiring a gun from the Vietnamese takes time. Your urgency is too pressing, and I." The man abruptly fell silent, his gaze fixed on the thin, tall figure beside the metal sign of Kowloon walled city. He turned back, scanning the excited yet anxious faces around him, his expression contorted with conflict. "You didn't manage to get the gun, did you? I think. Whether or not we have it." "No, we don't." The man cast one last glance at Li Yan, particularly scrutinizing his arms and chin. The words seemed to erupt from his teeth. Retreat. Chapter 25. The feast. Call a cab yourself, and be careful when you go out. He Lianxing's men will not let this rest, Li Yan remarked to Su Tianxi as they exited Kowloon walled city. It was true that Su Tianxi was ruthless. Yet both men had signed a life-and-death agreement before stepping into the ring, acknowledging that once they entered, there would be no grievances regarding life or death. Moreover, Su Tianxi's injuries were substantial. Logically, He Lianxing should not provoke further trouble. Unfortunately, matters in this world seldom adhere to logic. He Lianxing only required a personal vendetta against Su Tianxi, disregarding reason altogether. This individual was devoid of meaning and did not abide by rules. Su Tianxi, defiantly lifting his chin, displayed indifference towards He Lianxing. Li Yan glanced at him with a slight smirk, but remained silent. "I will heal within 15 days, Su Tianxi asserted. However, it appeared that Li Yan had not heard him, as he turned and walked eastward. "Hey, that's not the way back to Kowloon walled city. Where are you going?" Su Tianxi called after him. "Return to Kowloon walled city? I would have to be out of my mind to go back at this moment," Li Yan replied, licking his lips. "Tai Sui, Hua Shanjiu, Prince Lu, and that elusive Wu Haoshi. Tonight, Kowloon walled city will likely be even more explosive than some anticipate." In Kowloon walled city, the situation was far from the men's optimistic expectations. Perhaps the title Tai Sui had grown moldy from disuse. Or perhaps Prince Lu truly cared for his subordinates, willing to go to great lengths for them. He Lianxing's forces were pouring into the walled city, and the situation was spiraling out of control. "I am a man who values rules, yet I adhere to the rules of the underworld. I am fair. If that brat severed one of my brother's hands, he should offer a hand in compensation. If he disemboweled my brother, he should stab himself. Once this is done, my men will withdraw from Kowloon walled city." On either side stood the Red Ghost and Liao Zhizong, but seated before them was a woman clad in sportswear, her long, flowing hair cascading down to her waist. With a composed smile, she remarked, "The boxing arena in Kowloon walled city has existed for decades. Few dare to cause chaos here, and none have walked out unscathed. Young Master Chong, think carefully." Prince Lu chuckled lightly, speaking slowly. "Speaking of which, I am quite curious. Miss you, being so young and a woman, how did you ascend to the position of one of the 5 leaders in Kowloon walled city? There are so many heroes and warriors here. Tai Sui, you must have persuaded them all. Quite the feat." He emphasized the word persuade, his tone exceedingly arrogant. However, before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed toward him, an overwhelming pressure causing his eyes to widen instinctively. Almost simultaneously with Yushu's words, the Red Ghost's foot came to a halt mere inches from Prince Li's nose. The 2 men beside Prince Lu, as if awakening from a dream, had just lifted their weapons when Prince Lu halted them with a shout. The Red Ghost slowly retracted her foot, her expression icy as she stepped back behind Yushu. Prince Lu swallowed hard. The Red Ghost was still a good 4 or 5 steps away, yet even he and his companions, renowned for their martial prowess, could not discern the Red Ghost's movements. Tai Sui's subordinates have quite the fiery temperament. I was merely speaking, Prince Lu forced a smile. Tai Sui's followers were both literary and martial. Qin Minhong was once the 6th champion, and since her withdrawal, no one in Kowloon walled city dared to claim the title. Liao Zhizong was even more formidable, being a veteran of the Hongmen, once serving as the aide to the notorious Shanghai Hongmen leader, Xiang Qianhai. The elder, Zhongyang Zhao, was even related to the revolutionary Sun Yat-sen, who had joined the Hongmen through the introduction of Zhongyang Zhao. In terms of seniority, Prince Lu should address Liao Zhizong as uncle. For years, many believed that Tai Sui referred to Liao Zhizong, and even Prince Lu was convinced that Yushu was merely bait released by Liao Zhizong, while he himself was the true overlord of the boxing arena in Kowloon walled city. Yushu did not respond to Prince Lu. Instead, She scrutinized his expression for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Young Master Chong, I must say I admire your courage and determination. Yet you underestimate the cunning of Wu Haoshi, the old fox. Hey, who is that up ahead? On the dimly lit street. A boy with a lollipop in his mouth wandered aimlessly, his eyes lacking focus, carrying a loosely packed bundle on his back. Before him stood a red-painted tavern. Its sign displaying the golden characters Fu Xiang Tavern. The boy paused for a moment, then bit down hard on the lollipop, producing a crisp crunch as he stepped into the tavern. The owner of Fu Xiang was Wu Haoshi's son-in-law, and at over 60 years old. Wu Haoshi had no children of his own, often dining here for lunch. I've always said that Prince Lu, this spoiled brat, will eventually squander his father's fortune. He Lianxing is in dire straits, yet he dares to step into the ring for his subordinates? The chairman of the Kowloon Walled City Committee, Wu Haoshi, had a square face and drooping eyelids. He listened quietly to his son-in-law's words before responding, I have yet to meet this young Chang Kailai. But he has a decent reputation. His father, Chang Shun, is nearing his end, and he Lianxing's elder is not entirely without ulterior motives. Others may be fickle, but Hua Shanjiu remains one of the few loyal to Prince Lu. Thus, his grand movements are not surprising. Around the table sat approximately 7 or 8 people, all close associates and descendants of Wu Haoshi, who bore varying degrees of amusement at his words. He Lianxing claimed to be the largest gang in Hong Kong, yet spreading oneself too thin was not wise. Just one Wu Haoshi was enough to trouble Changshin. If they attracted the renowned and valiant Tai Sui of Kowloon Walled City due to such matters, He Lianxing would surely be unable to withstand it. The boy ascended the stairs, his face tense, feeling out of place amidst the tavern's lively atmosphere. As the banquet reached its peak, Wu Haoshi received a phone call. The voice on the other end was frantic, yet Wu Haoshi did not even raise an eyelid, his relaxed skin folding over itself like a meditative monk. Dad, what's wrong? The man who had just mocked Prince Lu filled Wu Haoshi's glass with wine, inquiring. Wu Haoshi did not answer, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. The young are fearless. The man blinked, puzzled by the elder's sudden sentiment. After He Lianxing's men entered the city, they did not head to Fui Building, but followed Longjin Road to Xian Street. The man's expression changed, his wine cup tilting and wetting his sleeve as those at the table rose in alarm. Xian was Wu Haoshi's stronghold, where he had accumulated more heroin than flour over the years, with manpower, funds, and equipment all stationed on Xian Street. What are you panicking about? Wu Haoshi snapped. Dad, I did not consider this thoroughly. The man's face darkened. He had thought Prince Lu would confront Tai Sui, and that He Lianxing's men would not obstruct him, intending instead to watch the fight from a distance. Yet, he had not anticipated He Lianxing's aggressive approach aimed directly at him, using deceit to eliminate the weak. An old trick. The elder gently tapped the table, unhurriedly raising his wine cup and downing its contents, the alcohol igniting his complexion. Changshin, your son is quite impressive. He pulled out a chair, about to rise, when his gaze caught a glimpse of a boy with dirty, disheveled hair, his hands buried in a cloth bag. A chill ran through him, instantly sobering him from his inebriation. Almost instinctively, honed from years of combat, he abruptly overturned the table. Bang, bang, bang. The boy closed one eye, his arms numbed from the recoil, smoke curling from the barrel of his gun. A bullet pierced through the table, grazing the elder's shoulder, while another struck Wu Haoshi's son-in-law squarely in the neck. Ajun. Wu Haoshi's eyes reddened. The boy clumsily held the gun, his head tilted back, the barrel trembling incessantly. A burly man, fearless and resolute, lunged forward, pinning the boy to the ground. Grasping the boy's frail arm, he slammed it against the earth, causing the handgun to fly away. Wu Haoshi rushed over in a few swift strides, before he could discern the boy's face. He suddenly furrowed his brow and lifted the boy's shirt, revealing a gaunt frame and a ring of pale yellow detonators. Outside the tavern, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips watched the dim red glow flicker. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from within the establishment. The man pulled a handle from beneath his clothing and pressed it without hesitation. Boom. You have arranged for people to secretly connect with the committee. Si Lijing is a fence-sitter, unlikely to take a strong stand. The courtesan, engaging in flesh trade, has long since collected your money. The smuggling king, Yu Zhanxiu, has connections with influential figures, making him half an ally. For years, the Kowloon Walled City has remained without firearms on the streets. You wish to initiate this, but you have miscalculated two crucial matters. Prince Lu leaned back, his expression flickering, yet he boldly stated, I am eager to hear more. Firstly, Wu Haoxi has dominated Long City for many years, controlling over 80% of the drug sources in Hong Kong. This particular bone is far more challenging to gnaw than you envision. Uprooting him entirely alongside Lianqing will cost you dearly. Secondly, the smile on the woman's face suddenly faded, her forehead bulging with veins, her tone shifting to icy severity. You bastard, using me as a shield. Do you think I am an easy target? How dare you disrespect me today? Anyone aligned with Lianqing will not escape this building unscathed. Chapter 26. Like boiling soup, a severed arm, dripping with a cascade of blood, danced through the air, arching gracefully before crashing to the ground with a thud. Slay those scoundrels. The fierce Yang Hao, known by the moniker King Water, bellowed angrily, flanked by a group of men with red cloth tied around their wrists. They, alongside the formidable He Lianqing gang, boasted over 50,000 members across various districts, and today, 10 of them had gathered in Kowloon walled city. Bang! Bang! One of Wu Haoxiang's subordinates clutched his throat, blood streaming from his mouth as he fell to the ground, his eyes filled with regret. A man clad in a black trench coat, adorned with tattoos of two fierce tigers, spat in disdain while reloading his handgun, cursing, "What a fool. King Water. Are you mad? Wielding two cleavers like a target? Do you think your pistol is mere firewood?" King Water's eyes widened in defiance. "What are you afraid of? There are at least 2,000 brothers from our side in the walled city. We can easily surround and eliminate Wu's henchmen." Suddenly, an excited voice broke through the chaos. "The little brothers have succeeded." The words sent a jolt of energy through the He Lianqing gang. Had Wu Haoxiang truly been killed? The heavens seemed to favor He Lianqing with prosperity. But then, the tattooed man in black furrowed his brow in concern. Why had there been no word from Brother Lu? As if summoned by an ominous portent, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, thick with the scent of gunpowder. The sharp crackle of gunfire drew near, as a wave of bullets rained down, instantly tearing apart several of He Lianqing's men, their bodies contorted like marionettes severed from their strings. The sleek, glimmering firearm reflected a cold light, an MP5K submachine gun, manufactured in Germany. Before King Water could react, a grenade landed at his feet, trailing a plume of white smoke. "Get down." The brilliant flash and countless sharp shrapnel erupted in all directions. As the smoke cleared, the tattooed man struggled to his feet. Shaking his head to dispel the disorientation, blood oozing from his ears, his gaze fell upon the dismembered form of Yang Hao. Through the haze of smoke, figures slowly emerged. The tattooed man roared, pulling the trigger, but the sudden gust scattered the smoke, revealing the grim countenance of Wu Haoxiang's men, who held an RPG-17 rocket launcher, coldly aiming at him. "Fool," the tattooed man realized, his voice trembling with fear. A cacophony of steel pellets rolled forth from the machine, and Li Yan absent-mindedly grabbed a handful, allowing them to slip through his fingers, lost in thought. It was the frenzied influx of He Lianqing's men that alerted him to the unsettling reality. He Lianqing, touted as the largest gang in Hong Kong and Kowloon, had no reason to foolishly antagonize both Wu Haoxiang and the Tai Sui simultaneously. As he and Su Tianxi exited the Fui building, they faced little resistance. Logically, upon their emergence, He Lianqing should have been alerted to pursue them, especially since the Prince Lu and Hua Shanjiu were intent on exacting revenge on Su Tianxi. Yet, the reality was stark. They walked out of Kowloon walled city without a single shadow trailing them. The night's unfolding scenario suggested either a chaotic three-way war or that Xiao Zhou was merely a decoy, with Prince Li's true intention being the annihilation of Wu Haoxiang. Contemplating Hua Shanjiu's grim demeanor that day, Li Yan increasingly leaned toward the latter possibility. He was uncertain of what the night in Kowloon walled city would hold. Perhaps it would be a night obscured by the suffocating, damp pipes that leaked and breathed no light. Li Yan was not afraid of chaos. Rather, he feared the absence of it. The walled city now resembled a boiling pot of water, destined for a night dictated by firearms and gunpowder. He wished to navigate the murky waters, yet must remain mindful of the perilous stray bullets. His opportunity would arise only after the tumult subsided, before a new order could be established. He adjusted the dial, launching the steel pellets, unaware of the numbers on the machine as the cigarette in his fingers burned low. If the night brought a reshuffling within Kowloon walled city, what would become of the fragments at the committee's office? And what of the elusive individual, whose patience was astonishing, who had been shadowing him? He had pondered whether this person, like Zhang Mingyuan, was a fighter in the Kowloon boxing ring, as both he and Zhang shared a connection to the 7th arena of the Kowloon boxing stage. However, after ruminating, Li Yan found no suitable candidates. He had also suspected Su Tianxi. His kick had been partly due to disdain for the boy and partly a test. If Su were the one surveilling him, there would be no reason for him to be unguarded. Moreover, after Li Yin acted, Su's performance had shown no flaws. Furthermore, whether Li Yin or Zhang Minyuan, their identities were either of newcomers to Hong Kong or orphans seeking a living in the boxing ring, with no one too familiar with them. Li Yin recalled Judy mentioning Su Tianxi, a remarkable individual, the grandson of Su Shangtian, a fourth-generation disciple of Yip Man. Such a person was hard to fathom in terms of how Yanfou had arranged his identity. Surely, his habits and temperament could not be concealed from others. If the individual were not a fighter from the Kowloon boxing ring, it indicated a divergence in their missions, suggesting he was not a fellow traveler. Amid the enigmatic and mysterious Yanfou incident, Li Yin could think of no gentler term than fellow traveler for others' emotion. Not a fellow traveler. This contradiction would only become more pronounced. As the night deepened, Li Yin suddenly recalled how, when ensnared by the M.O., he had found himself enveloped in this same thick, inescapable darkness. In the span of merely days, he seemed to have gradually adapted to the life within Kowloon walled city. The bustling and vibrant Longjing Road, the closely packed buildings, children running barefoot on the concrete rooftops, their faces uplifted in joy. Red Ghost, Judy, and even the shy girl from the neighboring house. What immense willpower it must take to traverse the endless expanse of time without fatigue. As the M.O. had said, there is no turning back on this road, and ultimately, one remains merely a passerby. It is still quite early. He exhaled his final smoke ring, crushing the butt underfoot with determination, muttering to himself, Fooey building. Your cleverest move was refraining from using firearms on my turf. Achi, Uncle Zong. Turn the air conditioning down a notch. Yushu draped a black jacket over his shoulders yet still sneezed. Shen Minhong, Red Ghost, had blood on his fists. Dressed in a gray short shirt, surrounded by 4 or 5 unconscious members of He Lianxing sprawled about. The red sticks of the Hong Kong and Kowloon gang were becoming increasingly ineffectual. Is this the extent of their capability? You dare to provoke He Lianxing? Kowloon boxing ring will know no peace henceforth. The once inseparable metal baton of Huashan Jiao had vanished, leaving him on the ground. His knees crushed by Red Ghost-esque grip, blood streaming down his forehead to his neck. Across the 10th floor of the Fooey building lay over 100 gang members, none of whom could stand. A man in a black suit approached Red Ghost. Brother Red Ghost, Prince Liu has brought over 300 Sijio members. They VE cleaned out everyone in the Fooey building. How should we dispose of them? Upon hearing this, Chen Minhong glanced at Yushu. Throw these ruffians out onto the street and keep Prince Liu here. We'll wait for his father, Chang Shan, to come for them. Liao Zhizong approached, frowning. The outside is in utter chaos. Wu Haoxiang's men have even deployed rocket launchers. The walled city hasn't seen firearms in nearly a decade, with such a ruckus. The Hong Kong British government will not let it slide. What about the guests who left? Yushu inquired. They've all been sent out of the city. That will suffice. Yushu took several steps forward and addressed the affluent gentleman quietly watching the performance in the private room. You are all aware of the current situation in the city fortress. I kindly ask everyone to remain within the building for the time being. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally escort you out of the city. I hope for your understanding regarding any inconvenience this may cause. He spoke with a straightforwardness that left little room for dispute. He Changhong's complexion flushed. The city fortress was not large, and he could faintly hear the sounds of the explosions from New Street. The recent melee involving hundreds of people had further heightened his adrenaline, and while he silently criticized the reckless behavior of the city's inhabitants, he simultaneously experienced a perverse thrill. To him, the territory they fought over was scarcely worth more than dilapidated shanties, and regardless of who emerged victorious, they would ultimately have to respectfully escort him out of the city. In contrast to He Changhong's inexplicable sense of superiority, Judy displayed a hint of concern. Aren't you worried that the He Lianxing will retaliate after you detain Tai Zilo? Tai Sui shook his head and replied, He Lianxing lacks the capacity for such retaliation. Chapter 27. The Old Horse's Cunning. In the early hours of June 25th, the year of the tiger, a substantial contingent of riot police surged into Kowloon walled city. The smoke had cleared from Lung Sun Road, leaving behind an eerie ghost town. That afternoon, Chief Inspector Li Yuquang of the Hong Kong Police Force addressed the media, announcing the dismantling of a significant drug trafficking syndicate within the walled city, resulting in the arrest of over 50 criminals, with no casualties among the police force. On the same day, the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau apprehended more than 300 individuals, including a notable figure from the Wahopshin gang. At noon on June 26th, the head of Wahopshing, Chung San, visited the Fuck YK building to request an audience with the Tai Sui, departing 20 minutes later. On June 27th, south of the walled city, near Kai Tak Airport, at the Li Hua Hotel, a Yen arrived. Li Yen, over here. Dressed in a cerulean denim shirt. Li Yen approached the voice, clutching a pale yellow shopping bag. Wow, new clothes? Quite stylish. Just returned from a date with Judy? Red Ghost, where's the restroom? I need to change. Change what? Clothes are meant to be worn. Follow me, Red Ghost replied, pulling Li Yen towards the dining table. This is Uncle Chung. The silver-haired man before him extended his right hand. Liao Zhicheng. Uncle Chung, Li Yen responded, shaking Liao's hand with measured respect. Yuan Hongji, you know him, right? Manager of Little Zhou. Red Ghost, please don't mention it. My boxer has turned the walled city upside down. Yuan Hongji's hawkish nose gave him a somewhat severe appearance. Yet his demeanor was evidently gregarious. Brother Ji, no need for formalities. I had my eye on you from the beginning, but unfortunately, Red Ghost got to you first. This is Mei, also a manager at Kowloon Boxing Ring. Mei, Li Yen nodded in acknowledgement. The woman, arms crossed, half-jokingly yet earnestly remarked. You drove Wu Er back to his hometown across the mainland, and with the millions lost in the ring. How do you plan to compensate me for the loss of He Changhong, my lucrative connection? Wait, the last time I fought with Wu Er, he left the walled city? Li Yen feigned surprise. Weren't you chatting away in the infirmary with that fellow? How did you not know he left Hong Kong? Yu Shu, shaking droplets from his hands, casually took a seat and inquired of Li Yen. Tai Sui, Tai Sui, Tai Sui. Everyone except Liao Zhicheng promptly stood. Please, sit, Yu Shu casually replied. Li Yen inquired. Tai Sui, why did you specifically call me here today? Yu Shu set down his chopsticks, fixing his gaze on Li Yen. Aside from Su Tianci, no one in Kowloon Boxing Ring can match your prowess. That fellow is merely dabbling, regardless of who wins or loses between you. You are destined to be the champion of the sixth ring. Naturally, I must look after the future pillar of Kowloon Boxing Ring. Tai Sui, you jest. I am hardly worthy of being a champion, and in this brutal arena, once I have enough for a comfortable retirement, I will return to the countryside. Hong Kong is a splendid place. Stay here, box for a few more years, then retire and become a coach at Fuck YK building, earning a decent living. Or, Yu Shu raised an eyebrow. You are unwilling to work with me? Li Yen paused, and then suddenly laughed. How could that be? Then it's settled. Let's eat. As the feast commenced, Mei asked, Tai Sui, will you be accompanied by the elder from Chung San S Hongmin tonight to toast? Let Uncle Chung handle the negotiations. I will simply be present, Tai Sui replied. As early as the late Qing dynasty, numerous secret societies had already taken root in Hong Kong. In the first year of the Xiantong reign, the former Tian Mountains Red Flag Five Brothers and Black Bone Boy united over a dozen factions to convene a Hongmen conference, suggesting the addition of the character He, meaning harmony, before the names of all Hongmen factions, symbolizing the value of peace. From then on, societies prefixed with He flourished in Hong Kong. The presence of Chung San S Hongmin Elder was a sign of genuine intention, but it also subtly suggested pressure from all the He factions across Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Red Ghost queried Li Yen, would you like to witness what Chung San, the head of Wahopshing, is like tonight? Li Yen contemplated for a moment, then shook his head and countered, Red Ghost. Do you know which hospital Little Zhou is in? Simultaneously, within an exquisite villa on Lung Sun West Street, Chung San sat opposite an elderly man clad in a bathrobe. Alok made quite a name for himself in this fight. But he also nearly cost Wahopshing half its life. At 61, Chung San bore dark, thick eyebrows, yet his demeanor betrayed an undeniable weariness. Bone Elder, he is my only son. The man across the table spoke with a hint of amusement. What is there to panic about? Can Yu Shu really flay your son alive? You need not feign ignorance. The sudden arrival of Wahopshing's members, with their fiery demeanor, may seem like brash youth, but their meticulous planning covers all bases. The committee, the Vietnamese gang, even the police bureau were preemptively managed. Within 2 days, the largest drug syndicate in Hong Kong and Kowloon has been utterly obliterated. You expect me to believe this is your son's doing? Chung San's expression grew more bitter. I'm buried up to my neck. If I don't support my son now, shall I just watch Wahopshing fall apart? With Wu Haoxie dead, can you and Wahopshing still collaborate with the Tai Six-Faced Buddha? Chung San, seasoned in the intricacies of human relations, quickly grasped the implication. Perhaps we could secure 70%. 60% would suffice. The remainder can be shared with other He factions, and I can speak on your behalf. Chang San furrowed his brow. Taking a moment before sighing, 60% it is. He was reluctant to say more. After bidding farewell to Bone Elder, he entered a black Ford, its engine roaring as it departed the villa. My son fights fiercely, and you demand 40% right off the bat? Very well. Chang San's withered fingers caressed the genuine leather sofa. A Pyrrhic victory is still a victory, as long as he can connect with the Tai six-faced Buddha. Guhuo Bird would soon replenish its lost manpower. The Brotherhood of Haomen would settle their accounts in due time. Guhuo Bird had sustained severe damage, and it was unwise to remain entangled with the desperate souls of Kowloon walled city. Yet, this Tai Sui, through the car window, Chang San observed the gnarled, old trees, their branches bent by the wind, a fleeting expression of indescribable sentiment crossing his eyes. He tightened his coat, suddenly recalling his youth as a coachman, fond of jotting down verses from the miscellaneous books at the newsstand, 2 lines of which still resonated within him, with clenched teeth. I resent the past, while boldly I pen new tales. Born without the ambition to soar, I merely waste my 8-foot frame. Chapter 28. Clouds and Mud at St. Mary's Hospital in Hong Kong. Li Yan, after 3 chapters devoid of significant action, finally regained his composure and rhythm. The turmoil that had afflicted Kowloon walled city was on the verge of resolution. Those still present seemed devoid of losers, and Lianxing had replaced Wu Haoxi. The interests of Hong Kong's various factions were intertwined, and Kowloon walled city had opened up a substantial business opportunity. With even the Tai Shui adhering to her long-standing principle, do not provoke me. It was a scenario of mutual satisfaction. Li Yan arrived at the hospital room, fruit basket in hand, just in time to hear the loud voice of Hua Shanjiu. Xiao, I truly had no prior knowledge of this matter. Guhuo suddenly came to the walled city that day, expressing a desire to see you box. Naturally, I was pleased. After witnessing you being knocked down by that loser, I acted out of anger at Fui. I had no idea Guhuo had already made arrangements. Xiao, lying on the hospital bed, appeared pale, his eyelids heavy. Jiugu, I bear no ill will. I have paid my respects to Guangong before entering this realm. I harbor no suspicion towards my brothers. At this point, I trust your word. If you claim ignorance of Prince Lu's plans, I will not press further. Hua Shanjiu, leaning on his cane, was about to respond when he caught sight of Li Yan gently tapping on the glass door. You dare to come here? Hua Shanjiu's eyes reddened. Li Yan stepped inside, placing the fruit basket on the table. He casually retrieved a chair for himself and addressed Hua Shanjiu. Jiugu, debts must be settled with the rightful party. Your leg was broken by Hong Gui, and Xiao Zhou was harmed by Su Tianxi. On the night of the incident in Kowloon walled city, I was outside all night, engaged in a heist. No matter how you look at it, this debt should not fall upon me, correct? You are Tai Shui. Tai Shui is Tai Shui, and I am merely me. At best, I am a fighter earning my keep in her ring, risking my life for money. Hua Shanjiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yan continued, Jiugu, if you don't mind, may we have a moment alone to practice martial arts? From the moment Li Yan entered, Xiao Zhou's gaze had been fixed upon him. He nodded at Hua Shanjiu, who shot Li Yan a glare before storming out. Li Yan picked up a fruit knife from the table and deftly peeled an apple. Casually inquiring, how's your injury? Any lingering issues? Medical attention was timely. My arm has been reattached. It may ache in damp weather, and I'll be bedridden for a few months, but it's nothing serious. Li Yan listened quietly, although Xiao Zhou spoke lightly. Li Yan understood that the injury had rendered Xiao Zhou's arm less capable, taking away much of his skill and effectively incapacitating him. As he continued to peel the apple, he remarked, step back from this. Once this matter concludes, you'll have repaid any debts to them. Xiao Zhou managed a weak smile. You came just to tell me this? Indeed, Li Yan replied emphatically, unconsciously applying force as he let a long peel fall into the trash. In my current state, it makes no difference whether I step back or not. Just focus on yourself. Li Yan extended the apple toward Xiao Zhou, who slightly shook his head. I can't digest it. My intestines will rot. I can only rely on glucose for now. Li Yan bit into the apple, his expression devoid of emotion, but he chewed with considerable force. The 2 men fell into a silence. Ultimately, there was no profound bond between Li Yan and Zhou Weiyan. Both were not the type to share deep sentiments, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The only sound in the air was Li Yan noisily consuming the apple. After a considerable pause, Li Yan stood up. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Masterly, Xiao Zhou suddenly called out, as Li Yan reached the door. Thank you. Li Yan paused, but did not respond as he exited the room. Once outside, the lingering gloom surrounding Li Yan dissipated. In this world of chance encounters, he was merely a traveler in a foreign land, pondering the difficulties of life and the sorrow of the lost. With Xiao Zhou out of the picture, he remained on the stage. Hua Shanjiu, leaning on two crutches in the corridor, lit a cigarette. "Sir, smoking is not permitted in the hospital." A nurse clad in white shoes approached. With a sigh, Hua Shanjiu shot the nurse a glare, but ultimately extinguished the cigarette. Spotting Li Yin exit, he approached, leaning on his cane. "What did you discuss with Xiao Zhou?" Li Yin did not respond directly, but stated plainly, "Jiu, I require your assistance with something." "Assist you?" Hua Shanjiu scoffed incredulously. "Have you lost your mind? Why would I help someone from Taishui?" Li Yin chuckled softly, adjusting Hua Shanjiu's shirt. "As I mentioned, Taishui is Taishui, and I am merely me. I have been in Hong Kong for less than a month, just trying to make a living. Whether it is Taishui or Lianshan, I have no intention of taking sides. You, Jiu, command an entire district. You surely see through those who only know how to act tough, blindly following misplaced loyalties, only to be manipulated in the end." As he concluded, Li Yin's tone was teasing. However, Hua Shanjiu remained composed. "Even so, I have no reason to assist you." Li Yin lowered his head, taking a quiet breath before speaking softly to Hua Shanjiu. "Tonight, Lianxing is hosting a banquet to appease Taishui on behalf of Prince Lu. After tonight, Prince Lu can return home and rest easy." "What do you mean?" Li Yin recalled Yu Shu's words from earlier, maintaining his composure as he replied. "The share of profits from Lianxing, which is allocated to other factions, includes one for Taishui." Hua Shanjiu's pupils widened. "What did you say?" "It's settled." Li Yin ceased speaking, merely smiling at Hua Shanjiu. Suppressing his displeasure, Hua Shanjiu coldly inquired, "What do you want me to help with?" "I would like your assistance in locating an item, and I wish to speak with Prince Lu." "What item?" "Quite simple, a piece of paper." At 2 Fuji Building, Changsha Bay Road, Kowloon, Su Tianxi sat uneasily on the sidelines, observing his fellow disciples practice martial arts. An elderly man sat opposite him, with a black and white patterned chessboard between them. "Tianxi, focus while playing chess." The elderly man habitually glanced down, giving him an imposing appearance. Su Tianxi pursed his lips, moving a black piece onto the board. The elderly man shook his head, placing a white piece that gradually cornered the black pieces, neglecting both the future and the past. "Whether in boxing or chess, you show no progress." Su Tianxi stuck out his tongue but remained silent. "I heard you injured a master practicing Wisheng boxing. It seems you've stirred up trouble." Su Tianxi examined the chessboard, placing another piece as he replied, "Grandfather, you've probably caused your fair share of trouble in your time." "You little rascal, are you scolding me?" The elderly man chuckled and paused before continuing. "Do not go back to the ring." Su Tianxi fell silent, his fingers fiddling with several black pieces. "You speak of fighting as if it is a matter of life and death, but some enter the ring to survive. Those who perish do not complain. You fight for pride. Dying in the ring is not worth it." "Grandfather." Su Tianxi scratched his head, speaking while continuing their game. "I've trained in martial arts for over a decade, yet I've never understood why I practice. Is it for fitness? To protect my home? Why must we always defend? Why are we, as practitioners of Chinese martial arts, always the ones being challenged? Why do we wait for others to insult us before we don our long robes and respond slowly? Why must we wait for others to label us as the sick man of East Asia before we risk our lives to defend the honor of Chinese martial arts? Is it merely for show? Why can't I proactively promote my skills? Why shouldn't I compete? Why should I refrain from challenging your domain? I shall strike until my name resonates throughout Hong Kong, until the mere mention of Wing Chun incites fear, and they dare not gossip again." Su Tianxi spoke with a lightness and swiftness, yet his pupils glimmered with a hint of crimson. The elder sighed, momentarily at a loss for words, only managing a bitter smile and a shake of his head. "At your age, you still tread upon clouds." Su Tianxi chuckled, "Grandfather, I am merely 19. I cannot allow my face to be buried in the mud so soon." With that, he made another move. The elder was taken aback, with Tianxi's piece placed. The previously stable situation was suddenly rent asunder, revealing a fierce energy in Su Tianxi's aggressive strategy. The elder gazed at the chessboard for an extended period, contemplating the youthful visage smiling before him, and suddenly felt as though he had never truly understood this child. "Grandfather, I have won," Su Tianxi declared, revealing his canine teeth in a grin. The elder's lips trembled slightly, his heart a blend of 3 parts gratification, 3 parts sorrow, and 4 parts bitterness. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you falter, do not seek me out. Once you step onto the ring." Every word from Su Tianxi is like a nail driven into the ground. Life and death, without regret. Chapter 29. Various matters on the 28th of June in the year of the tiger. It is auspicious for transactions and marriages, with no taboos to consider. Li Yin reclined under a sunshade, clad in a pair of vibrantly patterned shorts, a piece of paper detailing his upcoming boxing match with Su Tianxi clutched in his hand. Was he worried about losing? With a chuckle, Li Yin cast aside the match document, his gaze naturally drifting to Judy, who approached. The cobalt blue swimsuit accentuated the woman's curves perfectly, her youthful, rosy cheeks and slightly raised chin lending a sweetness to her smile. These days, Li Yin's life had been particularly indulgent. Currently, few were willing to face this king of hell in the ring. And with just one match remaining to secure a spot at the 7th level of the Nine Dragons boxing arena, he felt no urgency to fight, opting instead to maintain his condition with daily training at the Fui building and enjoying a close relationship with Judy. Close relationship, Li Yin mentally scoffed. His eyes wandered over Judy before he suddenly asked, "Are you hungry?" Judy sat beside him, legs together, resting her chin on her palm. "Shall I treat you to wonton noodles?" Judy inhaled deeply, her ample bosom rising and falling. Her fair hand pressed against the table, suppressing her ire. "If you're talking to me now, I'll pretend nothing has happened." Li Yin lifted the bowl of soup before him, devouring it with abandon. Ignoring Judy's words, a dangerous smile spread across her face. "I spend millions every night supporting you, and even buying you a pair of Calvin Klein underwear cost me thousands. And now you think you can just break up with me after treating me to a bowl of wonton noodles that costs $80? Though her voice was not loud, it captured the attention of everyone in the establishment, nearly causing Li Yin to choke on his soup. He set down his bowl, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and raised his hand to call the waiter over. "Another bowl, please." "Thank you." Bang. Judy slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her eyes blazing with fury. Li Yin chuckled. "Sister Judy, don't be so agitated. It's not like you at all. You listen to me." Judy's tone was dark. "If I wanted to, I could toss you into the sea tonight, and I guarantee that by tomorrow, the name King of Hell will no longer exist in Kowloon City. Do you believe me?" Li Yin steadied his heart and replied, "Sister Judy, hearing you say such things while sitting across from me genuinely makes me uneasy. However, let us settle things clearly. In our matches, I've never caused you to lose money. The clothes and watches you've bought for me have been sent to your villa in Repulse Bay, and I paid for the shipping. We've only been together for about 20 days. If it doesn't suit, breaking up is fine. Since we haven't been intimate, neither of us stands to lose. Do you understand what I mean?" Judy ground her teeth, nodding slowly. "All right, very well." She grabbed her handbag, shot him a final glance, and left without hesitation. "Wait," Li Yin called out. Judy coldly huffed, unwillingly asking, "What else is there?" Li Yin pondered for a moment before responding lightly. "Those who practice martial arts often possess some medical knowledge. The calming prescription I gave you a few days ago is a family heirloom, effective for insomnia and anxiety. Anger aside, your health is paramount, so please take care." The woman turned, gritting her teeth. "I'll flush it down the toilet as soon as I get home." The sound of her high heels faded away, and Li Yin lowered his head, dipping into the soup, munching on some greens. Across from him, Judy's bowl of wontons had barely been touched. She was not accustomed to the establishments of Lan Kwai Fong, let alone the stalls of Causeway Bay and Temple Street. Li Yin reached for the abandoned bowl of wontons, savoring it as he muttered to himself, "If I had truly been kidnapped from the start, none of this would have happened. Where am I supposed to find the remaining 200,000? 5,000 per match. I need to fight 5 or 6 matches a day." Apartment 22, Temple Street. The apartment was decent enough, except for the overpowering stench from the fishball processing factory. In truth, Li Yin could choose to stay at the Fui building, where there was air conditioning, drinks, and even women. Yet, he had not moved. Kowloon City was poorly lit during the day. Even at noon, Li Yin felt a chill enveloping him. Meow. Li Yin smiled as he picked up the lively kitten, which did not resist, its little head swiveling curiously. He glanced at the number on the door, not hurrying back to his room 413, but instead walking to room 411, where Xiao and her mother lived. As expected, the door was ajar. "Xiao, your cat has run away again, Xiao?" Li Yin gently pushed the door open. Creak. Even with Li Yin's strong will, the foul odor in the room made him frown. He could hardly fathom how a delicate girl like Xiao could live in such conditions. The processing factory was so smelly, yet they couldn't even keep the windows shut. Li Yin set the kitten down and walked over to secure the window. "Who are you looking for?" A hoarse voice startled Li Yin, causing him to instinctively raise his knee, but realizing he was in Xiao's home, he quickly retreated a couple of steps, focusing his gaze. The person before him had rough, wrinkled skin, lips a dark purple, and eyes that resembled dead fish. The wary look reminded Li Yin of the character from July 13th. Feeling a chill, Li Yin opened his mouth. You. 7 dwarfs of Snow White. 7 friends of Snow White, 7 little dwarfs with many tricks. When the witch meets them, she feels no need to be scared. Ashio wiped her face, clutching crumpled bills in her hand, climbing up the stairs while humming an unknown tune. Upon reaching her front door, she discovered it was not secured, and upon hearing a man's voice from inside, she gasped and hurriedly pushed the door open. Li Yin stood on a stool, fiddling with a light bulb. While in the kitchen, a woman donned an apron, stirring something in a pan. Ashio, you're back. Li Yin nodded at the girl. Yin? Brother Yin? Your cat ran away, so I brought it back and helped change the light bulb. Yin, you must stay for dinner. The woman's voice called from the kitchen. Sure. Thank you, Auntie. Li Yin glanced at the silent Ashio, smiling as he said, Hey, Ashio, Brother Yin will give you $100. Can you buy some pork for us? No need. We have some at home. Ashio suddenly looked up, her smile radiant. Li Yin gazed at her for a moment. Oh, is that so? The light bulb flickered and then illuminated brightly. The 3 of them sat around the table. I told you it would work. I haven't thanked Brother Yin for always looking after my daughter. It's just a small favor. Auntie's char siu is delicious. However, it's strange. The windows have been shut for so long, yet the place still smells terrible. Next time, I'll bring some incense to ward off evil spirits. You get used to it after a while. I always eat plain rice. I really feel bad. We're neighbors. There's no need to feel bad. A smile crept across the woman's gaunt face. Ashio is still young, and with the outside world being so chaotic, I worry about her safety. I have only one daughter at my age, and if something happens to Ashio, I wouldn't rest in peace even as a ghost. Don't you agree? See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Clang. Ashio smiled as she closed the door, silently turning around to find her mother sitting in a chair, her face pale and motionless. Confronted with the 3 digits 411 on the door, Li Yin stood for a moment before picking up his phone to dial the number. Hello? Brother Hongguei, is there still space in the building? I wish to move in. Li Yin's voice faltered. Brother Hongguei, I will call you back later. With that, he hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? Hongguei called out into the receiver several times, only to be met with a series of busy signals, feeling rather perplexed. He muttered to himself. Opposite Li Yin, a young man in a deep red tank top approached. Li Yin recognized him as one of the henchmen of Huashan Jiao. Brother Li wants to see you. He says he has found what you were looking for. Chapter 30. It is time to showcase true skills. Chang Kale has reached the age of 30, having been involved with He Lianshan's affairs for over a decade. Yet, his father, Chang Shun, continues to wield unparalleled influence within He Lianshan's domain. If one were to mention the name Chang Kale, very few in the Hong men would recognize it. They only know him as the Crown Prince Lo. For 30 years, Chang Shun has nurtured Chang Kale, instilling in him both intellect and ambition, which are commendable attributes. This awkward predicament should have been transformed overnight. Indeed, it should have been. Talents emerge in every generation. The Crown Prince Lo launched a surprise attack on Kowloon City, bringing down Hong Kong's largest drug lord, which allowed Chang Shun to gracefully step back, paving the way for Chang Kale to ascend to the position of leadership. Unfortunately, this momentum was hampered by the fierce counterattacks from Wu Haoxi's subordinates, compounded by the Crown Prince Lo being detained at the Kowloon boxing arena, causing all plans to falter. Chang Kale remains haunted by the image of that woman with a blade-like brow in Fui building. Upon his return, Chang Shun uttered not a word regarding the matter of succession. Prior to this, he had confidently patted Chang Kale on the shoulder, assuring him that the leadership of He Lianshan would be his. The Crown Prince Li's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, as he faced Li Yin, flanked by several of He Lianshan's bodyguards. The elegantly attired Jiao, leaning on a cane, sat beside him. Beneath his palm lay a piece of gilded Xian paper. Li Yin glanced down, observing the grotesque creature depicted with 18 wings of varying lengths, 9 menacing heads, and 1 neck drenched in blood. Taking a deep breath, he reached for it, but the Crown Prince Li's left hand, which had been hanging below the table, suddenly shot up, the paper cutter thrusting towards the gaps between Li Yan's fingers. Even knowing he would not be harmed, Li Yin instinctively clenched his fingers, gently flicking his wrist to pull away. The Crown Prince Lu winced as the paper cutter clattered onto the table. In an instant, the room filled with the sound of safety catches being pulled. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he seized the paper cutter, aiming it at the Crown Prince Li's throat. Stop, commanded the Crown Prince, his pale neck now a target. Li Yan, too, found himself confronted by the dark muzzles of 3 or 4 guns. "Lower your weapons," the Crown Prince ordered, and one by one, Lianshin's subordinates lowered their arms. While Li Yan slowly withdrew his right hand. "Brother Lu, this jest is not to be taken lightly," Li Yan remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. "I have found what you seek, and now I ask, you shall answer." The Crown Prince Lu replied coldly, "I will ask the questions." Li Yan leaned back, nonchalantly. "It is merely a scrap of paper. I wanted to test your sincerity, and I tell you, Tai Sui has colluded with other Hamin factions. Is that not worth the price of admission?" Li Yan was aware that a fragment of this information had fallen into the hands of the committee, a place typically inhabited only by Wu Haoshi, the committee president. With Lianshin's arrival in the city, it was highly probable that this fragment had now come into their possession. He remained unperturbed, after all, to these individuals. The significance of such information was akin to that of mere scrap paper. "You expect me to believe you? Do you take me for a fool?" Li Yan's gaze bore down on the Crown Prince Lu, his smile vanishing. "Chang Kale, I risk being thrown into the sea by Tai Sui's men to discuss this with you. Do you think I am here to waste words?" Chang Kale observed Li Yan, whose impatience was palpable. His doubts began to dissipate, and he smiled, pushing the fragment toward Li Yan, tossing him a cigar as well. "Everyone in Kowloon City knows you, Yin Wang, as Tai Sui's favored newcomer. If you suddenly divulge your boss's secrets, wouldn't everyone think twice?" Li Yan scoffed, pocketing the fragment. "Do you believe me now? You claim Tai Sui is in league with the Hongman. What evidence do you have?" "Evidence. You and Lianshin clashed with Wu Haoshi, and shortly after, Tai Sui ambushed you. Does that not count? Your father sought out Hamin elders as mediators, and they immediately demanded a share of the profits. Does that not count? Lianshin offered concessions, and Tai Sui released you without gain. Does that not count?" Li Yan's words struck like daggers to the heart of the Crown Prince Lu. He was born into a world where Lianshin was already a formidable force in Hong Kong and Kowloon, and thus, this future successor had never tasted the blood-soaked struggles of the underbelly. In his view, the game was about money, numbers, and strategy. Notions of loyalty, face, and even rules paled in comparison to raw profit. Though Tai Sui of Kowloon City was a fearsome title, he was merely a minor player in the black boxing trade. One of 5 committee members with limited resources compared to the sprawling influence of Lianshin. "My men may have stirred up your territory, but we can negotiate. If you engage me, I could swiftly deal with Wu Haoshi. I, Chang Kale, hold a strong hand. Yet this madwoman has flipped the table. However, if she had prepared for this, everything would be explicable." With this thought, Chang Kale felt a surge of anger. No matter who it was, losing half his manpower while another reaps the rewards, only to have that person mock him, is a sentiment no one can bear. Recalling the veiled sarcasm from the older members of the gang and his father's ambiguous silence on the matter, Chang Kale clenched his teeth, maintaining his composure as he inquired, "Why are you telling me this? Has Tai Sui treated you poorly? It is time to showcase true skills." Li Yan pressed his lips together, striving to control his facial muscles. "Indeed, he treats me exceedingly well." Li Yan fixed his gaze on the Crown Prince Lu. "Do you know who supports me in the Kowloon boxing arena?" "I know, it's Judy from Hang Sung Shipping," Chang Kale replied, somewhat disgruntled. Individuals like them were on entirely different levels from tycoons like the He family or Hang Seng. While Lianshin thrived, it was undoubtedly backed by substantial capital. Yet, even that could not compare to someone like Judy, who possessed a fortune in the billions and held the title of a Justice of the Peace. Having connections across political and business realms, Li Yan's association with such a woman could be seen as a meteoric rise. Yet Chang Kale held no contempt for Li Yan. Not everyone could indulge in such a lifestyle, and clearly, Li Yan had his own merits to be able to partake in such luxuries. "Tai Sui has instructed me to end my relationship with Judy." "Why?" Chang Kale paused, bewildered. Judy was a prominent figure in the Kowloon boxing arena. Why would Tai Sui forego profit? Li Yan shot him a glance. When a woman demands that a man part ways with another woman, what do you think is the reason? Upon hearing this, Chang Kale's mind raced, and he instinctively gasped. "You." Li Yan's expression soured as he gritted his teeth. "I was merely toying around at first, but this woman became demanding once we were intimate, forcing me to confront Judy. How could I compete with her? You, a madwoman of Kowloon City, with a chest as flat as a washboard. If it weren't for her, I would be sipping fine wine on Judy's yacht instead of fighting for my life in the boxing ring." Jiao, the elegantly dressed figure beside them, was taken aback. Chun Minhong, the Red Ghost, had been Tai Sui's loyal hound for years. This was common knowledge throughout Kowloon City. That a man capable of taking down 7 or 8 of He Lianxing's red sticks would be so smitten by a woman was evident, but upon hearing Li Yan's words, Jiao suddenly envisioned the bloodied fists and fierce elbows that had laid waste to many. Chang Kao mulled over Li Yan's statement repeatedly, recalling the terrifying woman clad in a jacket, her brows sharp as blades, and then glanced at the disgruntled man before him, dressed in clothes worth no more than $200. Though difficult to accept, a closer examination revealed no flaws in this reasoning. As long as Tai Sui remains unchallenged, I shall find no peace. If she confronts Judy, my future. Li Yan licked his lips, remaining silent. The unspoken implications of his words hung heavily in the air. What do you wish to do? Chang Kao could not contain his emotions as he inquired. Li Yan's expression bordered on madness. 5 million. Within a month, I will assist you in eliminating Tai Sui. Together, we shall orchestrate a complete annihilation of the individuals within the Fui building. Chapter 31. The dead and the living. How should one articulate this? In truth, such matters depend heavily on one's ability to adapt to circumstances. At the very least, Li Yan did not anticipate achieving his goals so effortlessly before meeting the Crown Prince Lo. In Chang Kaila's perspective, the offerings that Lianxing could provide to Li Yan could just as easily be supplied by Judy or even Tai Sui, with considerably less risk involved. Thus, all they required was a seemingly plausible explanation, which is precisely what he articulated. Chang Shen sat upon the sofa, his hand propped on a cane, his expression peculiar. Beside him, Hua Shanjiu nodded silently. Chang Shen laughed heartily, remarking that it was even more riveting than a drama series on a cable channel. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "It seems that Lu does not intend to disclose this matter to me." Hua Shanjiu responded with silence, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the previous boisterous character of the robust man from Yamati. How much credence do you lend to his words? Hua Shanjiu pondered for a while before observing Chang Shen's expression and replied, "Unless that lad is utterly blinded by folly, he would never dare to deceive Liansheng's funds." The truthfulness of his statements mattered little in the grand scheme. The elder's eyelids drooped. At Ali's age, it is only natural to have his own thoughts. However, this is certainly not the moment to confront Tai Sui. If I can wait at my age, what can he not endure? Shall I counsel Brother Lo? Chang Shen shook his head. He is currently consumed by anger. It would not do to suppress it forcefully. The elder pressed his lips together, the gesture emanating an ominous aura. Handle that boxer cleanly. Hua Shanjiu exited Chang Shen's chamber, his countenance cold. De Chun, a blond man in a red vest, approached. "Brother Lo, you summoned me. When you sought that lad, did you happen to note his room number?" The fourth nine recalled seeing Li Yan emerge from a room. "I remember, it was 411. You would not mistake it?" "Jiu Gu, rest assured, I would not. You have acquired a fragment of the ancient tome records of the hooked bird. You have obtained a fragment adorned with the image of the Guhuo Bird. The Guhuo Bird soars by day and conceals itself by night, akin to a deity or spirit. Its plumage resembles that of a bird, while its shedding feathers take the form of a woman, a celestial maiden, a nocturnal wanderer, a starry hook, an elusive flyer. The bird is barren, preferring to nurture human offspring as its own. In modern times, children who wish to avoid the night do cherish this creature, marking their garments with blood to signify their intent to claim a child. Thus, it has come to be known as the ghostly bird. Fragment of the records. Guhuo Bird category. Yan Yan relic quality. Special, a remnant of Yan Yan's essence still lingers. You must undertake certain actions to revive its vitality. She yearns for a mother's spirit, reluctant to depart from her children. Note, every encounter in this world is never mere coincidence. I believe you are aware of what must be done." The gilded paper in Li Yan's grasp seemed to retain warmth. The depiction of the 18-winged Guhuo bird appeared to possess an aura of vitality, more so than the other 3 fragments. He retrieved the remaining 3 fragments from his inner pocket. A cascade of information emerged. Fragment of the records. Coexist category. Residual matter quality. Special, consumed by the Guhuo bird. It may yield more potent legacies or other rewards upon settlement. The other 2 fragments bore similar descriptions. Do you wish to consume? Yes. The Guhuo bird devoured the residual essences of Coexist, Aou, and Qigong. You shall receive more formidable legacies or other rewards upon settlement. Instantly, the gilded paper in Li Yan's hands ignited with a pale golden flame, yet it did not scald. The gilded patterns twisted within the fire, and in the air, Li Yan perceived the relentless, thunderous roars akin to dragons and tigers. Li Yan's expression remained impassive, though a subtle weight burdened him. He contemplated the notion that every encounter in this world is not a coincidence, and with a hint of malice, he thought. How bitterly amusing. Does the world harbor spirits or deities? Li Yin was hesitant to assert so. He merely felt that, even if such beings existed, there was no necessity to disturb them, unless he had a need. Having lived for 26 years, neither too few nor too many, he could discern the scent of fish and the stench of decay. The odor he had encountered at a show's home was unmistakably that of death, emanating from a hoarse voice, gazing affectionately at her daughter. If he had entertained any desire to investigate further, by the time he departed from apartment 411, he had lost all inclination to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. The matters of the world are merely arduous. Yet now, in the neon-lit night of Kowloon walled city, Li Yin crouched silently in a corner, his feet surrounded by scattered cigarette butts, as the delicate feet of a girl and her subtly fluttering eyelashes danced before him. For the first time, this man, who had come to the underworld to survive through ruthless decisions, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, revealing a pale, middle-aged man with severe dark circles, peering at Li Yin from the shadows, trembling in fear. Scram. Li Yin's voice was low yet radiated palpable anger. The man's gaze flitted over Li Yin, weighing his options. But ultimately, he began to retreat slowly. Li Yin inhaled deeply, rising to his feet, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Forgive me, she has passed. Yet I must endure. Fui building as Li Yin stepped into the room. He was met by a menacing weapon displayed on a rack, its blade exuding an aura of chill. The sword inscribed with the spirit of myriad landscapes, the eight-sided Han sword. He removed the sword, turning to leave when a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air. So late, and you've taken my sword. Where do you intend to go? To Tai Sui? Li Yin raised an eyebrow, unfazed. I have some personal matters to attend to. It is unrelated to the ring. Do you realize your Cantonese has an accent? Speak Mandarin instead. If you're not in a rush, shall we chat? Li Yin subtly pressed his lips together, nodding. Very well. Yushu entered, pulling out a chair and sitting down, a hint of headache evident in her expression. What is going on between you and Judy? Women can be quite complex. Yushu took the cue, her tone earnest. Once you enter bed, it becomes difficult to discern priorities. You must ensure. Hey, why do you look so pale? Li Yin blinked. Am I? Not at all. Yushu, undeterred, continued. Running the ring is no easy feat. I hope you can understand. It's merely a game, and you lose nothing, right? Li Yin regarded Yushu with a quizzical gaze. Do not fixate on me. Speak your mind. Let us sit down and discuss. Tai Sui. Li Yin felt a surge of frustration, not solely regarding Ashio's mother. They all claimed that the fiercest fighter in Kowloon walled city was not the Red Ghost, but you. Why not don protective gear and spar a little? Upon hearing this, Yushu tilted her head, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. All right. In the relatively spacious room, the two faced each other. Li Yin wielding the eight-sided Han sword, its cold gleam reflecting his solemn expression. Yushu brandished a thick, dark-bladed knife, its surface mottled, her ponytail cascading to her waist. The 8 trigrams sect, the battle knife of Yushu. The 8 trigrams, Yushu. Hujin, Li Yin. Chapter 32, Ghosts and Tigers. I shall not let him escape. I absolutely shall not. Judy, clad in a high-necked purple robe, bore traces of wine upon her lips, her goblet now devoid of contents. Lily, standing beside her, parted her lips as if to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. A man of such wealth, living lavishly by day and dying in the shadows of the night, how could he not cling to Judy? Nonetheless, this was hardly a misfortune for her. Madam, your phone, announced the maid with braided hair as she approached. Judy lifted the receiver, her voice deep and resonant. Hello? Mr. Charles, it's quite late. What brings you to call? The case? Has it been resolved? Judy listened intently to the lawyer's words. Very well, Charles, I shall consider it. I am rather fatigued. Let us discuss this another day. After hanging up, her brow furrowed deeply. What troubles you, Judy? Lily inquired, noticing Judy's distressed expression. The antiques from the auction have been stolen. I wish to meet privately with that scoundrel to clarify the count of the recovered items. A few unique pages from a Master-S collection of the Republic era are missing. If he possesses them, he is willing to pay a handsome price to reclaim them. Lily comprehended that she referred to Li Yin. Such a person would hardly have an appreciation for antiques, let alone steal them. Lily chuckled incredulously. No, that is not it. Judy shook her head, as if recalling something. Once, when changing clothes, I saw them on him. You were watching him change? Or were you the one changing? Lily's eyes widened. Judy shot her a glare, then fell into contemplation before raising her head. Lily, contact the auction house shortly and ascertain the provenance of these items. Also, help me find out where such things have recently surfaced. It must be expedited. On the 30th of June in the year of the tiger, it was deemed suitable for burial, an auspicious time. The atmosphere was dim. A man held a long, wrapped object tightly in his hands, carefully avoiding the murky puddles beneath his feet as he pushed open the door to apartment 22 on Su Miao Street. The remnants of a torn manuscript burned with an intense heat against his chest, as if yearning for something. The walls of the apartment were adorned with chalk graffiti, and large patches of cracked paint marred the surface. Numbers flashed past Li Yan's gaze. Some rooms flickered with light, while others lay in darkness. Upon reaching the door marked 411, Li Yan clenched his fists and gently pushed. To his surprise, the door creaked open, releasing a foul odor that could not mask the overwhelming stench of blood. Li Yan's pupils contracted, instinctively stepping back. A cool, faint light filtered in, preventing the room from being completely shrouded in darkness. A woman sat motionless in a chair, facing him, her features obscured. Ah, Andy, still awake at this late hour? Li Yan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's as he strode forward, unceremoniously pulling out a chair to sit. Auntie? Li Yan tilted his head. But the woman on the opposite chair remained still. Gritting his teeth against the stench, he approached, and in the dim light, he finally discerned her face. Large, dark patches of decay marred her features, and several green flies settled upon her already rotting visage, while some areas began to ooze putrid fluids. Li Yan instinctively held his breath. Suddenly, the woman's closed eyelids shot open, her withered, foul-smelling claws lunging towards his neck. A flash of steel cut through the air as a desiccated hand flew upwards, black and blood splattering across the floor. Li Yan's eyes widened, the glimmering blade swirling in a swift arc, aiming for the ghastly head of the corpse. The frail, emaciated body recoiled unexpectedly, and the blade merely grazed its neck, leaving a trail of dark, viscous blood clinging to the tip. Die. Li Yan showed no sign of retreat, leaping forward like a fierce tiger. The blade, akin to a released arrow, plunged savagely into its heart, piercing straight through. With a vigorous twist of his wrist, fetid black blood erupted, drenching Li Yan's chest. Intent on withdrawing the sword, he found his grip futile. Before him lay an unprecedentedly perilous situation, revealing his decisive ferocity as he unhesitatingly released the hilt. Pushing back with his left leg and delivering a fierce kick to the hilt, driving the entire sword through the corpse, leaving only the hilt exposed. Without hesitation, he seized a nearby folding stool, striking it violently against the head of the corpse. The stool shattered, splintering into fragments, leaving Li Yan with a half-board still clutched in his hand. Perhaps Li Yan had exerted too much force, or perhaps the stool was of poor quality. In any case, an unexpected mishap occurred as a sharp splinter shot directly toward his eye. With remarkable reflexes, he closed his eyelids just in time, yet lost sight of the corpse in the process. The splinter tore through his eyelid, and when he reopened his eyes, his right eye was awash in crimson. Astonishingly, the ghastly figure that had once loomed before him had vanished. Without a moment's thought, Li Yan twisted his waist, his back arching like a dragon, and struck behind him with a fist like a steel whip. There was nothing behind him. Li Yan gasped, surveying the room for any sign of movement. Xiao, are you there? Hey! Suddenly, a searing pain pierced his side. A sharp bone knife had plunged into his waist. The man's speed was terrifying. As the blade brushed his clothing, he instinctively reached to grasp his assailant's shoulder, only to find nothing but air. In shock, he tightened his grip on the hilt, realizing it was as if the knife possessed a will of its own, mercilessly burrowing deeper into his side. Li Yan had no choice but to withdraw the knife, pressing his left hand against the steadily bleeding wound. His body pressed against the wall, cautiously observing everything before him. After several exchanges, this encounter resembled not the overwhelming oppression of a ghost over a mortal, but rather an even match between a fierce beast and a terrifying, otherworldly specter. Heh, Auntie, your anger rivals mine. Li Yan managed to smile despite the icy wrath brewing in his gaze. If I am to perish here, I shall at least be more fearsome than you. How about we meet in the underworld? The sound of clinking echoed. Li Yan gripped the knife with his left hand, his eyes unwavering, allowing the blood from his eyelid to stain everything before him a deep crimson. The room fell into a heavy silence, as though the corpse had departed. 10 seconds. 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. Li Yan's eyes grew unbearably sore, yet he dared not blink. Sweat trickled from his forehead to his nose, then dripped onto his lips, tasting of salt and iron. Finally, Unable to resist any longer, he blinked. In less than half a second, a rotting, blood-dripping visage pressed closely to his nose. Poof! Li Yin unexpectedly spewed forth a jet of bright red blood, splattering the ghastly figure before him. Chapter 33. Follow me. Many have claimed that using blood from the tongue to exorcise spirits is remarkably effective. However, the veracity of such claims is often difficult to ascertain. Today, Li Yin can assert with certainty that employing tongue blood to drive away malevolent entities is indeed excruciating. With piercing shrieks that assailed his ears, the ghostly corpse recoiled, enveloped in a swirling mist of white smoke. The man, undeterred, propelled himself forward and swung his dagger with ferocity towards the creature's head. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the air. Mother! Li Yin's heart lurched, and with a swift kick, he sent the corpse flying, his gaze drawn to the source of the sound. Barefoot and pale, a Xiao stood before him, her dress and hands stained with blood. To Li Yan's astonishment, she trembled as she brandished a handgun. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, aimed directly at him. Don't shoot my mother, a Xiao rasped. With a fleeting glance, he activated his instincts. Name, Zhang Changxiu. Status, ethereal decay, a condition resulting from prolonged contact with malevolent entities, leading to the loss of vitality and lifespan. Threat level, White. Where did you get the gun? Li Yin inquired, his expression impassive as he approached a Xiao. Stay back, or I will shoot, she warned, her voice trembling. Li Yin, seemingly oblivious to her plea, continued to advance until he was beside her. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past his left ear. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent low and delivered a swift kick to the ghostly figure's face, sending it reeling to the side. This strike evidently weakened the entity considerably. A Xiao, eyes shut in despair, pressed her pale fingers against the trigger, only to find it inexplicably jammed, no matter how hard she tried. The safety is on, Li Yin remarked, seizing her wrist and deftly removing the gun from her grasp. He disengaged the safety and fired a shot into the air, the loud bang startling a Xiao into a shiver. Let go of me. The grotesque corpse howled in a raspy voice, yet it dared not make another move. Li Yan's expression grew complex as he released a Xiao's wrist and spoke softly. A Xiao, please go inside for a moment. I need to speak with your mother. The girl bit her lip, frozen in place. Be a good girl and go in, he urged gently. The woman's malevolent visage, though fearsome, carried a strangely tender tone. A Xiao seemed choked with emotion, her throat constricting as she pleaded, Yin Guo, I beg you, don't harm my mother. A Xiao, go inside, the woman commanded with a sharper tone. Li Yin grasped a Xiao's arm, pulling her back into the room, his back pressed against the door as he secured the latch. A Xiao's desperate cries echoed as she pounded on the door, causing dust to cascade from the walls. Why must you all disturb me? I simply wish for my daughter to have someone to care for her. Li Yin remained silent in response to the woman's inquiry, his expression resolute. Andy, I vow that I will see you on your way today, and I will ensure a Xiao is taken care of, whether you believe it or not. How will you care for her? Will you send my daughter to an orphanage? The woman retorted sharply. That is not your concern. It is far better for a Xiao to be in an orphanage than to wait for death with you. Li Yin replied coldly. However, his tone softened as he added, Yet, I am here only for my own survival, and I have no right to lecture you. He withdrew the blazing remnants of the Guhuo Bird from his chest, exhaling softly. Ultimately, we shall see the truth revealed through our actions. The woman's swollen, horrid eyes fixated on the gilded depiction of the 9-headed, 18-winged Guhuo Bird on the parchment, her expression shifting from confusion to a sense of acceptance. Do you seek my soul? Not mine, but rather it. It's all the same. I can agree. But I have a condition. It seems my chances of victory are quite favorable, Li Yin remarked with a sardonic smile. Indeed. The woman fell into silence for a moment. You say you will care for a Xiao. I require your oath. I will not swear an oath. I will say it once more. I will find a way to take care of a Xiao, whether you believe it or not. The man remained steadfast in his refusal. Rather than promise something he may not fulfill, Li Yin preferred to carve a path through danger with his own life. Choices and circumstances are intertwined with character. Li Yin understood he might encounter spirits, yet he chose to wield a sword with precision rather than beseech a deity, and therein lay his reasoning. The woman glared at Li Yin, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a prolonged silence, as the blood from Li Yin's wound ceased to flow, he stepped forward, his blade aimed directly at the woman. Remember your words. The woman regarded him deeply, and with a sudden thud, she collapsed to the ground. The remnants of the Guhuo Bird erupted in a brilliant crimson glow. With a sound akin to a mournful cry, a faint crimson droplet oozed from the woman's forehead. swirling into the remnants, which ignited in a fiery crimson blaze that enveloped both the remnants and Li Yan's right arm. Li Yan remained composed as the sanguine flames engulfed him for several seconds before extinguishing naturally. Unscathed, he opened his palm to reveal the remnants lying quietly. Their once faint golden patterns transformed into an eerie blood-red hue, particularly the 8 pairs of eyes that appeared to pulsate with life. You have awakened the remnants of the Guhuo Bird. You have completed the most crucial aspect of this Yanfou incident. You now possess the authority to conclude this Yanfou event. Please decide within 10 minutes whether to end it. Should you choose not to conclude, you will only return to the real world after fulfilling all requirements of the Yanfou event. Now is not the time to end it, Li Yan silently resolved. Refusal to conclude. Good luck, Walker. Meanwhile, in a KTV establishment on Temple Street, the opposing target had completed the essential part of the Yanfou event and gained the right to conclude it. Should they choose to end it, the consequence would be a failure for you, resulting in immediate return. The opposing party rejected the conclusion of the Yanfou event. Entrusting one's fate to another is the most foolish of actions, Walker. Amidst the pink lighting, the figure's expression darkened as they violently flung their glass across the room. Li Yan cautiously approached the fallen woman, her body, now devoid of obsession, lay in decay and stench, a nauseating odor permeating the air. He removed his clothing to cover her upper body and turned to open the door to the inner room. Ashio was huddled in the corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes vacant. To Li Yan's shock, the room was strewn with 5 or 6 dismembered corpses, blood still fresh, with signs of having been washed. Li Yan examined the drag marks on the floor. It appeared that intruders had broken in during the night, only to be slain by Ashio's mother. The one dragging the bodies into the room was undoubtedly Ashio, with blood staining her clothes and hands. In the damp, foul-smelling apartment, the mother, transformed into a vengeful spirit, lay motionless in a chair, while the girl struggled to drag the corpses, methodically cleaning the blood. How could she be oblivious to the strange behavior of her mother with whom she had shared every day? Is the gun theirs? Li Yan approached the girl. Ashio's gaze was blank, as if she could not hear Li Yan's words at all. He reached out to help her up, but she violently pushed him away. Ashio, like an enraged young beast, glared at Li Yan with swollen eyes. Undeterred, Li Yan extended his hand once more, only for Ashio to lunge at him. Viciously biting the back of his hand, Li Yan knelt, blood streaming from the wound inflicted by Ashio's teeth. His face was devoid of expression as his right hand rested on the girl's icy back. Come with me. Chapter 34, A Flaw. At the Fui building, Li Yan leaned against the door, nursing a cigarette, but inside, Ashio's hair was damp, and she had changed into an oversized garment borrowed from the building's elusive black-clad figure. You should stay here for a while. In due time, I will find a way to get you out of the city. You don't have to worry about me. I don't want to see you again. The girl's voice cracked with sobs. Li Yan found amusement in her distress. All right, maintain that stance. Internally, he mused that he wouldn't remain there for long either. With a bandage wrapped around his waist, Li Yan scrolled through his phone's contacts, his gaze oscillating between the numbers of Li Yaoguang and Judy. He held a favorable impression of the silver-haired inspector, though it was rather superficial. Ultimately, his attention settled on Judy's number. How am I supposed to approach this? Li Yan muttered to himself while dialing her number. However, before he could press the call button, his phone vibrated. Judy was calling. With a complex expression, he answered, "Hello?" Silence greeted him on the other end. Li Yan, in need of assistance, softened his tone. Cough, cough. How have you been these past few days? My prescription, I flushed it down the toilet, came Judy's indifferent reply. Oh, as long as you feel better, Li Yan scratched his brow. Really? So, flushing away those bizarre scraps of paper is no big deal for you. Li Yan was taken aback. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Where did you hear that? A shadow of unease crept into Li Yan's heart, for fragments of the document were in his possession, leaving one unaccounted for. Humph. Judy hung up decisively. Furrowing his brow, Li Yan redialed, but there was no answer. He hurried down the stairs, asking the people at Fu E building to watch over Ashio, as he left the city to seek out Judy at her usual villa. After hanging up, Judy closed her phone, her sharp eyes fixed on the man before her. Dressed in a dark striped suit and gold-rimmed glasses, he voraciously devoured the cake before him. No one would suspect this man was the current darling of the underworld, known as Ayu. Money can be provided at any time, but where is what I desire? Ayu glanced around, noting the indifferent stares of several female bodyguards led by Li. A fleeting glimpse of deep red light hinted that these women were not only dangerous, but also harbored hostility towards him. How about we discuss the price first? 100,000 per piece. There was no response from Yu, indicating his dissatisfaction with the offer. 200,000. Judy remained unfazed, her eyes unwavering. The man hesitated. Judy scoffed. Li, let us leave. Standing, she shot him a glance. So, you are the greedy Yu from Liansheng? With such avarice? You must have a promising future. I have faith in you. Wait. The man scrambled to his feet, choking as if the cake had lodged in his throat, coughing awkwardly. Li looked on disdainfully at the man desperately gulping down water. 200,000. Just 200,000. Give me the goods, and you can leave with the money. Judy was curt and to the point. I wouldn't carry something worth 200,000 on me. The man grinned, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. So what do you mean? Judy's smile was enigmatic. Come to my place to collect it. The man casually replied, all right. Yet, he was abruptly obstructed by a tall figure. Wow, beautiful lady, I almost bumped into you. Yu exclaimed, whistling with an air of frivolity. Li, standing at a height of nearly 178 meters, smiled as she wiped the cream from his mouth and leaned in closer. I merely wish to remind you to refrain from any devious thoughts. Yu cast a glance at the half-revealed gun at Li's waist. The Belgian M1923 Browning, truly a man's weapon. The man swallowed hard. Understood. Before Li Yin acquired the third fragment from Zhang Mingyuan, he had encountered another individual possessing a similar fragment. This person had circled around him for several days, often appearing in the bustling streets of the city teeming with factions. Li Yin suspected this individual was masquerading as a member of the underworld, and when both fragments appeared simultaneously at Fui Building during his encounter with Zhang Mingyuan, it was only natural for the man to deduce his identity. Interestingly, after the Liansheng incident, this person had vanished without a trace from Kowloon walled city, eluding detection beyond a 5-kilometer radius. Li Yin had once held confidence that this person would eventually present himself, yet now, with a month nearly at its end, he felt as though this individual had disappeared into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. The next news of this elusive figure came through Judy's phone call. Li Yin never underestimated his opponents, especially one as patient as this. The current tactics employed by this adversary indeed posed a challenge for him. Judy's security operations were managed by a security firm registered in Singapore, and the women surrounding her were formidable, even armed. He would only be left with the option to flee. However, if one were to outsmart the other, the outcome remained uncertain. For now, he could only hope that the woman he usually held hands with, whose cold demeanor suggested she would readily shoot him, was indeed competent. Sir, this is private property. Taxis cannot proceed. The driver turned to Li Yin. What good is such a pretense? Li Yin tossed a banknote aside, cursing as he sprinted toward the villa district. 5 minutes later, upon reaching the iron gate of the fence, he pressed the intercom. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The voice from the speaker was polite, yet distant. Is Miss Judy there? Apologies, but we cannot disclose our boss's whereabouts. It's against our professional ethics. Li Yin steadied his breath. I dined with your boss a few days ago. If I recall correctly, your name is Banana? The woman, observing through the surveillance camera, crossed her arms and chuckled coldly. She recognized Li Yin. These days, Judy had practically turned his photograph into a target for target practice. She held him in contempt, regarding him as a mere parasite. Where is she? I have urgent matters to discuss. Apologies, but without the boss's orders, we cannot divulge any information. I'm not joking. Your boss may be in danger. Out of professional integrity, the woman refrained from laughing. Sir, if you have something to say, you might as well say it now, and I will convey your message. Li Yin pursed his lips, glanced around, and seized a brick, slamming it forcefully against the iron railing. Security! Security! Banana shrieked in alarm. In no time, several burly guards approached, their stun guns crackling with electricity. Li Yin spat in disdain, his defiance intensifying. Chapter 35. The python. The phone buzzed to life, and a flicker of interest crossed Li Yin's mind. He cast aside the electric baton in his hand and pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello. After a moment of silence, a man's voice emerged from the receiver, prompting Li Yin to grimace in annoyance. What do you want? 20 minutes, at the Wuxing Day rental apartment on Boland Street. I'll be waiting for you to clear the area. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Li Yin tucked the phone back into his pocket, disregarding the cacophony of shouting from the loudspeakers, and turned to leave, leaving behind a trail of groans from the security personnel. With a resounding crash, a man's foot shattered the vibrant sign of the Summer Lotus bathhouse. It was daytime, and the bathhouse was sparsely populated, with a few brightly colored youths hastily approaching, their waistbands bulging. Li Yin surveyed his surroundings. Excuse me, Which brother would lend me a motorcycle? I'll lend you a guava, came the raucous response from the group. Bolan Street, renowned as Hong Kong's red light district, boasted convenient transport and dense population. Clock hotels, Western and Chinese eateries, mahjong parlors, nightclubs, endless nightlife awaited. The so-called day rental apartments were precisely, as one might imagine, available for short stays. The shrill sound of motorcycle engines filled the air as Li Yin dismounted. How could Judy possibly be in trouble here? The crowd jostled against one another, the street buzzing with activity. Even the most oblivious would sense the strangeness of this chosen locale. Li Yin carried a machete wrapped in discarded newspaper at his waist and a pistol he had found in a show's room. There was no reason to abandon such items. He glanced up at the whooshing sign, and at that moment, a sudden warmth flooded his chest. The remnants of the ancient novel have been reported. Please prepare to receive the information. With a smirk, Li Yin stepped into whooshing. Yu was leisurely smoking, his demeanor unhurried. He had meticulously planned for today and wasn't he about to rush. Your requirements for the Yanfou event are as follows. 1. Hold a position of red stick or higher in any Hongmen society. 2. Ensure all participants exit the Yanfou event. Current remaining target, 1-3. The Python must consume at least 3 remnants of ancient novels, including the priority of consuming the Guhuo Bird. Your current objectives 2 and 3 are incomplete, with item 2 being the most critical. Completion grants you the qualification for return. Please note, you have only 10 hours remaining until your final deadline. The cramped room, scarcely 3 or 4 square meters, held 2 grotesquely mangled corpses sprawled on the floor. One body was missing several chunks of flesh the size of bowls, revealing a smooth bone beneath, as if erased by an eraser. The other head was mysteriously absent, its neck brutally severed. If it's money you seek, we can negotiate. Judy, her hands bound by rope, appeared pale and trembled uncontrollably, yet she managed to speak. Blood stained her cheeks, and seeing Yu unscathed, it was evident the blood wasn't his. The Yanfou event occurring in the prosperous era of 1980s Hong Kong, despite its constraints, was indeed an enticing place to accumulate points. The man mused, murmuring incomprehensible words to Judy. This place is crowded and chaotic, binding me one to yield any benefits. I can cooperate with you to leave, but you must call someone to take me to the hospital. Judy's condition was dire. A bullet had pierced her lung, and she occasionally coughed up blood, her complexion ashen. Yu discarded his empty cigarette pack. Don't worry, this girl is quite appealing, just my type. I wouldn't let her die so easily. As for leaving, what a joke. He gestured dismissively with his thumb. This is my domain. This marked Yu's 4th Yanfou event. Though previous outcomes had been less than satisfactory, after 3 settlements, he had still gained a modicum of power that defied the mundane world. Perhaps soon, he would introduce himself as the Python. That sounded rather pleasant. Judy glared at Yu for a long moment. Aren't you an orphan? Your Mandarin is so fluent. Have you never been overseas? Do you know Li Yan, who grew up in the mainland? Yu chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke. You know to investigate me. Why not check on your lover? Just then, his gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened as he approached the window, catching sight of Li Yan's figure entering the apartment. He really came? Yu's face registered surprise as he turned to scrutinize Judy, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. He recognized Li Yan's identity before anyone else. Yet this did not mitigate the stark disparity between them. Before entering the Yanfou realm, one typically possessed abilities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, known as specialization. This specialization was fundamental for survival in the Yanfou events, influencing future directions. His specialization afforded him an advantage in reconnaissance, while his direct combat capabilities hovered near 0. Biological affinity, 63. This was a rarity compared to ancient martial arts, but unfortunately, it had rendered his previous Yanfou events quite arduous. However, with his burgeoning inheritance abilities, the situation was about to change. Python's tooth, gluttony category, inheritance, only obtainable through special rewards after completing relevant Yanfou events, cannot be purchased through any means. Rarity, rare at the onset of the Yanfou event, the Python would be in a state of hunger. Once released, it could be fed and nourished using Yanfou points, with greater fullness yielding greater power. Please note, once released, the Python can only operate within a radius of 200 meters. Exceeding this range results in severe backlash. There are many restrictions, yet, once established, you could contend against a small special forces unit. As Li Yin stepped into the day rental apartment, he frowned. The air was acrid, and the narrow corridor in each room felt constricted, barely 2 or 3 meters wide. Quite the scheme, Li Yin mused internally. If he had wielded a broadsword here, it would have been challenging to maneuver effectively. In this regard, the borrowed motorcycle and machete proved fortuitous. Interestingly, Judy was flanked by at least 3 bodyguards, each armed. If he possessed the capacity to confront armed foes head-on, there would be no need for him to wait until now to act, nor to use Judy as leverage. The underlying motives were intriguing. Li Yin did not perceive his adversaries as particularly astute. If they were truly meticulous or possessed exceptional abilities, they would not have waited until now to strike. Had he not had other matters to attend to, he would have already concluded this Yanfou event. Moreover, relying solely on the assumption that Judy's news would prompt him to arrive was a strategy Li Yin found contemptible. If the opponent remained unresponsive, would not their scheming be in vain? An icy thought flickered through his mind. Set the place ablaze to force him out, even if it harmed the innocent. They were merely transient figures in this world, and Judy, whom he had only known for a couple of weeks, was not immune to such risks. After all, the distinctions between reality and illusion were often ambiguous. The inhabitants of this world might as well be akin to NPCs in a game. Killing them would bear no consequence. It was a tantalizing notion, yet it passed as swiftly as it appeared. Thunderous praise followed him, murmuring of his 3 parts malevolence. This trifling resentment embodies not merely the ferocity displayed in moments of confrontation, but more profoundly, it signifies an unwavering resolve that remains unshaken by circumstances, so-called interests or positions. Regardless of one's location, before the fierce tiger, there are no ravines. Li Yin softly recited the words he had contemplated when he ended the life of Qing Hunan. As he stepped into the apartment, his gaze becoming increasingly piercing. Before the coward stands an array of obstacles. Chapter 36. The Serpent's Fury. Li Yin found himself alone in the apartment. Gripping the hilt of a knife with his left hand and a gun with his right, his shoes echoing softly on the silent corridor. The women who usually lounged on the tattered sofa, waiting for clients, had vanished without a trace. The floor was littered with discarded plastic wrappers, and the usual sounds of chatter were conspicuously absent. Suddenly, Li Yin crouched low, rolling to the ground just as a loud bang resonated nearby. The pale red sofa exploded violently, springs and stuffing scattering in all directions. From behind the wall, Ayu clenched his teeth. Li Yin's keen instincts, sharp as a beast's, made him acutely aware of the perilous situation. He exhaled slowly and poked his head out again, only to be met with a flash of light and a deafening roar, plunging him into darkness. Furrowing his brow, Li Yin was engulfed by a chilling sound of metal shattering in the air, sending shivers down his spine. He lacked the confidence in his marksmanship that he possessed with a sword, evident from the fact that he had yet to unlock the specialization in firearms. It was clear he was merely a notch above those who had never touched a gun. Had he missed? From behind the wall, a grim-faced Ayu emerged. Without a second thought, Li Yin raised his weapon and squeezed the trigger. Flames erupted, and bullets, infused with tremendous kinetic energy, pierced through Ayu's body. A shadowy serpent, coiled and surrounded by an ominous aura, loomed around the man, measuring about 3 meters in length and as thick as an arm. Some bullets struck its smooth scales, igniting sparks, while others were intercepted as the serpent lunged, devouring the bullets with an ease reminiscent of a peanut. You have faced the power of the serpent. A fleeting glance, activation. You have discovered the predator. Name, Li Jiangyu. Status, gluttony. Specialization, biological affinity. 63 skills. 1. Fleeting glimpse. 2. Inheritance, serpent's fang. Gluttony. 3. Yellow turban talisman. 134. Predator, engaging in an irreconcilable event. Contradiction with the activation of fleeting glimpse can only be resolved through the retreat or demise of one party. Killing the predator will grant the killer all purchasing rights and a 30 settlement reward from this event, with a chance to absorb their inheritance. The predator will not receive rewards for killing the prey, but can certainly absorb any existing inheritance of the prey. The identity of the predator can be acquired through certain special items. So that is how it is. Li Yin comprehended the implications of the serpent's inheritance. He holstered his gun, took 2 swift steps, and in a blur, charged directly at the serpent. Seeking death, Ayu, with his gluttonous serpent at its peak, was filled with confidence as he watched Li Yin approach. With a mere thought, the serpent lunged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Li Yin's neck. Just as the serpent's fangs were about to make contact, Li Yin relaxed his knees and propelled himself forward in a peculiar kneeling motion, narrowly escaping the serpent's strike. If only he possessed Yandong's swiftness in drawing a gun, he could have shot Li Jiangyu dead before the serpent could react. Alas, Li Yin was not capable of such speed. and he unlocked the surprising reflexes that allowed Li Yin to evade the serpent's attack. Without hesitation, Li Yin raised his machete and charged at Li Jiangyu. Seeing Li Yin evade the serpent's strike, Li Jiangyu also raised his gun. The glinting blade and the bullets whizzed through the air, tearing apart the silence with a sharp hiss. Perhaps it was fate that had conspired against Li Yin. Or perhaps Li Jiangyu's marksmanship was simply lacking. Regardless, only one of the 3 bullets grazed Li Yin's elbow while the machete struck true, slicing into Ayu's shoulder. Ayu couldn't suppress a cry of agony as the recoil of the Browning caused it to fall to the ground. Li Yin, kneeling, surged forward towards the fallen gun, but felt a chill creeping up his spine. The look of vengeful fury in Ayu's eyes was unmistakable. With a grunt, Li Yin twisted awkwardly in midair, using his core strength to tilt his body to the side, yet he still felt a searing pain in his back. He crashed against the wall, refusing to hesitate, sweeping his leg toward Li Jiangyu's ankle while reaching for his own gun. Li Jiangyu stumbled from the blow, and the serpent momentarily faltered, but in an instant, it turned its gaze toward Li Yin, its cold, triangular eyes blocking his line of fire. Bang! 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 Li Yin unleashed the full clip into the serpent's gaping maw. Yet the creature remained unyielding, forcefully pushing Li Yin back into a cramped room. Li Yin rolled into the corner, engulfed in dust and blood, his left hand severely wounded, flesh torn and bleeding. Meanwhile, the machete had pierced through Ayu's shoulder, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. With trembling hands, he attempted to raise his gun, only to find it empty. In a fit of rage, he cast it aside and staggered toward the dust-filled room where Li Yin lay. Li and Judy heard a noise below. Judy swallowed hard and spoke to the weakened woman behind her. Li, hurry, we must jump out the window. Li, with a pale face, desperately bit through the coarse ropes binding her hands, finally managing to create a small opening. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she grimly stated, "It won't matter who comes, that monstrous serpent is indestructible." Having lived for 28 years, Li had never witnessed such an extraordinary sight, the serpent coiling around the man. Impervious to blades and bullets, it shattered her understanding of the world. If that man named Ayu was truly so formidable, why summon Li Yin here? Initially, those around her had been mercilessly bitten by the serpent, blood spraying everywhere. One moment, her confidant was jesting with her, and the next, his head was severed. The pampered Judy was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet gradually, Judy regained her composure. That man clearly held Li Yin in some regard. Judy, discussing this now is futile. Jump out the window and alert someone on the street. Li, usually so commanding, now appeared pallid and defeated. Judy's lips quivered as Li bit through the last of the ropes, and she dashed to retrieve a gun from a nearby corpse. "Judy, don't be foolish," Li shouted, her eyes wide with alarm. Judy skillfully disassembled the handgun, discarding the golden bullets into the cracks of the floor. "This won't affect that serpent, but it could harm you." She glanced at Li's bloodied wounds, then removed her white high-heeled shoes, barefoot as she approached the window, her eyes reddening as she looked back at Li. "Take care of yourself." Chapter 37. Fierce Tiger. Li Yin surveyed the room, which was so sparsely furnished that even a vase was absent. The showerhead was the only item of decent quality. Blocking the doorway was Li Jiangyu, adorned with a serpent coiling around his body. Li Yin brushed off the dust from his clothes, dug his toes into the ground, and slightly bent his back. The serpent writhed, its top black scales flowing like water. The two men exchanged silent glances. From the damp edge of the metallic showerhead, a plump droplet trembled and fell. With a resounding splat, the serpent lunged forward. The serpent's pale fangs were aimed directly at him. Li Yin pivoted on his left foot, executing a graceful maneuver to evade the serpent's head. Opting not to follow through with the strike, but instead using the force of his legs to leap away, aiming a kick at the serpent's flank. Li Yin frowned internally, as it felt as though his foot had struck a resilient concrete block. Reacting swiftly, he adjusted his stance, leveraging the momentum to leap back. Li Jiangyu seemed unnerved by Li Yin's earlier ferocity and commanded the serpent to retreat, positioning it protectively at his side. The ground was marred with deep pits, resembling a section of concrete that had been excavated. The serpent writhed in agitation, casting a disgruntled glance at its master. It had nearly devoured his calf just moments ago. Though the serpent possessed only 4 fangs, the craters on the ground suggested a more significant force at play. Its fangs seemed to hold a peculiar power, capable of consuming anything upon contact. While its speed was commendable, its agility was lacking. Moreover, the further it strayed from its master, the slower it became. Li Yin calmly assessed the situation, realizing that it was not himself who had narrowly avoided losing a leg. The serpent before him struck with ferocity and speed. Yet its movements were rigid and lacked the grace of typical serpents. Of course, only Li Yan had the stature to disdain the serpent's clumsy maneuvers. An ordinary person would have found it impossible to evade. Li Yan recalled the piercing gaze of Zhang Mingyuan, whose eyes burned with an otherworldly fire. The eyes of the enlightened beast were not those of the serpent, nor were the serpent's fangs indicative of its true nature. They were merely fragments of a larger puzzle. With a swift motion, Li Yan took the initiative, advancing towards his adversary. Li Jiangyu, sensing the shift, refrained from unleashing the serpent and instead charged at Li Yan. A wise decision indeed. Although Li Jiangyu's passive demeanor was not to Li Yan's liking, his current approach was undoubtedly the most prudent. With the serpent shielding him, Li Jiangyu was impervious to Li Yan's unarmed assault. Conversely, releasing the serpent would only provide Li Yan an opportunity. One must enter the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub, Li Yan mused, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. He bent his knees and twisted his waist, his foot arching like a taut bow, his body shooting forth like a sharpened sword. In an instant, Li Jiangyu lost sight of him, and a fierce wind rushed past his ears. Yet, the serpent did not lose track of Li Yan. Its body coiled like a chain, and its head struck out like thunder, aiming for the back of Li Yan's fist. The serpent's triangular eyes brimmed with bloodlust. How about this? Li Yan showed no sign of retreat. With a slight lift of his arm, he transformed his fist into an open palm, swinging it with precision as the serpent lunged forward. With a resounding clash, the serpent's fangs snapped shut, but Li Yan's palm was alive. The serpent's four fangs converged, but Li Yan's hand slid away like a slippery eel. Blood gushed forth. Li Yan appeared oblivious, bending low, supporting himself with his left hand while raising his right foot high, aiming a kick at Li Jiangyu's head. With a thrust, the serpent, enraged, hissed as it lunged for Li Yan's elevated foot, yet its neck constricted, delaying its strike by mere milliseconds. It was Li Yan's right hand that halted its intended feast, the 8 trigrams palm, a flower hidden beneath the leaves. Death. His foot struck Li Jiangyu's temple squarely, plunging him into darkness, his mind buzzing as fiery. Briny sensations surged forth from his mouth and nose. The serpent writhed in a frenzy, as if struck by lightning, losing control of its movements. Thud. Li Yan's arm weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down his forehead, soaking his entire body. A fleeting realization sent a chill through him. The target had activated the yellow turban talisman. Stabilization. Stabilization. This talisman activates when one is subjected to potentially fatal harm, forcibly preserving the injury at a level that prevents immediate death and slowly restoring it to 30 of its original severity. Incapacitating injuries cannot be healed. From behind Li Jiangyu, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and a purple crown abruptly shattered into fragments, as Li Jiangyu spat out a mouthful of black blood, staggering toward the exit. Gritting his teeth, Li Yan sprang to his feet. After a couple of leaps, he caught a glimpse of the disheveled Li Jiangyu ascending the stairs. Glancing at his own right hand, he noticed his ring and pinky fingers had vanished, with blood spurting from the gaping wound like a child's water gun. The flesh around his thumb was severely damaged, exposing the bone beneath. He tore fabric from his clothing to bind his hand, the intense pain causing him to gasp for breath. Suddenly, he touched his nose, finding it stained with crimson. The hematopoietic cell enhancer. This product does not possess the ability to cure blood-related diseases. If the condition is severe, please consult an adult for additional purchases of the ES cell restoration agent. Li Yan grimaced, then unexpectedly burst into laughter, his robust laughter reverberating throughout the apartment. A madman. A monster. How could such a person exist? Drops of blood splattered onto the floor. Li Jiangyu was filled with terror. Favorable conditions, advantageous terrain, and the support of allies. I had it all calculated. Why? How could this be? As Li Jiangyu's vision flickered between light and darkness, it felt as though a hand were stirring within his skull. That woman, he cared so much for her. Her corpse still bore 2 guns. There was still hope. Bang! Li Jiangyu abruptly flung open the door, his bloodshot eyes scanning left and right. The dazed Li sat on the floor, momentarily stunned. The man before her was bleeding profusely, a gleaming dagger protruding from his shoulder, blood dripping steadily onto the ground, while the serpent had vanished. Where is he? Where is he? He roared at Li, who was seated on the floor. Ask your mother. Li, with cracked lips, scoffed coldly. Damn it. Furious, Li Jiangyu kicked at Li's wound. She let out a muffled groan, coughing up a stream of pink blood, her face devoid of color. Li Jiangyu glanced at the loosened rope and the open window, his expression deranged. He picked up a handgun from the floor and yanked Li by the collar, dragging her toward the exit. A tall, slender figure blocked the doorway, and Li Yin pressed his hand against the frame. The man, disheveled and muscular, bore a fierce determination in his gaze, his right hand wrapped in blood-soaked cloth, exuding an air of defiance. Where are you so hastily running off to? Don't you want to spend a little more time with your father? Chapter 38. A thought arises. Li Jiangyu was startled, raising his pistol, while Li Yin was equally unfazed, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed squarely at his opponent. Li Jiangyu's palms were slick with sweat. If Changshan's hired guns could not kill you, and if you fear not the Bashi, it is inconceivable that this is your first encounter with the Yanfou incident. His teeth clenched, a chilling realization struck him. Are you a fallen? Li Yin furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the dismembered corpse in Ashio's home. Changshan sent someone to kill me, so you truly are in league with Lianshan. Li Jiangyu remained silent, lips pursed. Li Yin glanced at the gun in Li Jiangyu's hand. M1923? You can't hold that steady with your left hand, can you? Why not give it a try? Li Jiangyu, gritting his teeth, barked back, though his bravado betrayed a hint of cowardice. Li Yin licked his gums, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Release that woman, and I will grant you a favor. Let us all discard our weapons, shall we? Veins throbbed ominously at Li Jiangyu's temples, dark smoke swirling around him, gradually forming the shape of a black python. Li Yan's eyes widened. If Li Jiangyu had the Bashi at this moment, along with a loaded gun, the opportunity he had created by sacrificing his right hand would vanish into thin air. Shoot. He has no bullets. Suddenly, Li, who could barely stand, spoke up. Her voice was soft yet startling enough to grip both men's attention. In the end, it was Li Yin who reacted more swiftly, hurling his gun at Li Jiangyu. Why not shoot? Because he too was out of ammunition. The Bashi's head clamped onto the gun, but it stumbled, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Li Jiangyu's eyes widened in anger. Li Yan's fist was already upon him. The Bashi let out a furious hiss, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, its form splintering into countless fragments. And amidst the chaos, a stream of black light hurtled toward Li Yan's brow. Fiery, fierce, terrifying. This was the scent of death. There was no escaping. Blood poured from Li Jiangyu's orifices, his gaze wild. You have voluntarily detonated the Bashi. The inherited abilities shall now enter a cooling period following this Yanfou incident. Your specialization has forcibly decreased by 10. The final skill, inheritance detonation. Sacrifice your inheritance to exchange for a fatal strike at a tremendous cost. First, survive this ordeal. Li Jiangyu's eyes darkened with malice. You have discerned your opponent's weakness. A fleeting glance suddenly provided Li Yin with insight. Weakness revealed. The speed of the next attack, including but not limited to shooting, bladed weapons, toxins, or any action that could harm the opponent, is increased by 100, and damage is doubled. Suddenly, a hand rested on Li Jiangyu's shoulder, drawing a blade with fluid grace, a chilling line of crimson appearing upon Li Jiangyu's neck. As the black light pierced through Li Yan's forehead, Li collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the two men, now motionless. Blood dripped down, and after a moment, she struggled to grasp Li Yan's pant leg. Hey, what are you doing? Li Yin looked down, his expression detached. You, Li stammered, momentarily lost for words. Li Yin shifted his injured right hand, lifting Li into his arms, the smoothness of her skin undeniable. I will take you to the hospital. Where's Judy? Outside. The wail of police sirens blared as Li Yin carried Li to the window. Judy, seated in a police car, peered outside in a panic. Catching sight of Li Yin holding Li aloft, his face marred with grime, raising an eyebrow at her. Phew. Judy slumped back into her seat. You have slain the predator. You have acquired all purchasing privileges gained from this Yanfou incident and a 30 settlement reward. Regrettably, as you possess no inheritance, you are not qualified to consume the Bashi. In 3 months, I wish to see the Chang father and son imprisoned in Stanley Prison. Judy sat in her wheelchair, her hands clasped on the table. The man opposite her was quite elderly, his face shrouded in shadow. He glanced at the spoon, conversing with Judy in fluent Mandarin. Miss Judy, I fully understand your sentiments. I assure you that the government will not tolerate such heinous criminals wreaking havoc in Hong Kong. Judy narrowed her eyes. Mr. George speaks Mandarin exceptionally well, but I hope you are not merely placating me. How could I? The man shook his head, yet added, I still hope Miss Judy will address me by my Chinese name. Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Jean. A smile graced Judy's face as she stood and picked up a nearby top hat. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. In such a hurry? George rose. 2 of my friends perished in that incident. I must attend their funeral. Judy's bright eyes dimmed, her expression evoking sympathy. That is truly unfortunate. The man sighed, shaking his head. Uncle Zhong, I have heard that the Chong father and son are not only involved in organized crime, but also in large-scale drug trafficking in Hong Kong. You must investigate thoroughly. Rest assured, I will. The man nodded. On the 2nd day of the Year of the Tiger, Li Yaoguang received a call from the Secretary of State. The moment he hung up, he knew that Changshan was finished. Achoo. Li Yin finished his 3rd bowl of wonton noodles and let out a resounding sneeze. The salty, briny sea breeze tousled his hair as he faced Judy, who was seated with her legs crossed, wearing white sandals that revealed her sparkling toes. The two were currently on a food boat named Treasure Seafood Pavilion, the most renowned maritime restaurant in Hong Kong. This floating establishment displaced 300 tons, capable of accommodating nearly 4,000 guests. Constructed at the cost of 32 million Hong Kong dollars, with ornate beams and painted pillars akin to a palace. Notably, this vessel had participated in Stephen Chow's film The God of Cookery in the 1990s. This was indeed the very boat on which Stephen Chow prepared his soul-stirring dish. Today, however, the boat hosted only Judy and Li Yin as its patrons. Is that enough to eat? After a good meal, we shall discuss matters. I believe I could manage another bowl. Li Yin replied earnestly. Judy snapped her fingers, signaling the approaching waiter. Please serve this gentleman 10 bowls of wonton noodles. She beamed at Li Yin, saying, we have plenty of time tonight. The waiter smiled and retreated. This woman had rented the entire food boat, ordering 13 bowls of wonton noodles for the evening. He certainly had no objections. If Judy desired 30 bowls, or even 300, he would promptly instruct the kitchen to prepare them. No need for so many. Why did you break up with me? Judy asked, her smile devoid of warmth. Li Yin chuckled, shrugging. Why not consult the magical conch? Judy swallowed hard, fighting the urge to curse. Is it because of the Tai Sui? Judy's eyes glinted with menace as she posed the question. Who? Li Yin feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb. Li Yin shook his head. A sharp sword requires a fitting sheath to rest, not another blade sharper than itself. What is that supposed to mean? Li Yin took a sip of the hot broth. This wonton noodle is exceptionally well made. Later, you should summon the chef, so I can inquire about his method. Judy gazed intently at the man before her, her expression darkening. That way, when I leave Hong Kong, I can make it myself. After uttering this, Li Yin's gaze met Judy's. The woman's beautiful brows knitted together. Where will you go? Li Yin remained silent. The woman inhaled deeply. I ask you, where will you go? Judy's tone was serious, her voice rising. What matters is not where I go, but rather that I must leave. Li Yan's expression grew serious as he broached the subject of their separation. Reflecting on the matter, I pondered whether I had been of sound mind. You are beautiful, possess a sweet voice, and have a captivating figure, not to mention your affluent background. A fleeting encounter could merely result in a hasty departure with monetary gain. Who would seek me out afterwards? Li Yin seemed to be speaking to himself, yet it felt as if he were attempting to elucidate his thoughts to Judy. To be honest, Li Yin gazed intently at Judy. Initially, I assumed you were merely toying with the idea. Some issues may appear trite, yet triteness does not preclude the necessity for confrontation. We cultivate our feelings, and when the moment is ripe, a spark may ignite, leading to an inevitable escalation, but it should be kept within reasonable bounds. However, Li Yin later discovered that reality was far from this ideal. At some unforeseen instant, perhaps when Judy tucked her hair behind her ear or when a playful smile graced her lips, causing her brows to arch, Li Yin was struck by an absurd thought. This girl is remarkable. Do not cause her harm. Once this naive notion took root, it became inescapable. Chapter 39. Heaven and Water. To be candid, I initially thought you were jesting. Upon hearing this, Judy slowly straightened her posture, lowering her crossed leg and raising her chin defiantly at Li Yin, who said I was joking. With that, she stood up and walked toward the exit. After taking a few steps, she abruptly turned around, her beautiful eyes glaring. Leaving already? Aren't we going to eat? Li Yin smacked his lips, rising to his feet as well, summoning a server. Please pack it up for me. Thank you. Judy disembarked from the dining boat and leaped onto a fishing vessel. Li Yin followed closely behind. Where are we going? He inquired. The boat floated serenely on the sea, gently swaying with the current, the cabin illuminated by a soft, warm yellow light. Let it drift. Judy removed her hairpin, allowing her hair to cascade down. She stretched languidly, and as Li Yin stepped into the cabin, he took in the sight. Were you referring to those words earlier? Judy asked. Li Yan lowered his head. Given my frantic rush to rescue you, could you do me a favor? I have a neighbor. Just as he spoke, he felt a tickle in his nose. Before he could raise his head, warm lips pressed against his. It was a surge of passion akin to a raging fire. Li Yan turned and pinned Judy down, her laughter ringing like silver bells in his ears. His chest pressed against Judy's ample bosom. Did you truly hear what I said? The woman wrapped her arm around Li Yan's waist, gently nibbling on his ear. Quite clearly, she replied, twisting his waist and biting her teeth together. In moments like this, do not shrink back. Otherwise, don't expect to call yourself a man. Li Yan stared blankly at Judy, the sound of him swallowing audibly clear. You are right. With that, he buried his head. The night sea was deep and distant. Two white fish glided across the surface, their delicate tails flashing like shooting stars before vanishing into the water, creating ripples that reflected the shattered starlight above. In drunkenness, unaware of the sky and the water, the entire boat was a dream pressed beneath the starry river. What are you doing? The woman's voice was both shy and teasing. My right hand is inconvenient. Let me change my position. Try my char siu, Li Yan said, donning an apron, a rare tenderness in his expression. Ashio remained silent. Li Yan raised his bandaged right hand. I'm in such a predicament. Could you at least show me some consideration? After a moment, the girl finally asked, where did you go last night? I had some personal matters to attend to. Li Yan tossed the spatula into the sink. By the way, I have arranged the paperwork for the school. I will introduce you to someone shortly. She is a distant relative of yours, and I worked hard to find her. She is willing to be your guardian, both legally and morally. She is more suitable than I am. My family fled here. Do we really have relatives in Hong Kong? Your mother mentioned it before she passed. There is no doubt about it. Li Yan spoke with conviction. Ashio lowered her eyes. Do not think that just because I am young, I can easily be deceived. A girl who knows her mother has died, yet can act as if nothing happened. A girl who, upon seeing corpses strewn about, instinctively drags them into the back room to avoid detection. How could she be easily fooled? Li Yan sat beside Ashio, patting her shoulder. Your mother hoped for your happiness. The girl did not respond, silently eating her meal. At 2 in the afternoon, Judy arrived at Li Yan's place, wearing light blue jeans and black women's leather shoes. I had no idea that Aunt had been in Hong Kong. I never saw her before she passed. Judy's eyes were red and swollen. However, she left behind a daughter, and I will take good care of her. Be good and call me Sister Judy. Ashio's small face appeared timid, a stark contrast to her usual silence and gloom in front of Li Yan. After a while, under Judy's encouraging gaze, her lips finally moved. Sister Judy. Watching the two embrace and weep, Li Yan couldn't help but marvel at how women are natural actresses. That little girl is rather interesting. Judy lit a cigarette, resting her head on Li Yan's arm. When I asked you to recognize her as a cousin, it was to prevent her from being gossiped about in the future. There's no need to coddle her. Just let her finish her studies. Judy smiled noncommittally. She turned her head, curiously observing Li Yan. Even with your injured right hand, you couldn't possibly lose to that Wing Chun kid, could you? In Judy's eyes, Li Yan's ability to defeat the snake-wielding AU was an extraordinary feat. Even if he claimed he could perform stunts on the rooftop of the Hong Kong reception house, she wouldn't question it. Li Yan tilted his head. The legacy of Li Jiangyu is indeed impressive. When the snake coils around him, impervious to knives and guns, swallowing bullets like candy, anyone would find him formidable. However, Li Yan did not share that sentiment. The python is dangerous, but Li Jiangyu's quality is lacking. At times, the host's panic in directing the python could undermine its innate predatory instincts. Furthermore, the host is the python's greatest vulnerability, restricted to operate within 200 meters after release. This extraordinary power holds great promise, yet it is not particularly practical at present. The inherent fragility of the human body dictates that life and death battles are fraught with instability. Eyes, groin, heart, neck, spine. If both sides are merely flesh and blood, having a fist that can shatter an opponent's bones is sufficient. There is no need to split diamonds. After all, the realm of Yanfou has no health bar. Naturally, if Su Tianxi were to face Li Jiangyu, under such circumstances, Li Yan would still favor Li Jiangyu a bit more. Even Li Yan himself defeating Li Jiangyu was more a matter of willpower and determination, in terms of hard strength. The python's invulnerability and the speed with which it strikes, faster than a bullet, and its bizarre ability to swallow anything that encounters its teeth, truly present an insurmountable challenge. However, from another perspective, Zhang Mingyuan is not necessarily inferior to Li Jiangyu. The power of the enlightened beast can burn the soul, which means that perhaps Zhang Mingyuan's fists could be effective against the python. Ultimately, this is not a matter of merely passing levels. The ones who appear later are not always stronger than those who came before. Everyone has a chance to win. What matters is mindset, determination, and luck. If I were to possess the python, how would I utilize it? Li Yan pondered. Once this Yanfou incident concludes, I should also possess my own legacy, akin to Zhang Mingyuan and Li Jianyu. According to Zhang Mingyuan, legacy is one of the most precious things in the realm of Yanfou, and achieving it upon the first completion of a Yanfou incident guarantees a 100% chance. After that, acquiring a second or more Yanfou legacies becomes increasingly difficult. Do you hope for my victory? Judy's eyes sparkled like a child's, capable of reducing a colossal organization like He Lianxing to ashes with just a word. Of course. Then I shall declare. Li Yan took a puff from the cigarette in Judy's hand. I will undoubtedly defeat him. Chapter 40. Before the end on the 6th day of the 7th month of the year of the tiger. It was auspicious to pay homage to the gods and forge alliances. Li Yan replayed the videotape of Xiao Shou and Su Tianxi. Su Tianxi wielded butterfly twin blades, his movements as fluid as a swimming dragon. Xiao Zhou, on the other hand, brandished a 9-ring broadsword, executing strokes that splashed like ink, momentarily suppressing Su Tianxi's counterattacks. The elegant, flowing techniques of the Wenxing swordplay left Li Yan's palms drenched in sweat. 21 strikes, precisely 21, and Li Yan could not find a single opening to retaliate. It was these strikes that left Su Tianxi marred with bloodstains. Here, Li Yan's gaze sharpened. A counterattack. Indeed, in the footage, Su Tianxi tightened his core, his twin blades clashing against the broadsword, thrusting forward. Xiao Zhou, seasoned in combat, lifted his 9-ring sword, pressing it towards Su Tianxi's neck. Su Tianxi's left shoulder twitched as he braced Xiao Shou's forearm with his wrist, the tip of the butterfly blade nearly grazing Xiao Shou's eyelids, exuding a chilling aura, while the 9-ring sword had already drawn a line of blood across Su Tianxi's throat. Whoever falters shall meet their demise. Ultimately, the might of the 9-ring sword was overwhelming. Xiao Zhou bellowed, forcing Su Tianxi to retreat repeatedly. The sound of their footsteps echoed ominously. With a clang, Su Tianxi stumbled to the edge of the ring. Yet Li Yan could see clearly that he had not stepped off the edge but firmly onto the marble floor. As Su Tianxi lost his balance, Xiao Zhou assumed he had stepped off and altered his downward pressure into a push, aiming to force the unsteady Su Tianxi off the stage. A sudden turn of events. Su Tianxi sprang up like a hawk taking flight, swinging his butterfly blades to open a gap in Xiao Zhou's defense, advancing and lifting his waist. The butterfly blade sliced through Xiao Zhou's wrist, blood splattering, a portion of his forearm soaring into the air as the 9-ring sword clattered to the ground. Su Tianxi did not relent. His knee struck the ground, and the twin blades carved a ghastly X across Xiao Shou's abdomen. Li Yan silently turned off the tape, his expression serene. One must engage their intellect. It is the hallmark of a fighter. Was Xiao Zhou wronged in his defeat? Indeed. Had he not held back and instead forced Su Tianxi off the stage, the outcome could have been vastly different. Yet, Li Yan felt no injustice in Xiao Zhou's loss. A life-and-death contest demands one be prepared to pay the price for restraint. Besides, who could say for certain that the opponent was not feigning weakness? Li Yan himself had employed such tactics to deliberately expose vulnerabilities, swiftly concluding a match. Su Tianxi wielded the 8 cuts blade, a true legacy of Yi Wan. Do you possess confidence? Asked Hong Gui. Li Yan nodded. Will you still use a sword? This time, Li Yan declined. I have injured my right hand. While the Han sword is formidable, it is taxing. I wish to make a change. Change to what? In facing the 8 cuts blade, Li Yan's tone grew contemplative. He had never encountered the authentic Wing Chun 8 cuts blade in Guangdong and felt a surge of eagerness. The Baguazhang school possessed a signature weapon, the Ziwu Mandarin duck axe. Yu Shu, who had been silently sipping wine, shot him a glance. Are you planning to use only your left hand? It suffices, Li Yan replied succinctly. Arrogant, Tai Shui chuckled and shook his head. Hong Gui glanced at Tai Shui and then at Li Yan before slapping his thigh and rising. I'll prepare. As he departed, only Li Yan and Yu Shu remained in the room. Care for a drink? Yu Shu produced a bottle of Shaochun from seemingly nowhere. No, thank you. Oh. The two sat in silence, the atmosphere both peculiar and harmonious. The Ziwu Mandarin duck axe, a peculiar weapon passed down by the Baguazhang patriarch Dong Haichuan, comprises 2 crescent blades, one large and one small, interlinked, resembling a distorted mathematical letter X. with a gap in the middle for the user to grip. It is a rarity, even less common than the butterfly twin blades. With a thud, Li Yan's left-hand round blade struck the wooden dummy. The Mandarin duck axe is a two-handed weapon. Wielding it solely with your less adept left hand diminishes your chances considerably. Li Yan tightened the bandages around his hand and glanced at the man. Hongguei, having been in launching for so long, have we not yet sparred? Sparring is not an issue. Hongguei, seated nearby, flicked away ash, then asked, by the way, Yan, how do you find the Fui building? Not bad. Li Yan tossed the Ziwu Mandarin duck axe aside and quietly observed Hongguei. Hongguei rubbed his temples, exhaling deeply, his expression dark as he gazed out the window. I was raised on the kindness of many. I have not trained in martial arts, but through fighting, my fists naturally grew hard. He extended a finger. I remember the debt. Taishui took me in when I was starving, and I would give my life for her. So tell me, what do others owe me? Li Yan remained silent, methodically adding layer upon layer to the bandages on his right hand. You know about Lianqing's situation? Yes. Judy is furious. The entire Hong Kong syndicate is trembling. With your notoriety, your memory should not be lacking. As Hongguei spoke, his tone grew increasingly cold. Hongguei, let us be direct. He stood, confronting Li Yan. Yesterday, someone approached me, claiming you were betraying us and planning to topple Fui's operations. Is this true? Li Yan nodded. I did say that. Hongguei remained still, merely watching Li Yan. Why betray me? I have spoken of betrayal, but I have not acted upon it. Li Yan replied calmly. Is it true that as long as Lianqing stands, in another half-month, you will attempt to usurp the leadership? Li Yan smiled. He would be leaving Hong Kong the next day, and his earlier words had merely been to placate Taizilu. At that time, he had ended things with Judy and no longer sought to exploit her connections. What to do? Switch the sky in the day, swindle Lianqing's funds. This had been Li Yan's initial plan, yet circumstances had shifted drastically. Now, with Hongguei pressing him, Li Yan felt a twinge of awkwardness, despite having never intended to follow through. However, he was not concerned about a fallout with Fui's associates. Rather, he feared the exposure of that night's events. Hongguei, Li Yan weighed his words carefully, aiming to avoid leaving any loopholes. If you intend to deal with me, have you consulted Taishui? Of course I have. Hongguei chuckled bitterly. She said she knew and advised me to keep calm. Given that Taishui said so, why not let me finish the boxing match tomorrow? Hongguei bit his thumb and approached Li Yan. As Judy is currently protecting you, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Li Yan looked at this man who had been so considerate since his first day here, contemplating that since matters had escalated to this point, he might as well cooperate. A bold smile spread across Li Yan's face. Exactly, Hongguei, consider this. If Taishui, with her fiery temper, has not moved against me, then you should think it over yourself. The childlike-faced Hongguei chuckled, leaning forward, and delivered a powerful right hook to Li Yan's face. Li Yan could have dodged or blocked, yet he chose neither, allowing the punch to connect squarely. Blood spattered. Hongguei stepped forward, his knee colliding with Li Yan's abdomen, taking advantage of Li Yan's pain to strike his back. The first punch, Li Yan accepted willingly. The second knee strike, he remained calm. But by the third punch to his back, Li Yan could no longer contain his frustration. He shoved Hongguei aside, touching the blood at the corner of his mouth. That's enough. If you hit me again, I will retaliate. What a welcome challenge. You bastard. The two lunged forward. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the year of the tiger, all matters were auspicious. You too, are you speaking to me? Yushu rarely set down his bottle, his eyes wide with surprise. Liao Zhizong beside him shook his head repeatedly, while the others stifled their laughter. Li Yan's lips were tinged with a shade of purple, and he remained silent. Hongguei, bearing the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes, wore a sullen expression. He observed Wan Hongji, whose lips involuntarily curled upwards and shot a fierce glare reminiscent of a panda. Smile? How dare you? Enough. Yushu interjected, halting Hongguei. Today, Yin shall engage in boxing. All other matters will be addressed once he concludes. Ascend the stage. As she passed by Li Yan, she gently patted his shoulder and whispered. Safe travels. Chapter 41. The Finality, Part 1. With a gentle push, Li Yan opened the door and wiped his face with the icy towel draped around his neck. Approaching the wooden dummy, he picked up the Zvuan double-headed axe and made a soft horizontal sweep. Name: Li Yan. Status: right hand severely injured. Specialization: ancient martial arts 82-100 in the span of a month, amidst a series of intense and perilous battles. Li Yan's specialization had remarkably increased by 1 percentage point. Moreover, having utilized an ES cell supplement yesterday, he had braved the ring with his incapacitated right hand. Truly an act of audacity. At the entrance stood a slender figure, adorned with sunglasses. "Are you dressed for a journey?" Li Yan asked with a smile as he approached her to wrap his arms around her waist. Judy returned a sweet smile. "After this match, let us go out for a late-night meal." Li Yan's eyes flickered, yet he maintained a smile, replying, "Sounds good. I'll send you off." After a moment of silence, Li Yan finally inquired, "How did you find out?" "I checked your account. You withdrew all the money from the bank." "I never imagined that a fighter like you could earn over 5 million, Judy remarked. Li Yan scratched his nose, rummaging through his chest pocket. "Since you're here, take this." Judy accepted a ring-shaped cigarette holder embedded with a blue gem, exuding a hint of vintage charm. "Is this your family heirloom?" she asked. "I bought it yesterday in Wanli. With this, your fingers won't turn yellow from smoking. Plus, it suits you beautifully, like a movie star." Li Yan awkwardly adjusted his jacket. "Take care." Judy lowered her gaze, fiddling with the cigarette holder. "When will you return?" "I'll definitely come back if I get the chance." "All right." Judy smiled softly, revealing a shallow dimple. "I left a gift in your room. Remember to take it." She embraced Li Yan gently before turning to leave, without uttering a single word of plea. As Judy traversed the corridor, she pulled out a stack of documents and photographs from her bag and discarded them into the trash bin, the topmost photo depicting a younger Li Yan. It contained all his information from birth to the present, flawless in its details. Yet Judy knew that the man in the photograph was not him. Emerging from the room, Li Yan furrowed his brows, his steps firm as he made his way toward the uproarious 10th floor of the Fui building. At the edge of the stage sat an elderly man with sharply defined brows, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding fervor. On the arena, Su Tianxi gazed at the ceiling until Li Yan ascended the stage, then shifted his focus to him. A smirk curling at the corners of his lips upon seeing the Ziwuyuan double-headed axe in Li Yan's grasp. The more peculiar the weapon, the swifter the demise. "I wonder if you've heard that before." Li Yan remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in thought. "Hey, are you listening?" "Hujian, Li Yan." The muscles in the man's face twitched, his gaze cold and menacing. Su Tianxi let out a soft sigh. "I am Su Tianxi, trained in Wing Chun." With that, he advanced, gripping his butterfly knives firmly. Li Yan maintained a steady stance, refusing to budge as Su Tianxi accelerated from a walk to a sprint. Bending his knees slightly as he lunged toward Li Yan, his butterfly knife aimed at Li Yan's chest. Clang! In the instant of contact, Su Tianxi's heart sank. The straight blade clashed with the circular blade of the Ziwuyuan double-headed axe. If Li Yan merely lifted his wrist, the rolling circular blade would pierce his own wrist. Aware of the danger, Su Tianxi quickly used his other knife to block the circular blade, attempting to force Li Yan's weapon down. Li Yan flicked his thumb on the axe's handle, utilizing Su Tianxi's downward force to spin the axe in a wide arc between his fingers. The Ziwuyuan double-headed axe boasted 4 blades in total, and this maneuver, if mishandled, could sever Li Yan's own thumb. Yet, as the circular blade spun, Li Yan navigated it with ease, narrowly avoiding the inner blade while the outer blade pierced Su Tianxi's left hand. Su Tianxi's expression remained unchanged as he raised his right hand, seemingly aiming to strike at Li Yan's neck, only to feint and retreat. Li Yan did not pursue but calmly remarked, "I have yet to witness the authentic 8 cuts, and I feel honored to see it today. In exchange, allow me to introduce you to my weapon, the Ziwuyuan double-headed axe." He raised the axe, declaring, that maneuver was called the radiance of sun and moon. The wound on Su Tianxi's hand was shallow, and rather than dishearten him, it fueled his excitement. "Too bad it's a single-handed weapon. That's not the real deal. The blood will be on your neck, not your hand." "I beg to differ." Su Tianxi bent forward, this time launching his butterfly knife at Li Yan's weapon. Clang! Li Yan's eyes shifted as Su Tianxi's other knife aimed for his neck. Given that Su Tianxi was targeting Li Yan's weapon, he could gauge the position accurately. Li Yan could only rotate the blade to possibly disable Su Tianxi's wrist, but the free right-hand knife could directly pierce Li Yan's throat. After all, it was a single-handed axe. Li Yan frowned, retreating his right foot, allowing half his body to evade. Su Tianxi let out a hearty laugh. Closing in on the space Li Yan had vacated, pressing his left-hand knife against the axe, thrusting toward Li Yan's chest. Just as Li Yan had sidestepped, with his weight on his left foot, he found himself trapped with no means of escape. To Su Tianxi's astonishment, Li Yan did not merely retreat, but spun his entire body around by approximately 150 degrees, offering his left arm as bait, to sacrifice one to save the other. How decisive! Su Tianxi struck, and the butterfly knife sank into Li Yan's shoulder, penetrating at least 2 inches deep, reaching the bone. With his weapon-bearing left hand injured, Su Tianxi's thoughts screamed, "What will you use to defeat me?" Yet, suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. It was Li Yan's bandaged right hand. Su Tianxi rushed forward. But Li Yan had retreated half a step, colliding into Li Yan's right hand. The fingers protruding from the bandage curled like claws, unhesitatingly stabbing into Su Tianxi's eyes. "Tianxi!" The old man rose, his gray-white brows trembling. Su Tianxi roared like a furious beast, yet he clung tightly to his weapon. Slashing at Li Yan's shoulder, the butterfly knives aimed at Li Yan's chest. Li Yan lightly tapped his calf and soared backward, his fingers stained with blood and a viscous substance. His left arm bore a deep wound, blood pooling around him. Still, he refrained from counterattacking, instead observing Su Tianxi quietly. This move is called the golden silk brow stroke. Su Tianxi's left eye had transformed into a ghastly blood hole, while his right eye swelled painfully, his vision obscured by golden stars. Enduring pain that would render an ordinary person unconscious, he bit his lower lip until it bled, muttering, "Bagua Palm, swift and ruthless." Li Yan remained silent, offering no encouragement to leave the stage. Instead, he stepped forward, adopting a stance, his eyes fixed on Su Tianxi. "Come," the 19-year-old youth bellowed, charging once more at Li Yan. With one butterfly knife held firmly and the other reversed, the twin blades gleamed like ice as one slashed toward Li Yan's heart, while the other aimed to sever his right wrist. Li Yan twisted his waist, leaning left to evade the dual blades. The Ziwuyuan double-headed axe clashing against the young man's knife. As the circular blade of the axe rotated, the youth switched his grip on the left-hand knife, aligning it against the axe's blade. Li Yan's eyes widened in realization. 8 cuts, binding blade technique. Though experienced, Li Yan found his single-handed axe insufficient against this technique, forcing him to retract his wrist to prevent Su Tianxi from sealing off his blade's path. The youth showed no signs of retreat, firmly gripping his twin blades and executing a swift transformation as the edges sliced along his wrist, striking outward in a fluid motion. Like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, the blades ascended from Li Yan's arm, one to the left and one to the right, racing towards his neck. A flash of crimson erupted. Li Yan retaliated by delivering a kick to Su Tianxi's shin, only to be taken aback himself, hastily retreating. 2 gashes, each a staggering 80 centimeters long, stretched from his chest to his neck, nearly severing his throat. His own wrist, clutching the knife, had also been cleaved. Power waned. The 8-slash blade. The farming blade technique. Ha. The youth laughed, his bloodied and bruised visage creating a striking visual impact. This move. He pointed the tip of his blade at Li Yan, invoking the 8-slash blade, the twin dragons rising from the sea. Li Yan inhaled deeply, observing Su Tianxi's unwavering battle spirit. The shadow of parting in his heart dissipated for the first time, revealing a fierce smile upon the arena. Wing Chun, the blade poised with treachery, ruthless. The two spoke in unison. Come. Chapter 42. The End, Part 2. Clang. The sound of sharp blades clashing reverberated, a symphony of metallic friction that resonated in the air. The pair of paired halberds danced with the butterfly twin blades, their edges flickering dangerously between the two opponents. At one moment, the halberd was poised threateningly against Su Tianxi's throat, and at another, the twin blades grazed Li Yan's heart, the tension palpable. Both combatants were slick with sweat, their brows furrowed in concentration. After 4 or 5 rounds, it was Li Yan who found himself at a disadvantage. His injured wrist hindered his ability to wield the circular blade effectively. The halberd, long and formidable, excelled in entangling and locking swords. And while it did not suffer against the butterfly blades, it certainly did not grant him any advantage either. Although Li Yan was familiar with the principles of entangling and cutting techniques, the reality of their clash proved to be a harsh lesson. The golden thread binding Su Tianxi had momentarily stymied the impetuous youth, yet when it came to the exchange between the 8-cut blade and the halberd, Li Yan had to concede that wielding a single-handed halberd left him at a slight disadvantage. Both were encountering each other's weapon styles for the first time. Despite Li Yan's single-handed use of the halberd, Su Tianxi was in a half-blind state, and the two were evenly matched. The youth's adaptability in the face of this intricate weapon duel surpassed Li Yan's own. 19 years old, truly formidable. Moreover, with Li Yan's wrist now slashed, experienced fighters would know that a horizontal cut to the wrist is not fatal. However, in such a condition, the dexterous use of the halberd which demands exceptional finger and wrist strength, became a daunting task, fraught with the risk of self-injury. In another clash of strength and steel, Li Yin managed to force Su Tianxi back momentarily, but before the youth could close the distance again, Li Yin astonishingly discarded the halberd. Confronting the razor-sharp butterfly blades with nothing but his bare hands, Li Yan's audacious maneuver was shocking, though his wounds were gruesome. The spectators noted that Su Tianxi's one injured eye left the outcome uncertain. At this juncture, abandoning his weapon was akin to dismantling his defenses. Su Tianxi lunged forward, his vision marred by pain, as he aimed the twin blades towards Li Yan's abdomen. Li Yan, now weaponless, had no choice but to retreat repeatedly, the butterfly blades licking dangerously close to him. Why abandon the halberd? Red Ghost inquired of Tai Sui. Fighting is a matter of strategy, he replied, his expression thoughtful. Before long, Li Yan bore several new wounds, and with blood pouring from his chest, he moved frantically, droplets splattering like water, raising concerns about his survival. Su Tianxi showed no signs of easing his assault. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his eyes to his skull, his strikes remained swift and cunning. Let us see who falters first. The youth's reckless bravery surged. Li Yan found himself cornered against the arena's edge, with no escape from the butterfly blades. Su Tianxi's murderous intent was palpable, and his strikes unrelenting. With a sudden flash of ferocity in his eyes, Li Yan leaped towards Su Tianxi as the youth's blade descended. However, Su Tianxi's vision was compromised. He instinctively withdrew his blades to defend against Li Yan's grasp, unaware that Li Yan's fingers were already reaching for his wrist. The butterfly blade swung back to slice at Li Yan's right arm, while the second blade aimed at his lower half, blocking any chance for Li Yan to lift his foot. I will not falter where Wu Erling has. Li Yan leaned left, evading the edge of the blade with a deft maneuver, and his left hand unexpectedly found Su Tianxi's hand. Was he betting everything on a grapple? Su Tianxi's mind raced. This was a gamble that could cost him dearly. He refused to bend his wrist, knowing that even if Li Yan was skilled in grappling, it would not guarantee an immediate break of his wrist, but a strike to his thigh was certain. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He would retreat, seemingly abandoning his strike, unwilling to let his wrist be captured. Yet, as he leaned back, he raised his leg. Li Yan, having retreated to the arena's corner and already unbalanced from dodging the butterfly blades, was caught off guard by Su Tianxi's impossibly high kick, propelling him off the stage. This kick was a fierce retaliation. The audience erupted in uproar. But as Su Tianxi's foot connected with Li Yan's chest, a chilling realization gripped him. He had been deceived. Li Yan had not been kicked away. He had propelled himself upwards from his left foot. With limbs like steel whips, Li Yan ensnared Su Tianxi's neck, twisting his waist to lift him entirely off the ground. Arcing his back, he flipped, driving his knee into Su Tianxi's head, while his bandaged right hand seized the butterfly blade midair. Su Tianxi's eyes burned with fury as he thrust the remaining blade upward, only to be engulfed by a wave of regret. What am I doing? The two combatants fell to the ground in succession, Su Tianxi hitting first. The butterfly blades clashed in a cross. Li Yan, towering above, his eyes alight with a fervor long absent since his illness, or a smile. You are utterly uninteresting. Disregarding the rules, Su Tianxi lay there, bloodied and bruised, his eyes swollen and disfigured. As Li Yan had him suspended in midair, he faced a grim choice: to resist and risk a broken neck, or to yield and be cast off the stage, facing either death or defeat. Despite his youthful bravado, survival instinct prevailed. Yet in that moment of airborne fury, he lashed out in anger, striking even in the knowledge of his loss. I have lost. Go to the hospital now. With your age, you might still save the other eye. If you go blind, your life will be forfeit. Li Yan rose, stooping slightly as he turned to leave, while Su Tianxi remained sprawled on the ground. A group of young men and women suddenly leapt onto the stage, surrounding Su Tianxi with expressions of sorrow. Ah Jing. The elder's eyes were swollen with tears. A nearby middle-aged man promptly replied, Master, take Tianxi to the hospital. Furthermore, from today forth, no one from the Shang Tian Wing Chun Martial Arts School is permitted to step into Kowloon Walled City. Am I clear? The middle-aged man shot a deep glance at the departing Li Yan, unwilling to speak. I ask you, do you understand? The elder's hair bristled like a raging lion. I understand, Master. The man gritted his teeth, his voice laced with sorrow. You have fulfilled all the requirements of the Yanfou incident. You will settle and return within 10 minutes. Li Yan declined the doctor's offer to tend to his wounds, opting for a hasty self-treatment before heading to his room. Xiao had gone to school today, and he wondered if she would be upset upon her return. Judy seemed absent from the private room. Red ghost. Forget it. Lost in thought, Li Yin encountered Yushu along the way, their gazes locked ahead as they passed each other without acknowledgement. Upon reflection, the connections between the Mo, the Guhuo Bird, the Bashi, and Tai Sui were not as discordant as they seemed, were they? Entering his room, the first thing Li Yin noticed was a locked trunk atop the bed, requiring a password. A note lay atop it, reading, "Here is a hint. The words I spoke to you the first time we visited Victoria Harbor." A lipstick mark adorned the paper. Li Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. He seized the paired halberds and struck the trunk with a decisive blow. The lid sprang open, revealing a trove of dazzling gold within. Gold, a precious commodity, with each piece redeemable for 100 Yanfou points, without limit. The trunk brimmed with 20 pieces, 2,000 points. Beneath the gold lay a sheet of pale golden rice paper. In the absence of any extraordinary beasts, only a wild and unrestrained handwriting remains. Yet, you are the white elephant indeed. You have uncovered the token of Yin. You may choose to utilize this token to initiate a Yin floating event, or you may employ it at the commencement of any Yin floating event to enhance your initial identity within that event. Regarding the phrase on the paper, you may search for Lu Sun, Lin Yutong, and the white elephant for further context. Li Yin caught a fleeting glance at the table, where a lunchbox still emanated warmth. Wonton noodles. Huh. As Li Yin reached out to grasp it, his body, along with the outstretched fingers, gradually dissipated into the air. You have completed this Yin floating event, accumulating a total of 1 completed Yin floating event. Your evaluation for this event is superior. The evaluation is categorized into 6 levels: excellent, superior, fair, very good, average, and poor. The settlement begins. Chapter 1. Settlement. Countless mottled shadows twisted and danced before Li Yin, resembling flickering flames in a vigorous breeze. Jia Chai, Chenghu Nan, Hiandong. Silhouettes flashed by in a frenzy. In the dim, cramped garrison, plump rats scurried through filthy sewers. The boxing ring erupted with fervor. Sewage flowed freely beneath a hazy sky pierced by jumbled antennas, and a barefoot girl raised her half-profile. Bloodied weapons, the dark muzzle of a gun spitting fire. The roars and laughter of men, all crystallized in the image of a colossal serpent rearing up, its fierce fangs visible in minute detail. Li Yin stared blankly at his right hand, fingers intact, all injuries mysteriously vanished, and his mental state remarkably improved. Li Yin had no time to observe his surroundings when a voice echoed in his ear. It was neither male nor female, fleetingly forgettable, yet distinctly different from the hoarse, deep male voice he had heard earlier. Under certain conditions, no points will be deducted for this restoration. The settlement report is as follows. Excellent rating settlement Yanfou points. 500 points. Base 200 points plus a 150 bonus. Purchase authority limit. 195. Personal action 76. Full completion of Yanfou incident 33. Remaining fragments excluding the Guhuo Bird 30. Killing the predator 59. You still possess a Yanfou remnant, which you can contribute in this settlement to enhance your purchasing authority. This refers to the fragment Li Yin discovered after killing Li Jiangyu at his residence, a piece of rice paper adorned with a shark illustration. In the reed pond, there are mermaids. Transforming every 5 days, they may appear as beautiful women or men, with numerous variations. By contributing the remnant, your purchasing authority increases by 10, reaching a peak of 200, and you are compensated with 500 Yanfou points. You exchanged for gold, leaving you with a current total of 3,204 Yanfou points. Special reward for completing the Yanfou incident. As this incident involved the Guhuo Bird, you will randomly draw an item infused with the power of the Guhuo Bird, including but not limited to consumables, skill scrolls, anomalies, and inheritances. Given that this is your first completion of a Yanfou incident, this reward will be forcibly recognized as an inheritance, which is non-tradable. A wave of warmth surged in Li Yin's chest as the striking image of the Guhuo Bird ignited, burning away before he could react, leaving no trace. He lifted his clothing to reveal a burn mark on his chest, golden red flames seeping into the wound. Instinctively, he pressed down, yet he couldn't even grasp the trailing flame. And in the next instant, the burn vanished without a trace. Inheritance. Spirit of the Guhuo Bird. Hook. Star resurgence level of the Guhuo Bird. 9100. Inheritance is related to rest periods. Improving the resurgence level will enhance both lifespan and physical quality. Complete resurgence will double the lifespan of the inheritance. The possessor gains a permanent solidified state. Hook Star. Hook Star. Enhances the holder's explosive power and attack speed by 90. Blood Mark. Using one's own blood as a catalyst, it locks onto a single enemy. All damage inflicted thereafter will accumulate, determined and detonated by the user. The greater the prior damage, the higher the blood mark damage. Blood mark damage can break spells, purify spirits, slay demons, exorcise monsters, corrupt dragon and tiger energy. Once blood mark damage activates, the power of Hook Star temporarily dissipates, with the duration depending on the extent of the blood mark damage. Li Yin attempted a jump, chuckling softly, nothing particularly special. However, he felt no disappointment. Merely being alive and healthy was the greatest fortune. As for extending his lifespan, who knows when one might die? It was at this moment that Li Yin finally surveyed his surroundings. He stood upon dark stone tiles, the room barren save for a solitary bed. Before him were two doors, one ajar, the other tightly bound with iron chains. The half-open door felt profoundly familiar to Li Yin. It was the way back. I wish to check my purchasing authority, Li Yin murmured to himself, his tone akin to addressing a bank clerk or a government official. Purchasing authority has been listed. Please note, items can only be purchased within this room. Purchases are not permitted upon departure. Li Yin casually glanced around and discovered numerous delightful items. For instance, cold weapon category, unnamed Han sword, inscribed with vitality gives rise to myriad landscapes. The dragon coils within. A sharp weapon for killing, requiring 10 Yanfou points. Such items possess no unique attributes and can only be carried. Upon his return, Li Yin had indeed harbored fond thoughts of this Han sword. He had collected several fine blades, including notable contemporary pieces, yet none felt as nimble as this nameless Han sword. It was a regret that he could not take it with him. 100,000, quite a bargain. A gathering of black ripples coalesced, and a gleaming Han sword wrapped in rhino hide appeared in Li Yan's hand. Grasping the hilt, he flicked his wrist forward, and the blade emitted a crisp sound, reminiscent of water striking pebbles. The love of a swordsman for a fine sword is beyond description, both in ancient and modern times. The Li family of Hejian is renowned for their mastery of both spear and sword. Li Yin had practiced swordsmanship for 10 years and marksmanship for 15. Confident that his swordplay was nearing perfection, with his skills in firearms also achieving a modest level of success. Vitality gives rise to myriad landscapes. The dragon coils within. Let us henceforth call it Coiling Dragon. Li Yin caressed the back of the sword and gave it a gentle flick. Han sword, Coiling Dragon. Additionally, Li Yin had previously wielded the Ziwu Mandarin duck axe among various long and short weapons, yet he merely glanced over them with little interest. Proceeding further, Li Yin explored. Firearm category, Colt M1911, magazine capacity, 7.1 rounds, muzzle velocity, 253 ms, combat rate of fire, 50 rounds min, operating mechanism, short recoil. Notably, this pistol, claimed to be the most widely produced automatic handgun globally, was designed by Browning, the soul of FN, Colt's longtime rival. Note, while handguns are remarkable, trust me, in the realm of Yanfou, they do not warrant blind faith. You may exchange 15 Yanfou points for it, along with 2 magazines. 1 Yanfou point can be exchanged for 5 magazines with no upper limit. 82-1 model all plastic, handleless steel ball grenade, containing 62 grams of TNT, with an effective kill radius of 6 to 10 meters. You may exchange 8 Yanfou points for it, with a limit of 20. RPG-18 rocket-propelled grenade launcher, including 10 rockets. You may exchange 200 Yanfou points for it. Please note, such items possess no special capabilities and can only be carried. Please be aware that only firearms purchased with Yanfou points may be brought into Yanfou incidents. Any other firearms will be confiscated upon entry. A dazzling array of firearms lay before him, including those with usage requirements, such as high-caliber sniper rifles. However, Li Yin had no intention of exchanging for high-powered firearms, at least not at this moment. Cold weapons could be discussed as collectibles. How would one explain carrying a rocket launcher into a music store? Concealment would be troublesome. Li Yin found these items comprehensible, as this experience had not presented many bewildering phenomena. His encounters had primarily involved fists and weaponry. Yet, the subsequent items piqued Li Yan's interest even more. Anomaly category, consumables, fighting essence. Level 1 Thai boxing fighting essence. Enhances melee specialization by 3. Effective only for melee specializations below 60. Specializations below 30 will not be displayed. 10 Yanfou points each. Level 1 karate fighting essence. Level 1 free fighting essence. Li Yin swiftly scrolled through the options. Secondary martial arts essence. enhances melee specialization by 5 and firearms specialization by 3, applicable only to melee specialization below 70. Requires 50 Yanfou points per piece. Secondary ancient martial arts essence. Foot stabbing enhances melee specialization by 6, with the same description as above. Secondary ancient martial arts essence. Wing Chun same description as above. These are of no use to Li Yan, as his own ancient martial arts specialization has already reached 83, indicating that such low-level items are inadequate. 5th level, Max, ancient martial arts essence. Bagua Palm enhances melee specialization by 10, but cannot be used to break through the 70, 80, or 90 thresholds. No other restrictions apply. Any specialization can surpass the 90 barrier. To redeem, it requires 200 Yanfou points, limited to 1 piece. Li Yan comprehended the situation. The items from the Yanfou incident would transform into his purchasing privileges, including the opponents he faced. After expending 200 points to acquire this essence, Li Yan casually purchased 4 pieces of secondary firearms essence, slightly improving his marksmanship. 5 streams of light surged into Li Yan's body. You have unlocked firearms specialization. Current firearms specialization, 38 current ancient martial arts specialization, 89-4, suffix not displayed, cannot surpass the 90 threshold. Suddenly, Li Yan recalled Zhang Mingyuan, whose ancient martial arts specialization stood at 69. It appeared he too was ensnared at a bottleneck. Additionally, Li Yan redeemed a Colt pistol and a magazine. Attempting to fire 2 shots at the closed door, 2 flashes of flame erupted, predictably yielding no effect. However, Li Yan did feel a slight increase in his proficiency with the firearm, an elusive sensation typically acquired through rigorous training. Clenching his fists tightly, Li Yan found the subsequent developments increasingly astonishing. Exotic items, Homan-enhanced tattoos. Chapter 2, Tattoos. Otherworldly category, Hongmin Tattoo Blessing. The first thing that catches the eye is a vibrant blue 4-clawed dragon that winds across the shoulder, symbolizing the azure dragon coiling around the arm. Does Chen Haonan know? Effect, immunity to stray bullet damage by 5. Accelerates wound healing by 5. Cost, 20 floating points. Additionally, there are 2 black serpentine dragons intertwined across the chest, representing the twin dragons turning the tides. Effect, immunity to stray bullet damage by 10, accelerates wound healing by 10, and exhibits slight deterrent effects against ordinary malevolent entities. Cost, 15 floating points. Li Yan flipped through approximately 7 or 8 options, including designs of Koi, Zhong Kue, Yasha battling tigers, capable of combating demons and ferocious entities. Among others, one design featured a massive black dragon that coiled around the entire body, granting a substantial immunity of 40 against stray bullet damage. Yet it bore no additional attributes. After reviewing, Li Yan ultimately focused on 3 patterns. The first depicts 4 3-clawed blue spirits, grimly lifting a dark, heavy coffin, bound tightly with numerous black chains. 4 spirits lifting the coffin. Effect, immunity to stray bullet damage by 25, accelerates wound healing by 25, with additional states of good fortune and shortened lifespan. Cost, 500 floating points, requiring a purchase permission of over 120. The second features a mesmerizing black lotus pool, consisting of 9 flowers, some in full bloom while others are yet to unfurl. Effect, immunity to stray bullet damage by 25, accelerates wound healing by 25. Protects against the draining of essence and lifespan from contact with malevolent entities, with an additional state of spirit affinity compatibility with malevolent entities. Cost, 800 floating points, requiring a purchase permission of over 150. The third showcases a peculiar fierce beast, bleeding from 7 orifices, with wings and 4 limbs. Its body resembling that of a wolf and its head akin to that of a bear. Effect, immunity to stray bullet damage by 30, accelerates wound healing by 20. With an additional state, fierce, dread of the 100 demons. Cost, 1100 floating points, requiring a purchase permission of over 180. Only 1 Homan-enhanced tattoo can be activated at a time. These 3 tattoos are among the most expensive, each conferring a permanent state, yet even the cheapest. 4 spirits lifting the coffin requires 300 points, equivalent to the cost of the ESL restoration agent that saved his life. Previously, including the fighting essence and pistol, he had only spent slightly over 200 points. Nevertheless, Li Yan had previously scanned through, confident that his over 3,000 floating points constituted a substantial sum, sufficient for his needs. The ambiguity surrounding the description of 4 spirits lifting the coffin made Li Yin skeptical. While the Black Lotus tattoo clearly did not suit his martial prowess, thereby leading him to choose the final tattoo. This strange beast is named Chaos. Skill scroll category, a glimpse of elegance, minor yellow turban talisman, chi recovery. After cleansing a wound, it gradually heals moderate injuries that do not result in disability, while preventing the worsening of severe injuries. Non-special attribute bullets, iron sand, steel pellets, etc. can be expelled through the body's natural processes. Cannot be used in combat. Costs 300 floating points. Note, due to this skill scroll being an extra privilege obtained by defeating a predator, and the predator's purchase being a limited-use defective product. Even after acquiring this skill, it can only be utilized 20 times per floating event. Li Yin distinctly remembered the yellow turban talisman, town recovery, used by Li Jianyu. Its effect was almost shameless, equivalent to forcibly restoring a life. Unfortunately, it seemed he could not acquire it. Nonetheless, Li Yin still found this item quite practical. Although it promised slow recovery, it ensured that wounds would not worsen, an invaluable asset in many environments lacking modern medical facilities, where even minor injuries could become fatal due to inflammation. In protracted battles, this scroll would serve as a portable battlefield nurse, one without the need for bandages or anti-inflammatory medications. Killing like chaff, 87-100 unlocked. Task-related skill. Unlocking it may provide clues to a certain legacy. Cost, 200 floating points. Special category, floating story jar, available for purchase with an evaluation of upper tier or above. Cost, 50 floating points. Limited to one-time use. Description, the vast floating encompasses all. Everything heard in floating is real. Shatter it, and you shall receive ethereal treasures that exist solely within stories. The above constitutes all available purchasing permissions, valid until the commencement of the next floating event, with the offerings from the MO refreshing at that time. Is that all? Li Yin glanced at the displayed purchasing permissions and then at his floating points. Even if he bought everything he desired, it seemed he would still have plenty left. An abundance of points that cannot be spent? What a delightful dilemma. Li Yin had not considered that his upper tier evaluation only amounted to 500 points. And according to the previous settlement, even the highest tier evaluation would yield only 600 points, base plus 200. The overflow of 5 from purchasing permissions represented 59 from the predator, which was substantial and difficult to replicate. This indicated that Li Yin had acquired points over time through evaluation overflow, fulfilling all requirements of the floating events, and achieving a commendable evaluation. Yet, even so, after accounting for expenses and the money from Lian Sheng, following the acquisition of the ESL restoration agent, he only had 1,204 points remaining, barely sufficient. Meanwhile, the gold Judy had gifted him was worth 2,000 points. Wealth breeds confidence. After his enhancements, Li Yan's personal information no longer appeared so meager. Name, Li Yan status, Hookstar, Fierce. Specialization, Ancient Martial Arts, 89 for Firearms, 38 Skills, 1. A Glimpse of Elegance 2. Yellow Turban Talisman, Chi Recovery 3. Killing Like Chaff, 87-100, Unlocked, Legacy, Spirit of the Guhuo Bird Hookstar at a glance. Li Yan, who had just undergone a floating event, already surpassed Li Jianyu in terms of sheer statistics. Given that Zhang Mingyuan gained nothing beyond the basic rewards this time, it was evident that even if he unleashed the full power of the Beast of Enlightenment, he would certainly not match Li Yan. Li Jianyu had been overly passive, with his highest evaluations from previous floating events only reaching average. This time, he believed he was assured of success by obtaining the Predator's identity through a special item, expecting at least an upper-tier evaluation, but tragically lost his life instead. In total, Li Yan had spent just over 1,800 points, meaning he still had 1,400 points remaining. Frankly speaking, a single successful completion of a floating event might not yield such an amount. Li Yan flipped back to the firearms category. These items were truly affordable. With handguns costing less than 20 points, and the most expensive ones below 100 points, boasting formidable power, no tattoo costing over 1,000 points could compare. However, these items were also quite heavy and cumbersome to carry. A fully armed soldier, without supplies, could only carry so many bullets. How many guns could one manage? Would he carry an RPG everywhere he went? That said, Li Yan resolved to purchase firearms as much as possible before the next floating event commenced. Those who are more confident in their skills understand the value of firearms. just as he was about to leave. Li Yin recalled the remarkably exaggerated description of the Yin floating story jar. To obtain ethereal treasures that exist solely in stories. Would it be the Ziqing flying sword from the legend of the swordsman of Shushan, or the sacred armor from Saint Seiya? 50 points. I buy it. You have acquired the Yin floating story jar. Before him appeared an oval-shaped, tea canister-like vessel, perfectly sealed. Li Yin gently pressed it with his finger, causing the jar to crack open, fragments scattering. A soft glow began to expand in the air, then contracted, ultimately resting in Li Yan's palm, a half-torn page from a book. Thoroughly smeared with dried blood, rendering the original text completely illegible. The blood-soaked remnants of dark magic. Once adorned, they offer a slight resistance to the malevolent forces. Note, Jajasi, Nas Jajajajasi. What nonsense is this? Li Yin, somewhat bewildered, tucked the object into his pocket and opened the half-closed door, revealing a long staircase. He stepped into the dimly lit stairwell, enveloped in silence. Thud, thud, thud. With each step upon the iron staircase, Li Yan's gaze pierced through the obscurity, observing the chaos below, a toppled sofa, scattered liquids, a television flickering. Its screen now displaying a rendition of Jackie Chung's The Legend of the Hungry Wolf. Li Yin pressed the remote to freeze the image, propped the sofa upright, and tidied the disarray around him. The dawn was gently breaking, and the glass door of the shop stood ajar, a cool breeze wafting in. He reclined upon the sofa, as if lost in a dream. Ding, the disc was swallowed by the DVD player. The screen faded to monochrome. After a lively interlude of keyboards mingled with drums and bass, the audacious voice of Zhou Xiao resonated through the air. I know not where I was born. Will I weep upon my arrival? I know not where I am bound, as I sing songs of a stateless land. I know not where you came to be. When you departed, did anyone weep? I know not where you shall go. Your gravestone points to the desolate sky. Li Yin rested his elbow on the table. His nose pressed against his hand, as the increasingly intense and raspy tones stimulated his senses. Yet, he savored every moment. Suddenly, laughter erupted from him, wild and unrestrained. It was an exhilarating sensation of being profoundly alive. Chapter 3. Thus have I heard, the wanderings of the Yanfou. The next day, upon disembarking from the plane, Li Yin hurried towards the remnants of the now-demolished Kowloon walled city. This is undoubtedly an action one would take when ensnared in a mystery. Kowloon Walled City Park. Longjing Academy. Before a long corridor, reminiscent of the elegant gardens of Jiang'an, there hung a stone-carved couplet in crimson characters, how akin to a dragon, yet in another year. The carp transforms, and the floodgates open, washing away the barbaric smoke and the rain. It is known, and thus I wish to trace the source and seek the current. Navigating through the tranquil sea and the Korean tide. Excuse me, I have no idea what you are talking about. Li Yan's calm demeanor met the old man's response. I know that before the return, the walled city had already been razed. Many things within are forgotten. But Mr. Ho, have you truly pondered it further? The old man shook his head. Young man, I thought you were telling a tale. I lived in the walled city for over a decade. Indeed. There were committees and security teams within the walled city, but what of the Tai Sui and Lianxing? It sounds like something from a film. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the old man's eyes. It was merely a slum, nothing remarkable. Li Yin sat in silence for a full minute. I beg your pardon. He stood up and immediately took out his phone to search for the names of Chinese superintendents during the colonial period in Hong Kong. No Li Yaoguang. A shadow of despair deepened in Li Yan's heart. Gong Ruxin? Of course, I know. The well-dressed man across nodded. If Li Yin recalled correctly, this office building was under Judy's company, and Gong Ruxin was the name of Judy's late adoptive mother. Li Yin felt a surge of joy. He coughed lightly. His daughter. Just as he began to speak, the man looked at him with a peculiar gaze. Excuse me, sir, until Mrs. Gong's passing, she had no daughter. In Hong Kong, at Kowloon Walled City Park, within the pavilion of cherished paper, the tangerine sunlight filtered through the lush greenery, illuminating the pathway adorned with small pebbles. Neat and pristine, various Lingnan bonsais were displayed throughout the park, a picturesque sight. Who would have imagined that 50,000 once resided here? As dusk approached, the park's visitors dwindled. Li Yin held a bottle of beer, his eyes reddening as he hummed a tune absent-mindedly. 7 friends of Sister Shui, 7 little fellows, working diligently. Sir, is this your first visit here? A cheerful girl in a duckbill cap passed by, her smile bright. No. Li Yin instinctively shook his head, then corrected himself. Oh, I mean yes. The girl paid him no mind, selecting a balloon adorned with a snow-white motif from her colorful collection and handed it to Li Yin. Thank you. He nodded, and the girl walked away with a smile. Li Yin, one hand clutching the beer, the other holding the balloon, appeared rather comical. He staggered forward, softly humming, 7 fellows. Residing in 7 sticks, facing Sister Shui, un, 1 hole, punctured by 7 sticks, onto Sister Shui's old shirt. Hee. Li Yin chuckled, his vision blurring. Damn it. He suddenly hurled the beer can, which struck the trash bin with a resounding clang. Why the outburst? Are you recovering from an illness? Li Yin turned around. Machi. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the blazing sunset had paused. Is it all an illusion? One should know that time travel is impossible. Have you heard of the grandmother theory? Li Yin squinted, remaining silent for a long while. However, it is not entirely false. The rotund man's oily smile returned. In this world, no 2 leaves are identical, yet similar ones abound. If everything is a dream, how could your illness be cured? Perhaps you are still ensnared in a dream. Parallel worlds? Li Yin pondered. Yes, but not entirely so. How so? The concept of parallel worlds holds truth. Yet the disparities and transformations between worlds may far exceed your expectations. Continue. Intrigued, Li Yin encouraged. The thought of Judy being from another world eased him. He realized that if, after more than 30 years, the alluring woman had transformed into a sagging matron, he would be at a loss for expression upon encountering her. Humanity has long sought to explore the cosmos, yet remains largely ignorant of the land beneath its feet, unable to discern what is deemed real or the infinite possibilities of the future. The rotund man exhaled onto his sleeve, wiping clean the flower bed beside him before sitting down. A recently deceased scientific giant proposed the theory of parallel spaces, believing that in another time and space, he was vibrant, passionate about sports and running. In reality, he could achieve much more. For instance, implanting his spirit into distant, prosperous planets to win over alien maidens. Or perhaps riding a broomstick to play soccer in the sky. Harry Potter? Li Yin's confusion was evident. It's merely a possibility. The rotund man smacked his lips. I don't quite understand. Li Yin furrowed his brow. In Chinese, we say, children should not speak of strange forces or chaotic spirits. Hypothetically, if the witches burned during the Middle Ages possessed extraordinary powers, which were extinguished, what if a certain prince in that era, deranged, proclaimed that witches were not malevolent and harnessed their powers to incite a magical revolution akin to the Industrial Revolution? Your life would undergo a radical transformation. This is the essence of possibility. I think I understand a bit. Moreover, that story was truly captivating. Li Yin's smile was more cynical than sincere. For example, the rotund man gestured to the ground. From this moment forth, the revival of spiritual energy, what was once merely a trend of Qigong, might suddenly become reality. And various sects of cultivation would emerge, thereby altering the rules of the world, rendering parallel worlds less parallel. If I had not witnessed it firsthand, I would surely think you jest. Is there a flaw in my theory? Not at all, but your fanciful ideas sound rather familiar. As he spoke, Li Yin let out a cold laugh. The rotund man remained unfazed. I speak of possibility, and human imagination, like possibility, is boundless. Thus, the backdrop of the Yanfou incident intricately intertwines with your understanding of the world, yet its visage is entirely transformed. Machi's fingers interlaced. Yanfou, fully known as Nanyanfouti, is the mythical tree that nurtures worlds. Each fruit upon it represents a brand new world. And we, akin to those beetles, traverse between the fruits, consuming their nectar. Hence, we embark on the journey of Yanfou. Chapter 4 Tai Sui. The stout man turned to Li Yin, his expression inscrutable. There are some urgent matters I must attend to immediately. If you have any questions, ask quickly. You may not have the chance to see me again. Li Yin was straightforward. I have never quite understood why inheritance and skills are calculated separately. The personal information displayed in Yanfou included specialization, status, skills, and inheritance. While he could grasp the meaning of the other aspects, he was perplexed as to why skills and inheritance were treated as distinct entities, rather than considering inheritance as part of skill. In traditional martial arts, there are distinctions between combat techniques, performance methods, and training methods. In Bagua Zhang, the foundational techniques, secret hand techniques, and signature moves number in the dozens. Why aren't all of these categorized under skills? He questioned. Mo countered, that's not the same. Whether it's a fleeting glimpse or a yellow turban charm, these are special abilities with tangible effects. The techniques in martial arts are essentially an accumulation of combat experience, requiring practical application, and are entirely unrelated to skills. Let me explain it differently, Mo said. When I first entered Yanfou, the inheritance I acquired was Guhuo, a mythical beast endowed with the power of flames as recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Simultaneously, I possessed a skill called Yanfou. Flames danced at his fingertips before he launched them forth. The skill merely grants me the ability to cast a fire spell, available for purchase with no fluctuation in limits. Aside from my ability to conjure fireballs, I remain an ordinary person. In contrast, Guhuo grants me the essence of fire itself, everything that can be termed as fire. It is the key to transcendence. While immortals can turn beings into soldiers and walk through walls, possessing such abilities does not inherently qualify one as an immortal. Of course, inheritances are rare, while skills are diverse. You must compare their merits yourself. I hope my explanation suffices. That is sufficient, Li Yan nodded. How did you acquire the title of Mo? After 6 Yanfou incidents, or when the revival degree of inheritance reaches 100%, you qualify to compete for all titles of inheritance. The rarer the inheritance, the more competitors there are. Does inheritance itself possess a hierarchy? Certainly. Then, it would be difficult for me to claim the title of Guhuo, Li Yan remarked. If I remember correctly, the woman who once held that title called herself Xiaohua, but titles like Tiao Wu or Tao Tai would suit you better, provided you can attain them. What about the fallen? They are pests, Mo replied, his expression indifferent. Anything else? Li Yan pondered for a moment. If you have no other advice for me, then that is all. Mo appeared somewhat surprised. That is it. You don't wish to inquire about the purpose behind repeatedly traversing Yanfou, or who orchestrated these events. I'm only concerned with what it can bring me. Of course, if you wish to enlighten me, I would be eager to listen. Li Yan's statement was half truth, half falsehood. Mo regarded him with a knowing glance, then stood up and stamped his foot. I have unearthed many newcomers. Yet very few have managed to attain a high rating on their first attempt. I've been fortunate lately. I hope this streak of luck continues for some time. He looked at Li Yan. Let me outline the rules for you. First, all grievances during your journeys must be resolved within the Yanfou incidents. No interference in the lives of other travelers in the real world is allowed. Second, do not disclose any information regarding the Yanfou incidents. Third, refrain from using inheritances and any abilities or items that are clearly foreign to this world. You may defend yourself if necessary. Assistance will be provided. But you will also be subject to scrutiny. Fourth, the Yanfou incidents occur every 2 months. To return to that room, simply meditate in a secluded spot. Avoid startling children. That is all. Will I be spending the latter half of my life in a struggle that occurs 6 times a year? Li Yan asked, glancing at Mo. Regardless of how passive your response may be, Yanfou will not erase anyone's existence. However, breaking the shackles of your destiny requires you to fight for it, does it not? Then, I hope to see you again in the future. Likewise, they exchanged a smile. Clang. Li Yan stood bare-chested, beads of sweat trickling down his well-defined arms. The resonant clang of the Han sword gradually ceased. Before him lay a peculiar beast resembling a wolf and a bear, its 7 orifices oozing blood, and its fur strangely quivering. Li Yan exhaled gently, placing the Han sword on the rack and wiping the sweat from his neck with a warm towel. As he wielded the sword, he felt as though he could cleave through bullets. A swift runner may not possess great strength, yet someone who can explode with speed undoubtedly has considerable power. The hookstar bestowed upon Li Yan an exhilarating might. Just moments ago, as he swung the sword, he had unleashed 5 strikes within a single breath. The resonating clang of the sword persisted even after he halted. This was perhaps the moment in 25 years when Li Yan felt the most confident in his abilities. Yet it was also the moment he felt the most apprehensive about the future. The audio-visual shop had closed. At this time, Li Yan returned to his ancestral home in Sangzhou, where he spent considerable time reorganizing the martial arts room, having acquired various items. Before him lay a Colt handgun, 10 magazines, and 20 grenades. After tonight, 2 months would have passed. Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Yan glanced at it and answered. Hello? A prolonged sigh came from the other end. Hearing your strong voice, it seems you still have some life in you. The voice belonged to a young man. I found an old Chinese doctor, and my condition has improved. Li Yan smiled in response. I went to your shop, but didn't he find you? Where are you now? I'll come find you. Li Yan checked the clock. In 4 hours. I still have some tasks to complete. I can't wait for you to mourn. Your condition has truly improved? Yes. How much will it cost? Don't worry about it. By the way, how is Zhang Daojing? I haven't seen her in many years. Li Yan's lips curled into a smile as he recalled Zhang Mingyuan, who bore a resemblance to her sister. Daojing? I don't know. I heard she went to Shandong many years ago. She's in Shandong? What is she doing? Getting married, obviously. Is that even a question? Oh, Li Yin responded, his expression distant. Honestly, can a Chinese doctor really treat your condition? The voice on the other end was filled with surprise, yet there remained a hint of hesitation. Give me the address. I'll check it out tomorrow. She is a recluse. Do you think you can just go see her? Yanzi, don't tease me. Just tell me. This weekend, I'll come see you, Li Yin suddenly stated. All right, it's settled then. I'll have my sister-in-law prepare a feast for you. The man on the other end continued speaking, while Li Yin listened intently, showing no sign of impatience. Occasionally responding as he slowly loaded bullets into the chamber of his gun, his fingers caressing the firearm. 1986. Hong Kong, are you so weak that you lack the strength to hit someone, or are you too soft when it comes to women? Red Ghost, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, called out with a hint of bravado. Put some force into it. Did you hear me? He complained. The city has been so desolate lately. All sorts of trash are stepping into the ring. Make everything more conspicuous. Feng Yi is not merely a missing fighter. Do you hear me? Liao Zhizong approached with a sullen expression, and a single remark twisted the countenance of the Red Ghost into a grimace. Ahom. Something has happened to Tai Sui. That night, the rain poured heavily over Kowloon walled city, submerging Longjing Road to the depth of half a street. With some areas reaching waist-high, Yushu stepped through the water that engulfed her ankles, glancing at the tense-faced Amei ahead of her. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "Where's the person you mentioned?" "That building up ahead." "Very well, lead the way." Amei nodded. Suddenly, fiery red lotus blossoms erupted amidst the downpour. And in an instant, a torrent of bullets surged forth from the gun's muzzle. It was akin to an indomitable flood of steel, sweeping through the crowd. Blood stained half the long street, with dozens of corpses piled together. Yushu, holding an umbrella and clad in a black jacket, furrowed her brow. Tai Sui, I truly do not comprehend what is happening. Amei knelt in the rain, her eyes vacant and her face smeared with blood. Her long legs trembled incessantly. The Red Ghost's countenance was steely. Yushu crouched down, grasping Amei's chin. We are all on the same side. I trust your words. I recall when you first arrived in Hong Kong, engaging in work at Malan. At that time, any man could approach you for $200. If you say you are with me, I would have believed you then. After so many years, how could I not trust you now? Tai Sui. The woman opened her mouth but swallowed a mouthful of rainwater. Yushu draped her trench coat over her shoulders and helped her to her feet. Drink a bowl of ginger soup and get some good rest. I know you have been struggling to look after your brother. If you truly face difficulties, would you not tell me? Would I really turn a blind eye? Amei collapsed to the ground. Tai Sui, someone has kidnapped my brother rather than me doing this. So you admit it? Yushu's tone remained unchanged. Amei lifted her head in confusion, her pupils reflecting the glint of a blade. The knife plunged into the woman's temple, leaving only the hilt visible, and her body fell with a thud, a stream of blood bubbles floating away on the water's surface. Ahong, dispose of her further away. Liao Shu, take the others back first. Liao Zhizong exchanged a glance with the Red Ghost and nodded. The Red Ghost lifted the corpse and moved away. On the long street, apart from the torrential rain, blood, and bodies, only Yushu remained alive. Are you not coming out? Do you intend to wait for me to take my own life? Footsteps approached, one after another, varied in height and build. Though clad in raincoats, not a single raindrop fell upon their heads if one were to observe closely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 individuals. A burly man stepped out from the crowd, lowering his hood to reveal a face marred by scars. Those who abandon Yanfou shall ultimately be forsaken by Yanfou. At his age, does he not find such words awkward? Yushu spat disdainfully, her gaze suddenly shifting towards the crowd. Dead fatty, you are quite capable, aren't you? While Di Jiang could not find me, you managed to stumble upon me. Mo's expression was intricate as he emerged from the throng, initially intending to nurture new talent. He unexpectedly unearthed such a substantial prize. With so many fruits of Yanfou, I truly am fortunate to have found Tai Sui. Even if you have located me, what can 11 agents do? The woman tilted her head. You won't know until you try. One person stepped forward, her voice a womaness. Ha ha ha, Tai Sui laughed heartily. A massive black moon ascended into the sky as the rain raged and lightning danced, the woman's long hair billowing in the wind. Tai Sui. The wind and rain momentarily stilled. Yushu turned her head to glance at the dazed Red Ghost. Didn't I tell you to dispose of her further away? Chapter 1, Woku. Bones. Cat Demon. As the wandering adult, you are about to embark on the Yanfou incident. You may choose to sacrifice the Yanfou relic to elevate your status in this event, gaining more assistance, or you can use the relic to replace this Yanfou incident. You have sacrificed the manuscript of Lin Yutong, granting you a higher status in this occurrence. Li Yin abruptly opened his eyes. The first thing he did was grip the hilt of his Han sword tightly, rising from the earth, his fingers sinking into the blood-soaked, soft soil, which oozed forth a large amount of viscous blood. Li Yin smiled as he regarded the bloodstains on his hands. A good omen, a bright beginning. The sky faintly revealed a fish-belly white, while decayed, dark leaves littered the ground. Broken flagpoles, scattered shards of blade, a half-buried wheel amidst fallen leaves. And the harrowing sight of stacked limbs and severed remains surrounded him. Li Yin was clad in close-fitting attire. His waist armor had cracked and broken, resembling the garb of a soldier from an ancient battlefield. He felt the pouch at his side, where a pistol and ammunition lay quietly. In his left hand, he held a toolbox containing 20 grenades. The firearms you exchanged for have arrived and must be carried with you, unable to be hidden or transferred through burial. All remnants, including casings and parts, will vanish if you abandon them or stray more than 200 meters away. Li Yin could not help but feel fortunate that he hadn't purchased a rocket launcher. Otherwise, he would have been unable to take it with him. Blood trailed along the ground, forming letters. Time: 1592 to 1593. Location: Pyongyang, 40 in 127E. After more than a century of warfare, Japan's former regent, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, dispatched troops to Korea. The feudal armies, honed through a century of conflict, surged forth. Within a month, the 3 capitals of Korea fell, and 8 provinces collapsed. The Korean king Seonjo fled to Uiju and sought aid from the Ming dynasty. In 1952, Emperor Wanli appointed General Li Rusong from Shaanxi as commander, with Minister Song Ingchong as strategist, leading 40,000 Ming troops across the ice to Pyongyang. The Koreans called it the Imjin War. The Japanese referred to it as the Bunroku and Keech campaigns, while the Ming dynasty termed it the Imjin disturbance. 3-eyed guns, matchlock guns, tiger cannons, hundreds of fire guns, strong bows, wolf fangs, field swords, iron tube artillery, siege ladders, watchtowers, and sharpened wooden donkeys. This was an era where gunpowder was blossoming. Yet cold weapons still reigned supreme on the battlefield. The requirements for this Yanfou incident are as follows. 1. Survive until the first tripartite peace talks tomorrow. 2. Suddenly, strange symbols emerged, and blood writhed like a writhing serpent, after which all the letters blurred and dispersed. After a brief moment, the blood letters reformed, altering the content. The requirements for this Yanfou incident are as follows. 1. Acquire a Yanfou relic imbued with vengeful power. 2. Slay at least 3 types of Japanese warring states beasts. 3. Kill at least 1 warring state's warlord. 4. Eliminate the commander of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's First Legion, Konishi Yukinaga. Completing any of the above requirements will officially commence the Yanfou incident. Note: you owe me a life. I now demand its return. Li Yan's expression remained stoic, seemingly unfazed by the bizarre circumstances before him. As memories of Jiang Yu's final moments surfaced in his mind, the dark light that pierced his brow. In this Yanfou incident, you have gained a special proficiency, Horsemanship 70. After this event concludes, you will forget it, but you may spend 700 Yanfou points to permanently retain it. Your status in this Yanfou incident has been elevated. Your current military rank is Chief Flagbearer. The refresh of the Mako's gifts requires 12 hours. Please be patient. Li Yin stood, tearing off the cracked half-armor. The elevation of his status also granted him memories like a film replay. This body had once belonged to a chief flag-bearer under the Ming general Jia Dasho, commanding 3 small flags and approximately 20 men. Before Li Rusong's 40,000 troops set forth, due to erroneous intelligence from Korea, the court had dispatched Jia Dasho with over 3,000 men to eliminate the Wokou, only to return in defeat. And now, Li Yin found himself as a Ming soldier left behind on the battlefield. Suddenly, Li Yan's ears perked. He grasped his sword with one hand and moved toward the source of the sound. A swirling chill tore at the tattered banners. Li Yin held the hilt tightly, loading bullets into the chamber as he cautiously approached a dark mass. It was a decayed beast, its size comparable to a calf, buried among the corpses. A series of crunching sounds emanated from beneath it. The noise abruptly ceased, and the beast turned its head sharply, an obsidian arrow piercing its skull, exposing a gruesome side of its upper face devoid of flesh, revealing hollow, pale eye sockets, from which 2 eerie green flames emitted a fierce glow. It gnawed on still warm flesh, a severed human finger visible amidst the grotesque feast. What a vile creature! In a fleeting glance, it activated the cat demon ability. A type of beast with the power to control corpses, its malevolent energy cannot be utilized, featuring venomous teeth and claws. Threat level, light red. Li Yan pulled the trigger. One bullet struck its eye socket, another hit its forelimb, and the last embedded itself into its rotting body. The bullets splattered blood and flesh. Yet the cat demon appeared oblivious, expelling the bullets with a mere breath, which clinked against the ground like fallen shards of blade. Li Yan holstered his Colt pistol. Raising his Han sword defensively, the cat demon lunged at him like lightning, its claws aimed directly at his chest. A blinding spark ignited as Li Yan instinctively squinted. Seizing the moment, the cat demon lunged for his neck with its foul-smelling teeth. The sword blade pivoted like a boat in water, sending ripples through the air. Li Yan knelt, the sword slicing through the cat demon's soft abdomen. Then he kicked upward, executing a move reminiscent of a hawk's dive, propelling the cat demon away. The hilt of the sword crossed before him, black blood gushing forth. The cat demon rolled on the ground, dark red viscera spilling from its belly. Li Yan's expression darkened. Although he had not been bitten, an unbearable itch spread across his neck. The cat demon sank its claws deep into the mud, its gaze vacant. And with a sudden burst of strength, it leaped away, attempting to flee. There was no escape. Li Yan charged forward. The cat demon leaping a few times but unable to shake him off. With a swift slash, the hilt cleaved through the air, delivering a thunderous blow that split the cat demon in two. As black blood sprayed, the severed part of the cat demon spun in midair, its gaping maw lunging toward Li Yan. In his eyes, the foul teeth grew ever closer. Drawing his sword, he delivered another strike. The clang of the sword rang out incessantly. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed. Hook Star enhances the holder's explosive power and attack speed by 90. With a thud, 2 chunks of flesh fell to the ground. Having cleaved the cat demon into 3 pieces, it finally lay still. You have slain the beast, the cat demon. Progress in the Yanfou incident has increased. Li Yan grasped his neck, his hand now clean, yet the tingling sensation lingered. An inauspicious start. As Li Yan turned to leave, a blood-stained hand unexpectedly grasped his calf. As the hilt of the sword was about to strike, he heard a faint plea beside him. Help? Help. Chapter 2. Tactless Li Yan slung his long sword across his waist, carefully extracting the man from the pile of corpses. The man's abdomen, clad in wooden armor, was riddled with iron shrapnel, the speckled bloodstains smearing Li Yan's hand. His forehead burned like hot embers, and had he not been so physically robust, he likely would have already perished. A fleeting glance, and he activated his ability. Name, Deng Tianxiong. Condition, high fever, moderate injuries. Li Yan did not hesitate. He tore open the man's clothing, positioning his palm over the man's wound, emitting a faint, pearly white light. Yellow turban incantation. Vitality infusion. The man groaned in agony, the gruesome wound writhing at a visibly accelerated rate. Flecks of blood-soaked iron shrapnel were expelled, and Li Yan gently flicked them away with the tip of his sword. The wound revealed raw, scarlet flesh, still ghastly, yet the blood vessels had begun to close on their own. The faint white light enveloped the wound, lingering persistently. The man gasped for breath, a semblance of color returning to his face. He stared in disbelief, muttering to himself, "The Celestial Masters. Brother, what is your name?" Deng Tianxiong swallowed hard. Deng Tianxiong, Centurion of the 6th Company of the Chengwu Battalion. And this brother is Li Yan, standard bearer of the 2nd Company of the Chengwu Battalion. Deng Tianxiong blinked, struggling to rise before Li Yan restrained him. This humble one greets the standard bearer. Centurion was a common term for Ming soldiers. The Ming military system was complex, varying from region to region. For example, in Qi Jiguang's army, 12 men formed a team. 3 teams a standard, 3 standards a squad, 4 squads a company, 2 companies a detachment, and 3 detachments a battalion. A standard bearer would be roughly equivalent to a platoon leader today. How is your injury? Deng Tianxiong's expression was complex. My lord, the sorcery is miraculous. Brother Tianxiong, I need not elaborate on our current predicament. Let us search our surroundings, and if there are any surviving brothers, we shall save those we can, and make swift decisions where we cannot. But we are now. Deng Tianxiong's face was sorrowful. Nearly all of their 3,000 brothers had perished, and in this frozen, alien land, anyone would feel lost and desolate. Our great Ming possesses an army of millions. A temporary setback is but a minor concern, and the court will surely rally its forces. Brother Deng, preserving your life is paramount to slaying the enemy. How can you be so disheartened? Li Yan's tone was calm, yet possessed an air of conviction. Deng Tianxiong composed himself, then suddenly knelt once more. "Brother Deng, what are you doing?" Li Yin hurriedly helped him up. But Deng Tianxiong was determined to kneel. The previous bow was to the court above. This bow is to my savior. I, Deng, am a boorish man, unskilled in words. If the standard bearer does not find me repulsive, I will devote my life to serving under your command. Li Yin narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, his face betraying nothing. We are comrades, united in life and death today. Why speak of such things? Let us first see if we can save more of our brothers. Deng Tianxiong heartily agreed. Name, Deng Tianxiong. Condition, moderate injuries, vitality infused. Specialty, military skills 72, horsemanship 66. Skill, well-trained threat level, blue, friendly. The vitality infusion technique could only be used 20 times during this Yama subplot. Yet Li Yin was more than willing to expend several uses here. In the treacherous and complex situation of the Imjin War, individual strength was insignificant. Whether the position of standard bearer would command a few dozen lazy men who only followed orders nominally, or a few dozen fierce and valiant warriors who obeyed every command, depended entirely on his own capabilities. Now was the time to recruit a few trustworthy soldiers as his core subordinates. Once they arrived at the Ming army camp, a mere standard bearer would be little better than a pawn. The two men searched, finding a dozen or so Ming soldiers who were still breathing. But most were severely injured. One soldier had even been cleaved in two at the waist, his entrails spilling onto the ground. He groaned in agony, begging for death, which Li Yin granted with a swift cut to the throat, releasing him from his suffering. Save me, save me. Li Yin followed the sound, his foot landing beside a middle-aged man clad in iron armor, his beard reaching his chest. An arrow had pierced his back, the arrowhead protruding from his front. His right leg was pinned beneath a shattered cannon barrel, and his face was pale. "I am a captain of the Qingwu battalion. Save me." Li Yan's eyes flickered, and he knelt on one knee. "This humble soldier greets the captain. Save me." The man's voice grew louder. "Do not panic, my lord. This humble soldier will rescue you." Li Yan stood up, brushed off his leggings, and leaned forward. "Quick, quick." Li Yan placed his hands on the cannon barrel, his eyes downcast. "My lord, it is evident that our brothers have been scattered by the Japanese pirates. As a captain, you are likely the highest-ranking officer among the survivors, and the mainstay of our men. I wonder, what are your plans for our brothers? First, remove that thing. Call more people. It hurts so much." Li Yan slowly patted the cannon barrel. "There is no need." He wrapped his arms around the cannon barrel, twisting with his waist and legs, and moved the heavy cannon aside. The captain's right leg was completely shattered, twisted at an unnatural angle. Li Yin pretended to help the man stabilize his broken leg, asking, "How about gathering the brothers and heading towards the Yalu River to find the main force?" "Are you mad?" The middle-aged man growled. "There are at least 10,000 Japanese pirates in Korea. We would be wiped out before we even set off." Li Yin did not even raise his eyelids. "Then what is your plan, my lord?" "Hide first. Change into Korean civilian clothes, and deliberate at length, deliberate at length." Li Yan's tone was gentle, with a hint of reluctance. "We are soldiers of the Great Ming. In times of war, we should either kill the enemy or return to the main camp as soon as possible. Your actions, my lord, smack of desertion in the face of battle. What do you know? This is a strategy of retreat for advancement. Will you not reconsider, my lord? Insolent. I am a captain of the Qingwu Guard. How dare you disobey my orders?" The middle-aged man's voice was sharp but hollow. The man who had been tying his leggings did not apologize as expected. Li Yan paused, his gaze shifting to the man, his lips curling into a smile, infused with keen energy. "My lord, you are truly tactless." The man's palm pressed against the back of the captain's neck, his fingers forming a claw that pressed against the spine. The middle-aged man shuddered, his face turning from white to purple, unable to utter a single word. After about 10 breaths, a dampness emanated from the middle-aged man's crotch. His face was flushed purple-black, and it was clear that he was dead. Li Yin squatted for a moment, his hand reaching to close the middle-aged man's eyelids, when suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. "Standard bearer." Chapter 3. Interpreter Li Yin remained unperturbed, silently moving his fingers from the man's eyelid to the area above his philtrum, letting out a heavy sigh before turning around. "What is the matter, brother Deng?" Deng Tianxiong, a robust man resembling an iron tower, despite his injuries, still emanated an overwhelming sense of authority with his spear-like stance. "We have apprehended a spy, possibly a Japanese infiltrator. Since he is a Japanese, just execute him. Why bother telling me?" Li Yin replied with a faint smile. "Spare him. Spare him." The one speaking was a thin man dressed in a light blue cloth shirt and a round gauze hat, appearing to be in his 30s, frail enough that a gust of wind could topple him. He was being roughly pushed forward by 2 Ming soldiers. Previously, Li Yin had employed the yellow turban talisman on 6 individuals, 3 of whom, like Deng Tianxiong, had regained their mobility, while the remaining 2 had stabilized and would recover fully after a few days. This man was hiding in a barrel. When I lifted the lid, he immediately started shouting in Japanese. Deng Tianxiong pointed at the man. May the heavenly soldiers witness this. The man stammered, his frail figure drenched in cold sweat. I am the interpreter from Hanxiang, accompanying Vice General Cha to Pyongyang. Li Yin scrutinized him. Do you understand Japanese? Upon mentioning his profession, the man appeared to regain some composure, glancing at the young questioner. His slender frame, high cheekbones, and bright eyes shone like stars, clad in gray sleeves. With blood-stained tattered trousers, he steadied himself, revealing a hint of elegance on his fair face. Since childhood, I have accompanied my father at sea. I am familiar not only with Japanese but also with the language of the red-bearded devils. A smile broke across Li Yan's face as he gestured for the Ming soldiers to release the man's shoulders. May I ask your name, good sir? I have long admired Han culture. My surname is Song, and my given name is Ji, as I am the 2nd child in my family. My name reflects the meaning of siblings and kin. A fine name indeed, Li Yin said, patting the man's shoulder. Interpreter Song, in the belly of the enemy. My brothers seek a path to survival. We intend to head south to regroup, and we shall rely on your assistance along the way. Of course, of course. Song Ji bowed deeply, though inwardly he lamented. When the lid was lifted, he had feared being discovered by the Japanese, and thus had cried out in their language for help, not realizing it was the Ming soldiers, though the Ming army was indeed allies. Their attitude towards the Korean people was often condescending. These soldiers were audacious enough to attempt to return to their camp even as the Japanese had nearly taken over all of Korea. It was as if they believed the current occupiers of Pyongyang were mere phantoms. Now in such dire straits, Song Ji harbored resentment towards the Ming soldiers, openly mocking the fragility of the Korean forces, which had crumbled at the slightest provocation. Yet here he was, dragged along towards his demise. Though his heart seethed with curses, he maintained a facade of calm, recognizing the ruthlessness of the man before him. As long as he appeared respectful, he hoped to avoid provoking a violent reaction that could easily lead to his end. Tianxiong, keep an eye on him. We are in unfamiliar territory, and our lives depend on this man. If he dares to flee, he shall be dealt with without mercy, Li Yin whispered to Deng Tianxiong. However, he did not let Song Ji out of his sight, occasionally glancing at him, as if the words of executing him were carried on the wind into Song Ji's ears, sending chills down his spine while he forced a smile. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn amidst the vast battlefield, Li Yin and his companions found over 20 captives, but only managed to gather 9, as the rest were either too severely injured or unable to move. Among them, some remained defiant while others wept and pleaded. Li Yin's demeanor was cold, while Deng Tianxiong clenched his teeth, including Li Yin himself. 7 of the 10 were able to walk, taking turns supporting the 3 injured. These individuals were all in a state of fatigue, unable to withstand further combat. Should they encounter the Japanese, Li Yin's efforts would be rendered futile. However, once their injuries healed, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of any lone warrior. The group of 10 ventured towards the foot of the mountain as the nascent sunlight began to melt the lingering snow. Bang, bang, bang. A face appeared at the wooden door, a man in his 40s, weathered by life. Song Ji swallowed hard and spoke in Korean, tinged with a Pyongyang accent. Sir, we are the army of the Ming dynasty, here to fight the Japanese. Upon hearing the words Ming dynasty, the man pressed against the door with palpable fear. Go away. Don't bring trouble to me. Though Li Yin could not understand, he was far from ignorant. With a shove of his elbow, a cold smile crept onto his face. It seems you have no choice. How could a mere villager contend with an experienced fighter? After a brief struggle, bolstered by the enhancements from the ancient Guhuo Bird, Li Yin forced the door open, sending the villager tumbling. Inside, a woman's startled gasp echoed. One by one, soldiers in military attire streamed in, most bearing weapons and reeking of blood. Initially, the villager brandished a kitchen knife, but the fierce gaze of Deng Tianxiong made him drop it in fear. In the back room stood 2 women, one young and one old, presumably the villager's wife and daughter. The trembling girl huddled in a corner, while the older woman repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, begging for mercy. Tell him we are the official army, not the Japanese. My brothers are injured and merely seek a bowl of hot water, Li Yin said coldly to Song Ji. No tricks and no harm done. Song Ji helped the woman up and spoke rapidly, calming the household. After a while, they finally settled down. Brothers, does anyone carry any silver? The soldiers exchanged glances until a short lieutenant spoke up. My mother gave me a longevity lock made of pure silver. This soldier, named Wang Sheng, though lacking the combat proficiency of Deng Tianxiong, possessed a keen skill known as heavenly sight and earthly hearing, making him an adept scout. Bring it here. Wang Sheng obediently handed it over. Since Li Yin had demonstrated miraculous healing abilities that saved their lives, several soldiers began to look up to him with reverence. Li Yin weighed the lock in his hand. It was substantial. He placed the longevity lock in the woman's hand and turned to Deng Tianxiong. Search around for food or anything useful and bring it forth. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Deng Tianxiong. If there is any silver, take some. You decide how much, but this lock is worth quite a bit. We must not lose out. Deng Tianxiong nodded and began rummaging around. The other soldiers entered the room, sitting around the door's edge, appearing somewhat tense. The old woman examined the silver lock, biting it with her teeth. She glanced at the soldiers who had been quietly sitting since entering and, after a moment of hesitation, turned and entered the kitchen. Li Yin observed the weary man, feeling as if a string within him was tightly wound. It would be no small feat for this group to break through the encirclement. Interpreter song. Have this old man find us some clothes, to be accounted for with the longevity lock I just gave. After more hurried conversations, Song Ji finally returned with 2 coarse garments. This is all they have. My family is not wealthy, he said with a forced smile. Just as Li Yin was about to speak, a lieutenant peering through the door suddenly hissed, Sir, there are Japanese bandits. Song Ji, startled, nearly dropped the clothes he was holding, but Li Yin caught them. Wang Xing, you assist the severely injured brothers into the kitchen. The rest of you, head to the cellar. Tianxiong, let us change into these clothes. Li Yin spoke swiftly yet methodically. Within moments, the 9 soldiers sprang into action as if well-oiled machinery. Before long, only the old man and his daughter, Song Tongyi, Deng Tianxiong, and Li Yin remained in the room. A boisterous sound of laughter and conversation grew ever closer. Bang! The wooden door was struck with great force. Anger erupted from those at the entrance. Sweat beaded on the old man's brow. The door was violently kicked open, and 2 ruffians entered in succession. A fleeting glance, and they sprang into action. The pirates, Black Feather Long Straight Legion, specialized in military skills at a staggering 70 proficiency. Their skills included the shadow flow sword technique and the 3-eyed musket shot. Even the ordinary pirates possessed an impressive mastery of their craft. Li Yin subtly furrowed his brow. Hey you! One of the knife-wielding ruffians, his receding hairline exposing a smooth forehead, pointed at Song Zhongji. Song Tongyi appeared somewhat bewildered. You come here. The ruffian beckoned with a crooked finger. The intent was unmistakable even without language. Swallowing hard, Song Zhongji felt a discreet nudge from Deng Tianxiong at his waist. If you dare to play tricks, you'll be the first to die? Song Tongyi forced a smile and approached, greeting in rudimentary Japanese. Leaning against the water barrel, Li Yin kept his dragon sword concealed behind it, his gun hand hidden among the straw. The moment he sensed any hint of mischief from the 2 pirates, he would strike. Upon hearing Song Tongyi speak Japanese, the 2 exchanged surprised glances before bursting into laughter. The ruffian with the musket playfully patted Song Tongyi's cheek. What? You can speak Japanese? Just a little, he replied quickly. The musket-wielding ruffian surveyed the room. Why are there so many people in your home? Guests, Song Tongyi responded promptly. The knife-wielding ruffian stepped forward. Guests, huh? He grabbed a sweet potato snack that Deng Tianxiong had just found on the table, devouring it voraciously. He then approached Li Yin, his blackened teeth nearly grazing Li Yan's neck. Hey, can you speak Japanese? Li Yin maintained a blank expression, which seemed to frustrate the ruffian, who shook him by the collar. Are you stupid? I asked if you can speak Japanese. Li Yin remained unresponsive. The ruffian spat contemptuously, Baka. Fool. He swept the items from the table into his clothing, rifled through the cabinet, muttering, Did you know I was coming and prepare all this? How considerate. With the keen eyes of a vulture, he scanned the area and suddenly fixed his gaze on the girl huddled in the corner. Deng Tianxiong's fists tightened, and Song Tongyi shielded the girl from the ruffian-esque gaze, bending slightly as he said, Sir, I know where there is food. The knife-wielding ruffian drew his long blade, pressing the dark edge against Song Tongyi's belly. Step aside. Song Tongyi's face twitched. After a moment of hesitation, he silently retreated. As Deng Tianxiong lifted his foot, he was unexpectedly kicked by Li Yan, who whispered, "She's not your daughter. Why are you so anxious? Do you think surviving is easy? That you can act like a hero?" The two ruffians chuckled mockingly, pointing at the girl on the bed. They murmured amongst themselves for a while, and finally, the musket-wielding ruffian licked his lips and approached. Meanwhile, the knife-wielding ruffian stood by, swallowing hard. Li Yan appeared unaffected, his gaze coldly fixed on the old man. The old man, having been kicked down, knelt on the ground, pleading desperately in a language Li Yan could not comprehend. Deng Tianxiong felt a chill watching the old man bow repeatedly like a pestle. Song Tongyi's face twitched as he glanced at the impassive Li Yan, then at the knife-wielding ruffian looming over the girl. Trembling, he watched as the girl's scream mingled with the sound of fabric being torn, her white skin exposed to the air. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the kitchen, and a woman rushed out, wielding a kitchen knife, crying out in despair. "I'll curse your ancestors," Song Tongyi shouted, his hands clawing at the ruffian like a bird's talons. The black blade gleamed ominously, aiming for Song Tongyi's throat. The salty scent of the sea filled the air, and a cold smile played on the ruffian's lips. Clang! The sword flashed like a stream of autumn water. With a swift motion, Li Yan's sword met the ruffian's blade, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief as he gazed at Li Yan's gaunt face. Li Yan's lips moved softly. "Baka?" Startled, the ruffian on the bed sprang to grab his musket, but Deng Tianxiong seized his wrist. The ruffian gasped, his eyes wide with fear at Deng Tianxiong's menacing grin. In a fit of rage, the ruffian kicked at Deng Tianxiong, the sound of clashing swords resonating. Bang! Li Yan slammed Song Zhongji's head against the table. "Song Tongyi, did I not tell you not to play tricks? Or do you revere Han culture so deeply that even your curses before risking your life are in our language?" Just before Song Zhongji lunged forward, he had spoken in perfectly articulated Ming dialect. If he had truly been consumed by rage, instinct would have led him to utter his mother tongue. With his head pinned down, Song Tongyi was no longer the timid figure from their first encounter. His eyes flared red as he shouted vehemently in Chinese, "What are you, heavenly soldiers? Nonsense! What has the court's tribute brought us? A rout of 3,000 men. You look down on us while our wives and daughters are humiliated, and you remain silent. Are the people of Ming worthy, while we Koreans are not?" Spittle flew as his teeth ground together. Li Yan grasped the man by the collar, tossing him onto a stool, then kicked the edge, sending both man and stool crashing to the ground. Song Tongyi winced as the stool struck his waist, gasping in pain, unable to utter a word. Li Yan held a teacup in hand. "But let me ask you this. Is a Korean's life worth something, while the lives of our Ming soldiers are not?" He pointed at the old man nearby. "We risk our lives to protect your land and people, and when they refuse us entry, a village fool trembles in ignorance. And I do not care." Gripping Song Tongyi's throat, Li Yan fixed his gaze upon him. "But I must ask you, how can this scoundrel raise a knife against our Ming soldiers yet grovel before the pirates who violate his door and dishonor his daughter?" He tossed the man to the ground, his eyes dark and fierce. "I ask you, why does he not dare to raise his knife against the pirates?" Blood trickled from the corner of Song Tongyi's mouth, yet he could not respond. As he lay on the ground, he scanned the room, finding the Ming officers regarding him coldly. "If you wish to be respected, stake your life on it, and show them what your life is truly worth." Chapter 4. Ghosts in the Mountains. In the northeastern region, the flintlock gun is of ordinary quality, with a rate of fire of 1 round per minute and a range of 200 meters. It requires military skill specialization of over 50 or specialization in firearms of over 65. Li Yan fiddled with the long firearm, his fingers gliding over the curved hook of the trigger before tossing it to Wang Sheng. "My lord, this." The somewhat youthful Wang Sheng clenched his palms anxiously. "You are the youngest among us. Use it for self-defense." As the wind howled in, Deng Tianxiong strode in, his hair flowing. "Lord General, both corpses have been disposed of in the ice pit. No tales." Li Yan propped up the blade of another rogue saber, his brows slightly furrowed. "We can't linger here." His gaze shifted to Deng Tianxiong. "The Japanese sword is quite good. Are you accustomed to it?" Deng Tianxiong scratched his head, smiling bashfully. "I still prefer our Ming swords." "I see." Li Yan did not press the matter. The saber was exquisitely crafted, but if it did not suit him, it was better not to force it. "I can manage." A voice emerged from beside the hearth. The speaker bore deep wrinkles, one eye blind, his face resembling dark, hardened tree bark, his abdomen wrapped in layers of cloth, giving him a somewhat corpulent appearance. Others referred to him as the one-eyed Yao, seemingly an old acquaintance of Deng Tianxiong. I trained with the Japanese sword while following General Qi. Old Diao, are you alright with your injuries? Li Yin inquired. He was not being stingy. Counting himself, there were only 6 swords among the 9 Ming soldiers. In a dire situation, those armed would certainly charge forward. This man was one of the 3 severely injured, with a large gaping wound in his belly from a spear thrust, making it unfit for him to lead an assault. No problem. The man fell silent thereafter, saying no more. Li Yin handed over the sword, which he received, wiping it with his sleeve and inspecting it for a moment before speaking. Lord General, that rogue's status is not low. How do you know? Old Diao bit off a piece of torn skin from his purplish-black lips and replied, on the battlefield, organized infantry wield long spears, and the Japanese bandits are no different. Many peasant soldiers would rather tie a dagger to a long branch than use a shorter sword. Such a finely crafted saber is typically wielded by those of higher stature among the Japanese, like the foot soldiers or even the samurai. Old Diao, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about the Japanese. Wang Sheng joked. Old Diao's lone eye shifted. When I fought the Japanese alone, you were still in your diapers. That's a tall tale. Wang Sheng retorted skeptically. Old Diao cackled, saying nonchalantly, compared to your general's swift and clean swordsmanship, I am indeed insignificant. Li Yin recognized that this one-eyed elder was not lying. His military specialization was only 63, average among the group. Yet he possessed a particular skill, killing like weeds, 90-100. Unlike he and Dong, this was the era of cold weapons, like the flintlock gun just now. Being able to fire once a minute was already commendable. In chaotic battles, it was still about the weapon in hand. This meant that 92 individuals were predominantly dispatched by this veteran's blade or even with bare hands. Wang Sheng, though young, was an excellent scout. Deng Tianxiong had broken through the 70 barrier, something Zhang Mingyuan could not achieve. And then there was this one-eyed Diao. Li Yin had indeed saved individuals with unique capabilities. Among the 3,000 led by Cha Dasha, there were strong soldiers from Liaodong and the legendary Qi army. Even if there were miscommunications or underestimations, managing to decimate such a force, nearly annihilating the entire army, spoke volumes about the distinctive qualities of a war-hardened Ming army. Li Yin was not well versed in the widely revered Warring States period, only recalling the name Kitsune no Heihachi. Honda Tadatsu. A faint smirk crept on Li Yan's lips. Zhang Fei of the Nihuang. Song Tongyi raised his head after Li Yin spoke. Following his words, he appeared more composed, shedding the pretense of trembling, now maintaining a stern demeanor. We wish to avoid the Japanese bandits and head towards the Yalu River. What is the best route? Song Tongyi grabbed a handful of soil, tracing it with his fingers, and soon sketched a semblance of a terrain map. We go this way, circumventing below Shi Mountain. There's a small bunker here. Our forces had stationed about 20 men here. I am unsure how the Japanese have arranged it, but it should not be many. If we can evade them, we've succeeded significantly. That's too far. Li Yin shook his head. Wouldn't following the river be quicker? Deng Tianxiong interjected. The riverbank is filled with Japanese bandits. If you wish to court death, don't drag me along. Song Tongyi scoffed, his tone considerably firmer. Deng Tianxiong was not angered. He understood that Song Tongyi was a local and well-educated. That was the advantage of being a big soldier. They listened to advice. I don't find Shi Mountain particularly perilous. Can we not pass directly through? Li Yin inquired. Song Tongyi hesitated for a long while before hesitantly responding. It can be attempted, but it is perilous. The likelihood of being discovered is high. Long nights bring many dreams. Li Yin had his own considerations. Circumventing Shi Mountain was time-consuming and laborious. The area Song Tongyi pointed out was relatively open, indeed bearing a lower chance of being discovered. However, if they were found, they would be encircled by highly mobile cavalry and unable to flee. Crossing Shi Mountain would not only be quicker, but, even if discovered, the rugged mountain paths would hinder cavalry movement, allowing Li Yin a fighting chance. As Li Yin and the others gathered around, pointing and discussing, a girl approached, bringing a bowl of hot soup to her mother. She stood aside, observing the group murmuring about the small mound before suddenly speaking up. What did she say? Song Tongyi's expression turned peculiar. Nothing, just childish nonsense. Li Yin felt a twinge of irritation, scratching his neck, where a persistent itch lingered. If you have something to say, just say it. Song Tongyi, with no other option, replied, this girl mentioned that Shi Mountain is haunted. Do you take the words of a child so seriously? Ghosts? I've lived over 30 years without encountering one. If it's a male ghost, that's one thing. If it's a female ghost, haha. Deng Tianxiong dismissed it. Old Diao, however, gnawed on his teeth, Ghosts may be absurd tales, but as the saying goes, when a country is on the brink of collapse, monsters arise. With death surrounding us, who knows what sinister entities may emerge? Song Tongi bit his lip, feeling no offense at the mention of the country's decline. But the remark about death struck a chord. Since the Japanese entered, they had slaughtered indiscriminately, and in Jianzhou alone, 60,000 had perished. As Li Yin and the others traveled, they had seen countless emaciated corpses by the roadside, and dead bodies, covered in crows, hanging from trees. There are indeed ghosts. Li Yin unobtrusively touched the tattoo on his chest. Then that would be even better. As night fell, over 6 hours had passed since Li Yin and his companions set forth. To the west of Pyongyang city wall, in a village of uneven thatched cottages. So, after Yuhua and the other two broke away from the troops and caught up with us, they ended up like this. How am I to report to Mr. Kuroda? The man donned a plain white robe adorned with light-colored cloud embroidery. His pristine neck and slender fingers bore the scent of sake, and his scholarly face showed signs of difficulty as he gazed at the damp body that had been retrieved. The body had likely been disposed of by some form of Korean volunteer forces, floated down the icy river, as suggested by the samurai beside him who shrugged. The traces have been cleaned up so thoroughly, it doesn't resemble the work of a rabble. The man gently shook his head. It's regular troops. Should we pursue them? The samurai inquired. Certainly. I shall personally attend to this matter. Provide me with 5 red-clad individuals. Their numbers are few. Otherwise we would have encountered them along our path. The withered yellow bucket plummeted with a splashing sound into the well. The frayed hemp rope, already on the verge of breaking, creaked under the strain, while the crystalline water of the well trickled down the sides of the bucket. The man seized a ladle and took a sip, finding it refreshingly cold. A look of satisfaction crossed his face as he gestured. And 2 marauders seized a child of no more than 10 years and unceremoniously hurled him into the well, filled to the brim. After speaking, the man turned, with a roaring flame blazing behind him. He crouched down, his index finger gliding across the throat of a corpse before bringing it to his mouth. The pristine nail bore traces of frozen blood, sharp upon entry. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Such a swift blade. Chapter 5. Encounter? Encounter. Encounter. Snowflakes danced and swirled, cloaking the dark mountain rocks in a delicate layer. Large footprints crunched beneath, producing a series of creaking sounds. Li Yin halted his steps. Sir, what? Huh. Deng Tianxiong's words faltered. The burdened branches of trees snapped under the weight, causing the accumulated snow to cascade down, revealing before them a quaint cottage surrounded by a fence. Tianxiong, how long have we been walking? A full day. We have reached the mountainside. There are no villages ahead, nor shops behind. After trekking this far, we can't even find wolf dung to warm ourselves, yet we stumble upon a household. Li Yin pondered for a moment as the pale crescent moon began to ascend in the sky. The cotton robes worn by the group felt flimsy against the biting wind and snow. Compared to frostbite, the so-called mountain spirits seemed less daunting. Let us go take a look. The group tightened their clothing, each wearing a cautious expression. In the desolate mountains, the sudden appearance of a cottage was indeed unsettling. Upon reaching the front of the cottage, Song Tomi shouted, and to everyone's surprise, a stunning face emerged from within. The woman, with her hair elegantly pinned up, had a rosy complexion. Her thin linen winter coat could not conceal her graceful figure, and her large, glistening eyes curiously scrutinized the group. Hee, this girl is truly enchanting. Dia Xiaoyan remarked in a coarse voice, his unease evident. A solitary woman in the snowy wilderness. This was the makings of an intriguing tale. Song Tony approached, bowing deeply and speaking to the woman. After a moment, he returned to Li Yin, saying, She claims to live alone and has agreed to let us stay for the night. He lowered his voice. Something feels off. Even a blind man could see that. Li Yin replied coldly. The group filed inside, and the crackling fire brought warmth to the room. A bright oil lamp illuminated the space, and a hearty fire burned in the center, atop which simmered a pot of food resembling taro. Surely this large pot is more than she can consume? Li Yin raised an eyebrow and smirked. The woman, unable to comprehend his words, merely smiled coyly, ladling a bowl of warm soup and offering it to Li Yin. Her loosely fitting winter coat revealing her delicate collarbone, her smile beguiling. The group fixated on her, with the impatient Wang Sheng even reaching for his firearm. Li Yin laughed heartily, seizing the woman's slender wrist, disregarding the soup that spilled everywhere, and forcefully pulling her into his embrace, his hand roaming freely on her thigh. This young lady, living in such isolation, must be quite lonely. We have traveled from afar, surely we can. Smack. Deng Tianxiong instinctively touched his cheek, swallowing hard. The woman's eyes reddened, her body trembling with rage, her snow-dusted palm raised, leaving a vivid imprint on Li Yan's face. She retreated swiftly into the inner room, locking the door behind her. The group took turns keeping watch, intending to set off at dawn. If all went well, they would escape the mountain before nightfall the following day. Li Yan spoke with utmost seriousness, as though nothing had transpired moments ago. Sir, that woman. We'll leave at first light. Deng Tianxiong wisely remained silent. A soft rumble caught everyone's attention, landing on Wang Sheng. His face flushed. A soldier chuckled, scooping a bowl and handing it to Wang Sheng. Wait. Li Yan suddenly interjected, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He produced a flatbread from his pocket, tearing off a piece and tossing it to Wang Sheng. Eat this. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Wang Sheng caught it, looking around. What are you staring at? Li Zongqi told you to eat, so just eat. Jiao Xiaoyan teased. Wang Sheng, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and crouched in a corner, nibbling on the hard flatbread. The pot bubbled, releasing the aroma of grains, yet silence enveloped the room. Li Yan scanned the faces of his comrades, resolute yet mute, feeling a profound sense of gravity. Here, the dangers seemed less perilous than those in the ring, yet Li Yan dared not let his guard down for a moment. Surviving in the ring required skill, but to break through the encirclement here, to preserve their lives in the battles to come, was an entirely different matter. The trust placed in him by these brave souls weighed heavily on Li Yan's heart. Li Zongqi, while we have the fire, I will step outside to find some clean ice to melt for water. Jiao Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Jiao Shu, you rest. I will go, a robust soldier declared. Rising to his feet, the others nodded in agreement, yet Jiao Xiaoyan remained unfazed, casting a dismissive glance at the soldier. Do you think I'm too old to handle such a task? Jiao Shu, that's not what I meant. You're injured. Injured? My foot. Just because you look stout doesn't mean you can take me on. That's not your being unreasonable. I'm only trying to help. Jiao Xiaoyan waved his hand, fixing his one-eyed gaze on Li Yan. What do you say, Li Zongqi? Li Yan glanced at the gradually subsiding wind and snow outside, saying, Return before dark. All right. Jiao Xiaoyan grasped his knife and stepped outside. Jiao Shu, Wang Sheng, still with a mouthful, rushed over, offering his firearm. Take this. If you encounter a roe deer or something, shoot it for us to eat. Jiao Xiaoyan appraised Wang Sheng, patting his head. You sure know how to speak. Wang Sheng beamed at the compliment. With his firearm slung over his shoulder, Jiao Xiaoyan pushed open the door, the biting cold wind tousling his white beard. He squinted against the glare, stepping into the vast white expanse. The group tended the fire, with a woman having been harassed inside. No one dared to speak loudly. Time dragged on, and just as Li Yan cleared his throat, intending to break the tension, a man's voice suddenly rang out from outside the wooden door. Excuse me. In Korean, the door creaked open, revealing a young man clad in a fur coat, with red lips and white teeth, exuding an air of elegance. Deng Tianxiong's gaze sharpened, but he quickly realized that they had changed out of their Ming military uniforms on the road. They now appeared more like hunters or farmers than soldiers, alleviating his tension. The man inquired something in Korean, prompting Song Tongyi to rise enthusiastically and engage in conversation. They exchanged a few pleasantries, likely about being from Pyongyang and seeking shelter on the mountain, creating a relatively amicable atmosphere. However, for men with cold expressions surged in behind the youth, each armed with a sheathed sword, the scabbards of vivid red. Sir, look at their swords. Deng Tianxiong whispered. The man, who had been chatting amiably with Song Tongyi, suddenly turned, his expression one of astonishment and excitement as he asked in precise Mandarin, Are you from the Ming dynasty? Jiao Xiaoyan had gathered 2 sizable blocks of ice in his clothing, his knife secured at his waist, his hair fluttering with the dancing snowflakes. He indeed felt old, perhaps too frail to withstand the elements. Perhaps one day, he would no longer be able to wield a knife, and it would truly be time for his son to take over. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a wild roe deer cautiously looking around in the snow. A smile spread across Jiao Xiaoyan's orange peel-like face as he raised his firearm, aiming at the deer with his single eye. Bang! The wild deer fell in response. Yet Jiao Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, disregarding the lifeless creature on the ground as he slowly turned around. 20 meters away stood a diminutive man, exuding a chilling aura, coldly observing him while gripping a crimson-sheathed dagger. Though others may not recognize him, Jiao Xiaoyan certainly did. Their gazes locked for several seconds. Jiao Xiaoyan discarded his firearm, methodically retrieving a lengthy strip of cloth from his garment, wrapping it around his wrist that held the blade in a series of loops. With his teeth clenching the knot, he yanked it tight, his eyes glinting with the ferocity of a lone wolf. Those treacherous dog thieves. Chapter 6. Chaos. The man in the fur robe turned to Deng Tianxiong and asked, "Are you from the Ming dynasty?" Deng Tianxiong's mind buzzed. The four men with fiery red scabbards looked utterly bewildered. The first to react was Wang Sheng. In an instant, the young man, half crouched, lunged forward with a fierce determination. His teeth clenched tightly, the fine hairs by his lips quivered gently, and his blade shot forth like a sudden spring thunder, sweeping towards the man's legs. A cry of alarm erupted, and the room descended into chaos. A soldier lifted a cast-iron pot, sending boiling soup splattering into the air. Deng Tianxiong, with his foot planted on a long knife, exerted force outward, the blade whistling as it shot forth. Its tip aimed directly at the man and the guards with the fiery red scabbards. The wind stifled the flames, causing them to twist and writhe violently. The room was suddenly cast into darkness, elongating everyone's shadows. Wang Sheng's blade grazed the man's calf, and the nearest guard, in a panic, yelled incomprehensible gibberish. His slender blade swirling in a harrowing crimson arc, only to be momentarily halted by Deng Tianxiong's knife, leaving no time for rescue. Wang Sheng's cold, expressionless face remained unchanged, his grip on the knife tightening further. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his neck, a slick, icy sensation coursing through him in an instant. The blade, so close, refused to strike. The others stared wide-eyed, understanding dawning upon them. A damp, black strand of hair had ensnared Wang Sheng's neck, his eyes bulging in terror as his hand weakened. The knife's hilt still clutched tightly, while a fiery red blade arced upward toward his face. Bang! The echo resonated, the knife's mournful wail piercing the air. As the warrior staggered back, his hands trembling uncontrollably, Li Yin held his gun with both hands. The dark muzzle pointed directly at the man in the fur robe, his resolute visage illuminated by the flickering flames. "You've run out of bullets. Why are you still pointing at me?" The man remained calm. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, the man's eyebrows twitched, and his expression shifted to shock. The bullet whizzed past his hair, the faint scent of singed flesh lingering in the air. Li Yin's gaze turned fierce. "Care to guess if I've run out of bullets?" The man lowered his head, suddenly bursting into laughter. His pristine hand shot out towards Wang Sheng. Bang! Bang! Flames erupted in succession, 2 bullets narrowly missing the man's neck, the scent of gunpowder overwhelming the aroma of food. Not only the man, but even Deng Tianxiong and the others stood dumbfounded. Li Yin raised the gun's muzzle. "Care to guess again?" Deng Tianxiong rushed forward, pulling Wang Sheng back, tearing the strange black hair from his neck and pinching his acupoint with urgency. "This man is not right. I am for his chest," Li Yin thought, puzzled yet composed. In that fleeting moment of gunfire, he had sensed that the bullet seemed to pass through a shadow. From the first shot, Li Yin had aimed for the man's vital points, only to have the warrior deflect it with his blade. More precisely, the bullet had collided with the blade itself. Even with the enhancement from the hook star, he dared not claim certainty in slicing bullets apart. The subsequent shots were even more bizarre, to outsiders. It appeared as though Li Yin was toying with his prey, but in reality, he had merely failed to hit, casually flaunting his prowess. A fleeting glance revealed the activation of the Red Armored Warriors, a specialized unit hailing from the land of Kai. Status: unarmored, defense decreased by 70. Agility increased by 40, specialization: military technique 77 skill, true inflow swordsmanship spirit of Kai strong army, collective combat power increased, threat level: light red threat level X4, deep red Kobayakawa Masakazu, the youngest of the Kobayakawa clan. Status: blood of the daimyo, protected by divine spirits, all damage reduced by 10. Damage from Yanfou walking reduced by 25, specialization: ancient flow swordsmanship 79, Shinto no thought flow, skill, demon feeding technique, Nana, threat level, red demon feeding technique. Li Yin flexed his fingers. The look of terror on Kobayakawa's face lingered. The Ming's firearms have advanced to this extent. No, Kobayakawa quickly realized. For the man's companions exhibited the same astonishment. His eyes glinted greedily at the Colt pistol. The army of the Wanli Emperor seemed a far cry from Pyongyang. Unfazed by Li Yin's gunpoint, he leisurely remarked, "Are you the stragglers of that defeated army?" Deng Tianxiong spat on the ground. "You little Japanese thief. Your Mandarin is surprisingly good. Did you retreat to the mountains to evade our search?" Kobayakawa took a couple of steps forward. Li Yin advanced a step, raising his gun slightly. The implication in his eyes was unmistakable. The man showed no fear, surveying the surroundings before tilting his head. And your men seem to have sustained significant injuries. Excluding Lao Jiao and Song Tongyi, the remaining 7 were all wounded. The long trek had taken its toll. Only a few among Deng Tianxiong's group could hold their own against the spirited red-armored warriors. One shot, what difference could it make? Li Yin scoffed. Then why don't you make a move? Kobayakawa replied with a smile. Bang! Li Yin swung his gun around, firing at the furthest warrior from Kobayakawa. The bullet struck the man's shoulder, blood splattering forth. The warrior cried out in pain, and Deng Tianxiong and the others distinctly saw a withered hand, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Intercept the bullet before it struck the warrior, deflecting it off course. Li Yin understood. With a fierce roar, he retreated, signaling all the Ming soldiers to distance themselves from Kobayakawa. Simultaneously, Kobayakawa darkened his expression and summoned several warriors closer to him. The unknown always incites fear. Yet Li Yin was an exception. The demon-feeding technique, Nana, was akin to a viper in nature. When Li Yin fired at Kobayakawa, Nana moved so swiftly it was almost imperceptible, but when aimed at the further warrior, her speed seemed to decelerate. One was an aggressive assault, the other resembled a curse. The deadlock settled in. Kobayakawa discreetly cast a glance at the roof beams. There, a woman draped in white with black hair hung upside down, slowly crawling toward Li Yin and the others. Lord Kobayakawa, let us rush in together, one warrior whispered. Kobayakawa regarded him with disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips. If he were to shoot wildly, I certainly would not die. Lordly, this little Japanese thief is haunted. Song Tongyi whispered. Li Yin subtly rubbed his neck, where the tingling sensation had morphed into a sharp pain. Cursing the malevolent spirits, he licked his lips and said, Night has fallen. Lao Jiao should have returned by now. At the same time, Kobayakawa frowned. Where is Yamamoto? Their words seemed to land simultaneously. Both startled as they exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions shifting. Nana had already traversed the beam, her body seemingly sprouting from the wall like a mother spider poised to devour. Her vengeful, hidden eyes, obscured by thick black hair, fixated on Wang Sheng, who stood against the wall, pale-lipped and trembling, as her withered claws slowly reached out. A delicate, white hand ensnared Nana's withered grasp, a lovely visage brushing against Nana's dark hair, forcefully positioning itself between Wang Sheng and Nana. Ha! Nana silently roared in rage. The woman's eyes narrowed, her ruby lips parting softly. Little sister, don't be a nuisance. Crossing the fence, a darkened doorway loomed ahead, the faint warmth swept away entirely by the biting wind. One footprint after another pressed into the snow, blood seeping through the gaps of his fingers. Behind him, he bore a crimson katana, while his arms were entangled with fluttering strips of fabric. His disheveled hair danced wildly, and his murky gaze pulsated outward. His cracked, purplish-blue lips were tightly sealed. Almost there. Wait, Kobayakawa uttered, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. We cannot wait any longer. Li Yin tightened his grip on the Huan longhand sword, his teeth clenched. The sharp scent of gunpowder hung in the air, and the sound of boots entering the room resonated distinctly, capturing the attention of all in an instant. Diao Xiaoyan was drenched in blood, his crimson abdomen heaving with each breath. His disheveled hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his cracked, red hands clutched a handful of hair, as his wide, bulging eyes darted erratically. The elder stood tall, his singular eye clouded with a haze of blood. Li Zongqi, the Japanese bandits have ascended the mountain. Chapter 7. Life and Death in Combat Bang. As the crowd momentarily lost focus on the old soldier's silhouette, Li Yin unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A flash of fire erupting as he struck true, hitting a soldier in red armor squarely in the neck. Kai Kaizi, witnessing the red-clad soldier crumple to the ground, Xiaochuan was filled with fury. Kill. Li Yin discarded his empty pistol and charged forward with the ring dragon sword. Ikozo, with crimson rage in his eyes. Xiaochuan drew his katana, rising from below to meet Li Yin. Deng Tianxiong dashed in, his fist slicing through the air like the wind, targeting the injured red soldier without regard for the two red blades slashing towards him. A soldier shouted and hurled his long knife, the blade roaring through the air. Deng Tianxiong seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. He twisted his ankle to evade the incoming strikes, the flying knife crashing against the two red swords with precision. Deng Tianxiong seized the hilt, rolling while sweeping the knife towards his opponent's lower bodies, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly, as if choreographed with the soldier behind him. As the blades approached, the two red soldiers remained indifferent, one even smirking. Tianxiong released his grip. Clang. At the moment the shimmering ring dragon blade collided with the katana, Xiao Chuan gasped in shock. This man possesses immense strength. Before him stood a tall, lean figure exuding murderous intent, his brows furrowed like sharpened blades, the sword descending with the weight of a mountain. The two blades clashed repeatedly, the sounds of metal reverberating through the air, and within 2 breaths, Xiao Chuan found himself at a disadvantage. Could this man be one of Ming's renowned warriors? Sweat beaded on Xiao Chuan's forehead, but he remained composed. Although he was perplexed by Kai Kaizi's sudden disappearance, the art of summoning spirits was not entirely without its uses. After all, Xiao Chuan had more than one spirit at his command. He smirked slyly. Come on. Xiao Chuan's demeanor and aura shifted dramatically, evident to Li Yan in a fleeting glance. As the katana came in at an awkward angle, Li Yan's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, Tianxiong, let go. With that, he tucked his left arm behind his back, twisting his waist to evade the katana before launching towards Deng Tianxiong. But alas, damn it, Xiao Chuan seethed with anger. The man's actions were clearly dismissive of him. He gripped the hilt tightly, his forearm lifting slightly, as 4 pitch-black, hollow-eyed infants crawled onto his shoulders from behind. Ordinary soldiers could not perceive this shift. They only sensed the man's aura darkening ominously. You shall regret this. The black infants shrieked, their presence suffusing the katana with pure darkness, and with a piercing cry, they lunged at Yan. The speed of the strike surpassing even that of Li Yan in Hookstar mode. Li Yan twisted in midair, the sound of a chilling wind whipping past his ears. And his eyes darkened with intent. He turned his head right, squatted left, and switched the ring dragon blade from his right hand to his left, spinning to deliver a swift counterattack, embodying the essence of the 24 sword forms that Songlong strikes. At this moment, Xiao Chuan felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, realizing he had fallen into Li Yan's trap. There was no time to draw his sword. The formidable ring dragon sword was hurtling towards him with a deadly force. In a life-and-death moment, he flicked his tongue, producing a peculiar sound, as the 4 black infants contorted grotesquely, blood streaming from their orifices, suddenly baring their sharp teeth and lunging at Li Yan. Thud! The sword's tip pierced the head of a black-haired woman dressed in white, while the 4 ghastly infants morphed into solid forms, arriving before Li Yan. Roar! At some point, Xiao Chuan found himself against the wall, spitting blood. The roar of the otherworldly creature seemed to shatter ancient silence, surging into his mind with an overwhelming ferocity. The infants collapsed to the ground, convulsing, before dissipating into black mist and returning to Xiao Chuan's side. Li Yan, aside from his Hookstar state, had attained a second permanent form. Fierce. The 100 demons retreat. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Li Yan shook off the longsword, disregarding the trembling Kai Kaizi, and charged towards Xiao Chuan. Deng Tianxiong crouched low, the Yenling knife mere inches from slicing into the red soldier's calf. The soldier to his right twisted his wrist, aiming his katana at Deng Tianxiong's abdomen, while another soldier lunged downward, targeting Tianxiong's wrist. The red soldier, shot in the shoulder, leaned against his comrades, wielding a katana with a flick of his wrist. The 3 armed Ming soldiers advanced, yet they gained no advantage. Instead, he seized the opportunity to slice through one of their arms. Tianxiong, let go? Deng Tianxiong's heart raced, a chill creeping over his hand as he intended to fight back. Yet at Li Yan's furious shout, he gritted his teeth and released the hilt, rolling towards the blinded soldier, though his fingers and chest bore shallow cuts. A sense of dread gripped Deng Tianxiong. The red soldiers were faster than he had anticipated. At this moment, the 3 red soldiers formed a triangle, their eyes flashing with crimson light. Spirit of Kai. As the soldier who had forced Tianxiong to drop his weapon lifted his katana, a sinister smile crept across his lips as he glanced at the severed head in the blinded soldier's hands, gesturing for the others to advance. At this moment, every standing Ming soldier surged forward. Old Jiao, fall back! Deng Tianxiong shouted. There was no response behind him. He nearly ground his teeth to dust, but didn't look back. Instead, he snatched the weapon from the blinded soldier's hands and charged forward, the sound of the wind howling behind him. Xiao Chuan felt his vision darken, and he pulled a small, white rice ball from his sleeve and swallowed it. The pain in his head eased slightly, but just as he lifted his gaze, the ring dragon's sword came crashing down. Swoosh! Xiao Chuan tilted his head, the sword tip embedding into the wooden planks, and as he swung his katana in response, the ring dragon blade swiftly crossed his throat with a sharp sound. I command you to stop, Li Yan said coldly. Xiao Chuan licked his lips. With fate as my shield, the 100 demons cannot harm me. I have caught a big fish. To hell with you. Li Yin flicked his wrist, the ringed dragon slicing through Xiao Chuan's arm, yet it became stuck within. Xiao Chuan's complexion paled as waves of black mist poured from his nostrils. Li Yin turned his face to avoid the black gas, and the ringed dragon, akin to a blooming white lotus, pierced Xiao Chuan's groin, chest, and throat, producing a series of clashing sounds. Simultaneously, the crimson light surrounding Xiao Chuan intensified. Kai Kaizi groaned in anguish, black mist swirling from her form. When the ringed dragon's sword aimed at Xiao Chuan's throat but could not penetrate, Li Yin swiftly made a decision, letting a drop of blood fall from his finger onto Xiao Chuan. Blood-soaked, Xiao Chuan, the red soldiers, Deng Tianxiong, and even Li Yin were now consumed by a bloodlust. Song Tongyi cowered in a corner, throat dry and fists clenched tightly. As blood and severed limbs surged before his eyes, he grasped a suitable piece of wood but lacked the courage to step forward. Alas, within the dilapidated house, an unidentifiable woman's sigh echoed. Xiao Chuan's eyes widened, his hands clasping his face, as torrents of black liquid erupted uncontrollably from his mouth and nose, appearing utterly disheveled. General, strike! With a force that surged through the sword's spine, the ringed dragon sword swept through, sending a head soaring into the sky. Chapter 8. The woman of Mount Shi blood, thick and pungent, splattered across the walls, and Takayama's gaze involuntarily lifted to the ceiling before plummeting suddenly. Thud! A crimson haze enveloped his vision, revealing a multitude of gruesome deaths, wailing specters lunging towards him. Takayama struggled to blink, ultimately fixating on an abyss of darkness. The target was in a state of backlash, with the probability of discovering its weakness increasing by 500. You have identified the target's weakness. The next attack will increase in release speed by 100 and damage by 100. The target is dead. You activated Blood Soak, resulting in 0 additional damage. The Hookstar state temporarily fades for 1 hour. There was no time to glance at this information, nor to ponder the identity of the woman's voice. The shining blade of the ringed dragon pivoted as Li Yin cast a fleeting glance and hurriedly stepped away. Lord Takayama, a sharp-eyed soldier from the Akabiki army, spotted Takayama's severed head, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. In a moment of panic, he swung his katana, severing a soldier's arm, only to have the soldier lunge at him. With a thrust, Deng Tianxiong leaped, twisting his body to evade a slash aimed at his face. The blade traced a half-circle in the air, and with a powerful thrust, his wound burst open, splattering blood onto the Akabiki soldier clinging to him. In a fleeting glance, the red glow on the wounded Akabiki soldier dissipated rapidly, while the remaining 2 soldiers' auras grew intensely vibrant. Kaijin Spirit, 3 with fewer than 5 individuals. Only the most basic status enhancement can be provided. Soul Siphon. Fallen Akabiki soldiers grant their comrades offensive and defensive enhancements, with specific values determined by the fallen's capabilities. One Akabiki soldier, drenched in blood, unhesitatingly pierced through the fallen Akabiki along with the barely alive Ming soldier, then leapt back to evade the Ming soldier's encirclement. The last Akabiki soldier seized the moment as Deng Tianxiong's blade had lost its momentum, thrusting at his shoulder while the ringed dragon's edge was already descending. The Akabiki soldier, undaunted, charged forward, the crisp sound of clashing weapons resonating. Suddenly, the ringed dragon pierced through the blade barrier, aiming for that shoulder. And the Akabiki soldier kicked off the ground, retreating. Back to back with the previous Akabiki soldier, their eyes coldly surveyed the 4 Ming soldiers. Bloodied and silent like a tranquil mountain. Amidst the chaos, several individuals maneuvered without disturbance, weapons weaving seamlessly between 2 or 3 fighters, their blades intersecting in a dance of light and blood. Within the modest dwelling, 5 corpses lay sprawled, while the blind soldier, unaware of his fate, struggled to stand. Li Yin pursed his lips, gazing at the 2 fallen Ming soldiers before the Akabiki, and spoke softly. Fall back. Let me sweep the battlefield. Deng Tianxiong's face twitched. Yet he and the others retreated 2 steps, only to see Li Yin wink at him. Li Yin removed the netting from his head, his toes stirring within his brown boots, as the broad blade of the ringed dragon pointed directly at the 2. To Li Yin's eyes, the threat level of an Akabiki soldier was a pale red, while Takayama was red. Yet from the perspective of the Akabiki soldiers, Takayama was undoubtedly a black threat. His swordsmanship was on par with the finest Akabiki, elusive and deadly, with the cursed hair of a malevolent spirit that could incapacitate anyone with a mere touch, alongside various sinister and treacherous techniques. Unless 5 or more Akabiki soldiers simultaneously activated the Kaijin spirit to intimidate Takayama and most of his demonic adversaries. The remaining 3 akabiki would not stand a chance against him. Having just exchanged a few blows with the Ming general before him, he acknowledged the general's strength. Yet there was no way he could match the assistance of the fierce spirits that accompanied Takayama. You cannot kill Lord Takayama. You must have employed some trickery. The two stood shoulder to shoulder. The leftmost akabiki soldier shouted. Li Yin, unable to comprehend his words, pondered briefly, then tilted his chin and spoke in the Japanese he had learned from a swordsman before their ascent. Are you an idiot? The 2 akabiki soldiers exchanged glances and charged at Li Yin. Swing your blades. Li Yin suddenly shouted, momentarily startling the others. Deng Tianxiong reacted quickest, hurling his Yinling knife at the 2 akabiki. As the blade whistled through the air, the others awoke from their stupor, flinging their weapons as well. Song Tomi watched eagerly, and witnessing the scene, he finally found an opportunity to vent, forcefully throwing a wooden board outward. Such antics may not affect a quick-witted commoner, let alone the battle-hardened akabiki army. The 2 soldiers deftly parried their swords, sending several weapons flying, the most absurd being a rotting wooden plank that had drifted in. One akabiki soldier sneered, and with a crimson flash, cleaved the plank into a shower of splinters. When the plank shattered, obscuring their view, the 2 felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. What cunning Ming soldiers! They cursed, bracing for Li Yin's ambush beneath the debris. However, once the wood settled, Li Yin remained motionless. What met their eyes was the gaping maw of a gun. Bang! Bang! Li Yin examined the wounds on the blind soldier, pondering silently. The old soldier bore 2 penetrating wounds to his chest, an 80-centimeter gash on his right thigh. Most critically, his abdomen was hollow. A long section of his intestines severed, blood gushing alarmingly. In this icy wilderness, it was a fatal predicament. Sir. Deng Tianxiong's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Yet he struggled to find words. There is a way to save him. Li Yin nodded slightly, gesturing for the overjoyed Deng Tianxiong to step aside, his gaze falling upon the already refreshed Mako's gift. Mako's gift 011. Blood of the divine fiend type, consumable, application material quality, rare when applied to cold weapons. It can partially negate the effects of national luck and divine protection from powerful lords, ineffective against officials of rank 3 or higher in the Ming dynasty. 100 yen floating points per vial, up to 3 vials. 2. Xiongqi blood, counterfeit, type, consumable quality. Ordinary when fed to a war horse, it temporarily enhances speed and endurance, allowing it to ignore the effects of artillery, high-level beasts, and spectral entities. 10 yen floating points per serving. No limit. Excessive consumption may lead to the horse's demise. 3. Grass-returning pill type. Consumable quality. Rare when used at the brink of death. It forcibly stabilizes injuries and ensures complete recovery within 3 days. However, during this period, the individual will be extremely weakened and incapacitated, with no cure for ongoing special damage. 200 yen floating points per pill, up to 2 pills. Li Yan's hand conjured a small, pale purple ginseng, no thicker than a thumb, yet radiating a strange light. Without hesitation, he fed one to the blind soldier. Having secured old Diao, Song Tongi approached, his eyes filled with astonishment. The woman has vanished. What woman? Li Yin inquired. The one you flirted with, the mistress of this house. I searched everywhere and couldn't find her. Li Yin nodded. That simplifies matters, Song Peng. He summoned a soldier over. How are the others faring? Sir, nearly ready. Not in a hurry. Set a fire and burn this place down. Song Peng blinked, turning without hesitation to fetch a torch. But when he placed the wood on the pyre, it suddenly extinguished. The flames on the rack transformed into an eerie white. How dare the Ming general be so rude? I extend my goodwill, yet you wish to burn my home. The voice wafted through the air, its source unknown. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Even the battle-hardened men, accustomed to rolling amidst heaps of corpses, found themselves apprehensive in the presence of these otherworldly beings. A pale mist began to envelop the surroundings. And from within this dense fog emerged a stunning village woman, grasping the hand of a woman clad in white with dark hair, advancing in tandem. Li Yin stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, inquiring, Might I ask for the esteemed name of the celestial maiden? I have forgotten my name. Simply refer to me as the Lady of Mount Shi, she replied. Li Yin cast a glance at the astonished countenance of the interpreter, Song, and contemplated his next move. He continued, We are deeply indebted to the celestial maiden. It would be utterly disrespectful to burn down a dwelling as a pretext. If we were to depart without knowing the name of our benefactor, it would indeed contravene the teachings of the emperor. Now that you are aware, may we take our leave? Li Yin then glanced at the woman in white beside her and shook his head. I fear that is not possible. The lady of Mount, she shielded the woman behind her. She is also a pitiful soul. Why must you press her so harshly? Li Yin remained unfazed. This woman has caused the deaths of 2 of my brothers, and one still languishes in weakness. Furthermore, I am afflicted by some malevolent sorcery that has left my neck in torment. How could I simply let this go? The woman in white, her long black hair obscuring her face, seemed to emit a low, anguished cry, appearing somewhat wronged. The lady of Mount Shi, exasperated, exclaimed, You, a general of the Ming dynasty, speak with such shamelessness. It is fortunate you bear the spirit of the Celestial Empire. The young soldiers may be excused. But your 2 brothers clearly fell victim to the hands of pirates. How can you lay the blame at her feet? As for your neck wound, it is evidently due to poison, unrelated to these apparitions. As a mere mortal, how can I distinguish between poison and specters? Perhaps the celestial maiden could enlighten me? Li Yin stood resolute, refusing to yield. You, the lady of Mount Shi fumed, her brows furrowing in fury. Chapter 9. The Woman of Mount Shi, Part 2. Song Tongyi rummaged through the lifeless body of Cao Zhaoa, then jogged over to Li Yin's side. Do you know who this man is? To have the Red Guards as his protectors, his status must be considerable. Li Yin responded. Holding a magatama he had retrieved from Cao Zhaoa. He is the son of Cao Zhaoa Takanori, commander of the 6th Corps of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's army, holding a position equivalent to our target, Konishi Yukinaga. Upon hearing this, Li Yin smirked. In that case, we have indeed achieved quite a significant feat, haven't we? At the very least, we should be promoted a rank. Song Tongyi's tone was resolute. Li Yin cast a sidelong glance at Song Tongyi. Having traversed most of the way, and with your contributions, we certainly would not forget to acknowledge your share in the rewards. A flush crept across Song Tongyi's face. He was not oblivious to the teasing undertone in Li Yan's words. When the Red Guards launched their assault, he had discreetly slipped away. Although he held a civilian position, he had not sustained any injuries, unlike the valiant Ming soldiers who, despite their grievous wounds, selflessly shielded others from the onslaught, which left him feeling utterly ashamed. Master, you underestimate my fellow countrymen. Even if I cannot assist, I would never audaciously claim the merits of our allies. Ah, Li Yin bowed his head, touching his wrist guard. Old Jiao, Old Jiao. The old soldier's eyes darted around, landing on the large, ginger-colored face of Deng Tianxiong. The sunlight reflecting off the snow was blinding. He tilted his head and spotted 2 freshly mounded graves. Old Jiao, how do you feel? Seeing Jiao's sightless fingers twitch slightly, Deng Tianxiong nearly shed tears over the loss of his 2 comrades. Fear not, you will not perish. Li Yin approached. Not perishing is a bad thing, Dia replied hoarsely. His solitary eye flickering. Li, I speak plainly. I will ensure you return. Li Yin shot a glance at the elder, adding a twig to the fire. The damp wood crackled and popped. The elder's throat bobbed twice as he turned his head away. You intend to bring back the head of that pirate? Seeking a reward? For your son? Jiao remained silent. Li Yin turned to Deng Tianxiong, who interjected. The court issued an edict years ago. Slaying a pirate earns a reward of 20 taels, while taking down a Red Guard earns 100 taels, and promotions for those below 100 households. Li Yin pondered deeply, smiling at Jiao. You seem to doubt my intentions. Master, old Jiao does not mean that. I know. Li Yin nodded, suddenly rising. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, capturing everyone's attention. The road back to the camp is fraught with peril. By choosing to follow me, you are entrusting your lives to my hands. Pausing, he continued, as your commander, a mere officer of little consequence, even if you return to camp with me, there will be no rewards or military honors awaiting you. I suspect our defeated General Cha is currently enduring punishment in the Ming camp. The burly soldier Zhang opened his mouth. Commander, do not say such things. We all recognize the hardships you've endured on this journey. His words elicited an uproar of agreement from the others, each eager to express their support. If it weren't for our commander, we might not have made it this far. Whether it was his formidable strength in slaying Cao Zhaoa or his strategic maneuvers along the way, Li Yin had gradually established his authority among the group. Not to mention his unique weaponry and life-saving skills. Li Yin raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. I share this not to elicit gratitude, but to establish a military contract with you all. He surveyed the group. I am leading you back to the camp not to bring you to your deaths, but to seek wealth and fortune. Squinting, he added, I consider my skills to be of good caliber, and I dare say that were it not for the constraints of fate, I would relish the opportunity to challenge those so-called brave generals of the Ming. He raised a bowl of hot water, his voice firm. Today, with General Cha's defeat, the court will not let this matter rest. Soon, our forces will be upon us, and it is our chance to rise. Pointing at the corpses on the ground, he declared, the rewards for our military achievements shall be shared equally. My portion will go to the families of the two fallen brothers. I assert here and now, if you trust me and choose to follow me, I, Li, shall ensure that each of you becomes a flag officer. The crowd fell into a momentary stupor, save for old Diao, whose gaze flickered with interest. The most unreliable in this world is human sentiment, especially from those who constantly speak of it. There were words Li Yan had long wished to express, but had yet to find an opportune moment. Having lost only 2 soldiers was indeed fortunate. Yet he could not escape the prevailing despondency. Seizing the moment, he voiced his thoughts, not expecting unwavering loyalty from these men, but rather hoping to convey that he, their commander, was worthy of their trust. Following him could lead to survival and promotion, far more tangible than mere sentiment. Deng Tianxiong was the first to step forward. Commander, I shall not repeat what I said before. Even if you choose not to speak, I will stand by you. Others soon followed suit, their faces flushed with resolve. Old Diao remained motionless, leaning against a rock with a sigh. As long as Commander Li does not disdain this old body of mine, I shall not be coy. Should you require my assistance, simply ask. Song Tongyi stood nearby, observing the small military leader of the Ming with a complex mixture of emotions as he made an impassioned speech. Li Yan, his tongue brushing against his upper teeth, nodded in silence. Let us depart. The group journeyed for half a day. Nearing the exit of Mount Shi, when Wang Sheng suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed, "Everyone, do you hear that woman's song?" Li Yan halted, straining to listen for a moment. It seemed to be there, yet not quite. A soldier furrowed his brow, and Li Yan's gaze swept across Song Tongyi's face, which bore a mixture of surprise, confusion, and utter disbelief. Song Tongyi, what does the song speak of? The woman of Mount Shi. What? Steadying himself, Song Tongyi explained. The tale of the woman of Mount Shi is known in Pyongyang. It is said that she was the 36th wife of the heavenly emperor's son, Heng Xiong. After one battle, he never returned, and she has been waiting for him deep within Mount Shi. Li Yan touched his unscathed neck and chuckled softly. The daughter-in-law of the heavenly emperor of Korea? In the depths of Mount Shi, the woman's voice wafted like a gentle breeze. She held the hand of a frail girl in white, watching as a distant cluster of figures like ants disappeared from view. Chapter 10, The Siege, Part 1. Though Song Tongyi's words were bizarre, the group could not dismiss the strange occurrences they had encountered. After all, the sudden disappearance of the desolate house and the woman overnight was truly beyond rational explanation. What puzzled Song Zongqi was that the general of the Ming army seemed to develop an intense curiosity about Korean folklore and mythology, incessantly questioning him throughout the journey. He was particularly fixated on tales of illicit shrines and obscure local deities, asking about even the most trivial details repeatedly without showing any sign of fatigue. After departing from Shi Mountain, the journey remained relatively uneventful. The group's objective was modest, and with scouts like Wang Sheng keeping their distance, they managed to avoid any significant encounters with the various noble armies flaunting their colorful banners, until flecks of phosphorescent light flickered across the vast hills, while the luminous moon hung high in the night sky. From beneath Li Yan's feet, the view extended to an endless expanse of corpses. Most had been pierced by long spears and arrows, their blood saturating the dry, brown earth. The crows perched upon the bodies did not take flight even at the sight of humans. Instead, Deng Tianxiong brandished his long knife, startling a flurry of black feathers into the air. The brutality of cold weapon warfare was akin to a blunt blade shattering bones, brutally rendering the scene too horrific to behold. Is there a chance? Li Yan inquired of Wang Sheng. Little Wang Sheng shook his head despondently. Are you toying with us, Song? Deng Tianxiong asked, his annoyance palpable. According to Song Tongyi, the rolling hills ahead had only 2 main routes suitable for troop encampment, which could accommodate merely a few dozen men. If they avoided the main paths, traversing the hills shouldn't be too difficult. Yet, the reality was that the entire area was densely populated with Japanese bandits, and from Wang Sheng's reconnaissance alone, there were at least several hundred, while Li Yan's distant gaze suggested that there might be thousands. I cannot fathom why there would be so many stationed here, Song Tongyi admitted, beginning to panic. Unless, Li Yan interjected, the Ming army has arrived faster than we anticipated. The group fell silent at his words. Are you suggesting a confrontation between the 2 armies? Song Tongyi asked. Li Yan squinted, gesturing toward the field of fallen bodies. I suspect that if we cross these hills, we shall see the Ming encampment. Even though this unexpected turn of events caught them off guard, Li Yan's words invigorated the spirits of the group. But how do we get through? Song Tongyi's voice trembled. Merely glancing at the bodies riddled with arrows sent shivers down his spine. Li Yan patted his shoulder. We must cross the hills, not confront the bandits head-on. If we move swiftly, the danger diminishes. We just need horses. Without addressing the truth in Li Yan's words, Song Tongyi instinctively asked, "Where are the horses?" Surrounding a campfire. The Japanese bandits laughed boisterously, tending to their armor, their demeanor relaxed. Not far from their tents, approximately 30 sleek, brown warhorses were tethered. "Li General, are you serious?" At that moment, the immobile, half-blind Diao Xiaoyan on the soldier's back wore a shocked expression. "Remember what I taught you. Your lives depend on it," he instructed. And the group glanced at the oval, distinctly shaped objects in their hands, swallowing hard and nodding solemnly. "Kill, steal horses, seize armor," Li Yan stated emphatically. "Hadol." One bandit mused. "It's clear the enemy 1T attack from the rear. It's much more comfortable to gather around the fire and throw dice." "Hey, Saito, you lost." "Haha. What the?" The man grumbled, pulling out a copper coin engraved with the words Lungtong Baoping. Indeed, it was Ming currency. The Japanese lacked the skills to mint their own coins. He suddenly shouted, "Hey, who is that? Hey, are you trying to evade payment, Saito?" Someone grumbled, but another quickly jabbed him, and soon the clinking of weapons echoed. The group's expressions turned serious as a shadow approached, elongated and indistinct. "Is it that thing again?" A bandit trembled, having encountered something horrific thrice before. "Should we report to the general?" The battlefield, littered with corpses, sometimes birthed terrifying monsters. Saito had once faced a grotesque, decaying creature that had slain several soldiers before the general finally dispatched it. There were also tales of flesh-eating demons and wailing female spirits at midnight that chilled Sato's heart even at mere mention. "Hey, Saito, go check it out." "Are you joking? You idiot." A beam of moonlight illuminated the man's face, and several bandits relaxed slightly. "What is it?" Saito approached, brandishing his spear, the sharp tip wavering before the man's chest. One soldier noticed the man's twisted arm glinting ominously, his eyes widening in alarm. The dragon-style sword danced like a serpent, its tip dangerously close to Sato's throat. Although Sato's spear could easily pierce the man's chest with a gentle thrust, he was caught off guard. Ultimately clutching his throat and collapsing, his expression contorted. "Enemy attack." A soldier bellowed, igniting torches as many bandits scrambled for their weapons, springing into action. Some readied their bows. Arrows knocked, only to realize the sword was already upon them. The man moved as if in an uninhabited realm, his steps ghostly, and each swing of his sword splattered blood. Whoosh! An arrow grazed Li Yan's scalp as at least 7 or 8 arrows were aimed at him, while beneath the dragon's sword, 4 or 5 souls lay lifeless. The long sword pierced the throat of a warrior who had not donned his armor in time, and Li Yan turned to flee, dodging a few arrows before disappearing from sight. Is he a monster? How can he move so swiftly? "Only one. Pursue him." A voice cried out hoarsely, and the warriors hastily mounted their horses, hastily donning their armor and tightening their grips. Some were quick to respond, closing in on Li Yan's escape, while others, just awakening, were still groggy and stumbling toward their mounts. The once compact group quickly stretched into a long line. An inconspicuous object drifted slowly through the night towards the crowd. Bang! The explosion sent splinters and debris tearing through the bodies of the bandits. Blood and flesh flying as startled horses whinnied restlessly, their hooves pounding against the earth. Load, pull, throw. Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions echoed, audible even 10 miles away. While the group stood in shock at the ease and lethality of this new weaponry, Deng Tianxiong understood the value of swift action. "Kill. Seize armor. Mount up." Dust billowed like a rising dragon as the bandits on horseback drew their bows, strings taut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The man sprinted at an astonishing speed. Yet the horses closed in, arrows viciously tearing through the air, cutting across the grass and sending up clouds of dust. Thud. An arrow appeared to strike the man in the neck, causing him to fall backward and tumble down the slope. Over 20 riders charged down the hill after him. Furrowing his brow and glancing about, he soon realized that the terrain on either side was considerably elevated, just as he was about to urge his steed forward. Suddenly, several fiery, round objects came hurtling toward him. The ground trembled and the air filled with dust. Following a violent shake, a landslide ensued. And Li Yan sprang to his feet, a steel arrow clenched between his teeth, his forehead glistening with sweat. With a sharp spit, he expelled the arrow and shouted towards Wang Sheng, who was charging towards him. Seize the armor, break through the encirclement. Chapter 11. Breaking through the encirclement. Part 2. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The fire signals hissed and soared into the sky, scattering vibrant sparks that danced in the air. The flames formed the emblem of the prominent Matsushita clan, a symbol of the thousands of marauding Japanese forces stationed in the desolate hills. The entire expanse of the lonely, barren landscape appeared to be seared like a small corner of a branding iron, as chaos and turmoil spread rapidly. The cacophony of galloping hooves, shouts, and the twang of bowstrings melded into a tumultuous symphony. Li Yan, clad in a crimson armor made from treated cowhide, rode at the forefront on his black-maned warhorse, capturing the attention of nearly 80% of the Matsushita soldiers. This armor had been stripped from a slain warrior of the Red Guards, and perhaps due to the terrain, only one among the 5 Red Guards accompanying him bore the weighty armor, alongside 6 red-sheathed katana and a family emblem discovered on the body of the fallen warrior. This comprised the entirety of their spoils from the Battle of Shishan, not to mention the provisions and cotton clothing, which need not be mentioned. The others were similarly clad in black armor pilfered from the Matsushita cavalry, their bodies hunched low against their saddles, resembling inconspicuous gray geese in the night. Fewer than 10 of them skillfully drove nearly 20 horses, darting swiftly beneath the starry moonlight. Long torches converged into a fiery dragon, as the marauders, brandishing their clan flags, charged forth with long spears and short bows, yet they were gradually distanced by the galloping steeds. Li Yan's charge was directed towards a formidable line of black-clad cavalry. 100 strong, their restless horses snorting nervously between the ranks. The small-statured marauders raised their bows, unleashing a deluge of arrows that fell upon them like water. Horses, left riderless, fell within mere meters, pierced by arrows, warm blood splattering upon the ground. Thud! An arrow struck a face, the scene gruesome. The burly warrior, who had been assisting Deng Tianxiong, fell from his horse, its front legs buckling under the immense inertia. The wind whistled past Li Yan's head as he held a makeshift shield fashioned from wood and vines, arrows occasionally embedding themselves into the soaked timber, producing a dull thud. A few arrows found their way into the gaps of his armor, while one struck against his helmet, sending a metallic wail that resonated in his ears. Wang Sheng and Song Tongyi sprinted in the middle of the ranks, gritting their teeth as they deflected the arrows raining down like locusts with their bow handles. Ropes bound their bodies, with the lifeless form of Diao Xiaoyan secured behind them. Young Wang Sheng, do you still have the thunderstone given by the Lord? The weakened Diao Xiaoyan inquired forcefully. Yes, Uncle Diao, why do you ask? Wang Sheng replied. Bring it to me, and give me 2 more arrows. Hunched over, Wang Sheng quickly retrieved an arrow from his quiver and handed it back to Diao Xiaoyan along with a grenade. It was unclear how Diao Xiaoyan managed, but with a few strips of cloth, he secured the thunderstone between the 2 arrows. Take it. Draw your bow. Wang Sheng instinctively knocked the arrows together, aiming them at the front. Give it all you've got, Diao Xiaoyan urged, extending his arm to pull the iron ring. Fire. The peculiar contraption flew into the enemy ranks, unleashing a wave of chaos. A multitude of marauders fell like flattened wheat, the ground littered with dismembered limbs and grotesque remnants of humanity, painting a horrific tableau upon the hills. The Matsushita cavalry exhibited slight unrest, quickly regrouping under the command of their banner-bearers. As the distance between the horses closed, a warrior adorned with a crescent helmet raised his blade high, prompting the marauders to abandon their bows and draw their swords. The forces clashed, resembling a short arrow shot towards a long serpent. The thunder of hooves echoed. Li Yan led the charge. Beneath the bright, expansive moon, the manes of the warhorses collided. The sound of steel meeting steel sharp and intense, glistening droplets of sweat mingling with the cold moonlight, shattered into the air. The brutal melee saw blades sink into flesh. Horses crashing together, the acrid scent of blood and sweat filling the air, while the marauder before Li Yan gasped, revealing his tongue in a cry of despair. Li Yan's blood surged like a tempest, waves of heat crashing against his skull, his temples throbbing violently. No matter how skilled a martial artist, the ferocity of the moment eclipsed all. What unfolded was a clash of unimaginable brutality, a confrontation that the peaceful populace of future generations could scarcely envision, an era of cold steel, never to return. Li Yan let out a fierce cry, his sword ringing like water striking stone, the dragon-shaped blade slashing through the air, the blood from the cloth wrapped around the hilt soaking through, almost reaching his palm. As he instinctively tightened his grip to prevent the sword from slipping, he regretted not binding it to his wrist like the others. trained in martial arts. Li Yin had always favored elegance over brute force, but in this moment, the distinction between military engagement and civilian brawling became painfully apparent to him. A modern man bewildered by the chaos surrounding him. A gleaming blade narrowly missed Li Yin's neck as he leaned back to evade it. He steadied his horse. Locking eyes with a fierce warrior wearing a crescent helmet, the blade pointed directly at him. Name: Muri T. Jin, Junior Commander. Status: Leadership, morale of affiliated soldiers diminishes upon death or defeat. Expertise: Military skills 71. Skill: Command, increases the range of allied archers. Threat level: Deep Blue. Note: if dismounted, he would not be a match for a Redguard. The junior commander roared incoherently, but Li Yin could not decipher his words. He charged towards the warrior, sidestepping the blade, and with a swift motion, his sword severed the commander's arm, followed by a quick thrust that pierced his throat. The surrounding marauders trembled in fear, witnessing their once mighty general, who had boasted of his prowess, fall from his horse in a heartbeat, bloodied and defeated. Bathed in blood, Li Yin seized a single-edged spear. Securing his sword to the saddle, and with a sweeping motion, he carved his way through the enemy ranks as if cutting through butter. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination, his voice resonating with authority. Breakthrough. The Ming soldiers seemed inspired by his fervor, and even Song Tony, with all his might, echoed the rallying cry. Their small band of fewer than 10 men channeling the might of 1,000 troops. Breakthrough. Chapter 12. The Breakthrough, Part 3. The grayish-white hooves pounded into the earth, creating deep impressions as a small group of black-maned war horses burst forth from the serried ranks of the enemy, each rider appearing disheveled, with 1 or 2 arrows protruding from their bodies. Li Yin's spear tip was smeared with flesh, and blood caked between the seams of his armor. Yet, his eyes shone with a clarity akin to the brightest stars, a testament to his sheer will to survive. The formation had taken on a tapering shape, with Li Yin leading the charge, several lightly wounded comrades flanking him, and Deng Tianxiong bringing up the rear, with his right hand wielding the bloodied geese feather blade, and a broken spear in his left. Deng swung his aching arms to fend off the gun tips, his neck taut with visible veins. Li Yin turned his horse around, shouting for the brothers on either side to protect the horses in the center as they charged forward, spurring his steed back into the fray. 3 or 4 riders separated from the enemy ranks, fearlessly charging towards Li Yin, who thrust his spear forward only to have it caught by the foremost rider's long spear. Without hesitation, he pushed forward, only to have the skilled adversary sidestep his spear, drawing a short blade from his mount to stab at Li Yin, while another rider approached, aiming a spear at Li Yin's chest. Li Yin laughed heartily, gathering his strength to shake his wrist violently, causing the bent spear to strike against the opponent's spear shaft. The immense force propelled the spear tip upward in a serpentine motion, deftly aiming for the enemy's eyes. The man's skull shattered, and the spear's momentum did not cease, piercing into the neck of another foe. Li Yin leaned back, withdrawing the long spear, shaking off the blood and entrails, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the last 2 arriving enemies reeling, before galloping towards Deng Tianxiong. The Hejianli family was renowned for their dual mastery of spears and swords. Countless arrows were nocked, their cold gleams soaring forth to envelop Deng Tianxiong. The glint of the arrows reflected in his pupils as he roared fiercely, snapping the spear shaft in half. Releasing his weapons, he withdrew his legs from the stirrups, gripping the saddle with his hand, and rolled beneath his horse's belly. Blood spurted forth as his horse, pierced by arrows, let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Deng Tianxiong seized a long knife from the ground, as 3 horsemen approached, their long spears aimed menacingly at him. The long spear swept through the air, deflecting the thrust aimed at Deng's chest as the horse galloped past. Extending a hand towards him, "Tianxiong, mount up." Deng extended his left hand, pushing off with his calf, vaulting onto Li Yin's horse. "Master, I'm ready," Deng Tianxiong declared. Li Yin wielded his spear with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, hooking one of the enemy riders and toppling him from his steed. With a wide arc, he cleared the surrounding foes, firmly planting his feet in the stirrups, mounting another horse, and calling out to Deng Tianxiong, "Tianxiong, charge forward without hesitation." Deng Tianxiong did not question. "What will you do, master?" Instead, with fierce determination, he struck the horse's rear with his knife. Surging forward as the enemy closed in behind Li Yin retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, pressing it against the restless horse's neck, forcing its contents into the animal's mouth. The concoction known as Cheongqi blood, forged after consumption, It temporarily enhances the horse's speed and endurance, rendering it immune to cannon fire. Advanced beasts and spectral influences. Despite having suffered several arrow wounds, the warhorse shuddered, its mane bristling as bloodshot eyes filled with vigor, a red mist erupting from its mouth, causing the surrounding black-maned steeds to recoil in fear. The afflicted warhorse collapsed, trembling in terror, a cacophony of chaos ensuing. Is it truly this effective? Li Yan mused, his arm swinging the spear, slicing through the throats of two bewildered riders before making his escape. However, in mere moments, the crimson mist dissipated, and the enemy cavalry charged once more. The warhorse, invigorated by the Qiongqi blood, exhaled vapor that danced beautifully under the cold moonlight. As Li Yan fought and retreated, he noticed Deng Tianxiong had gained considerable distance, poised to follow, only to witness the formidable enemy brigade suddenly falter. Turning left, he saw a cavalry unit storming in through the dust. The leading horseman, atop a magnificent steed clad in intricate scale armor, was adorned with a helmet that boasted lofty plumes, wielding a long spear that commanded the chaos around him. What a fine weapon! Li Yan's eyes sparkled with recognition. Yet, the rider, upon seeing Li Yan's crimson armor, narrowed his eyes and charged directly at him. Time was of the essence. Li Yan braced himself as the massive spear swung down with tremendous force. Blood surged within him, and at the precipice of life and death, he cast aside all caution. The spear collided with the descending weapon, forcing it to lose its momentum. The rider gasped, bending backward to evade the spear, and in a moment of desperation, he thrust the spear backward, sweeping the rear end of the shaft toward Li Yan's chest. Clang! The sound of metal on metal echoed. A comrade! They both exclaimed simultaneously, locking eyes. Ha ha, brother, what bravery! A few of you dare to breach the ranks of the enemy cavalry? Li Yan of the Qingwu Guard, at your service, he replied, sheathing his weapon as the tide of blue cavalry surged forth like thunder. Li Yan gazed into the distance, where the azure riders wielded long blades, their backs adorned with three-barreled firearms and flanked by troops bearing round-topped red caps, armed with long wolf spears. Behind them, soldiers bore flintlock rifles, while others carried short cannons, pushing artillery forward, a formidable sight stretching endlessly. The rider turned to Li Yan. Have you enjoyed yourself tonight, brother? Li Yan licked his lips, smiling. I am eager to slay the enemies. The rider raised his long blade skyward, shouting, the commander has decreed that by the 10th of the first month, the army must reach the gates of Pyongyang. Brothers, muster your strength, annihilate these Japanese thieves, and prepare to feast. Chapter 13. Return to camp. Lead clouds obscured the pale moon, while a thick mist enveloped the rolling hills. Li Yan stood aloft, removing his starry cloak and arm guards, gazing down below. The battlefield was strewn with dismembered limbs and shattered bodies, the noble family crests trampled into the mud, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. As layers of Ming troops formed a swirling vortex, at the heart of this maelstrom, a drop of black saliva fell, and a towering, sharp-eared demon with blood-red eyes clutched two horse corpses, swinging them with abandon. This ghastly creature, with white hair and crimson skin, bore the charred marks of gunpowder upon its rotund body. Ready! Shouted the spear-wielding commander atop his steed. The bowmen in black leather armor, their hair tied back with netting, advanced in perfect formation, iron-backed bows raised high, the dark arrowheads aimed squarely at the demon. Aim! The sound of bowstrings being pulled taut was indescribable, each bow resembling a crescent moon, brimming with terrifying potential. Fire! Dark clouds loomed overhead. The demon roared in defiance, its massive feet pounding the ground as it charged towards the Chong horses, only to be pierced mercilessly by a deluge of arrows, transforming it into a veritable porcupine in an instant. The demon fell to its knees, its eyelids slowly drooping. What manner of creature is this? A fire gun can penetrate its skin, yet it still survives? I heard it crawled out from a heap of corpses. I was told it was the leader of the pirates transformed. What nonsense! It lost its head and sprang out from its neck. It's over 2 zhang tall. Let me see you leap like that. Several frontline infantrymen whispered among themselves. My lord, how about I go take a look? The speaker, bearing a bright red banner, inquired of the commander. No need. The spear-wielding commander urged his horse forward until he stood before the demon, needing to lift his gaze to behold its face. Suddenly, the demon, with a dozen arrows protruding from its visage, opened its eyes. The man on horseback widened his gaze in fury, swinging his spear down with force, driving the spike deep into the demon's chest, creating a gaping wound. The fiend howled in agony, its massive frame collapsing backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. From his elevated position, Li Yin caught a fleeting glimpse. He saw, at the moment the commander raised his spear, a black bear with claws flailing emerged behind him. Intriguing, Li Yin thought, excitement bubbling within him as he anticipated the rewards of this encounter. The commander, panting heavily, eventually cursed aloud. "Blast it, you nearly gave me a fright." With a sweep of his hand, he ordered, "Prepare the cauldrons, slaughter the pigs." A roaring fire blazed, and a man seated at a desk bore delicate brows and a well-groomed beard, exuding a composed demeanor rather than a rugged appearance. From the east, beginning in Hitachi, traversing the South Sea to the Four Nations, the 9 provinces, and extending from Akita and Sakata to China, every 10,000 stones must prepare 2 large ships. Each port shall provide 10 seamen for every 100 households. If there are any excess, they shall be concentrated in Osaka. The necessary construction costs will be presented in the budget sheet. Enough, the man interjected. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, "What of the Tokugawa clan?" Preparations for war are vigorous. Sakai Tadatsu is the general, and Honda Tadakatsu serves as the vanguard, with 2,000 sailors and 10 large ships. The man clicked his tongue. For 2 years, Tiki KK has emphasized that the Tokugawa clan has ulterior motives. How can it be that Toyotomi Hideyoshi is waging war in Korea while Tokugawa shows such enthusiasm? The messenger remained silent. Laughter echoed nearby. The affairs of the world are inherently unclear. None can truly fathom the depths of Tokugawa Ieyasu's thoughts. The pirates are but a mere pestilence. I have heard that on the Japanese islands, a handful of farmers dare to call themselves daimyo. Such buffoons, why should General Lee be troubled by them? The speaker, appearing to be in his 20s, was dressed as a Taoist, adorned with a hibiscus crown and azure-embroidered skirt, holding a golden bell and standing before 10 spirit banners. With red lips and white teeth, he was quite handsome. The man lowered his gaze, saying, "It is indeed wise to heed such words." His name was Li Rusong, the current governor of Shanxi, appointed as the commander-in-chief by the Wanli emperor and the leader of the expeditionary force to Korea. Li Rusong was acutely aware that the reality was far from the optimism portrayed by that braggart. Just from the recent report from the scouts, it was evident that Toyotomi Hideyoshi's invasion of Korea nearly exhausted the nation's resources. With 9 legions combined, there were at least 100,000 troops. And amidst the turmoil in Japan, the quality of the soldiers was exceptionally high, seasoned in combat. They were labeled as pirates, yet they were formidable adversaries. "How exhilarating!" exclaimed a young man, broad-shouldered and straight-backed, as he entered the tent, shedding the blue tiger-headed arm guard from his arm. Upon seeing Li Rusong's indifferent expression and the smiling young Taoist seated below, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Commander, speak. The pirates in the front have been dispersed. Are there any captives?" The man shifted his gaze, saying, "Commander, during our assault, we encountered a small cluster of troops, remnants of our brothers who had gone missing under General Cha in Pyongyang. These men are remarkable. 7 or 8 riders broke through the pirate cavalry. They fought their way from Pyongyang and are currently awaiting orders outside the main camp. By the way, the leading standard bearer asked me to deliver this to you." Yi Gaogong, sipping tea nearby, subtly raised an eyebrow. Li Rusong took the red jade pendant handed to him by his nephew and scrutinized it for a long while. Li Yin pressed a damp towel against his face, his upper body bare, several shallow wounds already scabbed over. "It feels surreal. I have always thought I would never return." Deng Tianxiong, his chest wrapped in bandages, revealing a tuft of black hair, chuckled as he leaned closer to Li Yin. "My lord, what do you think the superiors will arrange for us? What would you like to arrange?" Deng Tianxiong extended his finger. 5 red-armored soldiers, plus that daimyo's son, without mentioning rewards for such a significant achievement. "Is it unreasonable for you to be promoted 100 households? If all the standard bearers in the Ming army were like you, Mr. Li, the pirates would have been eradicated long ago." Song Tongyi, wrapped in a blanket, took a sip of hot soup. Wang Sheng, seated on the mat, interjected, "I also believe that the general today holds you in high regard." "Who is that general?" someone asked. "Shan Hai, the guerrilla general from Shanxi. Serving as the vanguard this time," Wang Sheng whispered. "He is the nephew of our commander, General Li Rusong." Even the blind man, lying down with his eyes squinted, perked up with interest. "I have long heard of General Li's renown, vanquishing the Bo by in Ningxia, a renowned general of the time." Li Yin was about to respond with a smile when the tent flaps were suddenly yanked open, a cold gust sweeping in, causing everyone to shiver. The already injured blind man turned pale, coughing incessantly. Who among you is Song Zonki? A voice interjected, cool and slightly abrasive. Li Yin, sitting by the window, turned his head, seeing a man in loose bell-bottom trousers standing at the entrance, his military boots stepping into the tent, surveying each individual within. Who is it? Li Yin shifted his stance, his chest adorned with a dark, chaotic tattoo, facing the stranger, damp hair clinging to his neck as water trickled down. His hand rested on his thigh, the two locking eyes in a tense standoff. What are you staring at? I see you haven't been hit yet. The atmosphere in the tent grew tense. I am. Song Tongyi, smiling apologetically, stepped between the two. The man scrutinized Li Yin for a moment before addressing Song Tongyi. The commander requests your presence. Very well. Song Tongyi agreed, glancing at Li Yin. But to his surprise, Li Yin lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Song Tongyi's eyes shifted as he bowed to the newcomer. I would appreciate your guidance, General. Calling me General is too much. I am merely a standard bearer. The man was surprisingly courteous to Song Tongyi. The two exited the tent, one leading and the other following. What does this mean? Seeking the Korean interpreter, yet not finding you, my lord? Deng Tianxiong possessed a remarkably loud voice. Upon lifting his gaze, Li Yin noticed a delicate-looking boy standing at the entrance of the tent, clad in a white robe and adorned with a wooden hairpin. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, his demeanor timid. Excuse me, is this Li? Before he could finish, Deng Tianxiong bellowed, startling the boy into a frightened collapse onto the ground. Hey, where did you come from? Deng Tianxiong glared at him with eyes as round as copper bells. I. The young boy's eyes reddened, and he began to sob softly. Master. Chapter 14. Awakening Level 10. The young Taoist, weeping inconsolably, left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Li Yin draped a towel over his shoulder and approached the boy, first appraising the luxurious silk robe he wore before speaking. What brings you here, young sorcerer? Li Yin's appearance was far more pleasing than that of Deng Tianxiong. His chaotic chest tattoo, despite its fierce nature, could not overshadow the harmonious physique that radiated vitality. The boy sniffled and, in his youthful voice, asked, Are you Li Yin, the esteemed general? Indeed, replied Li Yin, maintaining his composure. The boy stood upright, dusting off his immaculate robe, and then bowed deeply to Li Yin. My senior brother has heard of your valor, especially how you led your troops through the chaos and returned to camp. His courage is commendable, and he has sent me here to extend our regards. May I inquire as to the name of your senior brother? Tianshi Dao's esteemed practitioner. EU, the young boy responded, stepping closer to Li Yin, his round eyes gazing up at him, gesturing towards a nearby seat to indicate that Li Yin should take a rest. Li Yin complied. The boy retrieved a pale purple talisman from his sleeve, performed a one-handed seal, and pressed it against Li Yin's chest. A burst of pale purple flames erupted from the talisman, causing the onlookers to step forward in shock. Stay back, Li Yin shouted, a mix of astonishment and elation crossing his features. It was then that the crowd noticed the flames had healed several of his wounds, restoring both skin and color to their original state. Meanwhile, the talisman dulled slightly. Shangxiao Tongbao Purple Gold 9 Divine Flame Talisman Category. Consumable quality. Legendary. What astonished Li Yin even more was the flood of information that surged before his eyes. Steadying himself, he instructed, help old Diao to his feet. Several individuals hurriedly assisted the injured man, and Deng Tianxiong bowed respectfully to the young Taoist, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Li Yin then stepped aside, feeling a warmth in his eyelids as visions of spectral creatures, black corpse-eating cats, a child draped in darkness, red-skinned vengeful spirits, and a formidable black bear behind a spear-wielding general, flitted past him, culminating in the image of the purple talisman. A melodious female voice resonated in Li Yin's ears. You have achieved over 60 exploration of the worldview pertaining to this Yanfou incident. Has the voice changed? Li Yin recalled that the last time. The prompt had been a low, hoarse male voice. You have unlocked all exploration notes regarding the Yanfou journey for this fruit. Name, Li Yin Proxy. None completed Yanfou incidents. 1 recorded Yanfou fruits. Earth, Jiazi 259, renameable. Scales, Dingyin 24, ongoing Yanfou incident. Li Yin remembered what the dream creature had said. Yanfou. The entire journey through Nanyanfu is the legendary tree that nurtures worlds, with each fruit representing a new realm. He attempted to open the first fruit. The Walking Adult's worldview exploration degree in the previous Yanfou incident was 42, insufficient to obtain this fruit's exploration notes. Please note, this Yanfou fruit's access permissions have been locked. All beings are barred from entry or exit. Lock permissions signed by Mo, Rainmaster as consort, and others. Li Yan's gaze flickered as he clicked on the second fruit, the one corresponding to his current world. Before him unfurled a scroll of dark, brittle bamboo strips, imbued with a pronounced preaching aesthetic. By heaven, the level of firearms technology in this Ming Dynasty southern town is at least 50 years ahead of the Dutch, he thought, perplexed by the discrepancies with the information from his own world. Anonymous, huh? All this talk of inner strength and vital energy is clearly a deception. However, the proficiency with cold weapons here is impressive. I should be able to acquire a wealth of high-level melee expertise. Anonymous in Xinghua Village, Luan Prefecture, Shaanxi. I encountered the remains of a fish-headed man. This fruit is certainly not from an ordinary non-magical plane. Anonymous so far, the records are quite sparse, with vast sections of blank space on the bamboo scroll. Dragon and Tiger Chi, the essence that can break through the awakening level bottleneck. This is the secret of this fruit. Whether it be emperor, noble, scholar, or general, as long as one gains formal imperial recognition, this can be obtained. Anonymous, the scroll was soon filled with fervent scrawl, overflowing with manic descriptions. Li Yan continued to flip through, finding little of significance until he reached the last entry. Ah. A gold rush, is it? Without the suppression of dragon and tiger chi, the ensuing chaos between gods and demons will make this fruit increasingly perilous. Mountain Ghost Li Yan pondered for a long while, gaining much useful information from the records, yet finding little that would aid his objectives regarding the Yanfou incident. In fact, from the notes, it seemed as if without the contributions of these predecessors, his own journey would have been far less arduous. Ultimately, Li Yan named the last incident's fruit Judy and closed the notes, turning his attention to the gathering crowd around the seat. Old Diao, caressing his abdomen, rose slowly. His injuries entirely healed. Even the old scars faded to near invisibility. Among Li Yan's group of 10, 3 had perished in battle, and excluding Song Tongi, he had managed to save 5 lives. Now, under the healing power of the young Taoist talisman, each was once again a robust warrior, ready for battle. Deng Tianxiong flexed his wrist. Despite sustaining multiple wounds during the previous fierce battles, and even with Li Yan's healing techniques, full recovery would have taken weeks. Yet now he felt invigorated. If we were to encounter the red-clad troops from Shi Mountain again, the outcome would be uncertain. He muttered to himself. The battle at Shi Mountain had been nearly single-handedly salvaged by Li Yan, as Xiao Chuan and 3 red-clad soldiers had fallen to his might. Old Diao, despite his grievous injuries, had fought valiantly against the red-clad forces, bringing back a trophy head, his fierce demeanor striking awe. Meanwhile, the Ming forces had lost 2 brothers in exchange for a single red-clad soldier's life, an outcome hard for the proud Deng Tianxiong to accept. The young Taoist presented a wooden box and a jade pendant. The box contains rewards for my senior brother for all of you. And the jade pendant is specifically for you, Li Yan, for slaying the young Xiao Chuan. The pendant, crafted from the waste of the ancestor, possesses the ability to soothe the mind, aid sleep, and dispel misfortunes. Infused with the power of Bai Zhe, it increases awakening levels by 7 for any legacy upon use. Li Yan felt a twinge of doubt. He did not comprehend why the Tianshi Dao would accompany military expeditions, nor why a Taoist from their sect would come to honor him. The young Taoist opened the box to reveal 3 gleaming gold ingots. The air in the tent grew heavy as the soldiers inhaled deeply, and Li Yan glanced at their eager faces, smiling. Then, it is better to comply with this honor. After the exquisitely carved young Taoist departed, Li Yan weighed the gold ingots in his hands. Tianxiong, please distribute these among the men. Sir, would you take 40%? Deng Tianxiong inquired, studying Li Yan's expression. The ingots could also be exchanged for Yanfou points, yet Li Yan waved his hand dismissively. I stated before, at Shi Mountain, that my share would go to the brothers who fell along the way. With that, Li Yan stepped out of the tent, leaving behind. Handle this as you see fit. I'm off for a stroll. The soldiers within the tent exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the gold within the box. Swallowing hard at the sight, your legacy, the spirit of the Guhuo Bird, has absorbed the power of Bai Zhe. The current awakening level of the Guhuo Bird spirit stands at 16. The enhancement effect of the Ghost Star status is as follows. Increases attack speed and explosive power by 160. Your legacy, Guhuo Bird spirit, Ghost Star has surpassed the 10 threshold. Bloodstained. It possesses a unique attribute, infallibility, with an effective range of 10 meters. Li Yan quietly savored the gradual surge of power coursing through his flesh and blood, his gaze wandering to a wild grass swaying at the edge of the tent. Winter had long since settled in, yet this resilient blade of grass continued to dance defiantly in the wind. A military boot crushed the plant, prompting Li Yin to lift his eyes. The figure before him donned loose bell-bottom trousers, his brows arched sharply like blades. Their gazes locked for a considerable moment. "Ha, brother, we meet again." Shan Hai stepped out from behind him, warmly patting Li Yin on the shoulder. Chapter 15. The Headless Corpse. The speaker, a man in his 20s, had a fair complexion that radiated an undeniable aura of vigor. "I am Li Yin, and I pay my respects to the general." Li Yin tempered the ferocity in his gaze, adopting a calm demeanor. This Shan Hai was the cavalry commander who, on that fateful night, had ridden a striking green Dewan horse, wielding an iron spear, a fifth-rank military official of the court. In essence, this individual embodied the spirit of the dragon and tiger, much like the black bear that Li Yin had observed earlier. As a fifth-rank general in the Ming dynasty, a bear was embroidered on his chest. "My brother," he continued, "let us speak plainly. In this endeavor to quell the pirates, I command the vanguard, leading 1,300 cavalrymen. You need not return to general's camp. Instead, follow me. What say you?" "Everything depends on the orders from above," Li Yin replied, bowing slightly. He then raised his head. "May I inquire your name, General?" "My surname is Shan Hai," the young man replied, gesturing towards a man clad in bell-bottom trousers. "This is Song Yi, the standard bearer of my right army. You two share a common lineage in spear techniques. Perhaps you are even from the same hometown." The man's expression was rigid, and Li Yin took the initiative to bow again. "I hail from Hejian. May I ask where you are from?" After a considerable pause, the man replied, "Bashian." Shan Hai scratched his neck and chuckled. "Old Song has this peculiar temperament. Do not take offense." The vanguard, Song, appeared to be a straightforward and principled individual, making dealings with him quite effortless. "How could I take offense?" Li Yin responded with a smile, devoid of any semblance of hostility. "General." A junior officer hurriedly approached Shan Hai, whispering a few words in his ear. "Is this true?" Shan Hai raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming on his lips. "Then do not blame me for leaving no survivors." With that, he turned to Li Yin. "Brother, allow me to attend to some trifling matters. We shall converse further afterward." As Li Yin watched the two depart, he pondered the significance of the military officials and the essence of the dragon and tiger. According to the exploration records, the spirit of the dragon and tiger was not unique to the Ming dynasty. It merely bore different names. For instance, the bloodline and supernatural powers of the Daimyi Sakab were, in truth, a form of the dragon and tiger spirit. Slaying those who possessed this spirit would yield options for acquiring it, albeit in extremely limited quantities and with considerable peril. Consequently, the later ventures of Yanfou chose a different path, one of imperial titles. The imperial examination system in the Ming dynasty was well established. Yanfou's hopes of gaining recognition and favor from the emperor through scholarly pursuits were nothing more than the dreams of a fool. Even without formal education, many achieved high ranks by winning the emperor's favor, such as Lu Jin, Feng Bao, and Wei Zhongxian. Ahem. Military merit. Undoubtedly, the majority of Yanfou's contemporaries secured their dragon and tiger spirit through this avenue. However, Li Yin contemplated further. Aside from these three avenues, there existed alternative shortcuts to obtaining imperial favor, such as through the Taoist priests. Lost in these thoughts, Li Yin felt a pang of hunger and thus stepped out of the main camp. Although he had little recollection of the Imjin War from history, he surmised that its mention in the domestic discourse was rare, suggesting a victory. The Ming army's encampment was situated within the city of Suzhou, less than 100 miles from Pyongyang. The Duke of Ningyuan, General Li Rusong, the commander of the Shanxi troops and governor of the pirate suppression, sat at the right end of the table. At the same table was Master Eu, a high-ranking Taoist priest. The table was otherwise vacant. Among those present were Korean ministers, including Ryu Song-ryong, Korean generals Li Illinois and Li Rumei, as well as Li Rubai and others. Song Tongyi occupied the last position. Feeling quite anxious, Lord Ju, Ryu Song-ryong began. "There is no need to wait for Song, who claims to be unwell." It was Eu who spoke carelessly, taking a large bite of a pear resting on the table, juice splattering everywhere. General Li Rusong's expression turned slightly awkward, yet he cleared his throat. "Let us begin." The conversation revolved around the strategies for capturing Pyongyang, with everyone contributing thoughts on terrain, formations, provisions, and weaponry, the discussion growing fervent. Yi remained silent, as if carved from stone, and Li Rusong and the others seemed uninterested in soliciting his opinions. The adept Taoist priest amused himself by playing with a finger ring, his expression one of amusement. Brother, brother. A young acolyte tugged at Iyu's sleeve. There is something in the city. Hush. Iyu placed his finger to his lips. Ah Fei. Eat if you are hungry. Do not speak of idle matters or pry into affairs that do not concern you. Oh. Comforting his junior, Iyu tossed aside the pear core, glancing dismissively. Heavenly three pure ones, spare us from any mischief. What do you ignorant soldiers know of the methods of my Taoist sect? A light rain had fallen that morning, and the wind carried the remnants of the rain for a while, the soldiers' boots sinking into the yellow mud of the road. At the entrance of Suzhou, the streets were filled with displaced Korean civilians, huddled together against the cold wind, their expressions vacant. Li Yin found a street vendor and ordered a bowl of pig offal soup, handing over a few coins. The greasy vendor was startled and quickly waved his hands. Li Yin placed the coins on the chopping board and carried the bowl to the only small wooden table beneath the felt cover. Old man, scoot over, he said. The customer at the table raised his face, and Li Yin was taken aback. The man had a long purple beard, his eyebrows slanted like brush strokes. Clad in a rain-soaked cloak with muddy trousers, he wore a long sword at his waist. Though slightly hunched, he exuded an air of unspoken authority. The man shifted aside, offering Li Yin a friendly smile. The wind tossed the straw hat hanging from the birch railing to and fro. Li Yin squeezed in beside the elder, finishing the soup in a few gulps. The taste was mediocre, but it warmed him. Ripples danced across the water, and the purple-bearded elder gazed at the desolate streets as raindrops fell on the faces of the refugees, trickling down their cheeks. Lost in thought, he sighed. In search of talent, I visited the Forsaken. Jiaxing's talent remains unparalleled. Alas, at midnight, I find a vacant seat. Not questioning the plight of the people, but seeking the divine. Is the elder also a Ming man? Li Yin inquired casually. A mere assistant to Admiral Li. The elder replied, scrutinizing Li Yin. Our Ming army has flooded into Suzhou, displacing the local populace, commandeering their homes, and seizing their granaries. Such actions are unavoidable. For we are here to wage war, and soldiers must be well fed. Yet, recompense should be made to the people, nothing should be omitted. You, young man, possess a keen eye and a commendable sense of conscience. Li Yin tugged at the corner of his mouth, taking it as a compliment, though he had no desire to continue the conversation. The elder stretched, grabbed his hat, and prepared to leave, but suddenly paused. Li Yin sprang to his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he distinctly saw a headless black corpse flash past the street corner. Close the city gates. The sound of chaotic hoofbeats echoed from the street corner, and a Ming soldier, eyes wide with terror, galloped forth, his headscarf torn, blood staining his disheveled hair. His armor battered and in disarray. Behind him, a dozen or so riders thundered through the yellow mud, racing toward the city gates like a storm. Chapter 16. Bloodstained and the three-class peacock amidst the gentle wind and rain. A headless corpse dashed through the street, pursued by a dozen riders. At the shout of the Ming soldiers chasing the grotesque figure, the guards at the city gate immediately lifted the heavy iron bolt, causing the massive gates to close like a gaping maw. The headless body was nearly drenched in blood, its skin exhibiting an eerie purplish-black hue, while its fingers were thick and swift as a tiger or leopard, rivaling that of a horse. The monstrous corpse snapped the neck of a hapless refugee and hurled it towards the pursuing soldiers, the body tumbling through the air before crashing down upon the foremost rider. Without hesitation, the rider, wielding a long blade, channeled all his strength and, with a thrust, sent forth a powerful strike. The body was cleaved in two, enveloping the area in a mist of crimson. It was none other than Shan Hai. Shan Hai was filled with astonishment and fury. He was well aware that in the past century, aberrations had proliferated, and the extraordinary had become commonplace. A few years prior, during the White Lotus Rebellion, the traitor Shui Weiying had indeed demonstrated the power to summon storms, witnessed by tens of thousands of soldiers, inciting chaos within the court. Yet he never anticipated that by merely beheading a few fleeing captives, he would inadvertently create such a formidable headless monster. The ground was soaked with blood, a veritable wasteland. Indeed, a manifestation of monstrous evil. The elderly man remained calm, reaching for the sword at his waist. Elder, may I borrow your weapon? Li Yin grasped the elder's sword and stepped forward onto the long street. Young man, the elder initially expressed irritation, but upon seeing Li Yan's steady gaze and the sword raised in defense, his displeasure waned. The nightmare corpse, transformed through the esoteric arts of the divine path, possessed strength akin to a tiger and swiftness like a monkey, proving to be a formidable adversary. Status: awake, retaining combat experience from its former life. Specialization, military skill 73. Abilities: 1. Grievous Flame 2. Bone Corrosive Blood 3. Malice manifested as Ghost. It could serve as one of the targets in the Yanfou incident. Threat level: Red. Li Yan furrowed his brow. This monstrous corpse was not susceptible to his chaotic patterns and represented the most challenging foe in the current Yanfou incident. He flicked the sword's edge, and to his astonishment, the fearsome corpse surged forth with incredible speed, its black claws lunging for Li Yan's throat. At that moment, a drop of bright red blood silently fell upon the back of the corpse's neck. Confronted by the claws reeking of blood, Li Yan deftly leaped back, the sword ringing out as he unleashed 3 swift strikes. The hookstar bestowed upon him an astounding 160 increase in attack speed and explosive power, allowing him to strike with near seamless precision. If the monstrous corpse was a comet streaking across the sky, then Li Yan was a bolt of thunder beneath a dark cloud. In an instant, the corpse's arm was severed into 3 pieces, yet Shan Hai shouted from a distance, "Withdraw." Even without his command, Li Yan had already leaped back, maintaining a safe distance of 3 to 4 meters from the creature. A drop of black blood fell upon Li Yan's cotton clothing, swiftly corroding a large hole. Li Yan's brows knitted in alarm. He glanced at the sword in his hand, only to find that a significant portion of the blade had already been eaten away. The sword was now reduced to 2/3 of its original length, and the deep black blood had transformed into a desiccated purplish-black color. Bone Corrosive Blood, more suited for combating beastly practitioners. After some reflection, Li Yan concluded that he was better equipped to confront mages like Chao Chuan or Bash. The creature's arm quickly staunched its bleeding and lunged forward like a leopard. Find a way to break its limbs, Li Yan thought. Cleaning his sword and securing it at his waist, his eyes glinting with fierce determination, showing no intention of retreating. The elder gasped in surprise. It was too late to admonish Li Yan. As the corpse lunged, Li Yan stepped forward to confront the terrifying neck cavity, delivering a kick to its knee. The blow landed solidly, but Li Yan's heart sank. The corpse changed its grip to seize Li Yan's collar, pulling him forward. With a swift motion, the creature's hand was left clutching only a shred of fabric, but Li Yan was nowhere to be seen. In that moment of confusion, Li Yan twisted his body, slipping through the wound created by the severed shoulder of the corpse, grabbing its scapula with his left hand while seizing its calf with his right. With a powerful heave, he threw the creature to the ground. The nightmare corpse stumbled and instinctively reached out to steady itself, forgetting that Li Yan stood nearby, his eyes ablaze with fury. He stepped forward, leaning back, seizing the creature's single arm while executing a leg hook. With a twist and a slide, he maneuvered, entangling both the corpse and himself in a struggle. Li Yan's muscles bulged, and the veins in his neck throbbed with strength. With a crack, the left arm of the corpse was wrenched off, hanging limply as the bone corrosive blood gathered and clogged at the fractured bone, unable to escape. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The corpse emanated a fierce heat, imbued with malice and danger, sending shivers down Li Yan's spine as he instinctively withdrew. The monster trembled, bloodlight swirling around it, enveloping its form, resembling a figure engulfed in flames from a distance. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for barely 7 or 8 breaths. When the horses arrived, startled and retreating in fear from the malevolent flames, the fire within was red, while the outer flames were a purplish-black, truly extraordinary. With a relaxed smile, Li Yan pointed at the red flames, subtly mimicking the action of firing a gun. He mouthed the sound, bang. A shattering glass sound echoed, and the corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Blood had reached the fatal point, resulting in an explosive surge of damage. This time, the damage multiplier reached a total of 142, and the hookstar status was rendered ineffective for 15 hours. The target was deceased. Li Yan relaxed his belt, drawing the sword from his back, and sheepishly inclined his head towards the elder. "I apologize for the haste, elder." The old man scrutinized Li Yan for a moment. "Young brother, you are indeed formidable." The elder's hair and beard flowed like a purple cloud. Li Yan felt a sudden warmth on his chest as he glanced back, noticing a ghostly figure holding a bleeding head, groaning in agony, the snow melting away. However, Li Yan understood that the specter had not touched him, and the ominous state bestowed by the chaotic pattern had not been triggered. Before him, behind the purple-bearded elder, a peacock slowly dissipated. The aura of dragons and tigers, the peacock of the 3 class. Chapter 17, The Campaign of Song Jingle. A fierce blaze surged upwards, the charred corpses crackling in the flames. emitting a foul stench that compelled onlookers to cover their noses and retreat. My lord, Shan Hai's armor was in tatters, his expression even more ghastly. The elder with the purple beard wiped the blade of his sword with a pained expression. Ian, what has transpired? It is the negligence of a subordinate, Shan Hai replied, his body hunched low. The elder said little more, having heard Shan Hai's account. He pondered for a moment before speaking. From this day forth, each barrack shall scatter white ash twice daily, and in the event of similar occurrences, the bodies will be cremated on site. Understood. The soldiers of the vanguard right camp exchanged glances, puzzled by the elder's appearance, clad in a straw robe, muddy at the hems, with prominent brows and a square face. He hardly resembled a court official. Though they did not recognize him, Shan Hai did. The elder was Song Ingchong, the right vice minister of the Ministry of War, a third-rank official, and the overall commander of the anti-Japanese campaign in the current Imjin War. Indeed, he was a superior to Shan Hai's uncle. The elder grunted in acknowledgement. He glanced at Li Yin, who remained silent with his head bowed, and suddenly inquired, "Young brother, what is your name?" "I am a standard-bearer under General Cha Das-ho, having just returned to the camp yesterday." Li Yin spoke modestly. Despite Deng Tianxiong's insistence that he could attain the rank of 100 households, he himself was not so optimistic. According to the Ming dynasty's regulations, 100 households held the 6th rank, with 2 standard-bearers beneath them, but in reality, the position of standard-bearer held no rank. Li Yin knew that to attain a title, he would likely have to start from the 9th rank as an inspector and gradually ascend. With battles still to be fought, Li Yin was not concerned about military achievements. His fear lay in lacking support at court. "I see," Song Ingchong replied, leaving it at that. Shan Hai's eyes darted, and he suddenly cleared his throat. "My lord, the general and others are currently deliberating in the camp. What brings you here?" With a half-smile, Song Ingchong shot him a glance. "General Li is a renowned commander. He needs no guidance from me. The emperor has assigned me the duty of a campaign minister. Yet he also appointed Daoist E to oversee the military. With these 2 constraints at play, your uncle is likely feeling frustrated. Thus, I prefer to remain in the shadows, trusting that the Daoist will be discreet." Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed from the street. The language in Song's words carried a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of a jealous mistress, revealing a lack of composure. As the rain ceased, a group of young men and women draped in silk robes approached, surrounding the dignified figure of the high-ranking mage EU. Song Ingchong rolled his eyes. Is the esteemed E not in the camp? Has he come to accompany this old man in the dust? EU cast a glance at the decaying corpse partially lying on the ground. If I had not come, a dreadful plague would surely erupt in Suzhou City by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Song Ingchong was taken aback. EU received a talisman from his disciple A Fei, formed a seal with his right hand, and directed it at the corpse segment, unleashing a pale flame that surged forth from the talisman. The flames, extending at least 4 to 5 meters, radiated an intense heat that struck Li Yin. More alarmingly, he felt a shiver of dread emanating from his very soul, as if something within him were lamenting. The seemingly sun-scorched body suddenly fragmented into thousands of black orbs, scattering in all directions. He let out a cold laugh, the pale flames transforming into myriad flickering lights that pursued the black orbs, reducing them to mere ashes without sparing a single one. Li Yin observed intently. This purple talisman, known as the 9 Divine Flames Talisman, exhibited immense power, with only 2 forms, one purple and one white, already demonstrating formidable capabilities. If he could obtain such a thing, even if the Yanfou incident failed, it would not be in vain. How troublesome are these artifacts in the hands of the Japanese? Shan Hai grimaced. Yu shook his head dismissively. Just a parlor trick. I have heard that within the land of the Japanese, there exists a faith called Shinto, with many followers. This person is likely one of them. His gaze flickered as he contemplated. For nearly a century, the fortunes of nations have waned significantly, giving rise to various aberrations. The Japanese have now unleashed their full might, as if they are betting everything. Could it be? Pausing, Yu shook his head again. Considering that Toyotomi Hideyoshi was also risking everything, the Ming dynasty had its ambitions as well. The emperor's words against the rebels still echoed in his ears. This campaign to quell the Japanese would yield victory without loss. On the battlefield, should such demonic entities proliferate, they must be approached with caution. Song Ingchong admonished Shan Hai. Not so, Yu interjected. Our great Ming dynasty, blessed by the auspicious energies of dragons and tigers, is shielded from the intrusion of spirits, repelling foreign evils. Though we have suffered considerable losses over the last century, The celestial authority remains formidable. Where our armies tread, such aberrations cannot unleash even 1/5 of their power. Reports from Korea have frequently mentioned attacks by vile beasts and demons. Have they not all been vanquished by our forces? Therefore, there is no need for the campaign minister to worry. On the battlefield, these entities count for little. He used heartfelt words, however, unknowingly riled Song Yingchang. He wiped the corner of his eye and replied seemingly nonchalantly, the notion of dragon and tiger auspices, and the talk of losses over a century. You sorcerers have espoused for over a decade. Perhaps the falsehoods have turned into truths. His expression grew stern. The nation's vital interests cannot be tethered to the rhetoric of sorcerers. Throughout history, national power has declined due to internal strife and external threats, with a facade of peace masking the hunger of the people and the loss of authority. He shot Yu a glance, implying that petty individuals were in control. Yu chuckled. Song Jingli, I recall when you were the governor of Shandong, passing through a desolate village where a man-eating tiger roamed. Upon your arrival, it fled up the mountain and never returned. That became a celebrated tale. If you do not believe in dragon and tiger auspices, how do you explain that? Song Yingchang maintained his composure. A person of virtue is unashamed before heaven and earth. A heart filled with righteous spirit holds no fear of beasts. Yi waved his hand dismissively. Old man, I shan't argue with you. Li Yin observed silently, his demeanor one of detachment, standing alongside the other cavalrymen of the vanguard right camp without uttering a word. The three leaders of the Ming army, General Li Rusong, Campaign Minister Song Yingchang, and Military Supervisor Yu, found themselves at the city gates of Suzhou, where Li Yan encountered them. Yet, he understood that, as a mere standard-bearer, he had neither the reason nor the qualifications to approach them. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes. Moreover, given the current situation, these three held different positions, and the high-ranking Taoist appeared somewhat sidelined. General Li Rusong had summoned only the Korean interpreter he brought along, showing no regard for Li Yan, which did not disappoint him. However, the Taoist people had offered him rewards and jade pendants, suggesting that, had it not been for the limitations of his position, they might have even arranged for his promotion. Such attentiveness spoke volumes. With the intent to ease the tension, Shan Hai cleared his throat and said, speaking of which, surely, master, you would not leave midway. I wonder how the matters in the camp are progressing? Song Yingchang responded with an awe, asking, the emperor is eager to eradicate the Japanese. The army must not linger. When will Zimao, Li Rusong's courtesy name, march to Pyongyang? We should discuss the timing. Of course. Yu began, but was interrupted by the sudden blaring of a long horn echoing throughout Suzhou City. Shan Hai's complexion changed. This was the signal for the army to prepare. Yu's expression grew solemn. Today, at the hour of Shun, we must ready the troops for a night encirclement of Pyongyang. Chapter 18. At the gates of the city, the mournful sound of horns echoed through the air, accompanied by the heavy thuds of marching footsteps and the clash of armor. The camp was in a flurry of activity. Li Tongqi. Song Zonki glanced around, noticing no one was nearby, and hurriedly approached Li Yan. Li Yan and his companions were in the midst of donning their armor, and upon seeing him, they could not help but smile. Isn't this Song Tongyi? What brings you here from the Korean military camp? Hey, Tianxiong, have you seen my boots? He asked. Listen to me. He scooped up some cool water with a ladle and followed Li Yan, who was searching for his military boots, saying, Who did you write to? What do you mean, who did I write to? Li Yan was puzzled. How could you not know? The person you killed, Chosakawa Masakazu, is the beloved grandson of Mori Motonari, one of the 5 elders of the Toyotomi clan. News of your military achievements is already on Admiral Li's desk, and your recommendation documents are almost on their way to Weiju. Li Yan paused, realizing that the report of his achievements had not yet returned. So how could he be recommended? Oh, he quickly understood. Chosakawa Masakazu was a significant figure since the Ming dynasty entered Korea. If the battle for Pyongyang erupted, it might not seem momentous, yet given the current circumstances, it was a valuable asset. Such an honor would not be solely his. If the achievements were reported first before his promotion, no one would share in the glory. However, if he were promoted first and then recognized for his valor, it would reflect the discerning eye of those who elevated him. The contrast between this and Li Yan's hard-earned merit would pale in comparison. In Song Tongyi's view, the signature on the promotion document should be written by Li Yan himself, whether it be his former superior, Zhu Qingxuan, or someone else. But as a native of the Celestial Empire, Li Yan understood that such convolutions were beyond the purview of a subordinate. The higher-ups would ultimately inform him, having already granted him considerable favor. Li Yin felt no resentment. The outcome was predetermined, and it was more practical to consider what benefits he could derive from it. Is that all you came to tell me? He asked, his tone becoming more amiable. Listen, Song Tongyi's expression grew serious. Tomorrow, the army will assault Pyongyang. Before dusk, the admiral will promote you to a 9th-grade inspector before the troops. You must choose a unit to accompany you. Remember, one is Wu Weizhong's 5,000 southern troops, and the other is Zhang Jie's 1,500 Qijia soldiers. You should select one of these to enter service. You will achieve extraordinary merit. Li Yin paused, his eyes sharp. How do you know this? This morning, the Minister of State, Liu Chenglong, discussed the assault on Pyongyang with your Ming Army's admiral, and I was present. Huh. Li Yin sat back on a stool. Then why tell me? Song Tongyi was somewhat irritated. I risked my life to share this with you. What do you want from me? Li Yin frowned. You have returned to the Korean government. Why entangle yourself with us commoners? With war imminent. I have no time for games. What do you want me to do? Please be straightforward. You. Song Tongyi was momentarily speechless, his voice hoarse. I thought of the dangers we faced together. I took the risk to inform you. Very well. I shall consider it a foolish endeavor. With that, he waved his sleeve and pretended to leave. Li Yan's gaze flickered for a moment, but he still reached out to stop him, smiling and clasping his hands. I am a simple man and lack eloquence. Please do not take offense, Brother Song. I will remember this moment, and should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Song Tongyi, filled with indignation, was swiftly dismissed by Li Yan, who then began to ponder the implications. A 9th-grade inspector? Wu Weizhong? Zhang Jie? A wine cup fell to the ground, splattering crimson liquid and dark green shards everywhere. Keisai Takahiro stood atop a high tower, clad in splendid attire. With 2 short guns at his waist and a letter in his hand, his eyes ablaze. This letter had been shot into the city from outside the gates at noon. Its ink sharp and brimming with murderous intent. Mobilize troops under the cover of night, for the 3 kingdoms remain unsettled. The Ming Lord hoists his banners proudly, while heroes revel in cups of wine. With the arrival of spring, the spirit of slaughter remains strong. The ominous atmosphere lingers, unshaken by death. Words of jest and sentiment do not equate to victory. I often dream of riding into battle. Keisai Takahiro read the letter in silence, and from afar, the shouts of the Japanese guards echoed from behind the city gate's arrow slits. The Ming army had arrived. As the hour approached, the Ming vanguard raced past the gates of Pyongyang, the Common Gate, the Dense Platform Gate, the Chongqing Gate, the 7 Stars Gate, the Zhenyang Gate, the Felt Gate. Under the onslaught of Japanese longbows and firearms, they advanced in formation, leaving behind 1,000-man squad at each gate as the main army pressed forward. Amidst the swirling snow and howling northern winds, the resounding call of horns mingled with the sounds of hooves, footsteps, and the rumble of wheels, resembling thunder rolling beneath thick, dark clouds. The Ming forces numbered 20,000, while the Korean army stood at 3,000, sealing off the city of Pyongyang. Shan Hai stood at the front line, less than 10 paces from the enemy's archers, as his steed neighed restlessly behind him, surrounded by a forest of weapons. The imposing iron spear before him exuded an overwhelming visual pressure. At the army's forefront, Li Rusong donned his helmet and armor, his eyes glimmering with determination. Li Yan, clad in chainmail, blended into the background, silently listening to Li Rusong as he commanded the troops. Suddenly, a name caught his attention. Where is Li Yan, the flag-bearer of the Qinwu Guard? All eyes turned toward him. Li Yan displayed no signs of panic. He leaped forward and knelt on one knee. This subordinate is present. You have successfully slain the enemy, and I intend to report this to the court, granting you the position of inspector in Long'an Prefecture. In battle, you will serve in the right army, commanding 20 men. You may choose which unit you wish to join, Li Rusong announced. Li Yan stood, but bowed deeply. To fight for the nation and slay the enemy is the pride of all heroes. I dare not criticize or judge. However, I have something to say regarding the position of inspector. His words sparked discontent among the assembly, as many felt Li Yan was being overly ambitious. Holding a porcelain teacup, slammed it down with a resounding crash, casually flicking his wrist without uttering a word. What do you have to say? Speak, Li Rusong replied, his expression stern. Slaying the enemy was a collective effort shared among my brothers and me. When I led them back to camp, I made a promise. Each would attain the rank of flag officer. Now, as I am promoted, my brothers remain unacknowledged. I cannot accept this position. His declaration left the assembly in shock, with many believing Li Yan was being ungrateful. Initially, Li Rusong assumed Li Yin was dissatisfied with the low rank, but it soon became apparent that was not the case. I am willing to exchange this 9th grade inspector position for the promotion of 5 of my brothers to flag officers, each receiving their rank. A murmur erupted among the assembled generals. Do you understand that flag officers do not have a rank and are merely commoners? They can be dismissed without notice. Moreover, you risked your life and are willing to relinquish your achievements so easily? Otherwise, I would be disloyal to the 3 brothers who perished along the way. Li Yin responded resolutely. Deputy Commander Yang Yuan nodded slightly in appreciation, muttering, "He is a true man." Li Rusong felt a headache coming on. Li Yan's request was both reasonable and righteous, making it difficult to refuse. To others, it seemed he was sacrificing his own position, which appeared to be a significant loss. However, 5 flag officers, even if they were all at full capacity with 50 men each, would amount to 250 men. Even a small unit with 20 to 30 men would still represent over 100 personnel. Among the gathered generals, the more prominent ones were vice commanders with forces ranging from 1,000 to several thousand, while the lesser ranked were marshal generals of the 5th or 6th grade, commanding infantry and cavalry at least 400 or 500, and at most 700 or 800, even if only temporarily. Li Yan's statement resulted in the sacrifice of a considerable portion of the troops under the command of a 6th-ranked general. While he hesitated, Song Yingchong interjected, stating, "A general with such unwavering loyalty and righteous spirit is indeed rare. My lord, I believe it would be prudent to acquiesce to his request." Observing that even the Minister of Military Affairs, Song Yingchong, supported his cause, Li Rusong decided to be generous, allocating 2 generals and 3 junior officers to Li Yin, totaling 160 men. Alongside Li Yin's own command, he would now have the ability to mobilize a formidable force of 210 soldiers. How many men could a 3rd-rank inspector command? A mere 30 at most, which paled in comparison to his former esteemed position. Surely, the ranks below the 9th would not be impressive either. Where was Wu Weizhong of the Jijin command? "Present, my lord," a general stepped forward. The fortified walls of Pyongyang stood tall, echoing the distant presence of Mount Peony to the north. To breach Pyongyang, one must first conquer Mount Peony. At dawn tomorrow, you shall lead 5,000 infantry to assault the peak. "I accept the command," the general replied. Turning to the next, Li Rusong inquired, "Where is Yu Jijiang Zhongjia?" "You will lead 1,500 troops, donning Korean attire, and rendezvous with Li Yi's forces at the southwest city gate. The Japanese will underestimate the Korean troops, leading to their complacency. During the siege, you will strike alongside the Korean forces until you reach the gates of Pyongyang, at which point you will reveal the Ming banner and catch them off guard." "I accept the command." The Central Army led by Yang Yuan and the Right Army led by Shan Hai will advance with 5,000 men to attack the Seven Stars Gate, equipped with 20 large cannons and 50 Tiger cannons. Meanwhile, the Left Army, commanded by Li Rubai and Deputy General Li Fa-chun, will lead 5,000 men against the Common Gate, armed with 10 large cannons and 30 Tiger cannons. I will personally lead the majority of the troops. The Divine Machine Camp's Bird Gun Unit, to provide support. He-Han, Li Rusong continued, "I suspect that the leader of the small western expedition will attempt to raid our camp tonight. You are to conceal 800 fire archers in the Left Army camp to ensure he cannot escape." "I accept the command." Shan Hai grinned. Li Rusong glanced at Li Yin. "Tonight, you shall accompany Han." Li Yin bowed deeply. "I accept the command." Chapter 19, A Trial of Skill That Night. 2 torches flickered in the crevices of the earthen wall, casting a faint glow. Above the camp, a large banner with the character Li billowed majestically in the wind. Under the inky cloak of night, Fujiwara sat astride his black-maned steed, his lips pressed tightly together beneath a black eye patch. Behind him, hundreds of warriors armed with swords, guns, and bows lay low on the earth, blending into the silent darkness of the hills. The sound of earth being disturbed echoed softly as the night raid team, meticulously chosen by Kobayashi Yoshinaga, surged forth like a shadow spreading rapidly after sunset, charging toward the Ming army's encampment. Fujiwara accepted a longbow handed to him by a subordinate and retrieved 3 feathered arrows from his satchel. Aiming at the camp building, he tightened his grip on the bowstring, his eyes glinting with cold determination. With a twang, the 3 arrows flew from the bow. The first extinguished a torch, scattering sparks, while the second lodged itself into the earthen wall, extinguishing the flame in a gust. In the ensuing darkness, the final arrow whistled through the air, piercing towards the massive flagpole bearing the Li character. With a sharp sound, the arrow sliced through the night, shredding the arrow aimed at the banner into two halves. In the pitch blackness, Song Yi, shouldering a crimson standard, had his eyes sharp as a hawk. He lowered his short bow and directed a chilling smile towards Fujiwara, who had loosed the arrows. Panic seized Fujiwara as waves of Ming soldiers surged from the sides, a roar from Shan Hai reverberating through the camp. The black arrows soared towards the invaders, accompanied by the hissing sound of gunpowder explosions, as a torrential downpour of lead balls erupted amidst the sparks. Numerous Japanese soldiers fell, clutching their wounds, but Fujiwara's troops did not falter. They pressed on through the deluge of arrows, charging recklessly towards the Ming forces. This time, Shan Hai displayed remarkable military composure, directing the front line of gunmen to retreat and reload while allowing those in the rear to advance. He instructed the Ming soldiers wielding 4-meter-long wolf spears to brace against the onslaught of the Japanese. Fujiwara, wielding dual long-handled swords, had his feathered coat singed by the residual flames, realizing the battle was escalating to close quarters. And with his soldiers falling one after another to the relentless rain of arrows and bombs, he understood that retreat was imperative. On the city walls of Pyongyang, approximately 3,000 iron gun troops awaited his signal. If he withdrew now, he could still save a portion of his force. With this thought, Fujiwara hesitated no longer. His rear troops transformed into the vanguard, preparing to withdraw. "Sir, they are fleeing," a sharp-eyed officer shouted. Shan Hai remained unfazed, declaring, "This is no longer my concern." A furious neighing erupted from behind the Japanese ranks as Li Yan, clad in chainmail, brandished his spear, flanked by 70 or 80 formidable horses blocking Fujiwara's retreat. Deng Tianxiong, Wang Xing, and others mounted their steeds, expanding their formation like a nail driven into the heart of the Japanese. "Advance with the wolf spears," commanded Shan Hai. His expression grim as the Ming forces, like an impenetrable wall, began to close in from both sides. Li Yan turned his face slightly, reflecting on the mere 7 or 8 days since he had entered the Yanfou incident, during which his ranks had swelled to nearly 100 riders. His success in this conflict depended entirely on this force. "Be careful, sir," Deng Tianxiong called out as Fujiwara's blade descended. The cavalry charged like spears into the Japanese formation, the dull thud of blades striking flesh echoing continuously. Clang! A spear thrust upward, hooking Fujiwara's sword. With a furious yell, he swung his left blade towards Li Yan's right ear, a dark aura rising ominously behind him, tangible yet formless, its nature obscured. Name: Fujiwara Michi, Sword Cavalier, Specialization, Military Skill 76 Skill, Great Sword Demonic Slash, empowered by the spirit of the deity. Remarks: a samurai under a prominent lord, belonging to the nobility, endowed with a faint divine protection that mitigates certain damage, while augmenting his offensive capabilities. This individual clearly falls into the latter category. Li Yan crossed his spear, absorbing Fujiwara's strike, feeling a tingling in his palms. Since enhancing his Guhuo Bird abilities, he had not faced such a challenge. Whether it was the so-called dragon and tiger chi of the Ming or the Japanese spirit power, both were ultimately manifestations of a similar phenomenon, a wondrous product unique to this type of Yanfou fruit. Just as Li Yan pondered how to secure a 7th-tier captaincy during this departure, Fujiwara suddenly let out a wild cry. His dual blades converging as he raised his arms high, veins bulging like a vengeful spirit. Great Sword Demonic Slash. Li Yan's gaze sharpened. The black spear surged with newfound speed, the long tassels dancing like starlight, the gleaming spearhead voraciously tasting Fujiwara's flesh, his neck, chest, and thigh, puncturing them with crimson holes. Fujiwara Michi's voice cracked as he fell from his steed, failing to deliver his blow even unto death. Li Yan spurred his horse, his spear thrusting into the enemy ranks. Outside the city, the clamor of battle gradually subsided, as thousands of iron gun soldiers awaited the return of their raiding comrades and the pursuing Ming forces. Yet none appeared. Inside Pyongyang, a desolate atmosphere reigned, akin to a ghostly realm. Following the Japanese conquest of the city, widespread slaughter ensued, leaving corpses to obstruct the rivers. Later, when Lei Rusong seized Pyongyang, the vast city had dwindled to a mere few thousand elderly, weak, and women. Kobayashi Yoshinaga had not slept a wink throughout the night, tossing and turning as he contemplated a way to break the siege. The thousands of troops at Mount Peony had become unreachable, morale within the city was low, and the reinforcements from Gojido were long overdue. Jiugue Jialong proved utterly useless, having been routed by the relatively unknown Li Shunshin, leaving the supply lines to the Korean interior nearly in shambles and forcing him into such dire straits. Just a little more time. If only we can hold on a bit longer. Hey, Uncle Kobayashi, are you awake? A shadow loomed behind the paper-thin window. A figure bearing a long blade spoke. Upon hearing the voice, the powdered singer jolted, and Kobayashi Yoshinaga opened his eyes, rising from the woman's lap. Kuroda, what brings you here at this late hour? With a crash, the door was flung open, and a massive, horned demon head was tossed inside, its eyes rolling in terror as if, in its final moments, it had glimpsed something far more horrifying. Such creatures are becoming increasingly common in this city. You must rein in your subordinates. The figure, clad in a white monk's robe and black bindings, sported a smooth head and a strikingly handsome face, adorned with 12 scarred markings, exuding an inexplicable aura of the uncanny. A young Japanese monk with such a blade? Surely, such a creature poses no trouble for you, right? After all, domestically. Kobayashi abruptly halted, sighing before continuing. In any case, I will ensure my men are vigilant. Kuroda tilted his head, settling onto a tatami mat. By the way, uncle, could you arrange for me to leave Pyongyang? Why is that, Kuroda? Kobayashi inquired, his displeasure evident. Yet he maintained his patience. Because it is dangerous, of course. Outside the city lies the Ming army. Staying here means either being bombarded by cannons or having one's head severed, Kuroda replied, rubbing his temples incessantly. You seasoned veterans have lived long lives. And while you may embrace the notion of sacrificing yourselves without regret, I cannot accept the prospect of perishing on the battlefield. How absurd. Do you still consider yourselves worthy descendants of the Kuroda family? The monk, with a slight curl of his lip, remarked, in any case, should the city fall, I shall make my own escape. It suddenly dawned on Kuroda, the Fujiwara contingent has been entirely annihilated. What? I distinctly. How infuriating. Keisai took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of defeat. Regardless, if all hope is lost, I will ensure your safe passage out of the city. The Takayama heir has already. I cannot allow you to perish here without reason. That would be most agreeable. Kuroda rose, his brows furrowed, hesitating to speak for quite some time before ultimately shaking his head. Never mind, with the pride of the Ming people, they would surely not concern themselves with such matters. Everything should be fine. Chapter 20. Fierce battle at Peony Peak as dawn broke. Li Yin stood with the Han sword, the ringed dragon, gazing into the distance. The snow-covered Peony Peak swayed with a sea of trees, picturesque and poetic. A cannon fired in front of Pyongyang, shaking the mountain snow, stirring the spirits of the crowd. Wu Weizhong, the deputy general of Jijin, drew his long knife and bellowed, "Relay my command. Ascend the mountain. Ascend the mountain." Li Yin waved his hand downwards, and over 100 Ming soldiers surged up Peony Peak. According to the allocation decreed by Li Rusong, the forces comprised 80 cavalrymen and over 100 infantry, armed with long spears or short blades, along with 20 crossbows. Among them, Deng Tianxiong and Jiao Shaoyan served as the chief ensign, while Wang Xing and 2 others held the positions of junior ensigns. In principle, Li Yin, merely a chief ensign, had no authority to mobilize his equals, Deng Tianxiong and Jiao Shaoyan. However, principles were merely guidelines, and this chief ensign, willing to exchange his rank for the title of ensign for each of his brothers in front of the assembled troops, had become somewhat of a notable figure in the Right Army's camp. Per Li Rusong's orders, the archers and wolf spear teams that had ambushed the previous night, including Li Yin's cavalry, were not required to participate in the morning's initial assault on the city. Yet, being exceptionally vigorous, Li Yin voluntarily requested to join the battle at Peony Peak. The Jijin soldiers, bearing the Ming banner, collided fiercely with the Japanese forces stationed on the mountainside. Once again, Li Yin witnessed a brilliance reminiscent of the previous encounter with the Red Armored Army, but this time, the radiance emanated from the Jijin soldiers themselves. The formidable Jijin forces, 5,032, boasted enhanced capabilities, with both offensive and defensive speeds increasing with their numbers. Against the Japanese pirates, their attack power surged by 50, and armor penetration increased by 50. With a team of over 10, the Yuanyang formation amplified attack power by 150 against Japanese foes. When exceeding 500 men, the Jijin forces enjoyed a 150 enhancement in coastal defense. The Jijin soldiers formed squads of 12, with 2 wielding bird guns, 2 with wolf spears, 2 carrying rattan shields, 4 armed with long spears, and 2 leading the charge with mountain-shaped halberds, which hung explosives at their tips. They were interspersed with long knife wielders, the halberds creating chaos in the enemy ranks, while the multi-meter-long wolf spears swept away the Japanese, complemented by thrusts from the long spears and support from the gunmen. The battleground at the mountainside resembled swirling vortices, mercilessly shredding the Japanese forces. Jiao Shaoyan, bathed in the same brilliance as the Jijin soldiers, clashed with his long knife against the Japanese, an astute glint in his single eye. Li Yan's contingent maneuvered around the battlefield's flanks. His 100 men were comparatively weaker than the seasoned Jijin soldiers. Jiao Shaoyan, having originated from the Jijin forces, benefited from their enhancements, which was unsurprising. However, Li Yan lacked such privileges. The troops stationed at Peony Peak were all adept, with over 60 specialization and at least 20 possessing 70 military skill. For the newly arrived Li Yan, being entangled by more than 4 Japanese adversaries was daunting. Yet that was the Li Yan of the past. The ringed dragon sang as it sliced through an enemy's neck, sending a head soaring into the air. Moving gracefully through the tumultuous battlefield, Li Yan, like a dragon, wielded the ringed dragon sword with remarkable strength, effortlessly cleaving through the throngs, blood spraying forth with each sweep. With his ancient martial arts proficiency surpassing 89, the weapon's speed and explosive power surged by 160, enabling Li Yan to carve through the enemy like a hot knife through butter. The blood-drenched ringed dragon gleamed as ever. Yet the blood of the Japanese foes flowed incessantly from its master, resembling a malevolent specter. Your task-based skill, slaughtering with abandon, has been unlocked. Li Yan felt a stirring within him when a heavy, blood-scented black light hurtled towards him. He had no time to evade, rolling on the ground and becoming caked in flesh and dirt, appearing quite disheveled. A Japanese warrior, clad in a southern barbarian helmet and black armor, coldly fixed his gaze on Li Yan, his knee bent at a right angle as he lunged forward, a naginata aimed at Li Yan's head. Li Yan raised the ringed dragon sword from below, and as their weapons clashed, the sword emitted a mournful wail. With his feet sinking into the mud, a sharp whistle rang in his ears. The Japanese warrior retreated a step, only to surge forward again with a fierce downward strike. Li Yan twisted his lower leg and rolled to evade the blade, but another Japanese warrior seized the opportunity to stab at Li Yan's abdomen with a katana. Li Yan's ringed dragon sword intercepted the blade, twisting it away, then swiftly slashing upwards, lightly grazing the throat of the assailant. Thud! The Japanese warrior who had attempted to take advantage fell to his knees, clutching his throat. The armored Japanese warrior, lips pressed tight, said nothing, not even glancing at his fallen comrade, as he advanced with a powerful charge, bringing his naginata to bear. Li Yan crossed the ringed dragon before his chest, gently spitting out blood from a bite on his lower lip. Name: Got Kiyoshi, Warlord of the Warring States. Status: Bull Demon. Feudal Lord's Seal Specialization: Naginata 89 Skill, Naginata Slash. Passive: Naginata Slash. Increases sharpness by 30 when engaging in combat with Naginata-type weapons. The default sharpness of ordinary cold weapons is 10. Bull Demon. Attack power increased by 100. Feudal Lord Seal. A vassal personally sealed by Keisai Yoshinaga. Endowed with divine protection, granting 10 damage immunity and 25 damage immunity while traversing the abyss. As the Naginata came crashing down again, the battlefield at Peony Peak was chaotic, with no room to maneuver. Li Yan positioned himself, the ringed dragon once more clashing against Got Kiyoshi's Naginata. A drop of blood inadvertently trickling down the back of Got's neck. With a sudden surge of power, the two clashed evenly, yet Got showed little sign of strain. After drawing back his weapon, he struck again with ferocity, forcing Li Yan to struggle to keep up. Li Yan leapt backwards, retreating into the tumultuous battlefield where Ming soldiers and Japanese warriors fought together. Upon seeing Li Yan flee, Got's eyes turned crimson as he pursued. Yet his heavy armor impeded his speed compared to Li Yan. The surrounding Japanese soldiers could not halt Li Yan either. In a moment of desperation, he seized the leg of a Japanese warrior whose right foot Li Yan had severed, hurling him like a sandbag towards Li Yan. As Li Yan sprinted towards the heart of the battlefield, he veered left to dodge a spear thrust from a minor servant, the ringed dragon ringing as it rose, cleaving through the servant from groin to shoulder, blood erupting in a line. Seizing the moment, Li Yan kicked aside the body of the fallen Japanese warrior, snatching the long spear and turning to strike, hurling the makeshift projectile aside. The ringed dragon now planted in the ground, its spearhead pointing directly at Got. Round 2. He declared coldly. Got remained silent, his body coiling like a predatory beast, the naginata poised, charged with a thick scent of blood. Li Yan executed a thrust with precision, the spearhead meeting the blade of the naginata. The ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air as the spear bent under Got's tremendous force. Straining against the pressure, Li Yin shouted fiercely, shaking the spear, its tip darting like a serpent, aiming for Got's wrist. What? Got broke into a cold sweat, forcing the Naginata down to barely evade the spearhead. Yet with his momentum dissipated, he watched helplessly as the muddy, blood-stained spearhead drove straight into his chest. Chapter 21. The Fall of the City. As the fierce battle raged on at Peony Peak, the gates of Pyongyang were illuminated by the explosive bursts of artillery and fire arrows. The short-barreled falconet, with its thick walls and reinforced bore, along with the formidable red cannons, unleashed their wrath as various artillery pieces spewed flames and projectiles. Thick black smoke billowed, and the orange flames spread across the city walls, with deafening explosions echoing in the air. Countless arrows and iron balls rained down upon the walls, splattering blood that stained the arrow towers crimson. The Ming army's firearms were of diverse designs, including 3-barreled guns, target guns, and curve guns. Yet their power and accuracy paled in comparison to the rapid-fire iron cannon teams of the invading forces stationed atop the city. Only the range and power of the bird guns were somewhat commendable. After a brief observation, Li Rusong commanded the flags to be waved. Amidst the ranks of the Ming army, adorned with red tassels and black caps, wooden barricades were pushed forward, their fuses flickering dangerously as they descended into the cannon's chambers. Under the blazing fire, hundreds of flaming arrows surged forth from the boxes. The fierce tigers charged forth, as fire chariots led the way, bearing dozens of Ming soldiers. Tall ladders were thrust against the heated city walls, while Ming soldiers, donned in patterned armor and carrying shields and short blades, ascended the ladders. As the siege continued, the sounds of clashing steel and cries of battle filled the air, while dirt and debris swirled around, creating a haze of chaos. On the other side, Got Kiyoshi staggered backwards, blood seeping from his chest. Li Yin swung his iron spear, tearing through 2 approaching foes, blood and viscera splattering in the fray. In a flash, a glint of steel lunged towards Got. Enraged, he roared and met the attack with his Naginata, the clash of weapons reverberating like a heavy hammer against the heart, sparks flying from their encounter. The tempestuous exchange of blows was overwhelming, and amidst the chaos, a startled enemy was caught off guard, his head exploding under Li Yin's whirling spear. If Got's Naginata was an unstoppable bull, then Li Yan's spear was a barbed whip, a predatory serpent. With the formidable 8 spear techniques of the Huan Marquis in his grasp, he moved with an eerie ferocity, drawing blood with every strike. The clash of their weapons sent shards flying, and Li Yan's spear pierced through Got's neck armor, tearing flesh and blood. Despite his injuries, a frenzied bloodlust flickered in Got's eyes. With a decisive swing, the Naginata severed the spear cleanly, the smooth cut devoid of any fraying edges. The once agile spearhead now lay limp on the ground. Die! Got shouted, raising his weapon high. A surge of exhilaration coursing through him as he savored the thrill of slaughter. In that moment, he seemed to hear the shattering of glass. Arrows of blood gushed from his body, splattering onto the ground, and with a thud, he collapsed, lifeless. Li Yin, momentarily blinded, grasped a fallen Japanese sword, and with a swift maneuver, he rejoined his comrades. Blood splattered across Wu Weizhong's scales of armor as he witnessed Li Yin slay Got, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Good lad, the general is dead. A mournful cry echoed from somewhere, signaling the collapse of the front lines. Amidst the chaos, Got's lieutenant, eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed orders to retreat to the earthworks. Wu Weizhong scoffed at their stubborn resistance as the Ming forces closed in on Peony Peak, the outcome of the battle now inevitable. Light the fire. The gates of Pyongyang had been breached, with heavy troops guarding the Seven Stars Gate shattered by the relentless bombardment of the Ming's Tiger Cannon Battalion. Thick smoke poured from the shattered gates as a crimson banner waved, leading the charge into the city. Song Yi, unarmored and clad in a short cotton jacket, bore a large red banner on his shoulder and wielded a heavily adorned tiger-headed spear, followed by hundreds of cavalrymen. The thunderous hooves of galloping horses echoed through the streets of Pyongyang, with infantry trailing closely behind to finish off the wounded. Suddenly, a Ming cavalryman reined in his horse, eyes widening in disbelief. As several riders noticed the anomaly, they halted in their tracks. Through the mist and smoke, a massive black foot emerged, revealing itself to the onlookers. Unfazed, a junior officer signaled for the first row of gunners to step back, while the second row took aim, readying flaming arrows for another volley. The flaming projectiles struck the monstrous figure and extinguished, the acrid scent of gunpowder and oil filling the air. A gust of wind swept away the thick fog, revealing the scene. The cobblestone streets littered with corpses, and nearly 100 grotesque, bloated creatures, either standing or crouching, their eyes vacant. The diminutive red-skinned fiends gnawed hungrily at the remains of the fallen, blood trickling down their chins. In the shadowy alleys, decomposing corpses lurked, their tattered clothing a stark contrast to the vibrant armor of the Ming soldiers. The street was overrun with all manner of demons and specters. "What in the world are those creatures?" stammered the junior officer. The little red fiends, their jagged teeth bared, sprang forth with lightning speed, aiming for the faces of the Ming soldiers, leaving no time for a response. Boom! A spray of blood erupted as Song Yi, expressionless, shook off the remnants from his spear. The banner on his shoulder billowed fiercely. The scene before him was reminiscent of hell itself, yet he remained unfazed. "Commander!" The junior officer finally regained his composure. "Silence!" Song Yi snapped coldly, his gaze fixed on the street ahead, the sunlight glinting off the tip of his spear. "You bunch of useless fools. Do you think those demons can hold back the Ming for long?" Kouhei looked haggard, the ferocity of the Ming forces nearly overwhelming the veteran warrior. "Can we truly grasp the slim chance spoken of by Lord Hideyoshi?" "That depends on the resolve of the Ming army," Kouhei replied, flailing his arms and bouncing as if exercising. "Those demons are suppressed by the national fortune, but the Ming come prepared, armed with firearms, artillery, and capable generals. Thus, the monsters lurking in the alleys of Pyongyang stand no chance against them. Perhaps they can delay for a day or so." The esteemed General Xiaoxi continued to inquire. "I have heard that the Ming Emperor holds the teachings of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Dao in high regard. This time, there is a prominent disciple of the contemporary Tianshi leading the troops. Should he take action? If it is one of those adept in harnessing the power of spirits and deities, Longhu Qi, the demons haunting Pyongyang would be eradicated within a span of 2 hours. What shall we do?" General Xiaoxi's face reflected his concern. Thus, Kuroda stretched languidly, having completed his preparations, and seized the black samurai sword resting on the table. "Let this be my final effort before the city falls." Kuroda opened the wooden door. "If that fellow dares to enter Pyongyang, I shall strike him down." The sunlight beamed upon Kuroda, casting a golden hue upon his visage. "Old Xiaoxi, I have a fondness for your concubine, Mayo, should I return. I hope you will grant her to me. The order from His Excellency is clear. All foot and mounted soldiers without official rank shall return to camp for further instructions. Each archer shall receive 500 talismans and arrows from their respective units. The order from His Excellency. As for the front line, I shall never set foot there. It is an impossibility in this lifetime." Yu shook his head vigorously, as if to emphasize his point, saliva flying as he spoke with righteous indignation. "The tenet of our Tianshi Dao is to save the dying and heal the injured, to assist the world. You now expect me to venture to the front lines to slay demons? Are not these demons the transformed, innocent citizens of Korea? Such an act contradicts the principles of our revered sect." Chapter 22. The Power of Vengeance. Song Yingchang's expression was far from pleasant, while Li Rusong remained silent in contemplation. Sitting in a chair, a face swung his legs playfully and looked up, asking, "Senior brother, are you afraid?" Yu's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he retorted, "Upholding the precepts cannot be deemed fear." Upholding the precepts. Can matters concerning monks be classified as fear? His subsequent convoluted remarks about the equality of status in the Tao and the nuances of the 27 precepts rendered the group speechless, enveloping the tent in an air of awkwardness. "Enough," Song Yingchang interrupted Yu's incessant chatter. "Since Yi Gaogong is unwilling to enter the city to vanquish the demons, let us explore alternative methods." Upon hearing that they would not need to enter the city, Yu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Aware of his shortcomings, he generously offered the necessary supplies for exterminating the demons, including a genuine Wu Zhuang's demon-subduing pendant and an additional 1,000 talismans for various purposes. He concluded by mentioning the toll of their recent march, with miasma having entered their bodies, and took a fay away early. The fierce battle at Muden Peak, the siege of Pyongyang, coupled with the ensuing urban warfare, resulted in a relentless day and night of skirmishes for the Ming forces. The defending troops at Muden Peak were entirely annihilated, while over 5,000 Japanese troops suffered casualties. The Ming army's losses amounted to just over 2,500. Although Pyongyang had been captured, the commander of the Japanese forces, Kobayashi, still occupied various earthen forts within the city, displaying unwavering resistance. As urban warfare commenced, the Ming artillery could not be brought in, allowing the Japanese to utilize their expertise in matchlocks and large cannons. Additionally, the presence of demons complicated the situation, leading to a stalemate. Simao, do you have any good ideas? Song Inchong inquired of Li Rusong. Even without the demon threat, I do not intend to continue a forceful assault, Li Rusong replied. The city of Pyongyang is rife with earthen forts, and the Japanese are fortified by residences and tall stone walls, making it difficult to attack. Kobayashi still commands nearly 10,000 troops. Despite their low morale, they possess a tragic soldier's tenacity. A relentless assault could lead to unnecessary losses for our army. Therefore, I plan to send a letter to Kobayashi stating that all we desire is the city of Pyongyang, and we are willing to guarantee their safe passage out with the credibility of our celestial empire. Song Ingchong interjected. Then we can draw them out and ensnare them. Li Rusong was momentarily taken aback. He had entertained this thought, but had reservations about Song Ingchong's civilian background. He was surprised to find that Song Ingchong was even more ruthless than he had anticipated. Ahem, Your Excellency, Li Rusong tentatively remarked. This move may tarnish our nation's reputation. All's fair in war, Song Ingchong retorted, stroking his beard in dissatisfaction. Li Rusong's eyes widened momentarily before he smiled. You are correct, my lord. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, however, Kobayashi is no fool. He would not easily trust our words. If I were in his position, I would divide my forces into several groups, providing mutual cover as I retreated, with the rear contingent armed with heavy armor and firepower, while the front would be lightly equipped, prepared for desperate measures if necessary. If a battle ensues, we might still find ourselves in a protracted struggle. And thus, Song Ingchong recognized that Li Rusong had further plans in mind. Li Rusong approached the Korean map presented by Lu Chenglong, decisively pointing to a location, position artillery along the Datong River, and ambush the Japanese as they cross. Captain Luo Shangji was the first to ascend the city tower, rewarded with 5,000 taels of silver. A young officer approached him with a red lacquered tray, upon which lay 50 ingots of gold. General Li Yin was awarded 2,000 taels of silver after slaying the Japanese General Hattori Masakazu. He accepted the tray, nodding slightly to the young officer. Thank you for your efforts, General Li said courteously. The young officer, standing tall and proud, replied softly. Our deputy commander Wu praised your marksmanship, likening you to the illustrious Zhao Zilong. Li Yin raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. However, another voice interjected. The Changshan spear is skillful, while the Zhuozhou spear is fierce. Both are vastly different. The world knows Zhao Zilong's Changshan spear, but is unaware of Zhang Yida's Zhuozhou spear, which is a taboo among the heirs of the Zhuozhou spear. Tell your Lord Wu that such a comment will not be well received by those who practice the Zhuozhou spear. Song Yi, wielding a tiger-headed spear, was splattered with blood, exuding an air of ferocity. The young officer found himself at a loss for words. Li Yin chuckled lightly. General Wu's praise is undeserved. I am merely grateful. The young officer awkwardly smiled. I had forgotten that both General Li and Commander Song are heirs of the Zhuozhou spear. The young officer offered a shy smile to Li Yin before continuing. The vanguard of the right army, Song Yi, led the charge and broke through the city, earning a reward of 2,000 taels of silver. No need, Song Yi replied stoically. I can feed my family alone. During the siege of Pyongyang, my vanguard suffered the most casualties. Let the silver be used to compensate my brothers in the camp. His words created a sense of discomfort among the 32 recipients of the rewards. Luo Shangji scoffed at Song Yi, saying, Commander Song, do you find fault with this? We all fought together at Pyongyang. Your vanguard suffered the most, but does that mean the rest of us merely stood by and watched? Luo Shangji's comment was met with agreement from a hooked-nosed man. Indeed, we all share in the rewards. Do you think we are stingy? The losses among your soldiers should be compensated by your own commander. The atmosphere grew noisy. After surveying the crowd, Song Yi waited for silence before coolly addressing them. Captain Luo's troops are indeed valiant, having slain hundreds of Japanese on the city walls of Pyongyang, which is certainly not mere inaction. He scrutinized the hooked-nosed man. As for you, Chao Jiping of the Chinwu Guard, your physique is commendable, yet you lack two essential qualities. Otherwise, you may as well return home to care for your children. Laughter erupted among the crowd. You, the man, furious, drew his long knife and swung it at Song Yi. A flash of light sparked in Song Yi's eyes as he countered with his spear. With a clang, a straight iron spear intercepted their weapons. It was Li Yan. What is your intention? Song Yi asked coldly. Li Yin, fixing his gaze on Song Yi, replied, "We all possess fiery tempers. Let us settle this with words rather than steel, lest we harm the bonds of brotherhood." The hook-nosed man was the first to retract his blade. Song Yi, shouldering his tiger-headed spear, turned to leave. The hook-nosed man glared at Song Yi's retreating figure, muttering curses. The crowd's expressions darkened, revealing their resentment towards Song Yi. Luo Shangji called out, "Enough, enough. Why bother with him? Today is a joyous occasion. Come to my tent, and I shall treat you all to drinks." Luo Shangji, hailing from the Divine Machine Camp in the capital, held a senior position among the captains from Liao, Ji, Shangxi, and Baoding. He patted Li Yan's shoulder. "I have heard old Wu speak highly of you, saying you are rare among the world. You shall not escape the responsibility of leading our forces once we conquer Pyongyang." "Flattered, flattered," Li Yan replied, his gaze lingering on Song Yi's distant figure, his expression profound. Following this fierce battle, Li Yan and his 100 soldiers became quite seasoned, earning recognition from other captains, particularly for his prowess in slaying Hattori Masakazu. The 20 ingots of gold, each worth 25 points, granted Li Yan 500 points of Yanfou, and his reputation for slaying foes was now unlocked. Slayer of Foes, unlocked, a passive skill that triggers a surge of killing intent during an attack, intimidating enemies for half to 2 seconds. This skill is a prerequisite for utilizing certain items, including but not limited to Yanfou inheritance, consumables, skill learning scrolls, equipment, and artifacts. Note: when you acquire an item imbued with the power of vengeance from Yanluo, it shall provide you with clues regarding the awakening of the inheritance of vengeance. Ingrained in the ethos of vengeance, the notion of repaying even the slightest kindness is paramount, while the grievances of the slightest affront demand retribution. With an insatiable thirst for blood and a penchant for conflict, this fierce temperament is often intricately depicted upon the blades of weaponry. Note, undoubtedly, ancient battlefields serve as the most opportune sites for acquiring such formidable talismans. Chapter 23, The Arrival. On the snow-covered Peony Peak, Li Yan distanced himself from the camp. Leaning against an ancient locust tree resembling a ghostly claw, he observed the collapsed fort of the Japanese bandits, from which wisps of black smoke ascended. Besides unlocking the task-oriented skill of merciless killing, Li Yan's Yanfou incident had officially commenced upon the slaying of the Warring States General, Gotmotetsugu. "You have slain a prominent Warring States leader. The Yanfou incident is officially activated." The requirements for the event were as follows: eliminate the commander of the 1st Legion of Toyotomi's army, Konishi Yukinaka. The Ming forces would intercept the retreating Japanese troops from Pyongyang at the Daidong River, presenting an opportune moment. The content of this Yanfou incident exceeds the limits of mobility. You may choose to abandon this Yanfou incident and receive a month of freedom for your actions. If you abandon it, a 30 deduction will be applied to your purchasing privileges and evaluation, but all points and items acquired during this incident will remain intact. You have gained a conversation opportunity. Transferring the conversation. A rustling sound akin to a piercing wind reached Li Yan's ears, thick and resonant, evoking an indescribable vastness. A deep male voice emerged. "That which traverses the scales of the 24 fruits of the lattice, heed closely, immediately." Then came a cacophony of jarring noise, the man's voice breaking intermittently. "Immediately." 2. Accept. Li Yan hesitated no longer. "Accept. You have accepted the Yanfou incident." Verifying. Due to the misallocation of this Yanfou incident, the Earth will provide compensation for mobility. You will receive a partner of the 10th city level as support. The partnership will remain until the conclusion of this Yanfou incident. Yanfou fruit positioning complete. Partner deployment. Partners are other wanderers whose interests align completely with the individual wanderer. Partners will engage in battle, with all basic attributes, including but not limited to attack speed, recovery, defense, and explosive power, increasing by 30. Compounded with various bonuses provided by legacies. Upon the death of one partner, the awakening level of all other partners' legacies will forcibly decrease by 10, deducting 5,000 Yanfou points. Li Yan felt a surge of heat in his eyes, letting out a muffled groan as dark pupils uncontrollably flickered with purple-black sparks. A profound black hole slowly detached from his gaze, a scene bizarre and exaggerated. Li Yan staggered back, his fist striking the locust tree's trunk with force, causing its withered branches to tremble. The black hole expanded from the size of a pearl to that of a human head, and then a basin, revealing the face of a young man. The man, expressionless, surveyed his surroundings. Once the black hole was large enough to accommodate half of his body, He sighed and prepared to step out. A delicate, white hand rested upon his shoulder. The face of a woman emerged from the shadows behind him. Her pale visage bore spots of blood, and her waist-length hair cascaded straight down, lending her an air of elegance. "Excuse me, move aside." The young man turned in disbelief. And upon recognizing her face, his astonishment swiftly morphed into terror. Too late? He struggled to rush towards the black hole. But his shoulder was firmly grasped by Yushu. Li Yan approached with a composed demeanor. Help me. Help me. She is. Li Yan raised his foot and forcefully kicked the terrified young man's face. Again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Time rewound to the first Yanfou incident. Just before Li Yan set off to find Ah Shou's mother at the Fui building, Li Yan sat on the ground, blood trickling from his lips. Drenched as if pulled from the water, yet his gaze was fervent and sharp. Yushu stepped closer, her long ponytail swaying with each movement. Your anger has significantly lessened, hasn't it? Wanderer, is it you? Li Yan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. You mean that predator who has been lurking, yet lacks the courage to act? I am not so naive. Yushu leaned down, her nose nearly touching Li Yan's face. I need you to do me a favor, and if I refuse, then I shall kill you. Fine, I accept. Every year, hundreds of wanderers are born in the southern Yanfou region. Yet only a handful survive beyond 6 Yanfou incidents. In this wandering cycle, more than 90% struggle painfully, much like that pitiful predator who, frightened early on, chose to drift aimlessly, never even brushing against the threshold of the 10th city after 3 Yanfou incidents, a mere wretch. She fixed her gaze on Li Yan. Assist me, and I will ensure you reach higher thresholds sooner. Under the gnarled old locust tree, the man and woman leaned against the trunk. Their backs turned to each other. 6 severed heads were arranged neatly beside a straw stack, one belonging to the unfortunate 10th city wanderer, and another was the stout, bald man who had first spoken in the rain-soaked Kowloon walled city. The remaining 4 heads were unfamiliar. Li Yan's eyes flickered. You are gravely injured. Probably at the level of the 10th city, otherwise it would not have escaped the earth. Was it the manticore that pursued you? Li Yan inquired while discreetly assessing Yushu. The fat one has backed off. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. Next time we meet, I shall leave him whole. The woman squinted, seemingly feigning sleep, her black jacket soaked in blood. Her fingers tightly gripped the collar, nearly crushing the dried bloodstains on her coat. What is the standard of the 10th city? Li Yan asked nonchalantly. About double your current strength. Yushu replied, standing up and turning to Li Yan. So, have you made up your mind? Will you act, or hold back? Li Yan remained silent. Yushu let out a cold laugh, turning to reach for Li Yan's chest. A fiery arrow streaked through the air, aimed directly at Yushu. Li Yan's instincts flared, and he countered swiftly. Ding! The arrow was deflected by Li Yan, halting Yushu's hand in midair. The thunderous sound of war horses echoed as nearly 100 cavalry surrounded Li Yan and Yushu. Archers with red tassels and black-topped round hats drew their bows. Arrows inscribed with talismans and coated in poison. Dozens of firearms aimed at the woman, led by Deng Tianxiong, Wang Xing, and Jiao Xiaoyan. 200 Ming soldiers eyed Yushu with hostility. Captain, everyone fall back, Li Yan commanded, his expression stern. Deng Tianxiong inhaled deeply, tightening the reins, loosening the encirclement slightly. Li Yan gazed intently at the bloody jacket in Yushu's grasp for a long moment before speaking. Is the red ghost dead? Yushu remained silent, but a flash of hostility crossed her otherwise calm face even in the presence of 200 Ming soldiers. Li Yan's expression darkened imperceptibly before reverting to normal. His voice low, he said, Now it is my turn to ask a favor. Yushu remained motionless, her fingers brushing over the bloodstains on her jacket, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. You should first consider how to explain my origins to Li Rusong and the others. That is not your concern. Very well. Yushu tossed her long hair back, flinging her leather jacket over her shoulder, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and fitted blue jeans. She walked into the ranks of the Ming soldiers. What's there to see? Return to the camp. Chapter 24. Exchange. You placed the Dong Xianzi on the table, quietly observing the young general emerging before him. The tent was empty except for the 2 of them. Beside them, the incense burner emitted delicate wisps of smoke. Li Yan, clad in ancient copper-green armor adorned with mountain patterns, wore a sword at his waist that shimmered like autumn waters, standing tall and steady. If Li Yan had initially appeared as a blazing fire upon his arrival, he now resembled a surging volcano, his fierce nature subdued significantly beneath the netted headscarf, armored waist, and long boots. After a prolonged silence, Eve finally spoke. Is your late-night visit merely to share this with me? Indeed, Li Yin replied. Yu shook his head, pondering, why not directly approach Admiral Li or General Song with such matters instead of seeking me out? He glanced at Li Yin with a smirk. If this can be accomplished, it would greatly aid in eliminating the demons within the city and pursuing the pirates. Admiral Li's nephew, Shan Hai, has always held you in high regard, and considering your superior, Zhu Qingxiuan, is an old subordinate of Li Qingyang, father of Li Rusong. You are practically part of the Li family. If you put this forward, the admiral would not refuse. Pausing briefly, he continued, moreover, Song Yingchong also has a favorable impression of you. Recently, he inquired with Admiral Li about the possibility of needing a bodyguard, asking if he would be willing to part with you. Li Yin chuckled at this revelation, surprised that the elderly man with the purple beard had indeed entertained such thoughts. In any case, it is quite perplexing for you, General Li, a figure of such significance, to seek counsel from someone like me, a mere district commander. Yu remarked with a tone of disbelief. Li Yin lowered his head, sighing inwardly. It is precisely because you are so extraordinarily wealthy compared to Song Yingchong and Li Rusong. Upon hearing Yu's inquiry, Li Yin widened his eyes, expressing indignation on Yu's behalf. How can a figure like Master Yi, akin to a celestial being, be considered mere? Li Yin's words momentarily stunned Yu. When I led my men back to camp, it was Master Yi's disciple who cast spells to save the lives of my brothers. I have also heard that the funds provided at that time were actually drawn from Master Yi's own pocket. This is truly, Li Yin feigned naivety, scratching his head awkwardly. Just a trivial matter, General Li need not dwell on it. Yu coughed awkwardly, inwardly musing. He likely remains unaware that I appropriated his accolades. I am fully aware that it was you, sly fellow, who played tricks, first submitting the recommendation letter. Then the battle report, taking credit for my achievements, Li Yin scoffed inwardly. When Li Yin first raised objections regarding the promotion to inspector, Li Rusong maintained a calm demeanor, while Song Yingchong bore a hint of amusement. Observing Yu's unnatural reaction at that time, it became abundantly clear who the scoundrel was that had seized his credit. Li Yin clasped his fists earnestly and addressed Yu. In any case, Master Yi has extended tremendous kindness to me. I, Yin, am not talented. But for this matter to succeed, it requires the approval of the higher-ups. After much contemplation, I cannot think of anyone more suitable than you, Master Yi. Yu pondered for a moment and found himself rather swayed. It was not due to Li Yan's eloquence, but rather because this task required merely a few spoken words on his part, demanding little effort from him while still yielding credit, unlike Song Yingchong, who seemed intent on finding opportunities to thrust him into danger beneath the noses of the pirates. Moreover, Li Yin appeared hesitant to speak further. General Li, feel free to express your thoughts, Yu urged curiously. I share a significant bond with the Tianshi Dao. Years ago, when I was but a young child grazing cattle in Liaodong, I encountered a wandering Taoist. Given that Li Yin operated an audiovisual store, this tale seemed overly embellished. Yu was taken aback for a moment, finally muttering, I have never heard of such a figure within our Longhu mountain lineage. After a brief pause, he continued, show me the spell you mentioned, let me see it in action. Li Yin complied, approaching a withered plum blossom in a vase on the table. As he raised his hands, a wave of white ripples emanated forth. The dehydrated plum branch began to bloom astonishingly before the eyes, one delicate white bud after another unfurling. Yu's gaze narrowed, astonished beyond measure. He had not witnessed Li Yin utilizing any talismans or incantations. More importantly, he felt no trace of the Longhu energy. It dawned on him that Li Yin was still an uninitiated novice. The ability to perform such feats without the Longhu energy completely upended Yu's understanding. His expression shifted between emotions, while Li Yin discreetly observed him, secretly hopeful. The yellow turban talismans and the Tianshi Dao of Longhu Mountain were, after all, of uncertain kinship. However, judging by the reactions of Deng Tianxiong and others, there seemed to be some connection. Suddenly, Yu slapped his thigh, his face lighting up with realization. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a spell passed down from Longhu Mountain. Now that I think of it, the roguish wandering Taoist you mentioned is precisely the figure everyone speaks of on our mountain. Who? Shuada, my master, Li Yin. Yu clapped Li Yin on the shoulder, his face aglow with excitement. By the way, you should address me as senior brother. Good junior brother, come, stay tonight. I shall host a banquet in your honor. Li Yin instinctively stepped back, grasping Yu's wrist without applying force, and asked with a naive expression, so, my esteemed old mentor is truly from Longhu Mountain? Indeed, He is a practitioner of our Longhu Mountains arts. Yu affirmed resolutely, warmly holding Li Yan's hands. Yu's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, leaving Li Yan somewhat flustered. Within moments, he had shifted from addressing him as generally to calling him junior brother. Rest assured. Junior brother, pursue your ambitions freely. I shall speak on your behalf to the general. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, and Yu, who had been contemplating the 27 prohibitions earlier that morning, now held a bowl of millet and sea cucumber porridge, puffing out his chest as he spoke to Li Yan. He chatted with Li Yan about various matters for the duration of a tea's worth of time until his throat grew hoarse. Then, seemingly nonchalantly, he inquired, speaking of which, junior brother, I perceive some lapses in your understanding of this spell. How so? Li Yan, sensing clarity, inquired. Since you question me, it would be better for us to exchange and validate this spell together, addressing any shortcomings, Yu suggested. Before Li Yan could fully process this, a prompt sounded from Yanfou. Master Yu of Longhu Mountain seeks to exchange your skill, Yellow Turban Talismans, Qi Recovery. Upon exchange, you will lose the skill Yellow Turban Talismans, Qi Recovery, and gain a unique skill of the Tianshi Dao of Longhu Mountain. The exchange list is as follows. Chapter 25. Farewell to the Shi Mountain Maiden, Part 1. Li Yan inhaled sharply, taken aback by the vastness of the categories before him. Do Gong, Five Thunders, Fum. Northern Dipper, Zhenwu, Xin Nu, and Huagai, 7 grand classifications. The diverse array of talismans, spells, and incantations was nearly limitless. A cursory glance revealed the following. Northern Emperor Fengdu's Demon Summoning Thunder Talisman, a lethal skill consuming 15 moments of Longhu Qi, crafted from a genuine talisman paper. Taixian's 6 Caves Ghost Soldier Command Talisman, summons 6 ghost soldiers, consuming 10 moments of Longhu Qi, also made from genuine talisman paper. Taixian's Exorcism Talisman, requires 1 moment of Longhu Qi to draw, yet does not consume any upon use. Jiuzhou Society Order Talisman, encompasses a radius of 10 zhong, requiring 15 moments of Longhu Qi to create, also with no consumption upon use. He2's Life-Saving Star Barrier spell forms a protective divine barrier, consuming 5 moments of Longhu Qi. Additionally, there were the Chaos Yuanming Red Talisman, the 120 Generals Talisman, the 9 Heavens Soldier Talisman, the Dozhong Baiyin Talisman, and the 5 Dipper 8 Trigrams Protective Talisman. At that moment, Li Yan truly grasped the concept of the boundless treasures hidden within the Yanfou, for this was merely a single fruit of Yanfou. The expansive system of talismans dazzled the eyes. However, all these talismans required the possession of Longhu Qi to be utilized. Yu picked up a peanut with chopsticks, chewing heartily. Li Shidi, if you can attain the rank of 100 households while stationed in the military, all these talismans and spells in my possession shall be at your disposal. Yu was acutely aware that Li Yan's yellow scarf talisman bore no connection to Longhu Mountain. Yet this did not hinder his resolute ambition. The spells that did not rely on Longhu Qi were of great significance to me. To Longhu Mountain. Li Yan remained silent. Whether it was the protective effect of the He2 Star Barrier spell, the interspatial utility of the Jiuzhou Society Order Talisman, or even the ability to summon cannon fodder with the 6 Caves Ghost Soldiers, all were desires he harbored. After hesitating for a while, his gaze landed on a particular spell, and a sudden surge of excitement surged within him, as if something was jubilantly celebrating. 9 Phoenix Talisman summons 9 phoenixes to vanquish demons, requiring 20 moments of Longhu Qi to create, yet does not consume any upon use. The 9 Phoenix Talisman, a token of Yinluo's 9 Phoenix power, which a Guhuo Bird can consume to enhance its awakening. The power of the 9 Phoenix is highly compatible with the Guhuo Bird. Each consumption of 9 Phoenix power could potentially induce mutations in your bloodline skills. Yixixiang. Might I inquire about the mysteries contained within this 9 Phoenix Talisman? Li Yan's tone was composed, but the yearning in his heart was nearly uncontainable. He was well aware that the so-called Hushua de Shixiang was nothing more than a farce, yet both exchanged a knowing glance. Li Rusong wielded his brush, penning words that suggested a reluctance to take lives, advocating for the saving of one's path lest one regret it too late. Afterward, he affixed the seal of the Ming's anti-Y commander, Li Rusong, and dispatched someone to swiftly deliver it to the hands of the leader of the Xiaoxi expedition. He raised his head, first glancing at Li Yan, then at Yu, who was leisurely stirring his tea. Li Rusong held a favorable impression of Li Yan. This young man was exceptionally brave and knew when to advance or retreat, and what was rare was his humility, earning him a solid reputation among peers. Suddenly, He recalled a certain standard-bearer who had accompanied him for many years alongside his nephew, and he could not help but let out a gentle sigh. If Song Yi possessed even half the perceptiveness of this young man, he could have been promoted to a proper fifth-rank guerrilla with a little effort. Yet here he was, still merely a standard-bearer. Does Yi Gaogong have matters to discuss with me? Li Rusong's demeanor was neither warm nor cold. Commander Li, I have conceived a plan that could help you eradicate demons and also eliminate the Japanese pirates, Yu declared confidently. Oh, Yi Gaogong is willing to enter the city to exorcise demons? Li Rusong felt a rush of excitement. Kuroda anticipated that the Ming army could eliminate demons within a day, but the reality was far less optimistic. Those martial generals endowed with Longhu Qi might bravely engage enemies, yet when faced with these demons, they were not without trepidation. Moreover, Li Rusong could ill afford to lose such senior officers. Thus, the progress in exterminating demons was notably sluggish, especially after Li Rusong had set the strategy for the Datong River massacre, as the Ming forces were primarily focused on annihilating the Japanese main force, causing them to neglect the task of eradicating demons. No. Yu cleared his throat. The national fortune is waning, with blood and marrow spilled across the land, leading to the rampant emergence of demons. Presently, Korea is in such dire straits. Though these demons often retreat when faced with an army, the number of these entities, invigorated by the decline of Korea's fortunes, has become alarmingly high. As Yu spoke, Li Yan recalled the Black Cat once more. Yu's words mirrored Li Yan's own thoughts. Though he had gained some renown through the tumultuous battles and the slaying of HT after returning to the camp, his status remained modest. Without Yu's assistance, he would be unable to engage in meaningful conversation with Li Rusong. During the previous Yanfou incident, Li Yan had entertained similar musings. The strange beasts and demons mentioned during this incident, what of those that did not belong to the warring states of Japan? For instance, after encountering the Shi Mountain Maiden, Li Yan instinctively sensed that this ethereal being was aiding him, or rather, assisting the Ming people. Yet Li Rusong was unable to follow Yu's line of thought. Those bloodthirsty demons were of limited intellect, but possessed a cruel nature, presenting a significant headache for both the Japanese pirates and the Ming army. However, beyond these bloodthirsty fiends, there existed another category of entities in Korea. Yu meticulously unraveled the words Li Yan had spoken the previous night, and if Kuroda were present, he would surely bitterly smile at the eventual recognition. This referred to the lewd shrines and private worship surrounding Pyongyang, the unremarkable local deities, and the myriad demons chronicled in Korean folklore. What does Yi Gaogong imply? Yu produced a wrapped red silk, a token bestowed by the Ming emperor, signifying the authority of the military inspector, under the cover of the nest. How can there be unbroken eggs? If Korea falls, these clay and wooden idols will fare no better. The Ming dynasty has been the suzerain of Korea for nearly 200 years. These fiends have received offerings from the Korean populace for at least 300 to 400 years. With a formidable enemy at hand, none shall remain idle. Pointing at Li Yan, he continued, I intend to dispatch Li Tongqi to rally these local deities and demons in Korea, employing the joint insignia of the Ming and Korea as a basis to summon them to exterminate the demons. Chapter 26. Farewell to the goddess of Mount Che regardless of the outcome. With this pretext, I can assign you the identity of a native deity from Korea. If anyone inquires, what do you think of the title goddess of Mount Che? Quite a splendid idea. Yushu held a red gourd water bottle, containing the treasured burnt knife wine of Lao Diao. She weighed the gourd in her hand and remarked, the little General Ko Nishiyama is quite swayed by Li Rusong's letter advocating for the abandonment of the city. Time is of the essence. Moreover, even if you were to rally a mixed force of Ming soldiers and Korean deities to eliminate Ko Nishiyama, it would not be an easy task. After a pause, she continued, the elite forces of Toyotomi and Tokugawa are hastening to provide support, including several generals who have left indelible marks on the annals of the warring states. The tide of battle may shift at any moment. Though Pyongyang has fallen and Ko Nishiyama's forces have suffered over 40% losses, with morale crumbling, he still commands an army of over 8,000. If he chooses to flee, as a commander of merely over 200 men, your ability to intervene in the situation would be limited. Do you have a better plan? Li Yan asked calmly, unfazed by Yushu's pessimistic tone. Yushu's gaze was fixed intently on Li Yan. I can help you eliminate Ko Nishiyama and elevate the awakening level of the Guhuo Bird in this incident to over 60%. Consider it a reward for your assistance. Would you contemplate it? Li Yan chuckled incredulously. Aren't you currently only at the 10th realm? Yushu narrowed her eyes, unperturbed by Li Yan's jest. Just tell me, will you accept or not? With such an opportunity, why not seize it without bloodshed? Very well. Yushu nodded, extending her right hand while pinching her little finger with her left, snapping it outward. Blood splattered onto Li Yan's face as he gazed at her in disbelief while she broke her own pinky. She presented her bloodied finger before him. Consume it. The woman's expression was placid, her long hair cascading around her, exuding a chilling aura rather than the sharpness she once possessed. Li Yan swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the severed digit. You have acquired some information. The severed finger of the Tai Sui. It possesses potent Yanfou energy. It can only be consumed to absorb its Yanfou power. Upon consumption by the Guhuo Bird, the awakening level will increase by 50%. Additionally, you shall gain the Tai Sui power, Devour. The awakening level will automatically surpass the 40% threshold, along with a reward for reaching that peak. Please note, the Tai Sui power has vanished from the records of the Southern Yanfu. Recklessly consuming the Tai Sui power may yield irreversible unknown effects. Li Yan remained silent for a moment before stating, if the red ghost were here, he would consume it without hesitation. He fixed his gaze on Yushu. The red ghost was merely an ordinary person, wasn't he? Some things I could not comprehend before, but I understand now. So, will you eat or not? Yushu's expression remained unchanged as she stood in her blood-stained leather jacket, showing no intention of cleaning the stains. This woman, nicknamed Tai Sui, had consistently presented Li Yan with dilemmas since her arrival, to act or not to act, to consume or not to consume. Li Yan believed he had made the right choice before and would not err this time. Li Yan shook his head in refusal. If it can be reattached, do it quickly. The blood is affecting my appetite. Yushu said nothing further, silently reattaching her pinky, and within moments, it was as good as new. When the time comes, help me deal with an opponent you think I cannot handle, and consider it a repayment of my favor, Li Yan suggested after some thought. Yushu nodded in agreement. General, the horses are ready. A nimble young officer approached Li Yan, cupping his hands in greeting. A fei clung to the neck of a warhorse, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Li Yan approached. Little sorceress, are you managing? Why yes, no problem, the young Taoist replied. Stroking the horse's mane, she is very gentle. That's good. I will trouble you along this journey. Just call me a fei. Everyone on the mountain does. The young Taoist smiled shyly. Yushu's gaze lingered on the delicate young Taoist for a long while before she inquired, with such a vast area around Pyongyang, where do you intend to find a native deity? The first stop, Mount Che. Wang Sheng extended his thumb to shield his right eye, gazing at the sun above, then gestured towards the distant hills, saying, Sir, there is no mistake. Our last encounter with Kozhouchuan occurred here. Upon hearing this, Li Yan surveyed his surroundings, which were blanketed in white snow. This party of over 20, armed with bird guns and longbows, and bearing the seals Li Rulong had requested from Korea, entered Mount Che. The snow-covered mountains and forests were unchanged. Yet the farmhouses surrounding the fences were nowhere to be seen, nor were the enchanting village women. They had been wandering the mountains for 2 hours without sighting even a wild beast, let alone the goddess of Mount Che. Li Yan sighed and turned to a fei. The young Taoist walked to an open area, retrieving a talisman from her bosom. Although Li Yan was unfamiliar with it, he recognized the name of the spell from that fateful night, the Mountain Search spell. However, to his surprise, as a fei raised her hand, the talisman inexplicably vanished. Huh. A fei scratched her head, reaching into her bosom once more for the paper, only to find her hand empty again. Li Yan stepped forward, but Yushu, arms crossed, kicked his boot lightly. This little one is remarkable. Just watch. A fei, exasperated, pulled out a third talisman, but this time a muffled groan echoed through the air. The young Taoist turned to grab it, unexpectedly pulling a figure from the void, clad in white with black hair and a youthful, delicate face. Appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, her right hand was ablaze with orange flames, causing tears to well in her eyes. Wang Xing gasped, unable to restrain himself from stepping forward. A fei waved her sleeve, extinguishing the orange flames, and angrily inquired, Why did you steal my talisman? Do not be angry. Young sorceress, a woman wrapped in a green scarf, stepped into view, slowly revealing herself. She donned a short green jacket and long skirt, with 2 long ribbons tied in a bow at her right chest, the flowing ribbons lending her an ethereal grace. She gracefully bowed to a fei, saying, My little sister acted rashly in her concern for me. I hope the young sorceress will not take offense. A fei released the girl and stepped back. Then with utmost seriousness declared, Then she must apologize to me. The girl floated behind the woman, peering out to snarl at a fei. The woman turned her gaze to Li Yan, Her eyes lowered and spoke softly. "General, it is good to see you again." Chapter 27. Seizing all things for one's use, Li Yan stepped forward and bowed deeply, introducing himself as the general of the Liaoding town, Li Yan, and greeting the lady of Xishan. The lady of Xishan, with her crystalline eyes, glanced at Li Yan, her brows slightly lowered, and responded gently, "A guest is always welcome. Last time, General, you did not trust me, but I trust you will now be willing to taste the soup I have prepared." Li Yan cleared his throat. "In the past, as we fled and traversed perilous paths, it was natural for us to be anxious and suspicious, which led to our rudeness towards you. Your soup is indeed exquisite." The lady of Xishan smiled sweetly, lightly gesturing with her finger, causing the gray-tiled roof and wooden fence to rise from the ground. Soon, a rustic cottage appeared before everyone. She took the girl's hand and glanced back at Li Yan and the others before entering. They followed her inside, where a bright hearth emitted a tempting aroma from a cauldron. The lady of Xishan ladled out a steaming bowl of grain-scented soup and presented it to Li Yan, her delicate hand stirring the spoon, her smile reminiscent of yesteryear. Just as Li Yan raised his arm, a hand reached between them. "Excuse me, do you have any wine?" Yushu inquired earnestly, taking the bowl from the lady of Xishan. Her expression shifted slightly as she replied, "There is homemade rice wine beneath the windowsill. If the young lady does not mind, she may have a taste." With a satisfied Yushu finished the soup in one gulp, thanked the lady of Xishan, and turned to leave. Li Yan composed himself. "On that day, as we were pursued by the rebels to Xishan, at the moment of fierce battle, the leader exposed a flaw, which I believe was due to your assistance. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving help." The lady of Xishan untied her blue scarf, allowing her hair to cascade down, and spoke softly, "General, your formidable presence wards off even the most malevolent spirits. Even without my intervention, that person could not have caused you harm. The aid provided by my nation is merely a duty. You are not here to exchange empty words. Speak frankly." Her demeanor spared Li Yan considerable effort. After a moment of contemplation, he replied candidly, "In that case, I will speak plainly. Your country stands at the brink of peril. As the saying goes, without skin, how can the fur adhere? We bring with us the imperial seal and a letter, hoping for the assistance of your esteemed deities to confront this great enemy." Li Yan ordered his men to retrieve the seal and letter from their packages. The lady of Xishan's gaze sharpened, her eyes fixated on the emblem that radiated a crimson glow, the very essence of the Korean nation's fortune. As she read the letter swiftly, a bitter smile crept onto her lips. "I suppose those high-ranking officials who affixed their seal to this letter feel equally uncertain." Her smile held a hint of sorrow. "What deities? I am but a solitary spirit of the mountains. We are all aware that if the fortunes of Korea perish, we, the wild spirits of the hills, will also fade away. Since the nation's fate has been clouded, many of the wild deities I know have vanished without a trace. It is regrettable that I, born of Xishan, cannot depart from this mountain even in this lifetime, and thus cannot aid you, General." Li Yan could not deny her words, but smiled. The lady of Xishan continued, "However, I do know some wild spirits and deities within the realm who, due to the destruction of their temples or the slaughter of their people, harbor thoughts of confronting the invaders alone. You might consider uniting them for your cause." As Yushu sipped the rice wine, Li Yan's expression turned serious. "Please guide me. There is a village called Shuanghuafang to the west, where a family devoted to the bull-headed deity has been slaughtered by the invaders. Besides that," after conveying her thoughts, the lady of Xishan placed the blue scarf in Li Yan's hand. "With this as your guide, General, you shall surely gain something." Li Yan grasped the still-warm scarf, words forming in his mind. "You have triggered a special Yanfou event. The requirements for this Yanfou event are as follows. Assemble a team comprised of Ming troops and wild spirits. Once formed, this team will possess a special status. Judging criteria: 1. The team must include at least one Ming general of 10 degrees or higher. 2. The total evaluation of all wild spirits must reach at least 3 with a walking strength of 10 degrees or higher. Completing this Yanfou event will significantly enhance your purchasing power and grant a special reward upon completion." The girl in white with black hair silently floated over, growling at the lady of Xishan. The woman furrowed her brow, locking eyes with the girl. "Is this girl perhaps a spirit held captive by the rebel leader?" Li Yan ventured to ask. "Her name is Kai Kai, and she is indeed a pitiable soul," the lady of Xishan replied after a moment of silence. "I have a favor to ask of you, General. Please, do not hesitate," he encouraged. "Kai Kai wishes to accompany you," said the lady of Xishan. Li Yan glanced at Kai Kai, who seemed afraid of him, shrinking back. Very well, he nodded. The lady of Shishan stirred the grains in the cauldron, her wide skirt gracefully pooling on the ground, her long sleeves nearly brushing against Li Yan's feet. Lost in thought, she sighed. General, your journey means you may not return to Shishan for a long time. I have possessed my spirit for hundreds of years, yet I have spoken to few. Now, my newly recognized sister must depart as well. It truly is. Her demeanor was gentle and captivating, devoid of the mountain spirit's harshness, resembling an ordinary woman waiting for her husband to return, even reflecting a semblance of melancholy in her wistfulness. Li Yan found himself at a loss for words and remained silent. For reasons unknown, Kai, who chose to leave Shishan, ultimately attached herself to Wang Sheng's sword sheath. Observing Wang Sheng's flushed face, Li Yan rubbed his neck, refraining from further inquiry. As the group descended Shishan, it was nearly noon, and the northern wind blew at the mountain's foot, while the blue scarf in Li Yan's hand fluttered westward. Remembering the lady of Shishan's words, he no longer hesitated, and the group rode westward. Behind them, the sound of the lady's song wafted through the air, melodious and enchanting. In the snow-blanketed mountains, as the lady of Shishan's song ceased, her eyes sparkled as she slowly turned. Yushu stood at the doorway, arms crossed, clad in a blood-stained black jacket. Her green braids tied into a ponytail, a red-gourd wine flask dangling from her finger. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Miss, is there anything else?" the woman asked softly. Yushu's expression was inscrutable, her smile growing more mischievous. "Hey, we need to get going." Leaning against the tree trunk, Yushu opened her eyes, glanced at Li Yan, and asked, "How long did I sleep?" "About half an hour," Li Yan replied, uncertain of the depth of the lady's capabilities. She claimed to be of only 10 degrees now, which he found hard to believe. His wariness of the so-called fallen spirit lingered, yet after 2 days of interaction. Aside from her drowsiness, fondness for wine and food, she exhibited no unusual behavior, leaving Li Yan puzzled. Yushu stood up, mounted her horse, and straddled its belly. She seemed a bit tipsy, murmuring as they rode, vivid and fragrant, both spirit and flesh. Yanfou traverses, seizing all things for oneself. Haha. Chapter 28. The bull-headed sandalwood and the nine-winged Sudu. This is a desolate village, devoid of human presence, where charred and crumbling walls, along with faint traces of blood, bear witness to the horrors that once transpired here. As Li Yan stepped into the so-called Shuangguofang village, he immediately beheld the imposing figure of the bull-headed sandalwood, seated amidst the ruins of dilapidated houses. The term bull-headed sandalwood does not refer to a literal bull's head, but rather to a type of sandalwood, towering over 3 zhang. This tree-like giant exuded a wooden essence, with amber patterns interwoven with crimson veins. Its twisted branches formed robust limbs and torso, while atop its head, the intricate golden rings of age cradled a vibrant green bud, swaying gently in the breeze. Once a figure of formidable majesty, it now stood drenched in a grotesque mixture of blood and flesh. "Get lost." Its voice rumbled like distant thunder, startling the horses into a frenzy. Status: lightly injured. The bull-headed sandalwood, a wild deity shaped by the offerings of the people, possesses the strength of a diamond. Threat level: purple-red, capable of extreme challenges, unperturbed. Li Yan declared, "We are the celestial soldiers of the Ming dynasty, dispatched by your nation's king to enlist you into our ranks for the purpose of eradicating the Japanese invaders. Here are the seal and documents." Li Yan had braced himself for resistance. Yet to his surprise, the fierce bull-headed sandalwood's crimson gaze cleared upon hearing the mention of the Ming dynasty. "Bring it here for me to see." With a sweeping gesture, the bull-headed sandalwood summoned Li Yan to place the documents in its palm. The sandalwood giant scrutinized the vividly red seal for a long moment before exhaling a deep breath. "Are you the general Li Yan mentioned in the letter?" "Indeed. You possess commendable courage, but a general of your rank is too minor. If you wish for me to heed your commands, you must at least be 1,000 household commander." Li Yan laughed at this, unafraid of its conditions, as he was more concerned about the possibility of communication breakdown. "Want to meet a higher official? Very well." Li Yan approached the bull-headed sandalwood and gazed upward at it. "Knock me down, and you shall see the higher official." The bull-headed sandalwood rose to its full height. "I fear that if I strike you down, the Ming court will hold me accountable. That won't happen, I assure you." Li Yan removed his armor and drew his ringed dragon sword. "Come." The bull-headed sandalwood, perched upon the collapsed rafters, hesitated for a moment before launching a powerful fist towards Li Yan. Li Yan's eyes widened as the dark fist descended like a storm cloud, sending a shiver through his very being. The earth trembled and dust filled the air. The bull-headed sandalwood shifted its gaze, slapping its palm against its own back. With a swift motion, a scar appeared on the calf of the bull-headed sandalwood, while Li Yin nimbly retreated, narrowly avoiding the giant's strike. Propelling himself forward, he vaulted over the bull-headed sandalwood, thrusting the ringed dragon sword into its lower back. A yellow palm swung toward him, but Li Yin exerted his strength, gracefully maneuvering in midair, narrowly escaping the bull-headed sandalwood's sweeping arm. The sound of scraping metal filled the air as he slid his sword down from the giant's spine to its right thigh, leaving a gash approximately 7 meters long. Stop! The bull-headed sandalwood grumbled. Li Yin withdrew his sword. How now? The bull-headed sandalwood turned and took 2 steps back, its window-sized eyes fixed on Li Yin. They say that the high-ranking officials of the court may not necessarily be capable fighters, and those who can fight may not hold high rank. Now, I believe it. You seem quite concerned about the court, Li Yin remarked casually. The bull-headed sandalwood laughed heartily, causing the snow to tumble down. We, who are born wild and nurtured by nature, who dares claim indifference to the court's recognition? Li Yin nodded, not pursuing the topic further. He hadn't expected matters to proceed so smoothly. The crafty expression of the bull-headed sandalwood appeared relaxed, as if it had intentionally yielded to him, flattering him. The so-called spectral deities were perhaps even more cunning than human minds. Li Yin whispered to Lao Diao, "Who is next?" Yu Shu also approached, and for some reason, Li Yin sensed a hint of disappointment in his tone. East of Pyongyang, in the birch forest, lies the 9-winged Su Du. A raven with blood-red eyes observed the unwelcome intruders, screeching sharply as it took flight to the treetops, shedding a few black feathers. The towering bull-headed sandalwood led the way, each step sinking into the thick mud beneath. Twisted branches obscured the sky, and the chilling red sunset offered no warmth. Frozen corpses hung from the branches, while scattered swords, armor, wheels, and banners lay in disarray. Blood had long since congealed into a crimson ice crust, and a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. I feel a fight is inevitable. What do you think? Wang Sheng murmured to himself, clutching his scabbard. Cough, cough. Lao Jiao shot him a glare. Suddenly, the bull-headed sandalwood halted, raising its head abruptly as 3 feathers shot toward its eyes like daggers. The bull-headed sandalwood closed its eyelids, and a series of metallic clashes echoed as the feathers fell to the ground, followed by a woman's piercing laughter. Old wood, you are not welcome here. Take your men and leave. Su Du, these are the envoys of the Ming dynasty, the bull-headed sandalwood replied in a muffled tone. I don't care where they come from. If they step forward, I shall hang them from the trees. Her voice reverberated, layered with menace. A gust of energy surged forth, sending the dried black leaves swirling in a frenzied dance. The bull-headed sandalwood stood protectively in front of the others. Yet a massive black storm surged through the gaps toward them. Xiao Fei, Tong Fei, clutched a talisman, raising 3 fingers skyward. Freeze! The talisman quickly ignited, and the storm faltered, rotten leaves cascading down upon the bull-headed sandalwood. The figure descended gracefully, its obsidian claws gripping the branches tightly. 9 gray wings folded away, revealing the upper body of a striking woman, her curves concealed by dark feathers, creating an eerie yet alluring appearance. Su Du's gaze fixed on Ah Fei, her red tongue licking her lips. This little one is rather handsome. The young Taoist shrank back, finding solace only in the talisman clutched in his arms. Status: unharmed, a totem worshipped by the Mahan people, an ominous bird. Threat level: purple-red. Su Du, do you not grasp the situation at hand? I am quite aware. She replied coldly, a smirk gracing her lips. I have no interest in the king of Korea's recognition. When I was nourished by the Mahan tribe, you were still nowhere to be found. The Japanese invaders may occupy Korea, but I shall continue my own life. As for the Ming dynasty, they are far away. I couldn't care less. Alas, Yu Shu sighed inexplicably. What a shame, such a fine attitude wasted. Li Yin signaled for the bull-headed sandalwood to step back, refraining from presenting the Korean seal and documents, as it was evident that this malevolent bird would not be swayed by such tactics. He clutched his chest and slowly approached the 9-winged Su Du. Step one more step forward, and I shall ensure your body is severed from your spirit. The 9-winged Su Du frowned. Unless necessary, she had no desire to provoke the Ming army, just as she wished to avoid the Japanese invaders. Did you not hear? Li Yin lifted his gaze, fixing his cold, authoritative stare upon the ominous bird. The 9-winged Su Du faltered, a chill running through her as every feather on her body bristled in response. Chapter 29. Mountain Rain. A single drop of blood fell, unbeknownst to where it originated, landing upon the face of Su Du blood-drenched. The tall, armored man loomed infinitely larger in Su Du's eyes, a wave of dread and oppression, seeping from her very veins. Swiftly clutched her heart. In a daze, she beheld a creature before her, a fusion of black feathers and white plumes. A humanoid with 18 wings folded together, a Guhuo Bird. With a thud, Su Du nearly collapsed to her knees before the man, her face flushed, sweat pooling and dripping from the tip of her nose. You are, her eyes glazed over, her voice brimming with an uncontrollable delight. Find the next one. Yushu's tone was mellifluous. Having departed from the abode of the three brothers, Liang Yi, Gao Yi, and Fu Yi, who were timid and averse to trouble, the task at hand did not require the masteress' words. Allow me to handle them, she chirped excitedly, casting flirtatious glances at Li Yin, her face aglow. You've spoken enough already. Cease your chatter. Li Yin, mounted upon his steed, was overwhelmed. Very well, Su Du acquiesced, her large eyes fluttering. Her demeanor towards Li Yin was almost sycophantic, a swift transformation that left Niu Tu Zhan Tan astonished, speechless. The pool of blood reflected a face, stark and defiant. With brows arched cold as a blade, a massive spear resting upon his shoulder, fingers stained with crimson. The six-horned demon, radiant in red, leaned against a gray stone wall. A gaping wound through its head, its chest torn apart by the spear's tip, a gruesome demise. Thank you, thank you. A weary, disheveled Korean old woman wept, her withered white hair dancing in the wind as she tugged at her grandson, bowing repeatedly towards Song Yi, uttering incomprehensible phrases. Song Yi's ceremonial cap was shattered, blood trickling over the tarnished armor, cascading down his leg. He ignored the old woman, impatiently tearing off his tattered helmet and turning to leave. The camp remained eerily silent. Banners billowing, smoke rising from the halberds, soldiers meticulously arranged, blades glinting ominously, the acrid scent of sulfur lingering, though the stench of blood had nearly dissipated. Whispers circulated within the camp. The forces of the Little Western Expedition have emerged from the Earth Fortress, organizing in batches to exit the city. The brothers ambushed at the Datong River have readied their cannons, provisions for the horses prepared. Tonight we shall engage in a fierce battle. It seems we shall strike hard against the beleaguered enemy. Their morale is already low. A sudden ambush may well send them tumbling into the frigid waters of the Datong River. Let us claim more enemy heads this time, with the bounty. We can renovate the old house and perhaps acquire a charming bride. Old Kong? Occasionally, the chilling wails of demons echoed through Pyongyang, yet the Ming soldiers, engaged in light-hearted banter, remained indifferent. Ultimately, this was not the territory of the Ming dynasty. They sharpened their blades, targeting the forces of the Little Western Expedition. In such a scenario, the vanguard unit, bloodied and bearing wounded soldiers, appeared starkly out of place. Who might this be? Why, it is our esteemed vanguard commander. What brings you here, leading your brothers to exterminate the demons? A tiger-headed spear lunged forth, its cold, sharp tip akin to a serpent tightening around the throat. Scarred and bloodied, Song Yi glared at the intruder, flanked by his vanguard soldiers like a pack of wolves. The man swallowed hard, turning on his heel without a word. Take the injured to find a physician. Where are those Taoist priests from the Celestial Masteress sect? Fetch them. Song Yi disregarded him, wiping blood from his face, addressing those around him. How did it come to this? Shan Hai hung his helmet on a rack, his tone tinged with reproach. There's a fierce demon in the city. It's not easily slain. Shan Hai raised an eyebrow. If it's not easily slain, then why bother? How many are willing to risk their lives in this camp to combat demons? Are you a fool? Song Yi wrapped his own bandages in silence. He retrieved 2 small black jars from his pouch and tossed one to Song Yi. Hele, drinking will lead to trouble. Perhaps it's best to abstain. Song Yi instinctively declined. What joy is there in slaying enemies while inebriated? Shan Hai pried open the seal, the fragrance of wine wafting forth. This is the Buddha's hand brew, imperial liquor. Shan Hai took a hearty swig, his expression brightening. It alleviates cold and pain. Come on. He patted Song Yi's shoulder twice, the oil lamp casting a warm glow on his flushed face. Song Yi pursed his cracked lips, tilting his head back to take a sip, only to hurl the jar away, exclaiming a rare curse. This is vinegar. Shan Hai erupted in laughter, his spirits soaring as he took another drink, the jar indeed filled with genuine Buddha's hand brew. Song Yi spat twice, chuckling bitterly. You are now a family man. Why are you so childish? Shan Hai extended the jar, grinning. When others offer you wine, you always refuse. In the end, only vinegar remains. Song Yi accepted the jar and took several hearty gulps. The two engaged in a hearty exchange, mostly Shan Hai speaking, with Song Yi responding occasionally. We have been colleagues for 7.5 years, Shan Hai gestured. With your temperament, you shall not rise to prominence. Song Yi remained silent, while Shan Hai, flushed with enthusiasm, slammed the table with a resounding bang. Wait for me. I shall promote you. He stood, donned his green tiger-headed beastskin guard, adorned his helmet with phoenix wings, secured his scales of armor, drained the wine, and set down the jar, a fierce aura enveloping him. You have borne my banner for over 7 years. Today, rest and recuperate. Tang Baijian was a junior officer of the Ming army, tasked with guarding the city tower. At this moment, the forces of the Little Western Expedition had already ventured 10 miles beyond the city. Li Rusong had granted passage but had early on laid an ambush at the Datong River, timing his advance to lead a substantial force to intercept the Little Western Expedition's rear. The Grand Ming army surged forth from the city. Tang Baijian watched the procession depart, the leading Shin Yuji indeed exuding an air of authority. Reflecting on the events in Jishi, Tang Baijian stretched, acknowledging that although he played no part in the battle, preserving his life was a fortune in itself. Baijian, where is your spyglass? Someone kicked him lightly. What do you see over there? Tang Baijian cursed, sitting up, retrieving his spyglass to gaze at the horizon. It's just a tree. Wait. In the distance, a cloud of dust swirled, revealing an array of bizarre and exaggerated creatures. A tree-like figure, towering 30 feet, glared ferociously like a wrathful deity. A half-human, half-bird figure, its black feathers gleaming. Strange, colorful balls dangling from the branches. A colossal golden frog, capable of leaping dozens of meters. And various birds and beasts. Niu Tu Zhantan, Jiuqi Su Du, Liang Yi, Gao Yi, Fu Yi, Jinyan frog, and a magpie, and the eater fox, a chaotic dance of demons. A formidable presence of no fewer than several hundred, led by a dozen galloping steeds from the Dawan breed. That rider at the forefront appears to be one of our own, someone remarked. Tang Baijian craned his neck to take a closer look. Indeed, it is our Ming armor. Li Yin urged his horse into a gallop, his eyes bulging, veins protruding from his neck, shouting, quickly, close the city gates. The enemy reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 30, Man plans thousands, heaven only one. Li Yin dismounted, her skirt armor swaying as she rushed to the city gate and shouted upwards. Where's the commander? At that moment, the commander had already left the city, pursuing the enemy leader towards the Datong River. Tang Baijian's complexion was pale. Li Yin took a deep breath and turned to say, Old Jiao, you and the others stay outside the city and await my news. She then addressed Tang Baijian. Open the gate and take me to see the commander. I cannot make that decision, Tang Baijian replied, his expression troubled. What is the matter? The deputy commander Yang Yuan, with a sword at his waist, ascended the city wall. He was Li Rusong's deputy, and at that moment, the elite Ming forces were determined to keep the enemy leader at the mouth of the Datong River, but there were still over 10,000 troops in the city, all under his command. Tang Baijian stammered, for Yang Yuan recognized this recently renowned flag officer. Without hesitation, he pressed his large palm against the gunpowder-stained stone bricks of the wall and shouted to Li Yin, I can let you enter the city first. Once you inform the general, he can make the decision. Very well, Li Yin agreed readily. Yang Yuan waved his hand. Lower the ropes. Where did you see the Japanese reinforcements? Startled by this news, Song Yingchong stepped forward, his brows furrowed, exuding an authoritative presence that belied his earlier disheveled appearance. For the sake of propriety, I ask that you step back, General, Li Yin said with a cupped fist. No need, Song Yingchong replied, just speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Li Yin took 2 steps back, reaching into her chest to produce a creature, a magpie with its wings folded. As soon as the magpie saw the light, it fluttered into the air, circling the tent, its silver-gray wings and golden-red beak scattering glimmers of light, appearing extraordinary. Little divine magpie, I have seen the angel, a clear, childlike voice emanated from the magpie's beak. The people in the camp exchanged incredulous glances. Song Yingchong's expression remained unchanged as he inquired, So, you have indeed seen the Japanese reinforcements? Yes, the magpie replied, its small dark eyes reflecting the cold indifference of a colorful peacock standing behind the elderly Ming official. Despite being a bird, the magpie felt no warmth. The peacock seemed as unfathomable as an abyss. Still, the warmth from the general beside it made the suffocating magpie return to Li Yan's shoulder. I did see the Japanese army, many flags mixed together, numerous horses and men. along with a plethora of firearms and weapons. Song Yingchong frowned. Knowing he could not glean further details from the unusual bird, he realized that for someone inexperienced in warfare, distinguishing between 10,000 and 100,000 troops was nearly impossible, especially for a mere bird. My lord, I have inquired in detail among the reinforcements. There are at least 7 or 8 family insignias, Muri, Kuroda, even Tokugawa. It is not a vast army, but surely elite forces. The magpie noticed them approximately 120 li south of Pyongyang. If they have been marching steadily, they should now be about 80 li from Pyongyang. Yes, yes. Many chaotic patterns, the magpie chirped in agreement. Song Yingchong nodded, his gaze towards Li Yin softening considerably. I have heard that Yi Gaogong has tasked you with gathering the local spirits and wild gods of Korea. How has that fared? Song Yingchong did not believe in deities and was especially dismissive of EU's claims, considering them merely excuses for cowardice. Yet, with Li Yin's magpie before him, he could not deny that this approach seemed plausible. Reporting to my lord, Li Yin stood tall. It has been highly effective. Under the guidance of the Shishan female deity, the process of gathering the wild gods has progressed exceptionally well. Most of the ancient, powerful spirits have joined our ranks, and despite a few delays, it has only taken a little over a day. It was during the gathering of the relatively weaker magpies that he learned from these small creatures about the impending arrival of the Japanese reinforcements. Hastily returning to Pyongyang to report, General Li Yin, you are commanded. Song Yingchong's expression turned serious. Your subordinate is here. Take my personal seal and ride swiftly to the Datong River. Report everything you have told me to the commander, and also inform him that while the wolf may be let go, the tiger's head must not be lost. He must deliberate cautiously. Though Song Yingchong held the title of Deputy Minister of War, he was no match for Li Rusong in military strategy, but his mind was undoubtedly calm. When the 40,000 Ming troops first entered Korea, their momentum was unstoppable, capturing Pyongyang in just 2 days and prompting the Korean minister Lu Rulong to exclaim about the might of the heavenly soldiers. However, that was when the Japanese forces were scattered and their provisions scarce. Now, with the tides of battle shifting, caution was imperative. Song Yingchong's greatest concern was that Li Rusong, in his fervor, would chase the retreating enemy into the arms of the reinforcements. A regrettable mistake, indeed. As Song Yingchong handed the seal to Li Yin, she felt a warmth envelop her. You have received the personal seal of a third-rank official of the Ming dynasty. You have gained the support of the dragon and tiger qi. Since you are not the direct possessor of this qi, you can only receive its basic benefits. All types of damage you incur are reduced by 15, and your damage carries the effects of dragon and tiger qi's burn and intimidation. Go swiftly, Song Yingchong urged, patting Li Yin's shoulder firmly. With a loud bang, the city gate creaked open a small crack, and Li Yin rode out on her azure-maned horse, wielding a ring dragon sword and carrying an iron sickle spear. Nine-winged Sudu, Li Yin called out. Just call me Sudu, my lord. The nine-winged Sudu emerged from the crowd, its eyes sparkling. Fly swiftly towards the Datong River first. No need to assist. Just soar high above and look for a bright red banner, the commander's standard. Once you find it, hurry back to me with news. The nine-winged Sudu, an extraordinary beast of centuries, was quick-witted. My lord, I can carry you. How about? The nine-winged Sudu appeared bashful yet eager. Go quickly. Understood. It replied, somewhat dejectedly. 3 fluffy balls of fur atop the cow-headed sandalwood chatted among themselves. They were the Liang brothers, who had known the nine-winged Sudu for over a century, their bond deep and profound. Did the elder sister just? Yes, she was. I feel she was. Everyone, follow me. A chance to achieve great deeds is upon us. With that, he cast a glance at the local wild gods of Korea. Once the battle is concluded, my commander will personally petition the Korean ruler to build temples for you and cast golden statues. Jin Yanhua laughed heartily. The general of the Celestial Empire speaks, and we naturally trust him. Trust him and charge forward. Do not give me half-hearted efforts. Li Yin tightened the reins, leading the group towards the Datong River. Are you truly going? Yu Shu rode alongside Li Yin. She resembled a ghost, silently observing as Li Yin strained to devise strategies but remained seemingly inactive. You do not strike me as a foolish person. What do you mean? Li Yin replied. This incident concerning Yanfou has proven immensely challenging for you. Yet the rewards are equally substantial. If you were to report the imminent arrival of the Japanese reinforcements, Li Rusong would return to camp, allowing the enemy leader to escape, and it would be difficult to kill him again. In the present circumstances, the situation for the small western banker at the Datong River is precarious, presenting an opportune moment. With your current influence at hand, suppress this information and incite a deadly conflict between Li Rusong and the small western banker, allowing you to profit from the ensuing chaos. Yu Shu, resembling a sorceress tempting the unwary, whispered near Li Yan. She refrained from mentioning that should Li Yan delay in reporting, it could lead to Li Rusong being ensnared in a dire predicament, potentially resulting in the failure of the entire Imjin War. However, she surmised that Li Yan was indifferent to such matters, lacking any reason to care. The Li Rusong and the Ming dynasty in this realm bore no connection to the world in which Li Yan resided. These two worlds were akin to two leaves, similar yet distinct. The life and death of these individuals, and even the fate of the Ming dynasty, held no relevance for Li Yan's existence. In Yu Shu's perception, this man was not a madman, but rather one who handled affairs with precision, demonstrating decisiveness and discernment. In this regard, the red ghost paled in comparison. He understood his course of action. Yet, Li Yan shook his head. It is not worth it. A woman's compassion. Yu Shu scoffed. You say so, then. Li Yan smiled nonchalantly. He could unhesitatingly eliminate 100 households that might jeopardize his prospects. Yet he was reluctant to heed Yu Shu's counsel. This had nothing to do with the rise and fall of the Ming dynasty. On this matter, he concurred with Yu Shu. He simply preferred to resolve issues in his own manner. The ability to perceive the situation and analyze the pros and cons is a matter of skill. However, the choice of approach, whether through force or intellect, pertains to one's character. It is difficult to ascertain whether there are more clever fools or reckless dead in this world. After all, while man may devise countless strategies, heaven has but a single decree. Chapter 31. The Ambush on the Dadong River. Beneath the cloak of night, the biting cold wind swept through, and a thick layer of ice had formed upon the Dadong River. The hoofbeats of the little commander echoed on the ice as he observed the weary faces of his soldiers, raising his gaze to the moonlit sky, lost in silence. While stationed in Pyongyang, the little commander had commanded over 15,000 men, totaling 17,000 when including those on Mount Magungwa. Yet, within a mere few days, his most valued general, Gakyoshi, had perished on the mountain, and the elite Iron Gun Brigade had suffered heavy losses, with countless soldiers wounded or killed. By the time the little commander fled Pyongyang, he was left with fewer than 8,000 men, counting the injured and disabled. Come now, old man Koshi, take heart. At least we are still alive, are we not? Kuroda, clad in a monk's robe and bearing no weapons aside from a black dagger at his waist, had not stepped out of the Ming army's main tent, and thus he found no opportunity to strike. The little commander, darkened by despair, suddenly reined in his horse. Turning to face the bewildered faces of thousands of Japanese soldiers across the river, and shouted, "Today, we have indeed suffered defeat. But it will not be long before we rise again." His fervent speech was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous roar of cannon fire, as fiery orange flames erupted across the river's surface. At that moment, the contrast between the billowing black smoke and the pristine white snow was striking. Kuroda's mind buzzed, and he struck the back of his dagger against his horse's flank, shouting, "Cross the river quickly." The Japanese soldiers fell into disarray, scrambling to cross the river, their ranks collapsing in chaos. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon them, shattering the clear ice into gaping holes. Great slabs of ice collapsed, sending terrified horses and their riders plummeting into the icy abyss. How despicable! The little commander stamped his foot, his face contorted with rage. On the opposite bank, the deputy commander of the Divine Machine Camp, Luo Shangji, fixated his gaze on the little commander, adorned with a distinctive upright peach-shaped helmet. He shouted, "The one with the rabbit ears atop his head is Koshi. Do not let that scoundrel escape." As the cannon fire thundered, the Japanese soldiers, caught halfway across the river, attempted to retreat. Cannonballs smashed down, sending shards of ice flying through the air, as many Japanese soldiers fell into the river, the frigid waters dragging them under without a chance to cry out. Some even struck dead by the cannon fire. A few fortunate souls managed to scramble back to the shore, exchanging bewildered glances with others who had not yet crossed, as the sounds of battle echoed from behind. Thousands of torches illuminated the Dadong River as Shan Hai, clad in heavy armor, brandished his dark spear toward the little commander's forces. Behind him surged a tide of cavalry, all armed with long spears, pushing forward without engaging in melee, intent on forcing the clustered Japanese soldiers into the river. Enkinger, captain of the little commander's Iron Gun Brigade, led over 1,000 matchlock soldiers, fearlessly exchanging fire with the ambushing Ming troops, striving to buy time for Koshi and others. Is this the end? In his despair, Yin felt a fleeting sense of transcendence. 49 years in slumber, dreaming of splendor. A cup of wine. Bang! Kuroda struck the back of his dagger against Yin's helmet, distorting his handsome face with fury. You fool! Engaging in a duel with those cannons? Have all soldiers discard their firearms and take up swords to charge through. Awakening from his stupor, Yin immediately ordered the retreat from firearms. Kuroda let out a fierce shout, his neck bulging with dark veins, his eyes and mouth forming three voids against the night. As vast shadows flickered across the river's surface, centered around Kuroda, the frost-white ice swiftly turned pitch black, spreading rapidly. The shattered ice stabilized almost instantly. Perhaps it was Kuroda's illusion. As he tilted his head back, he seemed to see a shadow swirling in the sky. The commotion he caused was clearly visible to Luo Shangji on the opposite bank. Bring me my bow. Luo Shangji took the sturdy horn bow, fitted it with an iron finger guard, and with his robust arms, he drew the bowstring back, sending a long arrow whistling toward Kuroda. The arrow struck true, causing Kuroda to jerk his head aside, the spreading black ice momentarily halting. Did it hit? Luo Shangji pondered, uncertain. The monk suddenly turned, a torrent of dark energy surging from his eyes, a long arrow lodged in his mouth. Before Luo Shangji, darkness descended, as if a serpent had approached. He cried out in alarm, leaning back, a sharp pain piercing his heart. General, his companion gasped, rushing to assist him, but Luo Shangji steadied himself, sitting firmly back upon his horse. I am fine, he declared, though a chill gripped his heart. Where did this malevolent monk come from? Behind him, his once majestic spotted steed now whined softly, its eyes bloodshot. From Kuroda's 7 orifices, wisps of dark energy floated, as if he were a demon. The little commander urged his steed into a gallop, commanding the bulk of his troops to intercept Shan Hai's cavalry, while he led a select few in an attempt to carve a bloody path through the chaos. At that moment, a massive amber figure descended upon the battlefield like a meteor, Niu Zhandan. Adorned with a black dragon flag of the Ming, he brushed aside several arrows with ease, his voice rumbling like thunder. Under the command of Li Yan of the Liaodong town, I come to assist the king of Joseon and the Ming general. The soldiers of the Divine Machine camp exchanged glances, their hearts filled with doubt, yet the Ming dragon flag was unmistakable. 3 woolly beasts charged onto the ice, their hair sharp as spears, like 3 unstoppable war chariots crashing into the throng, a jovial voice emanating from within. Under the command of Li Yan of the Liaodong town, we come to assist the king of Joseon and the Ming general. Tigers, magpies, and wolves surged forth as flames mingled with a storm of shattered ice and black feathers, crashing into the Japanese forces, while the 9-winged Su-Du danced gracefully in the air. Under the command of Li Yan of the Liaodong town, we come to assist the king of Joseon and the Ming general. Li Rusong gazed upon the burning, crimson Dadong River, the distant sounds of battle echoing faintly. Kuroda maintained his grip on the ice, but it was inevitable that the little commander's soldiers would be scattered and cut down, plunging the battlefield into chaos, with Ming forces, Japanese soldiers, and even various rebel groups embroiled in the fray. This battle was undoubtedly a resounding victory. Yet the crux lay in whether they could eliminate the little commander and inflict significant casualties upon the Japanese. Not easy, Li Rusong sighed, observing the increasing turmoil on the battlefield, while the terrain across the Dadong River remained wide open. The Japanese, known for their ferocity, had suffered substantial losses. Yet their spirit of resistance remained fiercely unyielding. Luo Shangji's forces were limited, while they could intercept. If the little commander successfully crossed the river under the protection of his subordinates, escape would not be difficult. Furthermore, the Grand Commander had remarked, a wolf that has lost its way may still be spared, but the head of the tiger must not be lost. Let us hope for the best. Li Yan knelt on one knee, holding the handwritten seal of Song Yingchang. A cooked duck cannot simply fly away. Li Rusong's expression darkened. Li Yan remained expressionless. Although Song Yingchang's words implied a withdrawal, he sensed that Li Rusong would not let the little commander slip away so easily. If it were him, he would not allow it either. The perspective of a pin differs from that of a spear, and Li Yan believed he understood Li Rusong better than Song Yingchang did. Within Joseon, the Ming had 800 cavalry scouts, and while the magpie spoke of benevolence, the tiger scouts had yet to report back, casting doubt upon the truth of the situation. Even if what you say is true, that reinforcements for the pirates are on their way, My conquest of Pyongyang is still a matter of yesterday's dawn, and the reinforcements cannot possibly be aware of this. The closer they draw to Pyongyang, the more cautious they will be in their reconnaissance. They would never dare to advance recklessly. This is the second point. The Toyotomi forces exceed 100,000. Upon hearing of the Celestial Army's arrival, they have all gone to fortify the capital of Korea, Seoul, which is their stronghold. In the Battle of Okpo, Admiral Yi Sun-sin severed the pirates' two supply lines, leaving them in dire straits with insufficient provisions. After such a long trek, how many reinforcements can they muster? 8,000? 10,000? We have 40,000. This is the third point. Li Yin lowered his head, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his lips. He understood that by eliminating Ko Nishikawa, he would still have a chance. After much contemplation, Li Rusong resolved to take action. As flags fluttered back and forth, he commanded, "Send forth my orders," instructing the guerrilla General Shan Hai to lead 4,000 light cavalry to firmly engage the forces of Ko Nishikawa while our main army crosses the river immediately. Upon crossing, he directed the Korean troops and Wu Weizhong's division to disperse in a net-like formation, simultaneously hunting down isolated pirates and gathering intelligence. Should they discover any signs of the pirate reinforcements, they are to report immediately. As he spoke, he turned to Li Yin. "How is your contingent faring?" They were currently positioned before the Datong River. Li Yin respectfully replied, "You need not remain idle. Cross the Datong River and slay the pirates." Li Rusong laughed heartily. "Your orders are received." Li Yin turned, mounted his horse, and grasped his iron-hooked spear, heading toward the Datong River. By the banks of the Datong River, flames blazed like blood. Various Korean wild deities surged into the fray, while Shun Hai relentlessly pursued across the river, trampling countless pirate corpses beneath his horse's hoofs. Ko Nishikawa's forces retreated in disarray, the tattered robes of Kuroda Nagamasa fluttering wildly as he glanced back at the formidable banner of the Ming dynasty, where a fierce warrior wielding a formidable spear bore an unstoppable aura, his eyes flashing with a frenzied crimson. Chapter 32. Charge. The dark-maned warhorse crouched low, while the man with a moon-shaped hairstyle caressed its sleek neck. Before him lay a pitch-black, surging river. "Do not forget the promise to Lord Kanbei. The island of Kyushu belongs to us." Above the rolling waters, a woman with flowing black hair bent down, propelling a wooden raft with her long pole. As she drifted away, the dark river gradually dried up, eventually disappearing from sight. Behind the man, a samurai clad in a deer-horned helmet and embroidered robes tightened his grip on the horse's back and spoke softly. "Is sacrificing the entire island of Kyushu for the sake of aiding Pyongyang truly Lord Hideyoshi's decision?" The samurai's expression was one of deep reluctance. "Sacrifice? Are there still living souls on that island? It has long since fallen." The man remained expressionless. "Kogoro, our nation is finished. Do you not understand? This war is our last hope." The samurai fell silent. The man gazed southwest, to a land of unimaginable wealth, a place untouched by domestic ambition for nearly a millennium. "Furthermore, our true aim is not merely to assist Pyongyang, but to vanquish the armies of the Ming." The warhorse neighed and tossed its head as the wind and snow shook the forest, and behind the samurai, a crowd surged, stretching endlessly. A hooked spear was thrust into the throng, cleaving through the bellies of two enemy foot soldiers. It then pierced the face of another foe as Li Yin twisted the weapon, blood and flesh scattering. The enemy's flintlock guns unleashed a volley, iron tubes spewing countless projectiles. The bull-headed warrior brushed aside the iron bullets as if swatting flies, the wounds healing almost instantly. The agile golden toad struck, severing a foe in half, its back peppered with powder burns. Others, like Brother Hu, Wolf Husband, and the armored fox, were not particularly daunted by the flintlock guns. Rather, they found the damage inflicted by the enemy's blades to be far greater. Yet a considerable number of iron bullets still hurtled toward Li Yin. 9 feathered Sioux danced high behind him, a black tempest of feathers swirling past. 2 gunpowder bullets grazed Li Yin's ribs and shoulder. Other projectiles were swept away by the black-feathered gale, their trajectories unknown, while at that moment, Li Yin and his companions were less than 10 paces from the gunner squad. Deng Tianxiong and Wang Sheng charged into the gunner ranks, tearing a significant breach for their comrades. A warrior clad in black armor and a demon mask rode forth, calling out to Li Yin, "That Ming man, I am Yagyu Shinkage. Do you dare to face me in single combat?" Li Yin did not even glance at him. The mounted archers behind him loosed a volley, transforming the self-proclaimed Shinkage into a pincushion. Amidst the fierce melee, The deputy commander, Zhu Qingshuan, shouted, "Do not linger in battle. These men are like fish in a barrel. Cross the river and capture the traitor Ko Nishikawa." As his words fell, a throng of local warriors, mixed with bow-wielding cavalry, surged forth, only to be swallowed up by the enemy, leaving behind but a few shadows. "Whose troops are these?" Zhu Qingshuan called out to those nearby. "Sir, it seems they are from our Chengwu Guard, led by Li Yan," came the response. Zhu Qingshuan blinked in surprise. "Is that so? I have such a figure among my ranks." He slapped his thigh in delight. "Ah, truly worthy of the soldiers I have trained." Ko Nishikawa had left a large contingent behind, leading approximately 3,000 troops in an attempt to break free from the encirclement of the Ming forces. Luo Shangji initially aimed to bombard the Dongsong River, hoping to drown Ko Nishikawa in its depths, but due to Kuroda, Ko Nishikawa unexpectedly managed to cross the river with his 3,000 men. With only 700 or 800 men at his side, Luo Shangji made a decisive move, dispatching the steadfast vanguard to cut through Ko Nishikawa's ranks, maximizing the delay against the enemy. Ko Nishikawa dared not linger, abandoning nearly 2,000 of his men, fleeing with just over 1,000 remnants. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves grew louder. Ko Nishikawa's spirits lifted, thinking it was Indo Kinjiro breaking through, but upon looking back, he was met with a chilling sight. A wave of cavalry, like a green tide, surged forward, the black Ming dragon flag fluttering under the torches, heralding the advance of the right-wing vanguard. Gone was the customary sight of the resplendent crimson standard. Shan Hai remained unyielding. "We cannot shake off their horses. If this continues, we will all perish here." At this moment, Kuroda exuded an ominous aura, his usual nonchalance replaced by a solemn coldness. Aware of Kuroda's demeanor, Ko Nishikawa spoke cautiously, abandoning his previous airs of superiority. With a sigh, he tossed aside his peach-shaped helmet, revealing his graying hair and bald crown. "Let us separate. Whoever can escape, do so." Kuroda regarded him intently. "Take care, Ko Nishikawa." Shan Hai's spear, stained with blood, witnessed the enemy formation suddenly split into two, one veering left, the other right. "Sir, shall we divide our forces?" one of his commanders inquired. "If only Old Song were here, one to each side, the victory would be assured." Shan Hai lamented. Observing more foes to the left and fewer to the right, he bellowed, "Wanli, take 1,500 men to the right. I will lead the brothers to the left." As Li Yan's group crossed the Dongsong River, they encountered a fierce clash between Indo Kinjiro and Luo Shangji. Seeing the Ming dragon flag trailing behind Li Yan, Luo Shangji opened his mouth to call out, but was startled by Li Yan's expression. "Lord Luo, where is Ko Nishikawa?" Li Yan asked first. "He has already crossed. Commander Shan leads the pursuit. You must join my main force and deal with the enemy before us." Li Yan spotted Indo Kinjiro among the enemy ranks. Clad in a black iron armor and a red demon mask, his face radiating murderous intent. "What mere rabble? Why complicate matters?" He urged his horse forward, his iron hook spear aimed directly at the enemy lines. "Charge!" The bull-headed warrior and golden toad surged into the enemy ranks like two colossal deities, impervious to blade and spear, unstoppable in their advance. The foremost banner-bearer of Ko Nishikawa's troops felt a chill against his cheek, a gash appearing beneath his eye. Instinctively, he looked up to see a silver-gray magpie with a golden-red beak soaring above him. As he gripped his long spear, a sudden tingling coursed through his neck. Just as he turned, the tide of golden-red magpies engulfed him. The wave of birds swept through, leaving only armor scattered on the ground, the diminutive magpies drenched in blood, their eyes gleaming with a sinister glow. This horrifying scene shattered the enemy's fighting spirit, causing them to abandon their spears and flee. Indo Kinjiro swung his gleaming blade, piercing the chest of the wolf husband, kicking him aside. The robust gray wolf let out a mournful cry, soon shedding its fur to reveal a man, blood gushing from two copper-sized wounds on his chest. "You wretches!" Indo Kinjiro bellowed, his voice thick with fury, dark energy swirling around him, faintly resembling scorpions and petals. A red ball of fur rolled to Li Yan's side, revealing what eyes. "Leader, that armored foe strikes me painfully. I am no match for him." Li Yan bellowed, "Sudu, take them and scatter the enemy ranks. Avoid the heavily armored foes. We will handle the rest." The hooves of the golden-maned horses rose high as Li Yan charged toward Indo Kinjiro. In his hand, the ordinary hooked spear shimmered with flecks of red light. The blood of divine beings, when smeared on cold weapons, could disrupt a measure of national luck and the protective power of deities. rendering it ineffective against officials of the Ming or feudal lords of the third rank and above. Endo Kinjiro shouted something as his long blade swung toward Li Yin. The long spear met it with a swift thrust, their weapons clashing as both withdrew, the hook of the spear firmly gripping the blade. Two horses circled above. As Kinjiro lifted his sword, aiming a strike at Li Yin's chin, Li Yin swiftly drew his gun, urging his horse to evade the blow. Kinjiro redirected his steed, raising his wild sword once more to deliver another strike. Li Yin tilted his head aside. The sword grazed the red tassels of his helmet, striking against his shoulder plate, while his lance thrust upward, piercing straight through Kinjiro's throat. Blood trickled down the lance's shaft, cascading like a crimson curtain. Li Yin drew upon the full strength of his core, shouting the only authentic phrase of Japanese he had learned from Song Tomi. The bandit chief lay dead, abandoning his weapon without a kill. The mountain path was treacherous, and Kuroda halted his horse, flanked by a group of samurai. They were already encircled by the black dragon banners. Shan Hai, with the keen eyes of a lone wolf, scanned his surroundings, then suddenly spat, cursing vehemently, "Damn it. That little brat Wang Liang has gotten lucky." The monk unsheathed his black samurai sword, the wide sleeves of his robe billowing in the wind and snow. He fixed his gaze on Shan Hai, clad in fish-scale armor atop his horse, a grin stretching almost to the back of his head. His smile a grotesque and terrifying sight.